unemployment crisis as a scapegoat to channel anger and incite violence against undocumented foreign nationals. His address comes a week before several civic groups like the March and March movements plan protests against illegal immigration. Some of their demands include stricter border controls and mass deportation of undocumented nationals by the 30th of June. Hillo says South Africans are not a hateful people.
We must never allow certain politicians or vigilantes to abuse the hardship caused by a failing economy to scapegoat and incite violence against foreign nationals to promote their own agendas. We are better than that. South Africans are not a hateful people. We are a decent, generous, resilient, loving people.
We move to Limpopo now, where residents at Matlala village outside Burgersfort say they are living in fear due to tensions between some residents and illegal miners. A house and a car were burnt to ashes after tensions escalated 2 weeks ago. A 22-year-old Zimbabwean national was shot multiple times and admitted in hospital. Residents say the mountains in the area are rich in platinum and chrome and have attracted many illegal miners. Community leader Matlala says they've called on government to curb illegal mining activities.
Those trucks, they make dust, and then the dust is not healthy for us. As we know, minerals have health issue inside. So far, this illegal mining brought many people here. Africans are here, and there are so many. We are not saying they shouldn't be here because others, they are here legally but then others are here illegally.
Meanwhile, Limpopo police spokesperson Hlulani Mashaba says resources have been deployed to various areas in the province to fight the problem.
Our unwavering commitment in combating crime in Limpopo remains steadfast as we deploy resources and implement relevant strategies aimed at successfully tackling crime head-on. Through proactive and partnership policing, we are confident that considerable gains will be achieved in the fight against illegal mining.
Lastly, the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, JSE, says South Africa remains highly resilient despite brutal global market shifts caused by recent geopolitical tensions. Market experts say due to South Africa having one of the most liquid emerging market economies, it is often the first to feel the impact when global conflicts flare up. The JSE's chief officer for capital markets, Helena Anthi, explains how the JSE performed prior to the current volatility.
In South Africa, we are one of the most liquid emerging countries, which is great, but whenever there's risk off, we feel it first and foremost and quite brutally. And we have all experienced that sell-off as soon as the war happened in March. The amount of, volatility that we've seen, the amount of trading activity, which was, the highest that we have experienced, just reflect that strong, risk-off that we've seen globally.
Recapping the top story this hour, South Africa has made history at the 2026 FIFA World Cup, advancing to the knockout stages for the first time ever with a deserved 1-0 victory over South Korea in Monterrey, Mexico. Headlines at 6:30 for SAfm News. I'm Dino Mutau.
A very good morning to you in your SAfm Sports headlines. There can only be one headline. Bafana Bafana made history. They are through to the round of 32 at the 2026 FIFA World Cup. We'll have all this and so much more here on the National Briefing.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Some overnight roadworks overrunning on Joburg's N3 North between Van Buren and Galuli's. Very heavy traffic backlogs coming up from Germiston. Traffic already queuing back to Elan's interchange. Keep an eye on that one for you this morning. The M2, a crash at the Crown interchange. If you're driving into Joburg from Benrose, traffic being held up there. You might want to come off at Joe Slovo, go up through Hillbrow and join the Mike 1 North around Parktown if that's your destination, rather than going into the Crown, because you'll sit in some very heavy traffic backlogs through there. Pietermaritzburg to Durban, okay this morning. No major problems. There is was a crash at Linfield Park, but it's off on the left shoulder and plenty of lanes available to get past that one safely without major disruption. And Cape Town, Sir Lowry's Pass is currently closed for truck crash recovery, closed at the Gordons Bay exit and closed coming in from Crabo. There is a bit of traffic stuck between Crabo and the closure point on the pass on the inbound side, but if you're in that area now, you'll be taken off and rerouted around the R44 Clarence Drive via Betty's Bay and Claymont back onto the N2 at Bot Rafia. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
2 goals on the other side of Mexico. No goals as of yet in Monterrey, but that could change. Moremi. Chance here for Tapelo Maseko. No! Laduma! He's finally gone and done it. Bafana Bafana strike first. And it's arguably one of the most significant goals in our football history. And if it was going to be scored by anyone tonight in Monterrey, it was going to be Tapelo Maseko.
South Africa, what a morning, what a morning. There are moments in sport that become part of a country's memory, a country's history. Woo-hoo! And this is absolutely one of them. For the first time in our history, Bafana Bafana are through to the knockout stage of a FIFA World Cup. We saw a disciplined, courageous 1-0 victory over South Korea. It's taken South Africa into the round of 32. Sakai is standing by. We're going to bring you all of the reaction, at least post-match reaction that we've seen. And of course, as the show unfolds, we'll touch base with the fans that are at the World Cup. They have to tell us what it was like being in that stadium, a nail-biting 96 minutes. Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
If you, Zaikan, we were talking about whether people are going to stay up, not stay up. But I think dedicated South Africans, when I look at social media right now, Professor Talita Kreling is typing away right now.
What? Oh, and all the HR departments are bracing themselves.
What a
You
day.
know what a day.
What a day it's
And
going
DJ
to
Zelma,
be.
do not touch that playlist. It's a morning for Ishi Bobo all the way.
Absolutely. So it's going to be our main story for the day. A very well-deserved win from Bafana Bafana out in Mexico. But also then, still ahead on the show. It's 5 days away from the 30th of June. This is the date we've all been watching of the threatened national shutdown, a deadline for undocumented foreign nationals to leave. Police and private security industry say they're ready for whatever lies ahead. In Nairobi, however, civil society has gone to the United Nations asking the bodies to step into the situation in South Africa and help protect refugees and asylum seekers. We'll bring you the latest on that, and then a number that really should make all of us stop and think carefully. 1.6 billion rand. 1.6 billion rand. That's what our municipalities spent on consultants in a single year. This is to help them do their books, but most still could not earn a clean audit. The Auditor General's office joins us to explain how only 39 out of 257 municipalities are now essentially the national standard. And then the man at the center of one of the country's biggest policing scandals yet, Matlala, he's in court in Pretoria this morning. The big question is he about to turn state witness? Is Matlala, has he taken a deal with the state? We'll unpack some of the legalities around that also coming up on the show. Rob will have your traffic, Zai has your sport, and of course Ntauleng has all of your latest market updates. It's such a good morning, South Africa, and I hope that today is a good day, guys. It doesn't matter if you didn't catch the game, you woke up on the left side of the bed. It's just become right. So what a win for South Africa, and what a great way to step into Thursday, the 25th of June. Remember this one, the 25th of June, 2026. Bafana Bafana making history.
Well, South Africa, the time is now. You could be joining the Queen herself, Ms. Zozibini Tunzi, or the King, Dr. Fez, right here on Top Billing. And all you have to do is to audition for our Top Billing Presenter Search. Do it now, and you could be on the big screen.
Catch Top Billing every Tuesday evening at 7 through the month of June. Repeat Sundays at 1 on S3 and Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. on SABC 1.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
Hi. Good morning, Kathy and Zai. The first person I thought of was Zai. The moment you won, I just remembered her sense of humor. Like, yo, South Africa is happy, guys. We are a happy nation. Thank you, Bafana Bafana. Thank you, SAFM. Thank you so much. This is Sipei in Makanda. Thank you. Good morning. What a beautiful morning. What a time to be alive.
Princess. Oh, Kathy. I know you this morning. You could play this music. Huh? Bafana, Kathy. Congratulations to Bafana Bafana, Kathy. Good morning to you. Good morning to your team. Great show always. I knew that, Kathy. You don't have words. You're full of joy, like Uncle JJ, the truck driver. Congratulations to Bafana Bafana. That's the headline. Worldwide. Not about much. Bafana Bafana.
Absolutely. The headline is about Bafana Bafana. Of course, we'll also be taking your calls on 086 000 2032. That's the number to dial, 086 000 2032, to get in touch with us on the WhatsApp line. Send your voice notes on 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107. Zai, so we're going to do things a little bit differently today. I'm not going to go into the newspapers as I would be normally at this time, because there's only one front page story, and the newspapers went to print by midnight tonight. So they've missed the story of the day, Zaikan.
Hey, Kathy, there's only two moods this morning: joy and joy. That's it for us. The whole 25th June, I have put it there as my day to remember for life, because it's first time in history. Round of 32, and next we take on Canada, the hosts. What are our chances? I go from Zai Faith Khan to Zai Lucky Khan, because that's how I'm feeling.
So, Zai Khan, it was very interesting to hear how the coach spoke following that match. And he was asked a very interesting question. He was asked about the kind of relationship that he's built with the team. And you can see the fatherly love that is there, and it's palpable. You've been watching this over the last 5 years. He's incredibly proud.
He is like a proud papa, that's for sure. And I have to give credits to boss Hugo Bruce, because he delivered when it matters. And I feel so emotional right now, because we all feel like we're part of this one big family.
Yeah.
And thank you to him for being so historic. And I'm just happy for the guys,
Let's hear what he had to say.
It was very difficult for South Korea to find the spaces. We defended good, and we were in transitions, we were dangerous. And that's what we wanted to do today. And we scored that goal, and then was it 20 minutes of heart beating and hoping that the game should be as soon as possible finished. So yes, we are in the second round. It's historical. But for the guys, I'm very happy for the guys. I worked with them already near 5 years. And what we did in those 5 years is amazing.
SABC senior sports journalist Sfiso Ramara was at the game in Mexico. Sfiso, we have to talk about what it was like in the stands during that game, being part of this historic moment for South Africa.
Yeah, good morning to you, Kathy, and to the listeners. Yeah, well, you know what? It's still unbelievable that Bafana finally, they are through to the knockout stage of the World Cup for the very first time. I spoke to you some other time to say, this will be our fourth World Cup. And the plan from the word go was to, make sure that they get to the second round. And, Hugo, I think he has made history as a Bafana coach. I mean, if you check his track record, Bafana were readmitted back into the international fold 34 years ago. This is our fourth World Cup, first knockout stage under the Belgian coach. Besides, he is the only coach of Bafana Bafana to qualify the team for 2 AFCON tournaments back to back. That has never been achieved before. So it's unfortunate that he has decided to retire at the end of this tournament. I'm not sure if he's going to go immediately or he will wait until Safa gets his successor. But he says he's 74 years old already. The next World Cup is in 4 years' time. He will be 78. He says he will be too old to sit on the bench. But, I must give credit to the Belgian coach. He's achieved big things with Bafana Bafana, and we will not forget him in South African football.
Absolutely. It seems that national orders are certainly on the line for Hugo Bruce. What an incredible moment he's helped create for this country. Of course, Fiso, just very briefly, the last 15, 20 minutes of this game was absolutely unbearable. What was it like in the stands?
Yeah, what I realized here, the locals, the Mexicans, somehow they were supporting South Korea. I don't know why. The noise on the stands was just unbelievable. And, Bafana Bafana missed a lot of chances in the first half. Had they scored, more especially the goal scorer, Thapelo Masego, had he scored some of the chances he created, it was not going to be that nervy for us. But a 1-0 lead is very tricky Had South Korea found the equalizer, we were not going to go through to the next round of this competition. So I won't blame South Africans and Bafana supporters. We were sitting on the edge of the seats and keeping our fingers crossed that we keep the scoreline 1-0 until the 90th minute.
All right, Sfiso Ramara, SABC senior sports reporter, who was watching that game out in Mexico. History made for Bafana Bafana.
This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
All right, more on that win, that historic win for Bafana as the show rather unfolds. For now, I just want to bring your weather update. We've got a yellow level 2 warning, severe thunderstorms leading to large amounts of small hail, strong gusty winds and heavy downpours are possible over the southern parts of the Northern Cape and eastern parts of the Western Cape. There are no fire warnings or advisories. Pretoria, partly cloudy, low of 8, a high of 23. The expected UVB sunburn index is moderate. Johannesburg, partly cloudy, 6 and 21. Vereeniging, partly cloudy, 5 and 22. Mbombela, partly cloudy, 10 and 22. Polokwane, partly cloudy, 8 and 22. Mahikeng, fine, becoming partly cloudy in the afternoon, 9 and 22. Vryburg, fine, becoming partly cloudy in the afternoon, 8 and 24. Bloemfontein, morning fog, otherwise fine, becoming partly cloudy in the afternoon, 5 and 21. Kimberley, fine, becoming partly cloudy in the afternoon, 10 and 23. Uppington, partly cloudy to cloudy with isolated morning showers and thunder showers, 13 and 25. Cape Town, partly cloudy, wind light and variable, 14 and 21. The expected UVB sunburn index very high. George, cloudy with scattered showers and thunder showers from mid-morning, wind light and variable, 11 and 19. Gqeberha, cloudy with isolated showers and rain, isolated thunderstorms may be possible, wind moderate to fresh northeasterly, becoming northerly at times, 10 and 19. In Kugombo City, cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, wind moderate to fresh northeasterly, 13 and 23. Durban, fine to partly cloudy, wind light westerly to northwesterly in the morning, otherwise moderate easterly to northeasterly, 16 and 25. The expected UVB sunburn index very high. Richards Bay, partly cloudy with morning isolated showers and rain, wind moderate westerly to southwesterly, becoming easterly to northeasterly in the afternoon, 14 and 26. Pietermaritzburg, morning fog, otherwise fine to partly cloudy, a low of 9, a high of 25.
Makoti Down Products is a proudly South African family business, started more than 30 years ago with 12 geese and a piece of material. Makoti manufactures duvets, pillows, sleeping bags, and high-quality Egyptian cotton linen. Our down products are suitable for people with dust mite allergies and come with a lifelong guarantee. And we offer a nationwide cleaning service for all your feather and down products. Visit us at makoti.co.za or call us on 041 992 395 for quality down. Makoti Down.
This Sunday evening at 7 on the Tastemaster Professional, our chefs discover that size isn't everything. Working in teams, they must create an elevated tapas menu packed with flavor, finesse, and creativity. With every dish playing a part in the final spread, there's nowhere to hide from the judges. Who will deliver a menu worth sharing, and who will find themselves left off the table? The Tastemaster Professional, Sunday evening at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30, only on SABC2.
The Global Briefing on SAFM.
All right, let's get into a global briefing for this morning. The International Maritime Organization has launched a major evacuation operation to bring home more than 11,000 seafarers stranded in the Gulf region after months of disruption linked to tensions around the Strait of Hormuz. And this move highlights the human cost of this geopolitical conflict. Brooks Spector is an international relations expert, joins us on the line. Brooks, thank you so much for your time. Let's start in the Gulf. So when we look at this evacuation and the scale, the number of people that need to be rescued, what does it tell us about just how fragile the situation in the Strait of Hormuz has been over the last couple of months?
Well, good. One of the things it tells you is that that enormous flow of petroleum and liquid natural gas that comes out of the Gulf region depends on the lives and capabilities of thousands of ordinary seamen, and I assume some women, from many different countries who have been trapped, as you explained, in the Gulf for months now on ships, and they are obviously at this point in desperate need of replenishment of supplies, food, fresh water, as well as the opportunity to have replacement crews, because you don't normally have a ship like that with the same crew on it for months on end without any opportunity for replacement people to arrive and take up the jobs that the other people leave behind. And the situation somewhat similar to what happened in the Suez Canal back in the 1970s. But of course, this version of it is much larger. And we realize that the world is dependent on those thousands of ships and those tens of thousands of people on the ships, all of whom have been sitting for the opportunity to get to a port or to unload their cargoes. And all of us, the rest of us, are dependent on those cargoes and the prices of what we pay at the petrol pump, what we pay for products that are made from petroleum or liquid natural gas or are carried by vehicles that use it. We're all suffering as a result.
Yeah. Let's move on, Brooks, to Peru. We have here the country really set to have its first elected female president after Keiki Fujimori secured an insurmountable lead in what has been a fiercely contested election.
Well, she is the daughter of a previous Fujimori who was president of Peru some years ago, and who was eventually, well, he turned out to be crooked, and things went the way that would imply. But what it does highlight is that Latin America as a whole is, roughly speaking, being divided in half between more left-leaning and more right-leaning states. You have, for example, Brazil versus Argentina. Argentina being run by a man who emulates Donald Trump, and Brazil being a man who you could roughly put in the camp of democratic socialism. And Peru has now entered into the column of the right-leaning states. On the promise of the promise of stability, the promise of law control of lawlessness, and the control of the economy. And it's going to be interesting to watch how this evolves, especially in light of what happened just not so long ago with the removal of Venezuela's president and the imposition of an American-led, American-managed government there. The fact that Keiko Fujimori is female as opposed to being male is also an interesting sign, because there have been very few Latin American leaders who were female. There was Dilma Rousseff in Brazil some years ago, and one of the Perón wives, but she was more of a figurehead than anything else. And of course, the woman who is now president of Mexico.
Brooks, very briefly, the Mamdani effect seems to be sweeping over New York. We're seeing progressive victories of candidates backed by Mayor Zohran Mamdani that are taking over key key areas, particularly in the primary races.
Well, what's happening is that Mamdani has been a particularly charismatic spokesman for the Democratic Socialists after his recent win, and he has carried along a number of people that he endorsed in 3 congressional districts in the Democratic primary, not the general election yet, but New York City being what it is, winning the Democratic primary is almost tantamount to winning the election in November, when the actual race will be decided. But it does point to the fact that a growing number of races across the country are being decided in favor of people who either mention that they are or are certainly leaning in the direction of the democratic socialist view of politics. Many people argue that this is a reaction against a Democratic Party that has seen to be too establishment and not strong enough on behalf of worker-centric policies and things like that, as well as the fact that international issues, in particular the circumstances of the Middle East, have bled into these recent elections. What will be interesting and important to watch is whether or not the winners of these primaries succeed in the actual general election, or if, as is being threatened already, Republicans can paint the entirety of Democratic values, ideas, and supporters as being identified with the most progressive, the most left-wing versions of these congressional race winners in New York City. That's something Republican spokespersons are already saying that's their goal. So
Sure.
We're going to see how this plays out in November.
Brooks Spector, thank you so much for joining us on the Global Brief this morning.
Okay, was I coherent?
With the headlines, I'm Dinoma Daung. A very good morning. The South African government has congratulated Bafana Bafana following their 1-0 World Cup victory over South Korea. In other news, the alleged underworld kingpin Matlala is expected to appear in the Pretoria Commercial Crimes Court today, where a possible plea agreement between him and the National Prosecuting Authority could be placed on record. And strong twin earthquakes in quick succession have shaken parts of Venezuela. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Morning, Joburg Z3 off to a heavy one. You got the long-term roadworks at Heldnace and then an overnight overrun roadwork situation at Van Buren. So coming out of Alberton, Germiston, really heavy backlogs this morning. N12 from Voortrekker, N3 already from Rand Airport into Elands and then all the way up effectively to Galuli's. Crash on the M2 into Joburg at the Crown Interchange. That's heavy from Joe Slovo Drive. And the Mike 1 under pressure from Boyson's up through towards the Parktown area. N1 South getting busy but looking generally okay through Midrand. Peter Maritzburg down to Durban. We've got a crash scene just past the Market Road on ramp. That's likely to cause problems leaving Peter Maritzburg. Another crash at Linfield Park, but you've got plenty of lanes to get past that one. Phoenix down to Phoenix from Ottawa. Very slow again this morning. Roadworks continue on that section of the R102. And Cape Town, Sir Larry's Pass is currently closed for truck crash recovery. I'm just getting an update. The roadway's been cleared. Sir Larry's Pass has been reopened to traffic this morning after that earlier closure of the pass both ways. You can get over Sir Larry's, no problems. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
You said that this is if you didn't listen to the show yesterday, Zai, because we were having faith yesterday, Zai said she's now officially Faith Khan.
Woohoo! Faith Khan is back. And let me tell you, we're going to play George Michael. We got to have faith for every time Bafana Bafana gets onto that pitch. And that's going to be our anthem for now. But in the meantime, it can only be one man, the boss, Mendoza. And speaking of boss, this was the boss move in case you missed it.
2 goals on the other side of Mexico. No goals as of yet in Monterrey, but that could change. Moremi. Chance here for Tapelo Maseko. No! Laduma! He's finally gone and done it. Bafana Bafana strike first. And it's arguably one of the most significant goals in our football history. And if it was going to be scored by anyone tonight in Monterrey, it was going to be Tapelo Maseko.
History made. Bafana Bafana. Okay.
Bafana Bafana.
Viva South Africa.
Oh man, the excitement is palpable. Level, our producer was saying that as he was going through Braamfontein this morning, the streets are already lit. For South Africans that weren't awake, what good news to wake up to. Imagine you just wake up to this excitement.
Well, the man of the match, man of the moment, our goal scorer, Tapelo Maseko.
It's unbelievable. It's amazing. I feel like I'm dreaming, but I'd like to thank everyone. I'd like to thank our supporters back home, our fans, our families, the coaching staff, the players. They believed in me. Hey, today I was missing. I missed some goals and I missed some chances, but we prevailed and I was able to help the team, and that's all that matters.
Good morning, Kathy. Let's take on our agreement. Those who didn't watch Bafana Bafana, please, they mustn't comment. They must leave us who watch and support Bafana Bafana. It's Ruth and Domfuni here.
Well, what can we say to that? Boo to you if you didn't, but nevertheless, if you went to bed early, bad news, okay, for you, just so you know, all right? South Africa, we've just watched Bafana make history at 3 a.m. And yeah, I know some of us will pretend like they did, but that's okay. We've also got a man who did not pretend, our coach, Hugo Bruges. He is just, on a next level this morning as well.
It was very difficult for South Korea to find the spaces. We defended good, and we were in transitions, we were dangerous. And that's what we wanted to do today. And we scored that goal, and then was it 20 minutes of heart beating and hoping that the game should be as soon as possible finished. So yes, we are in the second round. It's historical. But for the guys, I'm very happy for the guys. I worked with them already near 5 years. And what we did in those 5 years is amazing.
And if you missed the game, don't worry. We'll have replayed that goal many, many times here on the national briefing. So, Bafana now face Canada in the round of 32. South Africa continue its historic World Cup journey. Do you want any other results? No?
No,
the one that
there are no other. What are you talking about? What is Icon talking about? What other results are there? We want the only results that matter.
Right, that's the one that matters. We'll be back with what matters. Bafana Bafana through to the round of 32. More coming up on the national briefing.
This FNB Market Brief is brought to you by FNB Business, empowering South African entrepreneurs with the relevant insights they need to grow and succeed every day.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Ndauleng, all we want to know is what are the gains on the rand right now? Can you tell us how is the rand looking right now?
Oh, Kathy, unfortunately, the good news coming out of Bafana, not doing much support for the rand. We are still in a low on the back of the dollar hitting a 13-month high. Currently, the rand is at 16.55 to the dollar, 21.85 to the pound, and 18.81 to the euro. But in good news, though, some good news coming through. Brent oil is at a 4-month low, trading around $72 a barrel. This from a high of $120 a barrel at the peak of the war. Now, the move lower is being driven by improving supply expectations, with traders increasingly confident that a major disruption to global oil supplies has been avoided. Now, more than 20 tankers carrying an estimated 35 million barrels of crude have passed through the Strait of Hormuz since an agreement between the US and Iran reopened the key shipping route. The return of those volumes has helped ease much of the risk premium that built up during the conflict. Analysts are also becoming more bearish on the outlook, with Citi forecasting Brent could retreat to between $60 and $65 a barrel over the next year, although geopolitical risks have not disappeared entirely. So we're crossing our fingers, crossing our toes that oil remains subdued, and that of course then filters through to fuel prices in the months ahead. Moving over to company news, memory chip player Micron has delivered another strong signal that artificial intelligence spending remains firmly intact, with the firm comfortably beating Wall Street expectations and issuing a stronger than expected outlook. Often viewed as a barometer for AI demand because its memory products are used in data centers powering advanced AI systems, Micron reported quarterly revenue of about $41.5 billion ahead of forecasts of $35.8 billion. Earnings also exceeded estimates, while guidance for the current quarter topped analyst expectations. Now, the results sent shares sharply higher in after-hours trade as demand from cloud and data center customers remained the key growth driver. Now, those are beat earnings fueling sentiment today, alongside South Korean tech company SK Hynix's plans to list in the US, and that leading to an upbeat open in Asia. However, caution applied in South Africa and the US, with equities closing in the red. Local markets really being hit by lower precious metal prices, with lower gold and PGM prices really hitting our local miners. And that's where I leave things with you for this hour, but I'll be back just after 7:30 with more market moving news.
The FNB Market Brief was brought to you by FNB Business, your dedicated partner with decades of expertise building and growing South African businesses. FNB, help changes everything. FNB Business is proud to partner with SAFM's The National Briefing. We stand shoulder to shoulder with South African entrepreneurs and businesses because we know building a business is a 24/7 commitment. Whether you're managing cash flow, planning for growth, or navigating challenges, we deliver the sharp insights and practical solutions you need to move forward with confidence. From smart funding options to expert business advice, FNB Business is right there with you. Visit fnb.co.za/business. FNB, help changes everything.
Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAFM.
Oh, a refreshing morning, Advocate Mantul. So today is one of the days that you're definitely going to be throwing back to in your archives on the 25th of June, 2026.
Absolutely, I will do that, but I still have another archive. I call them Generation Bafana that have made it. That clip of President Ramaphosa when he say, Bafana, they have worked hard. I nearly had a heart attack. You know that part?
Yo,
that's how we are saying we are the 3 a.m. rebels. We have been awake, we've been listening, we've been watching, we've been supporting, and we say we thank the entire African continent and her diaspora.
Absolutely. So we're going to look at the protests that have rocked Nairobi, and we see today Gen Z returning to the streets for yet another round.
Absolutely. You'll recall the Gen Z 2024 around the tax bill, and that's where we were starting to know this Gen Z. Even if we know Bangladesh, Nepal, there were those youth there, but Kenya took to the street in 2024. But every year in June, they are always commemorating this day. And every year there's always chaos, confrontation. And President Ruto have said that there is no national shutdown in Kenya. People must go to work. But the Generation Z are up in the street once more, pushing on the issues of the rising cost of living, unemployment, and the government corruption, and others are saying that they are aiming to push Ruto out of office. So Kenya today is protest. So we are calling them the Generation Z, who have emerged once more in Kenya to stand up for their rights, because this has been issues that have been going on since Kathy. Generation Z from Kenya, we have Madagascar. We have also even in South Africa, if you recall the Fees Must Fall generation, that's how the youth who are in the social media, they are using that power.
And then the United Nations Security Council, it's adopted a resolution upholding accountability for attacks on peacekeepers.
That is quite true. And I look at that resolution 28-23, and I look at Africa. Where is Africa sitting? DRC, we have Central African Republic, we have Sudan. And the issue is very important. Despite that, we have rising cost, funding pressures, global fracturing point of messy and complex security features. Where is Africa sitting? But I think this is a groundbreaking resolution that calls for accountability for crimes committed against the UN peacekeepers. You'll recall South Africa had to pull out of the MONUSCO mission in the DRC since it has been there around 1996 until 2025. So there are challenges, but the UN, it seems it is tightening their grips now to protect the peacekeeping missions in the world, including the African continent. Because when you look, we are the greatest contributors. People, they might not know, many soldiers in African countries, they are part of the UN peacekeeping missions. But it's high time we look towards African peacekeeping efforts also. How do we strengthen them and how we put such resolutions and such measures?
Well, let's get into our historical archives for today. We're looking at the 25th of June, 1975.
I'm looking at our neighboring country with this song before we can get into it. Is 51 years ago.
Kanimambo, kanimambo, frelimo, kanimambo, 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 frelimo. Parece a bancada não canta bem. A bancada não canta bem, está estragaram o povo. Kanimambo, kanimambo, frelimo.
Kanimambo Frelimo, that was the voice of Samora Machel. You'll recall today's 51 years. It's Independence Day, it's a liberation day in our neighboring country, Mozambique, when they were liberated from their former colonizer, Portugal. On these days, it's Kathy, as we are sealing the Africa in focus. In that grandstanding, as you have said, Halagasha, Regao Fela, we have won. We are looking forward to Canada now, Kathy. We have to build up that moment of Canada on Sunday. Asante sana.
This Sunday evening at 7 on the Tastemaster Professional, our chefs discover that size isn't everything. Working in teams, they must create an elevated tapas menu packed with flavor, finesse, and creativity. With every dish playing a part in the final spread, there's nowhere to hide from the judges. Who will deliver a menu worth sharing, and who will find themselves left off the table? The Tastemaster Professional, Sunday evening at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30, only on SABC2.
This week on Expresso, we celebrate the release of Minions and Monsters, and yes, the Minions are taking over our studio.
We meet sibling dance stars Isabella and Daniel Abrams, who made history representing South Africa at the World Dance Masters in Croatia and took home top honors.
And then the Stellenbosch International Chamber Music Festival brings breathtaking performances and world-class music to the Expresso stage. So join us on Expresso weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. on S3.
SAFM.
guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It is a real mission getting through the Crown interchange in Joburg. It's certainly worth avoiding this morning. There are two crash scenes between Crown and Empire Road on the Mike 1 North, and then a broken down bus up at Oxford Road. That queue starts at Gold Reef City. Behind that, the M2 is pushed back to Joe Slovo Drive. So what you want to do this morning is get onto alternative routes and avoid the Mike 1 North from Boysons through Parktown and the M2 from Joe Slovo into Crown. Just south of that, you will be asked to sit this morning on the Clip River Drive, run through Southdale. So from the N12 highway, Clip River Drive coming up towards Boysons, very heavy, and an overnight roadwork overrun this morning on the N3 north at Funbeer, and that's the last thing you need because, of course, you've got roadworks at Heldenace as well. Really heavy out of Germiston and Alberton all the way through to Galilees. Two crash scenes on Durban's N2, one near Clare Road Bridge, the other by Inanda Road, both of those on the northbound side, so watch for things to start backing up through there. A crash coming out of Pietermaritzburg just after Market Road towards Ashburton, so that's heavy. And Cape Town Sir Larry's Pass has been reopened after a truck crash closed that pass earlier this morning. There is a bit of backlogging going on between the pass and With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
You're still listening to the National Briefing. It's 6:50 and all you want to do is talk about Bafana Bafana and the historic moment that sees us going into round two of the FIFA World Cup. So the number to dial this morning, 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, send us those voice notes on 0614 104 107. So on the line is Rory Petzer, who is South Africa's Minister of Champions. He's a comedian and content creator, joining us live from Mexico. Rory, South Africans are beside themselves, but there's also just a genuine sense of disbelief. What is it like in Mexico right now for you as South Africans and supporters who've traveled all the way?
Kathy, my champion, let me tell you, thank you for having me on your show. Unbelievable. I don't have the words for it. I can't explain the feeling. Like, history was made this evening. Yesterday, we went to an event here in Mexico, and Dr. Danny Odan said, this is Bafana Bafana's biggest game in history. And they came out to play, and they played like it was the biggest game in history. It was just, I can't even explain to you. To be in that crowd, to be in the stadium, all of us South Africans, when that goal was scored, we were crying, laughing, hugging, singing. It's just still feeling so emotional. I can't believe it actually happened. And as you said, disbelief, because a lot of South Africans were quietly doubting us. And I must say, a lot of South Africans were very loudly doubting us too. And to those haters on my social media who said that we are terrible and we're an embarrassment to the country, I still love you. I still love you. We're through to the next round. I can't explain the atmosphere. Yeah, the Mexican people are beautiful, friendly people, happy people. They wanted us to go through as well. So there were lots of Mexicans in the stadium cheering for us. And of course, they beat Czech this evening. So every time they scored a goal, it came up on the big screen and they went crazy. It was just, I'm out of breath. The best live sporting moments of my whole entire life. I can't even explain. I'll never forget this night for as long as I live.
Rory, I want us to talk about the final 15 minutes of the game, right?
Yes.
Because that's where we saw a lot of possession from South Korea, a lot of aiming at the goalpost. And I must say, in that moment, things in the stands also seemed to get a bit difficult because I could hear more cheering for South Korea than I could hear for South Africa. And yet, we're all at the edge of our seats and we just want this game to end.
Those last 15 minutes felt like 15 days for the South Africans in the stadium. And it was probably a 70%, 30% split of South Korean fans and South African fans in the stadium. So they would have been louder. But those last 15 minutes, we're all just sitting there going, just blow the final whistle, please. It was very tense times because, as you say, it was that disbelief that we could beat Korea. We're like, no, you know what? We've scored one goal. There's 50 minutes left. They're obviously going to score now because obviously we're not going to win. It's going to be a draw. And it was just so stressful when that final whistle went. I've got goosebumps now as I tell you. We were all just in tears, standing there in tears. We witnessed history here in Mexico tonight. It was just, and to be here at that game, man, I love being South African. I love South Africans who are just amazing players. Just awesome to be in this. So many of us there tonight. I'm lost for words. I'm so lost for words.
Rory, the team played like they had something to prove. I remember there was a comment made from one of the UEFA, I don't know whether it's an official, who said some teams don't deserve to be in the World Cup. And that reference was very much seemed to be aimed at teams, like South Africa.
Yes.
And today
Yes.
we've proven them wrong. We've proven them that we've shown them that we deserve to be there. We deserve that spot.
100%. And there were lots of people on social media saying the same thing. And I can't wait to go back tomorrow and find all those comments and comment back. I'm petty. I'm petty. I will find all those comments and I will comment back to every single one of them and go, where are you now? Where are you now? Where are you now? Don't forget, we qualified. We lost 3 points in the qualification. We were docked 3 points. We still qualified. And then now we made it through to the next round. We deserve to be where we are. And we believe. Yeah, I want to talk about belief. They came out tonight like they believed they could win. It was such a confident Bafana Bafana side. Like they just gelled completely. We were stressed as well because Toboko Mokwena got 2 yellow cards. He wasn't playing, so we were stressed about that. But you know what? Hey, this Bafana Bafana team, hey, they play like they want to win. And they played like they want to win tonight. And they won tonight. Oh, what a time. What a time.
Rory Petter, thank you so much for giving us just that perspective from out in Mexico. He's South Africa's Minister of Champions, a comedian and content creator with the very latest in as far as just being a supporter, being in the stands as this historic moment was created. Let me bring in a few more of your voices.
Hi, good morning, Kathy and SAFM listeners. Wow, what a day indeed. Yeah, no, Kathy, I must say congratulations to Bafana Bafana and the technical team. I was watching the game and already here I am on my way to work and I am happy. I don't even regret. But what I can say is that we could have win that game or wrap that game in the first half. But anyway, congratulations Bafana Bafana and all the very best as they continue the journey. Mbappe to Jeffrey Mantlaga, my BT here. Thank you.
Good morning, Kathy. Norman Mateula from Cottondale Bushback Ridge truck driver. Yo, I don't know what to say, Kathy. Honestly, I never gave them a chance. To be honest with you, I never thought that they'll come up with a victory against South Korea. But yeah, what can I say? Congratulations to the boys who are fully behind you. And Canada, here we come.
This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
I know all we want to do is talk about Bafana, but there's still some very important developments we have to keep up to speed with. And one of those is the court appearance this morning of Vusumuzi Cat Matlala. The state has separated his trial from that of the other accused in the SAPS Medicare 24 case. There's also an indication that Matlala may turn state witness. Ulrich Roux, founder and managing director of Ulrich Roux and Associates. Ulrich, we spoke about this a couple of weeks ago when it was first brought about, but now there's a sense that that conversation has progressed quite significantly. As a lawyer reading the situation, is that what you're expecting to see later this morning?
Hi, good morning. Yes, certainly. Yesterday, Kat Matlala appeared on his own and his matter was separated from his co-accused. For him to appear today, and we will have to wait and see what the NPA does. But that certainly is an indication, if he's been separated from the other accused, that he could turn a state witness. I just need to clarify that if he was to turn state witness, it would most definitely include a guilty plea of some sort on his behalf. If you are regarded as a Section 204 state witness, then it encompasses a person accepting liability and responsibility for the crimes that he or she has committed. And once they have done that, they are duly sentenced, and then they need to provide testimony to the state. And if they testify, in this instance, during a trial of the other accused, and his testimony is found to be truthful and honest, then he will be regarded as a Section 204 witness and most definitely receive a lighter sentence for his involvement in the crimes that have been committed.
It's so important that you say that, because the evidence that has been presented at the Matlala Commission now is certainly so much stronger than it was. I think we have now been given a very clear picture of the extent of the involvement in criminality as is alleged by the evidence at the Matlala Commission, and him and his legal team must be fully aware of how damaging that is.
No, I agree completely, and that would play a big role in whether he turns a state witness or not. There have been a number of examples in South African cases. One thinks of quite a number of years back, but the Shreen Diwani trial where he was accused of having murdered his fiancée, and the accomplices in that matter turned state witness. They pleaded guilty, they were sentenced, and then they testified against him. The same was the case in a matter that was quite long ago, but a very high profile matter in the murder of Brett Kebbel, where the people who actually killed him also turned state witness, and they were also given a lighter sentence. So the evidence will have to be considered, and I have no doubt that he won't just be getting away with a slap on the wrist if he does turn state witness. There's serious fraud that has been committed, but it also depends on the quality of the evidence that he can provide to the state. If he elects to be a state witness and he provides evidence to the state of which they are already in possession of, then that is not of much value. But if he can really provide crucial evidence that the state does not have at this stage, then that would obviously be of value to the state.
All right.
And will play a role in whether he receives a lighter or a harsher sentence.
Ulrich Roux, thank you for your time on the national briefing. So that's a story that we'll be watching closely at 9 o'clock when some of the courts begin to open. It's now just after 7. Dineo is standing by with your latest news update.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Thank you, Kathy. Top stories. Government hails Bafana's historic World Cup win, and Venezuela experiences strong twin tremors. A very good morning. The South African government has congratulated Bafana Bafana following their 1-0 World Cup victory over South Korea. Officials say the impressive result is a proud moment for the country. Government praised the team's discipline and fighting spirit on the global stage. The match has inspired hope and excitement for South Africans at home and abroad. Authorities also wished Bafana Bafana well for the rest of the tournament as they continue to make the nation proud. In other news, the alleged underworld kingpin Vusumuzi Matlala is expected to appear in the Pretoria Commercial Crimes Court today, where a possible plea agreement between him and the National Prosecuting Authority could be placed on record. Matlala's case, linked to the controversial 228 million Medicare 24 SAPS tender, was recently separated from that of his 16 co-accused, who include suspended National Police Commissioner General Fanima Simola and several senior SAPS officers. NPA spokesperson Kaiser Khanyaho says negotiations with Matlala have yielded results but stopped short of confirming whether a formal plea agreement has been reached. We stay in the courts where 3 suspects arrested in connection with the mass shooting at Cleveland's Jumpers Informal Settlement will appear in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court today. 13 people were shot dead and 14 others wounded in the shooting earlier this month. The 3 Lesotho nationals were arrested Tuesday at Kwamaimai Informal Settlement. Gauteng Police spokesperson is Dimakatso Nebuhului.
National Intervention Unit and South African National Defence Force cracked the case when they arrested 3 suspects on the 23rd of June 2026. Through intelligence gathering, the 3 Lesotho nationals were arrested at Kwamaimai informal settlement, and one of them was found with more than 100 9mm live ammunition at his house. Lieutenant General Tommy Mtombeni has welcomed the arrest and applauded the members for their meticulous investigations.
DA leader Jordan Hill Lewis has cautioned against using the country's economy and unemployment crisis as a scapegoat to channel anger and incite violence against undocumented foreign nationals. His address comes a week before several civic groups like the March and March movements plan protests against illegal immigration. Some of their demands include stricter border controls and mass deportation of undocumented nationals by the 30th of June. Hill Lewis says South Africans are not a hateful people.
We must never allow certain politicians or vigilantes to abuse the hardship caused by a failing economy to scapegoat and incite violence against foreign nationals to promote their own agendas. We are better than that. South Africans are not a hateful people. We are a decent, generous, resilient, loving people.
Lastly, strong twin earthquakes in quick succession have shaken parts of Venezuela. The epicenters of the quakes, which the U.S. Geological Survey put at magnitude 7.2 and 7.5, were to the west of the capital, Caracas. The BBC's Vanessa Silva.
I'm in the center of the city of Caracas, where a lot of buildings are without power, electricity after the earthquake that hit the north of Venezuela today. A lot of people are trying to look how to go back to their homes. The metro system is completely closed, so it was just at the time that people were getting out the works before even that. Today is a holiday. All the structure shakes very strong in the capital. In my home, I can see how many things fell down and broken in my building.
Recapping the top story this hour, the South African government has congratulated Bafana Bafana following their 1-0 World Cup victory over South Korea. Headlines at 7:30 for SAfm News. I'm Dino Matau.
Theft, accident and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS car to 43185. That's car to 43185.
Buying house brands at the grocery store saves money, but you could really save by switching to Outsurance Essential car insurance made for older cars. 38-year-old Portia pays only 512 Rand a month for her 2015 Kia Picanto and has no upfront access payable, so no unexpected out-of-pocket payments. Get Outsurance Essential car insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 150,000 Rand. SMS car to 43185. That's car to 43185. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP, T's, C's and information online.
And it's a very good morning to you in your SAfm sports headlines. We have got a big moment. Bafana Bafana, history made. They have qualified for the last 32 of the FIFA World Cup knockout stage. Here we come.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's a very heavy traffic Thursday coming from the southern parts of Joburg going north. There's 2 crash scenes at Braamfontein on the Mike 1 and then a stationary bus at Parktown's Oxford Road. So you're backlogging from Gold Reef City all the way through Crown and right up to that Parktown area. M2 pushing a queue back as far as Joe Slovo Drive. Also from the south, the Klip River Drive queuing up at Southdale. That's a queue back from the N12 and a roadworks overrun from last night on the N3 at Van Buren. So very heavy out of Germiston and Alberton up towards Galilee's interchange. Malabongwe from Sharon Lee across the M1 highway into Stratham Park. There's a heavy backlog on your way to Randburg and a crash on Pretoria's M1 North at Atterbury Road, causing a pushback down towards Rigel Avenue. Now, if you're coming out of Pietermaritzburg on your way to Durban, a crash just after Market Road. Pretty misty there as well. That's all very slow. 2 crashes on Durban's N2 North, one by Clare Road Bridge, another by Inanda Road. That is causing a delay effectively. You've got traffic queuing from the M7 up through the roadworks at Westwood Mall, and then up to those two crash scenes. You've got to get to an under road before you get out of that. Cape Town, a collision on the Melkbos M19. That's between the private school and the West Coast Road. So if you're going to or from Melkbos, that's slow this morning. And that crash on Sir Lowry's Pass, well, the pass has been reopened, but there's now been another crash between the pass and Grabo, and that's slowing traffic both directions. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 9 after 7 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. A very good morning to you. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana with you until 9 o'clock. What a glorious day for South Africa. What a glorious day for Bafana Bafana.
2 goals on the other side of Mexico. No goals as of yet in Monterrey, but that could change. Moremi. Chance here for Tapela Maseko. No! Laduma! He's finally gone and done it. Bafana Bafana strike first.
Yes, I gotta have faith. I gotta have faith. Because I gotta have faith. I gotta have faith.
For the first time in our history, Bafana Bafana through to the knockout stage of the FIFA World Cup. You can expect more updates and reaction to that big story of the morning. Zaikan is standing by. We'll bring you the latest in as far as the threats around the 30 of June deadline is concerned. The Auditor General's office will join us on the local government spend of 1.6 billion rand on consultants, and yet the majority of municipalities still can't keep their books clean. And then we're live to Nairobi, where civil society is asking the UN to protect migrants in South Africa. That's what's coming up in the next hour of the National Briefing. As always, we'd love to hear from you. 086 000 2032 is the number to dial. 086 000 2032. The WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107.
Head to Dis-Chem for the ultimate savings this winter. Look out for the yellow label to shop Better Rewards brands in-store and online. Swipe your Better Rewards card to save 31 Rand on the Calpol 100ml pediatric syrup, now just 53 Rand 54. And save 44 Rand on the Rehydrate Oral Electrolyte pack of 6 sachets, now only 76 Rand 22. Offers valid until 12 July at Dis-Chem. Better health starts here.
Oh, yeah, boy. Soweto. Bonjour. This month is all about youth courage. Saisusa from there with 50 years of 1976. And Vandag Skimsam, we have the courage to become. Silete Kaya and stand with our community. Started with the thought. Now we have the courage to create and the courage to sound. Like the Red Bull Symphonic with Beats for My Peeps. Anything can happen, so get the courage to tell your story. Malanga, our fun. Zanzi for sure is the source. From going live at Great Town to empowering the youth with the Enoch Matebuna Foundation. SAPC 1, Zanzi for sure, the source of youth courage. I got.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay. Leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
We asked rugby legend Francois Steyn what he thinks of the all-new Toyota BZ4X. France, would you say the BZ4X is a rugged all-wheel drive SUV?
Yeah.
Cool. Was the acceleration and handling good?
Yeah.
All right, so you think the BZ4X can handle South Africa?
Wat dink jy?
Well, there you have it. The all-new Toyota BZ4X, an all-wheel drive battery electric SUV made to handle South Africa. The BZ4X, it just got real.
In fitness, as in finance, endurance is key. If you're 55 and older, you can get an interest rate of up to 10.25% with a Nedbank Electronic Optimum Plus account. Now, feel the earn. Invest within 2 minutes on the Money app and get money fit with Nedbank. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply. For more info, go to nedbank.co.za.
Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
You're listening to the National Briefing. Our big story of the day, it has to be Bafana Bafana Khan. Let's talk about what has sealed this win for the national team.
First, it was the faith from the National Briefing team. And I've been promoted to Zai Faith Khan. So, but Kathy,
I love it.
I think three things for me, right? Belief, discipline, bravery. Bafana didn't panic. They defended brilliantly. Tapelo Maseko, the chef's kiss. What was that? I mean, he got his tactics spot on, Hugo Bruce. He trusted his young players and they delivered on this, the biggest stage. And I'll bring you more on the National Briefing's biggest stage.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
Well, on to this story now, and it's really a very concerning story around South Africa's municipalities who've spent a staggering 1.6 billion rand on consultants during the 2024-25 financial year, and yet clean audits still remain the exception rather than the norm. The Auditor General has warned that many municipalities are becoming complacent. Only 39 out of 257 municipalities have achieved clean audits. Vanuja Maharaj is the Auditor General's head of audit portfolio. Vanuja, good morning to you. You look at these numbers and you think about just how astronomical they are for a function that many municipalities are also paying individuals inside the municipalities for, which is to do their audits.
Good morning to you, Kathy, and good morning to your listeners, and thank you for having me on your show. Indeed, it is disappointing when there is limited progress as far as the strengthening of governance and improving service delivery. And the idea about it is where you have people who are being employed to fulfill roles and responsibilities, that entire value chain in terms of the salary costs, and on top of that, as you say, is the consultant costs. And why are we seeing results as such? As you say, that the number of clean audits, very few, and we need to get, that is the destination where we need to get to say that we are comfortable that our financials are correct. We are comfortable that we are complying with the regulations. We're comfortable with the results that we have presented as our performance is indeed correct. And then it will put you in a better position to do better service delivery.
Vanuja, draw the line for us, right, between these failed audits versus the experience that many residents would have in municipalities.
That's a very critical question. And as an office, what we have done, Kathy, is that the type of work we are doing, we want to get closer to the lived realities of the citizens. So you will see that apart from the audit, we give a lot of insights in terms of the water, the sewage, the many other responsibilities that are there with municipalities. So if I look at an example, so we will have a team of experts that will go out there and look at the wastewater treatments, look at things that are affecting us as citizens, And essentially, the line you see is that when there is poor governance, when there is poor financial management, chances are we do not also have the right skills and capabilities as far as these service delivery initiatives are concerned, then you will probably see on the ground that the services are not being delivered.
The difficulty here, Vanuja, for the Auditor General is the fact that there've been warnings, sort of reporting after reporting. We've been watching this trend worsen. And I mean, why is it happening under the Auditor General's watch?
Well, what's critical in the process is that the audit is the audit. The audit gives you key messaging. The audit gives you recommendations on what needs to be done to correct the situation. What is absent in this chain is that what you need is accountability. The people who are employed to fulfill these roles or have to do their work accordingly. And more importantly, that if things continue not going correctly or the way it should be, then one needs to say, where are the consequence management? Why do we allow or constantly allow people who are not responding to these recommendations, not responding to the weaknesses? Why do they continue doing the work when they certainly not making any progress? So accountability becomes very important. Consequence management becomes very important. And those are the levers one needs to pull in order to see a different picture.
And, Vanuja, at the end of the day, it's not only the negative outcomes, is that we're also seeing spending that just does not make sense in as far as losses, whether it's water losses, whether it's electricity losses, whether it's the writing off of bad debt in municipalities. And these are pointing to all of the areas where there are gaps and where there's money that is, in some instances, taken out of the system.
So these points that you've just listed, it's critical because that really are elements that contributes to the financial health of an entity or any institution for that matter. So it comes down to the municipalities and saying, what are they billing? How are they billing? Are they billing correctly? Are they collecting? So your bad debts that you pointed out is because we are not collecting what we are billing. It means that we have insufficient funds. Then it comes, the important part is how we're spending, what we plan to spend and how we spend it. The procurement process has become a very important aspect in that. They are there to make sure that there is fair, it's unbiased procurement. It's there to make sure that we procure items at the correct price so that we get value for money.
Ms. Vanuja Maharaj, let me thank you for your time. The Auditor General's Head of Audit Portfolio. Think about that. Only 39 out of 257 municipalities have received clean audits.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
Well, let's move on to this story now. As South Africa prepares for the planned protests of 30 June, law enforcement agencies have been stepping up their efforts to ensure public safety and maintain order. The police and the private security industry regulatory authority have met with leading private security companies to strengthen coordination. Sam Chauke is director of SERA, joins us on the line. So, Sam, let's talk about the three key points of agreements or outcomes ahead of June 30.
Good morning, Katie, and good morning to your listeners. Indeed, yes, we met with the private security industry and the police, and we've all agreed that the private security industry will offer their assistance to the nation to make sure that on the 30th of June, everything becomes normal and the nation will be protected, property will be protected, and that will be done by a lot of ways. First of all, there have been a lot of planning, identifying areas of risk, as well as ensuring that there will be support on the air as well as on the ground through personnel and equipment and technology.
What we know is that private security now outnumbers the number of police officers in the country. So in as far as the on the ground deployments on the day, who is going to be doing what, and how is the work of the private guards going to fit alongside that of the police?
The police will do their normal work. The private security industry will do their normal work, as well as an additional work of making sure that nothing goes wrong, even if they are not paid for the work that they're supposed to be doing on that day. You will recall, Katie, that in 2021, for instance, some of the guards deserted their posts and so on because there was mayhem. But now, with the benefit of planning, everything else needs to go as normal as possible to ensure that the public order remains and property is protected and there is nothing that is outside the law.
You're bringing me to my next point, Sam, because if there are lessons to take out of the July 2021 unrest, it also comes out of how we saw some of these private security companies behaving, and including the violence, right, that was inflicted on individuals. And we saw, in some instances, racism playing itself out when it came to how certain areas were being guarded by private security. How are you going to ensure that people don't overextend themselves with this mandate now that there is actually some level of understanding and working together in place?
Katie, we have a very comprehensive code of conduct that regulates how security service providers have to conduct themselves, including dealing with the issue of human rights. So we have made sure that this time around we will be pushing as much communication as possible to remind them of the obligations that they have towards the public, towards the state, and towards their own private clients. And we're going to make sure that all those rules are just drilled in their minds as they do this work, to be able to understand what the bounds are, what the legal bounds are, and how far they can go in doing that.
Sam Chauke, let's leave it there, Director of SERA. So there you have it, widespread collaboration ahead of June 30th.
This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Well, as we talk then about the June 30 deadline set by groups demanding that foreign nationals who are undocumented leave the country, the Kenyan Peasants League has appealed to the United Nations, asking them to intervene and calling for urgent measures to protect migrant workers, refugees and asylum seekers in South Africa. David Otieno is General Coordinator of the Kenyan Peasants League. He joins us now from Nairobi. David, good morning to you. Firstly, why are you taking this matter to the United Nations? What do you expect the United Nations to do?
Yeah, thank you so much, and I'm happy to be here. Yeah, first of all, the reason why the Kenyan Peasants League is taking this matter to the United Nations Special Procedures is because you see the United Nations declarations on the rights of peasants actually gives everyone a mandate to write to the special procedures on the working group on the peasants if they think that the rights of the peasants are being abused or are not being protected as required by the declaration. So the declaration actually gives anybody anywhere in the world to write to it. So the reason why we took this action is because, you know, in the spirit of international solidarity with the comrades in South Africa, including the migrant workers, because, you know, the Article 1.4 of the declaration says that every migrant, regardless of their status, have a right to protection and have a right to being offered services. So the reason why we are taking this is to perhaps ask the South African government to fulfill its obligation, because South Africa actually voted for the declaration. It means it is bound by that declaration. So we are actually writing to the UN Special Procedures to write to South Africa an urgent appeal so that the government can take action and fulfill its obligation to protect
In
the rights of the migrant.
what are the obligations that you believe South Africa is not protecting right now? I think the government has come out very strongly against the use of violence that we have seen, but certainly there hasn't been anything to indicate that the rights of asylum seekers and those who've been granted refugee status currently, that those rights are not being protected.
Yeah, of course, there is widespread information because we have some comrades in South Africa who we are actually working in collaboration with, and reports of, let me say, attacks on migrants, reports of people being killed, report of businesses being closed. Actually, that is the obligation of the government. Anybody in South Africa or in Kenya or anywhere has a right to be protected regardless of their status. And the reports of people leaving South Africa, businesses being burnt down, people being attacked, is a clear indication that the South African government is not fulfilling its obligation. And of course, we are aware that there is also a court order that was given in 2025, barring some of the people from taking part in such actions. So court orders need to be implemented by government, because when a court gives an order, then who is to enforce it? It's not a private security. It is the government who has to do that. So that's why we are saying that South Africa, I know maybe they could be doing something, but they're doing a lot to be able to protect the right of those migrant workers who are in South Africa.
David, are you aware of some of the plans that the South African government has put in place right now? That 600 million rand worth of a budget has been put in effect solely for the purposes of ensuring that there is peace and safety in South Africa. Yes, it's been a developing situation, but what does all of that mean to you?
Well, it is a step in the right direction. And of course, when we are allocating resources, there should be commensurate deployment of security apparatus. For example, in areas which are populated by migrant workers or populations. Yeah. So
David, what do you say? What do you say about the high number of migrants in South Africa that are undocumented? Because we're seeing them in their thousands. What do you say about that?
I think it still boils down to government, because one thing is that when somebody is coming into South Africa, into another country, there should be procedures. So there's if these people are undocumented, then it means that there's a failure on the part of government to ensure that the borders are policed so well, such that people who are coming into South Africa are able to come legally, or to come in a manner that is not causing any trouble. There could be some troublemakers among the migrants. It is a responsibility of the government to arrest such individuals, and of course also to speed up the process of regularizing papers for the asylum seekers and the people who are coming to South Africa to work. There are people who have just come to work and they are there legally with legal papers. But you see now, when we are seeing a blanket condemnation of foreigners, then it means that there's no way to look at who is there legally. Yeah.
All right. David Otieno, General Coordinator of the Kenyan Peasants League. So those are the grounds on which they're now heading to the UN. Dineo has your 7:30 headlines.
Thank you, Kathy. A very good morning. Let's take a look at the headlines at 7:30. A 74-year-old former apartheid-era informer, or so-called Askari, is expected to appear before the Benoni Regional Court this morning, facing multiple charges, including 15 counts of murder. In other news, the South African government has congratulated Bafana Bafana following their 1-0 World Cup victory over South Korea, and Venezuela's interim president, Delcy Rodriguez, has declared a state of emergency following 2 strong earthquakes in quick succession. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Traffic a little bit lighter than you might be expecting in some places. Might be a little bit of absenteeism. Not surprising if you're up at 3 o'clock this morning. But there are some delays. The Crown Interchange area remains heavily backed up. A crash before Empire and a broken down bus up by Oxford Road in Parktown. Very heavy getting up from Gold Reef City all the way through to Parktown. M2 queuing from Benrose to to the crowd. Roadworks overrunning N3 North at Van Buren. That's heavy from Germiston, and some delays on Clip River Drive up into Southdale. Big queues there coming off the N12 highway. Heading up into Pretoria, earlier crashing on the M1 North at Garsfontein's out of the way. There is another one though. In fact, there are two crash-ins on the southbound side, just down by Atterbury Road, Linwood Road and then Atterbury. So coming through from the N4 Emily Highway. That's heavy. Pretty heavy as well, leaving Pietermaritzburg this morning. A breakdown near New England Road and then a crash after Market Road. If you're on your way to Durban, it is heavy traffic around those two obstructions, and it's very misty in that area as well. Durban, a collision on the N2 northbound up by Inanda Road, and a broken down vehicle before that. So the N2 parks heavily from just around Booth Road Bridge. By the time you get to Spaghetti Junction, it is heavy. N3 from Pavilion to Sherwood looking quite bad as well. Cape Town, the M5 queuing at South the Field. That's into Duval Drive, and then from Ottery all the way through to Kuburg interchange, and the M19 that links the M7 through to the West Coast Road. The M19 at Melkbosstrand near the private school has been closed due to a fatal crash. With the traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
It's not Zai Khan, it's actually Faith Khan. Yes, Faith Khan.
32, Tapelo Moseko's second half strike sealed a famous 1-0 victory over South Korea, with Coach Hugo Broos men finishing second in Group A behind Mexico. It's the first time South Africa have progressed beyond the World Cup group stage. Next up, Canada. But let's hear from our goal scorer, Tapelo Moseko.
Unbelievable. I can't believe it. I must be dreaming or something. It's unbelievable, but you know, it's football. You get some chances, you win some and you lose some, and that's honestly that's what makes the best players the best, you know. And yeah, I'm just grateful to be able to help my team and my teammates. But in all honesty, credit must go to them. You know, they put up a very good fight, especially at the back. Ronza, our back four, our midfielders, everyone just put a very good shift, and that's how we got the win.
Now here's the Bafana coach Hugo Broos praising his players' belief and composure after they defied the odds to keep South Africa's World Cup dream alive, and he knows it was tough.
It was very difficult for South Korea to find the spaces. We defended good, and we were in transitions, we were dangerous. And that's what we wanted to do today, and we scored that goal, and then was it 20 minutes of heart beating and hoping that the game should be as soon as possible finished. So yes, we are in the second round. It's historical, but for the guys, I'm very happy for the guys. I worked with them already near 5 years, and what we did in those 5 years is amazing.
Bafana will now face Canada in the round of 32 as South Africa continue its historic World Cup journey. Our hearts firmly with Bafana, but a quick take you around the grounds for another big night at the FIFA World Cup. Morocco continuing Africa's impressive campaign. 4-2 was their victory over Haiti. Brazil eased past Scotland 3-0, and Mexico beat the Czech Republic 3-0 to top Group A, while Bafana's famous 1-0 win over South Korea securing that second spot. And we'll leave you with President Cyril Ramaphosa, who recently summed up what sport can do for a nation, whether it's the Springboks or Bafana Bafana. Some victories really do touch the heart.
Yo, inhliziyo yami cishe yama.
And judging by the celebrations this morning, there's a lot of happy hearts out there. That's your National Briefing Sport.
This FNB Market Brief is brought to you by FNB Business, empowering South African entrepreneurs with the relevant insights they need to grow and succeed every day. The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Tauleng, a very good morning again. I'm disappointed, you said that there are no clear gains on the rand out of this win, but the JC is not open yet, okay? So let's just hang on a little bit. But Pay Inc. notes that household budgets are under pressure. It's as real salaries fall.
That's right, Kathy. And listen, I'm crossing fingers and toes. I'm also looking at the cup half full. But for now, looking at that Pay Inc. indicator, which shows just another economic print pointing to growing pressure on local households. Now, just a few days after data showed consumer confidence slumped to its lowest level in more than a year, the latest Pay Inc. net salary index reveals that salary earners are losing ground to inflation. While nominal net salaries rose modestly in May, real earnings declined as higher fuel prices pushed inflation to 4.5%. The result is weaker purchasing power and increased strain on household budgets, with spending increasingly focused on essentials. Now, economists warn the squeeze on consumers could weigh on economic growth, while ongoing uncertainty is likely to keep businesses cautious on hiring, investment and expansion through the remainder of the year. In other news, some of the country's largest retailers are preparing contingency plans ahead of planned protests on June the 30th, with the Consumer Goods Council of South Africa warning members to brace for possible disruptions. Now, the industry body says it remains in close contact with law enforcement and has received assurances that measures are being implemented to support business continuity and limit operational risks. Concerns include transport disruptions, infrastructure damage, looting, and threats to delivery platforms and supply chains, particularly in Gauteng and KZN. Now let's check in on those markets, Kathy. Now, one can really only hope the Bafana Bafana magic rubs off on the JSE, but as things stand, with gold continuing its correction, the local bourse is in for another soft opening. This is also spilling over to currency markets, with the rand on the back foot, trading at 16.55 to the dollar, 21.81 to the pound, and 18.80 to the euro. Sentiment, however, more upbeat on the global front as oil hits a 4-month low on easing geopolitical tensions, while tech shares are rebounding after a brief sell-off. Now, that's helping lift risk appetite, with US futures and most Asian markets trading in positive territory. And that's a wrap of your market brief. I'll be back bright and early tomorrow with hopefully some more encouraging news on the local front. I'm Ntauleng Lechela for the National Briefing.
The FNB Market Brief was brought to you by FNB Business, your dedicated partner with decades of expertise building and growing South African businesses. FNB, help changes everything. FNB Business is proud to partner with SAFM's The National Briefing. We stand shoulder to shoulder with South African entrepreneurs and businesses because we know building a business is a 24/7 commitment. Whether you're managing cash flow, planning for growth, or navigating challenges, we deliver the sharp insights and practical solutions you need to move forward with confidence. From smart funding options to expert business advice, FNB Business is right there with you. Visit fnb.co.za/business. FNB, help changes everything.
Oh, yeah, Club Soweto. In 1976, the youth switch on, and for 50 years, the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is appealing in 2026. SAPC 1, Mzansi for sure. The source of youth courage. My God.
Sanboran, this is Shugela from Amalanga Wafana.
Hi, my name is Sipho Mbele, playing the role of Mahlangu on Amalanga Wafana.
Sanmonani, hello, my name is Zazi Kunene, and I play Untando on the new season of Amalanga Awafani. Catch Amalanga Awafani on SABC 1.
Do yourself a favor, tune in
every weekday at 6:30 p.m. only on SABC 1.
That's for sure.
Windscreen, phone screen, can't wait to get home and stream. But there's something better out there to like and share. So answer the call to something different and take your meetings offline. Drop the location in the group chat so everyone can meet you there, because we're not going out, we're going outside. We're out here, Mzansi. You coming? Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
Reality check on the National Briefing.
All right, we're getting into our national briefing for this morning. Our contributor for the week, Ambassador Nosipo January Bardil. So the current reality check, Ambassador Bardil, is that we have made history at the FIFA World Cup. But of course, there are the other substantive issues that we still have to grapple with that are confronting our country. And today you want to turn the attention to state-owned enterprises and what is happening in these institutions as they sit at the intersection of economic growth, public service delivery, and fiscal sustainability.
Yes, good morning, Kathy, and to all your listeners. And yes, hala to Bafana Bafana. They definitely made us very proud this morning. So once again, I'll go straight into it, keeping my eye on the clock, Kathy, and start by saying, yes, our state-owned institutions were set up really not merely as public enterprises, but also as very strategic institutions at the intersection of growth, public service, sustainability, and also social sustainability. So we're looking at the likes of Eskom, and everybody has experienced Eskom, which affects every household and every business in this country. Transnet also affects our exports, our mining, our agriculture, and our manufacturing. PRASA, the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, affects our worker and citizen mobility. And of course, we all are aware of the post office, Denel, and all of these were built also to create jobs, to develop our infrastructure, and to keep strategic assets in the hands of our government. And I think the unions, of course, our unions were always very, very possessive of them as well, because they were job creation institutions. But I think there was also another ideological reason for setting them up, that the government needed to have direct control of them, so that no foreign companies could set prices or cut supply, because the ultimate reason was to make them accessible to everybody in the country. You will recall that before 1994, much of these what we call essential services were limited to the white communities of our country, and our people did not really have access to electricity. But having said all that, we've heard of the rather 10 wasted years, a very politically charged comment on what happened and why the Zondo Commission ultimately came in to look at what went wrong with the state-owned enterprises, because from a fit-for-purpose perspective, they certainly lost some of their value. And so once again, in the interest of time, I'll just cite 3 reasons why they also failed and haven't been as successful as we would have liked them to be as a citizenry. The first is that governance capture and political interference was cited also in the commissions as the main reason. And it's similar to some of those that we mentioned when we were looking at our municipalities yesterday, that these interferences included politically connected board appointments, executive appointments that were based on loyalty rather than competence, interference in procurement, and of course, leadership changes. And so the strategic decisions became distorted. There were long-term planning was also deteriorated, in terms of our country. If you think about it, in 1994, there were 21 million South Africans in this country, and by now we are sitting at 65 million. So our population has tripled. And so if we don't do that long-term planning, of course it has an impact on the quality of life that we have to live, because things deteriorate if you don't plan for them in advance. We weakened our institutions as well, and the public confidence collapsed in these. A second reason was the systemic procurement corruption. And that there was evidence showing that state capture was not primarily only about stealing existing assets and taking them. It was also about controlling procurement systems. So it became a systemic problem, and we ended up with inflated contracts where people paid a lot more with very little to show for it. Preferential supply arrangements. We saw some of the consultancies that were employed also getting themselves caught up in the corruption, and we saw a very weak contract management. And institutions like Eskom, Transnet, and others suffered billions of rands of losses through procurement failures. The third example, or the third reason for the loss, and I'm really going through these very fast because there's no time, is that many skilled professionals, of course, also left our state-owned enterprises because of the political instability, because of governance failures, uncertain career prospects. They wanted to be more secure in their futures. And general organizational dysfunctions, the culture of the institutions were changed, the morals were, people working for them, their morals went down, maintenance deteriorated, and the institutional memory also disappeared. And so even though we have seen some improvement in the electricity infrastructure, I mean, everybody has a story to tell about load shedding in South Africa, and still have. But there was some improvement with Eskom and the freight rail system. The port efficiency has improved, but that was also because a lot of private sector money went into it, because the private sector needs these institutions to work, and of course municipality utilities as well. So the erosion of professional capability was quite a big deal. And so, what can we do, Kathy, to make to turn these things around? I think three things again I'll mention, because I'm looking at the time. We need more professional boards and executive appointments, and to some extent this has also started to happen. And this is arguably the most important reform to do. Competence, experience, integrity, and sector expertise for the boards and the executives. There needs to be a separation of the ownership, the oversight, and the operations. Again, that separation of power. The state is the only shareholder often, and so it is an owner, it is a policymaker, and it is a regulator. And somewhere, these need to be separated so that they have their own kind of responsibility and ethics. And we also need clearer governance frameworks to define these responsibilities, reduce political interference, and strengthen accountability. And lastly, Kathy, we need to again establish a national compact around strategic infrastructure, which does include government, business, labor, all our communities, and academia. I think we often underestimate the value that academia can play, because they do study these things. And very finally, the strategic reflection from all this is that even though they were set up precisely for developmental roles envisioned by the Constitution, they did not succeed in achieving substantive socioeconomic rights in the decades ahead. And we are very concerned about that, but we also acknowledge some of the efforts that have been made to make it all better.
I always wonder... I always wonder, Ambassador Nosipo, what it is that we can do to reconnect our states with that developmental agenda, because it was so crucial, at the onset of democracy, and it remains critical even to date. So the point that you're raising about the role of these institutions and what they were supposed to do for a democratic state, and the fact that by and large, they have not delivered on that promise. South Africans then live with the consequences of that on a day-to-day basis. Thank you so much for that contribution, Ambassador Nozipo January Bartel.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Heavy traffic coming out of Pretoria on the M1 South. It's a crash by Linwood Road. It's back traffic all the way across all lanes, heavily back to the N4 Emalafeni Highway. Just off the highway, Linwood Road at January Masiela. Traffic lights are down there. And there's also been a crash at that junction on the Pretoria east side. Joburg this morning, a little bit lighter than normal. Not surprising, really, given a very early start for a lot of people. Traffic is busy around some incidents. One is the Mike 1 North, a breaking down bus at Oxford Road in Parktown, and before you get there, a crash near Empire Road. It's very heavy coming through from Gold Reef City. Behind that, the M2 is now backing up from Benrose all the way into that Mike 1, and the N3 queuing from Elands up to Van Buren and then through Galulis up to Modderfontein Road. It's quite heavy there as well. Durban, an earlier crash on the M2 North at Inanda Road. Traffic seems to be moving through that section, but on the southbound side, a crash at Spaghetti Junction. So from Inanda Road, coming down past the breakdown at Clare Road Bridge, a crash before Spaghetti Junction. That's all very heavy. M13 coming from Westfield to Sherwood, bad again through the roadworks, and a crash just after Market Road, still causing delays leaving Pietermaritzburg. Cape Town, a big collision scene on the M19, the Melkbos Road, between the Mumra Road and the West Coast Road. That section of the M19 has been closed. There's a lot of extra traffic diverting actually through Dunoon on Malabongwe Drive and along Marine Drive down through Milnerton area as a result of that blockage on that M19 section. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Let's talk all things top billing presenter search. Some surprising and beautiful auditions coming through. We've seen the talk. We've heard every single thing that you've had to say about the search. But one of the most important things is that this search is different from any other search. This is our way of telling South African stories of each and every South African that comes out to show their magic to the world. So if anything, don't mind the naysayers. Go out there and show the world your magic. It's time to enter the top billing presenter search.
Catch Top Billing every Tuesday evening at 7 through the month of June. Repeat Sundays at 1 on S3 and Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Good morning, Honorable Katie Mohlahlan, and good morning to SAFM listeners. I'm very, very happy today. Very, very happy. Bafana Bafana made it. And what I want to say, it's like, I want to ask Kaizer Chiefs fans, they must stay away from Bafana Bafana because they're going to bring a bad luck. It's only you, Katie, you were behind the boys. Only you. Kaizer Chiefs fan, but all other Kaizer Chiefs fans, they must stay away from our boys. They're gonna bring a bad luck. They must support Mexico. Thank you.
Morning, guys. You know what I just want to say? Despite SAFA, despite the dinosaur, Danny Jordan, we must thank Hugo Bruce. What he's done in the last how many years he's been our coach. I mean, I think he'll go down in history. People were calling for his head, yes, against Mexico. Mexico, we played badly. But people seem to not be calling for the head of Danny Jordan.
Bafana Bafana, Sawit, oh Sawit,
Bafana Bafana, Sawit. Please play that song by Tanzania SK featuring Mahu and Zwakembuli, Africa Unite, please.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
All right, those are just some of the voice notes that are coming through on the show. Let me go to the phone lines. In Gabeja, Sive, good morning. You want to talk about Bafana Bafana. What a bunch of winners.
Yes, Kathy, this moment says to us as South Africans, we must trust the process and we must be patient with administration of Danny Jordan. Kathy, Danny Jordan became the president of SAFA in 2013. Ne? In 2014, it was too soon for us to qualify. We did not qualify. We did not qualify for 2018. We did not qualify for 2022. Now, in his fourth World Cup, which is 2026, which is our fourth World Cup, we've gone through to the next stage. No other SAFA president has given us that. And also in his Ivory Coast 2023 AFCON, we became third place. In his 2019 Egypt, we went to quarterfinal.
Okay.
So he then brought us the Bruce that people now are saying he must go. I mean, he must not go. When it was raining in Safa, they were saying Hugo Bruce must go, bring pizza and all of those things. So South Africans, they must not be dishonest when the sweet is on the mouth. We must trust the process of Danny Jordan. We must trust the process that he will deliver us another coach. And by the way,
I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to leave it there. You've said a mouthful. Becky, you're in Mbombela. Good morning.
Good morning, Katie. I just wanted to touch base with regards to what your guest from Kenya said regarding our government being irresponsible and take the blame give to the government. Katie, we are dealing with issues of asylum seekers and illegal immigrants day to day in our courts. And you'll find that a person entered the country lawfully through OR Tambo International, but when the visa expires, the very same person does not renew the visa. Then why do you take the blame to the government? Because a person knows that when he comes to South Africa, he has to renew his visa. We've got also a situation where most of the people coming from Pakistan or India, they come and for a study permit, but they've got shops here in South Africa. We are faced with those situations. I'm talking from experience because these are people who come to us as attorneys to say, please represent us so that we can find ourselves and make our papers correct. So it is incorrect to blame the government, whereas the fault is on the part of the people who come to South Africa legally or illegally. So that's my contribution.
Yeah,
that's
Becky,
my contribution.
And I think a very strong contribution given you deal with this on a day-to-day basis.
Our Insurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
Top stories: ex-Askari faces murder charges and Venezuela declares state of emergency after twin quakes. A very good morning with the news. I'm Dinoma Daung. A 74-year-old former apartheid era informer, or so-called Askari, is expected to appear before the Benoni Regional Court this morning, facing multiple charges, including 15 counts of murder. The man is linked to 3 incidents in which young people were lured under the guise of receiving military training. It's alleged the suspect deceived the youths into believing they were participating in military operations against the apartheid government. Instead, they were murdered, allegedly by the suspect and 2 accomplices who allegedly operated from the Flag Plus Farm West, Pretoria. Hawk spokesperson Katlego Mogale.
The suspects face
multiple charges including 15 counts of murder, arson, kidnapping, unlawful possession of explosive, unlawful possession of a firearm and ammunition, as well as defeating or obstructing the administration of justice. Security at ports of entry in the Northwest Province will be reinforced ahead of expected protests on the 30th of June. Several groups are planning nationwide protests calling for undocumented foreign nationals to leave the country by the 30th. Provincial Police Commissioner Major General Rhino Naidu says the reinforcement is in anticipation of a high influx of immigrants who may rush to the ports to return to their countries of origin. Naidu says full law enforcement personnel will be deployed to prepare for any eventuality as 30 June approaches.
There are threats of shutdown of certain services, etc., shutdown certain areas. We will address those within the prescripts of the law. Some of the areas that are reinforced beside the central business areas and the prioritized areas includes the ports of entry. As you know, this province has got 8 ports of entry, and they might become sites of the hubs of movement of people. So part of our contingency planning covers the fact that we might suddenly get an influx of people that want to return to their countries of origin, etc.
Meanwhile, Northwest Premier Lazarus Mukhosi has expressed hope that the daily services and activities will proceed without any major disruptions.
Come the 30 years, Northwest will still be a normal day. Our children will be able to go to school, our communities will still be able to go to churches, will be able to go to town, and we believe on a day-to-day basis we will be receiving regular reports because the provincial joint committee that includes the South African Police, the Army, State Security will be in charge, and different departments also in terms of their responsibility.
Further afield, Venezuela's interim president Delcy Rodriguez has declared a state of emergency following 2 strong earthquakes in quick succession. 20 aftershocks have been recorded and a number of buildings have collapsed in different parts of the country. The main airport serving the capital, Caracas, has suffered damage and is closed. President Rodriguez offered her condolences to families. At least 32 people have been killed and hundreds injured. The BBC's Will Grant.
Reports are still coming in from all across Caracas, from various different parts of Venezuela, the state of Aragua, the state of Vargas, the state where it struck, Carabobo, and of course the capital itself. Various different neighbourhoods affected there. I have a friend who is currently in the San Bernardino neighbourhood, slightly to the north of the city. She's showing me pictures of a building that has collapsed there, and she's spoken to a resident who says he knows there are people still trapped inside, and there are of course emergency services on the scene there.
Lastly, the South African government has congratulated Bafana Bafana following their 1-0 World Cup victory over South Korea. Officials say the impressive result is a proud moment for the country. Government praised the team's discipline and fighting spirit on the global stage. Recapping the top story this hour, a 74-year-old former apartheid-era informer or so-called Askari is expected to appear before the Benoni Regional Court this morning, facing multiple charges, including 15 counts of murder. Headlines at 8:30 for SAfm News. I'm Dino Mutau.
It's a very good morning to you. Welcome to the National Briefing Sport. Bafana Bafana waking up the nation, celebrating after making history. Now Canada awaits in Sunday's FIFA World Cup round of 32 clash. Woohoo!
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Still very heavy coming into Joburg from the south this morning. Mike 1 from Gold Reef City up to a stationary bus at Oxford Road in the Parktown area. M2 sitting back as far as Benrose, trying to get into the Crown. The South of Dale area, Clip River Drive from the N12 heading through Southdale to Boysons is bad, and the N3 North queuing up into the Heldon Ace interchange. If you're coming out of Pretoria, there's a heavy backlog as well on the M1 South. That's a crash by Linwood Road. Traffic queuing back as far as the N4 Emelaflani Highway. Leaving Pietermaritzburg, a crash before Ashburton. That's the second collision on that route this morning, so that is slow. A collision scene and a breakdown between Umgena Road and Spaghetti Junction. The N2 South under all sorts of pressure with heavy traffic right back to Inunda Road this morning. Cape Town, the M5 from Rondebosch up towards the Coburg interchange is busy. The N1 inbound slow from around about N1 City to the Coburg interchange area as well. And the West Coast Road through to the N7 is obstructed this morning on the M19. So the Melkbos Road going to and from the West Coast Road obstructed by a fatal crash near that Melkbos school. Looks like a lot of traffic diverting away from that and ending up on Malabongwe Drive through Dunoon to get back to the N7. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
If your network provider was becoming too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to Outsurance saved 45-year-old Jason 520 Rand on his 2025 Hyundai i10. Get a quote now, and if Outsurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Do it now. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 9 after 8 o'clock rather. You're listening to the National Briefing. A warm welcome to you if you've just stepped in. And if you've just woken up, why have you been sleeping for so long? You've missed out on the news of the decade. Bafana Bafana making history. We're through to the next round of the FIFA World Cup.
Good morning, house Kathy.
Good morning, Kathy. Good morning, George in Bloemfontein. Kathy, I request you to call Talita the professor, to come and update us on the level of happiness South Africa is having this morning. Thank you very much, Kefi. Thank you.
Professor Talita Greyling, we need her on the line. What are the current happiness levels in South Africa as we celebrate this win over South Korea that has secured so much for the nation? We'll have more on that as the hour unfolds. And of course, we'll be getting into our Municipal Watch feature. Today we're joined by the Minister of Traditional Affairs and Cooperative Governance, and it really is about the state of municipalities, but the incapacity that we are seeing at an official level within these municipalities. He'll unpack part of the reports that he's tabled before Parliament. Of course, I'll also make time to take your views. 086 000 2032 is the number to dial. 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107.
Water bottle, check. Sunscreen, check. Binoculars, around my neck.
Ha! Is that Tembi? The same couch potato who shouts when we interrupt his soapies with ta! Ta!
But look at her now, a professional bird watcher.
Oh, I'm shook. She's finally out here.
I love the peaceful sounds of nature. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
Sanmuran, this is Shugela from Amalanga Wafani.
Hi, my name is Sipho Mbele, playing the role of Mahlangu on Amalanga Wafani.
Sanmonani, hello, my name is Zaziko Nene, and I play Untando on the new season of Amalanga Wafani. Catch Amalanga Wafani on SABC 1.
Do yourself a favor, tune in.
Every weekday at 6:30 p.m. only on SABC 1. That's for sure.
Hurry! Get super-sized savings at Spar for 4 days only.
like 200-gram Jacob's Crown coffee jar or 230-gram refill pack, excluding decaf, for $149.99. Save 60 Rand. Or 900-gram Lancewood pre-packed cheese for $137.99. Save 42 Rand. Price is valid from 25 till 28 June. While stocks last. Max 5 deals per product per customer. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Leading up to our 75th birthday in August, VW is giving you the chance to drive away in a new Polo Vivo. If you buy any new Volkswagen vehicle this month, you will automatically be entered into the competition, and South Africa's best-selling hatch could be yours. One car, one winner, one unforgettable moment. Will it be you? It's our birthday, but you get all the gifts. Visit your nearest dealer today. T's and C's apply.
Yebo, club Soweto. Yebo fit point sure. In 1976, youth switcher on, and for 50 years the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is a pillar in 2026. SAPC 1, Mzansi for sure. The source of youth courage. My gosh.
If your data plan was becoming too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to our insurance saved 35-year-old Zanai a whopping 1,180 Rand on her 2017 Mercedes-Benz GLA. Get a quote now, and if our insurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Why wait? SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Municipal Watch, bringing your local issues on the national agenda. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Let's get into our Municipal Watch features 14 after 8. The Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Belinkosini Tlhabisa, has told Parliament that 25 municipalities reported senior managers who simply don't meet the requirements of the job, pointing, in his words, to systemic failures in recruitment, governance, and not just slip-ups where it concerns the paperwork. The conversation we're having now will very much draw on the thread that we had as one of our big stories this morning at 7 o'clock, where the Auditor General has now come out to tell us that municipalities have spent 1.6 billion Rand on auditors and on consultants, and yet only 36 of those municipalities have been able to secure clean audits. The rest of, or rather only 39 of those municipalities have been able to secure clean audits. The rest of the 257 unfortunately did not pass the test. Minister Tlhabisa, good morning to you. Thank you so much for being part of this conversation. I don't know if many South Africans still have words to describe the feeling around the frustration around the state of local government. What are the words that you use, Minister, to define what we are seeing?
Good morning, Kathy, and the listeners of the radio station. First of all, Kathy, let us start with a good note. Congratulations to South Africa and Bafana Bafana for putting us on the globe. Yes, Kathy, when it comes to municipality, it's a combination of the good and the bad. We have municipalities, Kathy, that are trying their best to deliver services on time with competent leadership, but we do experience a bigger number of municipalities struggling to deliver services on time. That is why we are consistent in our oversight, monitoring, because it begins with recruiting the right people for the right job. If you miss it from that point, definitely you will miss the whole thing right away. That is why, therefore, as we introduce the subject, there are municipalities whom we have declined to approve the appointments they have made. We have given them time frames to make corrections through re-advertising, and those who have caused people to assume duties, it is going to be their problem how they're going to solve that one, because municipalities know before a senior manager is given a letter to assume duties, there must have been approval. But if they want to short-circuit wrong things, they just assume duties, and consequence management is going to follow if they don't comply with the instructions given to them that those posts need to restart from afresh.
Minister, the percentage here of municipalities that we can now point to in this current financial year who have done what they can for their residents, right? Who've tried to be accountable, who've tried to show the pattern of that accountability, that sits at 15.2%. Because that's what 39 out of 257 is. It's 15.2%. That figure is dismal. Are we looking at a point now where, based on the evidence, we can say that there is wholesale failure at local government?
Kathy, I had an opportunity to discuss the audit outcome with the Auditor General, where we acknowledged the fact that the number of the clean audit is, as you have indicated, there is a substantial number, Kathy, of the unqualified audit outcome, which is a good audit outcome with few matters that must be attended. And when we compare the previous year and this financial year, there is an improvement in a number of areas. And even if you go to the worst performers, the disclaimers, as well as the disclaimers and those who receive the adverse outcome, there has been a great improvement. And our concentration now, Kathy, is not to drop the ball as we are going to local government elections on the 4th of November. On Thursday next week, we are launching 10 by 10, where the 10 MECs, 9 MECs plus minister, and 9 heads of audit teams from 9 provinces and Auditor General, we will be launching a 10 by 10 platform where consistently we want to do improvement in our audit outcome. The cut-off deadline, 31st of August, all municipalities must submit annual financial statement. For the first time, Kathy, in these annual financial statements which AG was releasing, only one municipality could not submit on time. And that was a great improvement from a bad history of a string of municipalities not accounting at all for many years in a row. There is a great hope of improvement, and even the new councillors will be a new breed, and we know which button to press in order to ensure that services are at the best in terms of service delivery to our people. And I want to encourage our community. When you elect on the 4th of November, don't vote by heart. Use your eyes. Don't vote for a person who has failed you before. Vote for a person who is going to deliver. Look at the quality. Look at the track record. Look how these people have done in the past. Because if we miss it there, Kathy, we can talk day in and day out, but when we have to vote, we do a wrong thing, going for people who failed us before and hope they will do something different. If you want a difference, vote for a person who will deliver services accordingly. Upcoming local government election.
The other big issue, Minister, is around accountability, right, and consequence management. the Auditor General is saying the reason why we are seeing these repeated disclaimers and poor audit outcomes is because there is very little consequence management. So even if we just start with the 25 municipalities that have reported these senior managers, right, who are running municipalities, but do not have the qualifications to be doing that job, how are you ensuring that there is accountability, that people are held accountable?
Kathy, for the 25 municipalities, the people who have been declined to be approved, municipalities have been given a time frame, restart the process. If they don't, we will have to take the process further to courts of law. As I speak with you, Kathy, there are municipalities with whom provincial governments are in the courts of law challenging the irregular appointments, because some of the appointments are done on the basis of catered deployment, which in most cases go against the requirements, and we are introducing consequence management, and we are watching these municipalities, and we have written to them that you correct this one. If you don't, we will take legal steps to fix it. The unfortunate part, you cannot just override. You need to start step by step, give them some timelines. If they fail, you escalate the matter and intervene in terms of legal procedures.
Are we dealing with the problem at the root here? Because what you intimated is that the problem is not necessarily solely an administrative one. It is also systemic, because these actions are taking place because officials at a local government level want things to go a certain way. And so they put people in these positions who they know are pliable and amenable, and they will be able to use those individuals to do what they want to do, even if it may go against the principles of the PFMA, even if it goes against good governance. And that's at the heart of the problem, but it's unfortunately tied to a political culture that we have cultivated in our country.
Kathy, one of the problems, that is why the white paper review on local government is elevating the matter of professionalization of staff. It is a problem coming from our past history, where officials are hired on the basis of political affiliations other than on the basis of merit. And this is what we are going to correct. And I'm very confident, because the procedure, as we have demonstrated, if the municipality does the wrong thing, the provincial government declines to concur. If for whatever reason the provincial government concurs, the minister at a national level, which is myself, I decline to concur, and that appointment becomes null and void, has to be reversed, corrected, and we are going to ensure that we stick to the rules of the game. The municipalities refusing to comply, as I've said before, we'll take them through court processes, which will be unfortunate, because we'll be spending money and they will be spending money, the money which will be delivering services to people. Therefore, it goes to what I said. If people elect right political leadership with competency and capability, they will do right thing from the word go and do not want to defend something which they know was wrong from the word go.
Minister, just in the last month, the chairperson of SCOPA in Parliament, Songezo Zibi, also looking deeper into the issue of local governance, said, in fact, local government in South Africa was at a point that could not be turned around. There are too many people that have corrupted the system, and within the current framework, there are no solutions to getting better outcomes than what we are seeing. The evidence, of course, if we look at the pattern, unfortunately, overwhelmingly would support that view. But I want to know, as somebody who's also looking at these matters as the minister at a national level, do you agree with that sentiment?
No, I don't agree, Kathy. In life, there is nothing which you can say it cannot be corrected. We need the right leadership to lead politically. If you have competent mayors, because there are municipalities, Kathy, they're doing well, clean audit consecutively. If you look why this municipality is getting clean audit for 10 years, the capacity of the mayor, the competencies, capabilities, as well as the capacity of the administration. If they complement, they will do the right thing. But if the mayor and the leadership administratively have poor capacity, they will definitely have poor results. And we are concentrating in addressing such through the white paper, which has been consulted and received an overwhelming support about the changes it will introduce in the local government sphere come the 4th of November. And what is encouraging, Kathy, the MECs at provincial level, I have looked at the records. I did not find records of MECs declining wrong appointments. Some of them simply said no comment. But the current MECs are bold men and women. They just decline the appointment and recommend to the Minister National that they do not agree with this appointment, and I fully concur with them. And then we give an instruction that you start afresh the process. And it's what is going to be changing the system, being consistent on competency and capabilities to employees. And political parties must take the responsibility to deploy political leadership that is competent and capable of doing the right things.
All right, that is the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Velinkosini Hlabisa. So you heard there that he's got a sense of optimism. I don't know, is that optimism well placed? Do you believe that the situation at local government can be turned around? What is critical, though, is that is what he's saying about the upcoming local government elections, that it all remains in the hands of South Africans. It is all in our hands what the next term of local government looks like. So we'll leave it there then for this morning on Municipal Watch. I'll be taking your calls shortly on 086 000 2032 and on the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104. I'll also say we're watching a live feed of court visuals out of Pretoria this morning. Kat Matlala, Vusumusi Kat Matlala has already arrived in court, and of course there are big questions about whether he's entered into a plea agreement with the state. So we'll keep a close eye on those developments. Dinao Mutawung, good morning to you.
Thank you, Kathy. Good morning. Let's take a look at the headlines at 8:30. Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim is unlikely to appear before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry today due to reported ill health. In other news, a 74-year-old former apartheid-era informer, or so-called Askari, is expected to appear before the Benoni Regional Court this morning, facing multiple charges, including 15 counts of murder. And two powerful earthquakes have struck Venezuela, killing at least 32 people and injuring 700 people. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very good morning. Joburg's Crown interchange remains heavily backed up. A stationary bus at Oxford Road up in Parktown. An earlier crash at Empire Road just means the Mike 1's solid from Goldreach City all the way to Parktown. The M2 from Benrose really heavy coming into the Crown. You'd probably be best advised to avoid both the Mike 1 North and the M2 West into that Crown area this morning. Clip River Drive from the N12 up through Southdale. You're still going to be asked to queue up to get through there. Joburg's M1 North going up from Rivonia into Buccleuch slightly slow. The Mike 1 from Buccleuch down to Marlborough Drive, as we saw yesterday. That's busy again today. And the earlier crash coming through Pretoria, N1 South at Linwood. That's all being cleared up. Durban, heavy on the N2, routing south into Spaghetti Junction. A crash before you get to 4 level. Backlogs right through to Inunda Road. N3 inbound, a crash by Pavilion Mall. That's heavy coming through from the Pinetown side this morning. And, of course, you've got the M13 queuing through Westfield over the N2 bridge into Sherwood because of roadworks. Cape Town, the M5 north from Rondebosch up towards the N2 is busy. The N1 inbound, a little bit slow to Kuburg. Interchange, bit of traffic over the elevated freeway. But Cape Town, much lighter than you'd be expecting this morning. And don't forget that big fatal crash on the M19, closing the Melkbos Road inland from the R27. A lot of traffic diverting away from that and ending up on Malabongwe Drive through Dunoon to get back onto the N7. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Faith Khan.
Faith, Kathy, faith. Oh my word. After this morning, I think the whole country has got faith. And now Canada standing between Bafana Bafana and even more history. South Africa, we're celebrating this morning. Bafana reaching the FIFA World Cup knockout stages. First time, Tepelo Maseko, second half winner, securing that famous 1-0 victory over South Korea. Now remember, South Africa first qualified, and that was in 1998, followed by 2002 and then 2010 as hosts, exiting in the group stage every time. But here's Maseko.
We've been through a couple of rough patches, from the first game, the media was bashing us. We were all over the media, the memes were trending. But this team showed that they are capable and they are strong, and they have some mentality in them.
Let's go to the Bafana coach, Hugo Bruges now.
So yes, we are in the second round. It's historical, but for the guys, I'm very happy for the guys. I worked with them already near 5 years, and what we did in those 5 years is amazing.
And South Africa's next game is against Canada, 9 p.m, round of 32 in the United States come Sunday. And so nobody is focusing on work today.
Support them. They do the win, we support them. We love you guys. We love you guys.
The celebrations are only just the beginning. Stay with SFM throughout the day as South Africa celebrates a historic Bafana Bafana victory and look ahead to Sunday's round of 32 showdown with Canada.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
Oh man, I told you today is a good day. Even if you woke up on the left side of the bed, it's a good day. And if you had woken up early at 3 o'clock like we asked you to, you wouldn't have woken up on the wrong side of the bed. By the time it was time to wake up, you would have been on the right side. All right. So I know lots of you still wanting to weigh in on the Bafana win and some of the other stories that we've covered this morning. But this is a really big one. We're watching the court appearance of Vusumuzi Cat Matlala in Pretoria this morning. He is appearing in court, and we know that his matter has now been separated from that of the SAPS accused in the Medicare 24 contract matter. Of course, what we're waiting to see is around speculation that he has entered into a plea agreement with the state. That becomes one of the key things that we need to see out of this court appearance this morning. So what I want to do now is that I want us to go into the court proceedings and listen to what's coming out of that. We'll take it for a couple of minutes just to see how things unfold, because we should know pretty early on what the agreements, if any, have been struck between Vusumuzi Cat Matlala and the NPA.
Are not opposed before me. The right of the media to gather and broadcast information, footage and audio recordings flow from Section 16 of the Constitution, with specific reference to Section 1A and B, which entails that everybody has the right to freedom of expression, which includes A, freedom of the press and other media, B, freedom to receive and impart information or ideas. Section 16 is not a right limited to the right to speak, but also the right to receive information and ideas. The media holds the key position in society. They are not only protected by the right of freedom of expression, but also a key facilitator and underwriter of such right. The media is there to assist the courts in guarding and protecting the rule of law by way of reporting accurately and with the necessary integrity on matters passing through the courts of this country. By reporting accurately and fairly the legal proceedings of judgments, the media makes an invaluable contribution to public confidence in the judiciary and to the rule of law itself. The reporting of criminal conduct enhances the purpose and objectives of criminal punishment, more specific that of deterrence. An open justice approach assists in such search for the truth, and it plays an important role in informing and educating the public. It enhances accountability and deters misconduct. It may even be said that it has a therapeutic function, offering an assurance that justice has been done. The applications before me, unopposed for the reasons stated, are then granted as requested. But for the advocate for the National Prosecuting Authorities, his face may not appear on any video recordings, as well as the defense counsel, which then also includes myself as the judicial officer in the matter. If there are any person present in the gallery that would not want to appear on video recording, they may please leave the court now. Should the execution of the order create any disturbance during court proceedings, the court may withdraw or vary the order as it may find to be in the best interest of justice at the time. It is so ordered.
That's good. Please, Your Worship.
For purpose of transparency, I wish to place the following on record. I was approached yesterday, which was Wednesday, in chambers to hear whether I can accommodate on an urgent basis certain proceedings and whether my court role can accommodate same. I then indicated in view thereof that I had a matter yesterday that was set down for 2 days but could only proceed yesterday and was then postponed for unforeseen reasons. My court role opened for today, and therefore I gave the go-ahead for this matter then to be transferred to my court, and that is how it happened to appear before me. This morning, both senior counsel for the National Prosecuting Authority as well as for the accused, I requested to see them in chambers, and the mere purpose thereof was to hand them certain document each as to the manner in which this court prefers to deal with proceedings of this nature, which is a document setting out step-by-step proceedings to be followed in court. Advocate for the National Prosecuting Authority, can you confirm that is the totality of the discussion?
I do confirm the discussion, Your Worship.
Senior counsel for the defense.
As a piece of court, Your Worship. Your Worship, I'm not senior counsel, but I do acknowledge what you've said.
Thank you. Yes. Is it correct then, Advocate, that the proceedings are as per Section 105 capital A of the Criminal Procedure Act?
That is indeed correct, Your Worship.
Advocate, can you please submit proof that the prosecutor who participated in the plea and sentence agreement has been authorized thereto in writing by the National Director of Public Prosecution, this in compliance with Section 105A, subsection 1, subsection A?
Your Worship, I hand in a certificate to the court. It has been signed by Advocate Andrea Johnson, the investigating director of the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption.
Mr. Matlala, the proceedings may take some time. You may be seated if you prefer to. Counsel, were you provided with the document?
Yes, we were, Your Worship.
Do you have any submissions or objections or challenging the contents thereof?
No, we do not.
The one-page document is received as Exhibit A in the proceedings. Advocate, are you able to confirm then that the prosecutor who then entered into the plea and sentence agreement with the accused persons consulted with the person charged with the investigation of the case and had due regard to the nature and circumstances relating to the offence, the personal circumstances of the accused persons, previous convictions of the accused, if any, and the interests of the community, this in compliance with Section 105, capital A, subsection 1, B, Roman 1 and 2?
Your Worship, I do confirm that we have in our possession an affidavit by Senior Criminal Investigator in the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, Mr. Sunil Beluchan. Your Worship, he has deposed to an affidavit. May I have leave to hand it in?
You may read it into record.
As the court pleases. Your Worship, my learned friends have been provided with a copy of this document as well. I, Sunil Beluchan, do hereby make oath and state as the following. 1. I am employed by the National Prosecuting Authority of South Africa as a senior criminal investigator in the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption. I am the lead investigating officer in Silverton CAS 285/03/2026. 2. The facts deposed to herein are derived both from the affidavits obtained, documentation at my disposal, and from my personal knowledge, both true and correct. 3. The investigating director, as head of IDAC, authorized an investigation into this matter. 4. The accused in this matter are 4.1 Vusumusi Matlala, accused number 2. 4.2 Medicare 24 Tshwane District, Pty Ltd, accused number 2, represented by accused number 1. And 4.3 Luxo Africa Brand Investments, Pty Ltd, accused number 3, represented by accused number 1. 5. Accused number 1 appeared in the Pretoria Magistrates Court on the 26th of March 2026. 6. Accused number 1 was requisitioned from custody as he was in the custody in an unrelated matter. 7. Accused number 1 did not apply for bail in this matter. 8. Accused number 1 was thereafter served to appear on behalf of accused number 2 and accused 3 in terms of Section 332 of the Criminal Procedure Act. 9. During the first appearance of accused number 1, the accused indicated that he would like to enter a plea and sentence discussions with the state. 10. The authorized prosecutors, Deputy Director Advocate S. Manuel, Senior State Advocate R. Creel, had discussed the plea and sentence agreement with me on the 22nd of June 2026. 11. I understand that the accused will plead guilty as set out below. The charges, count 1, fraud. The charges are reflected in Annexure D, were perused by me wherein the SAPs awarded the accused number 1 and 2, a tender in the amount of 228 million, 12.2, the SAPS paid Medicare Tshwane District, accused number 2, the amount of 50,310,590 rands, 68 cents in 199 payments to the actual prejudice of SAPS. 12.3, the contract was obtained by way of fraudulent misrepresentations. 12.4, the accused therefore plead guilty to count 1 as contained in the charge sheet and admit that they have no valid defense to say. 12.5, counts 2 to 4, the corruption charges. 12.6, after SAPS paid Medicare 24 Tshwane District, accused 2, the amount of 50,310,590.68 in 199 payments. Accused number 1 as the sole director and owner of Medicare 24 Tshwane District, accused 2 and director and majority shareholder of Luxo Brand, Africa Brand Investments, accused 3, paid multiple SAPS members from the proceeds of the fraudulent tender award. 12.7, these payments to public officers being SAPS members were unlawful and intentional and constituted gratifications for their facilitation. 12.8, the accused paid 1 Rachel Macheng, a member of the SAPS, who was stationed in the division, Forensic Science Services. Macheng was one of the end users of the services that were rendered by accused number 1 and 2 in terms of the contract awarded to accused 1 and 2. 12.9, Macheng's role and responsibilities within SAPS was abused in that she referred multiple members from SAPS for medical screening to accused 2 that resulted in purchase orders being issued in relation to the services that accused 2 was contracted to provide and thereby enabled accused 2 to invoice the SAPS whilst receiving undue gratification from accused 1. 12.10, the funds were made to Macheng in a clandestine manner in order to prevent detection of the said payments as follows. 12.11, electronic funds transfers were made from the First National Bank account number 6282441161 of accused 2 to the First National Bank account number 630209562223 of Luxo Africa Brand Investments, accused 3, of which accused number 1 held directorships in both accused 2 and 3. 12.2, from the First National Bank account of accused 3, account number 6247888190, funds were transferred to an account held by Ozweni Meat Hyper Pty Ltd, which was nominated by Rachel Macheng. 12.13, the funds were thereafter transferred from the First National Bank account of Ozweni Meat Hyper to the personal account of Modigi Christina Kekana. 12.14, subsequently the funds were in the personal account of Christina Kekana, account number 93655066146, was withdrawn and made available to Macheng. 12.15, a total amount of 300,000 was paid in tranches in amounts of 100,000 in 3 equal payments to Macheng. These payments were made in or about 13 January 2025, 4 February 2025, and 17 March 2025. Counts 12.16, counts 5 to 7, in the money laundering charges. The accused, being accused number 1, 2, and 3, contravened section 4 of POCA, 12.18, in that the movement of funds emanating from the contract induced by fraud, as set out above, through various accounts as set out in paragraph 48 above, resulted in the disguise or concealment of the nature, source, origin, movement, location, or disposition of the said funds. 12.19. The funds amounting to 50,310,590.68 received by accused 2 from the SAPS as payments pursuant to the unlawfully awarded contract constitute proceeds of unlawful activities. 13. I understand that the accused will plead guilty to all counts as attached to the agreement. 14. I confirm that I have been consulted with due regard to, amongst others, the AA, nature of the circumstances relating to the offense, B, personal circumstances of the accused, C, previous convictions of the accused, if any, and D, interests of the community. And 15, I understand that the accused will be sentenced as stipulated in paragraph 84 to 91 of the plea and sentence agreement. 16, I confirm that I have had insight into the proposed plea and sentence agreement, and after consideration of all factors mentioned therein, I am in agreement with the proposal. Consultation with the complainant. 17, Major General Charity Matlala of the South African Police Services, was also consulted to me prior to concluding this affidavit. She and I agreed with the terms and sentences as contained in the Section 105 plea agreement. The complainant was specifically informed of the preferred charges as stipulated. 19, she was satisfied that the prosecutor may enter into the plea and sentence agreement as contemplated. 20, the complainant has been afforded an opportunity to A, consider the plea and sentence agreement, specifically the sentence provisions in which the court deviates from the minimum sentence. B, the court acting in terms of Section 280 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977 takes the offences in counts 1 to 7 together, which will run concurrently for purposes of sentencing. C, that the court in terms of Section 297 of the Criminal Procedure Act impose, Your Worship, should I be reading out this? I won't go into the sentence aspect. I'll go straight into 21. The complainant had no conditions or further representations to make. 22. The complainant was advised that in terms of Section 51(2)(a) of the Criminal Procedure Act, Criminal Law Amendment Act 1997, persons convicted of offences referred to in Part 2 of Schedule 2 of the Act are liable to conviction in cases of a first offender to imprisonment for a period of not less than 15 years. 23. The complainant and I are in agreement that deviation from the prescribed minimum sentence as recorded in the plea sentence agreement. The deponent acknowledges the contents of the affidavit and had no objections to taking the prescribed oath, signed and commissioned. The Worship may have me to have an affidavit.
Counsel for the defence, you had insight into this document?
Yes, we did, Your Worship.
From the document, I note that there's already reference to the next step as to whether the complainant in the matter was indeed known regarding the plea and sentence agreement. Do you have any affidavit from this complainant, or are you satisfied that it is contained within the document handed to me?
Your Worship, I do have an affidavit from the complainant.
Okay, just hold them. I received this then as exhibit.
All right, so there we have it then. That would be the breaking news unfolding in Pretoria. Vusumuzi Kat Matlala has entered into a plea and sentence agreement with the state. He has admitted guilt when it comes to fraud and corruption charges in relation to the Medicare 24 contract, and it's a contract worth 360 million rand that has been under scrutiny, and that appearance taking place at the Pretoria Specialized Commercial Crimes Court. And we're hearing now part of the affidavit that will be the evidence that is submitted before the courtroom in relation to this matter. And you also heard the acknowledgement, right, around how some of these monies were spent, including the fact that there were SAPS members that were paid for their involvement. And that's part of the reason why these cases have now been separated, because much of the evidence that I believe the state would be hoping to get from Matlala is to really secure the conviction of those other SAPS members that stand accused in relation to this 360 million rand tender. So I guess it's one step closer to accountability, right? It's one step closer to making sure that those officials that allowed themselves to become members of organized crime in this country, they will finally face the full might of the law. But I wonder what you make then of this decision by the state. Yes, by all means, he may not serve the full sentence, the prescribed minimum, under the crimes for which he has now admitted guilt. But I wonder what you make of the fact that we are now here in this matter. And of course, there's still the Bafana Bafana win. So it looks like it's going to be one of those busy days, South Africa. It's 8:56 now. Here's what, let me say goodbye because, should I say goodbye? Not yet? All right. Let's take a quick break and then I'll say goodbye on the other side of this.
Let's talk all things top billing presenter search. Some surprising and beautiful auditions coming through. We've seen the talk. We've heard every single thing that you've had to say about the search. But one of the most important things is that this search is different from any other search. This is our way of telling South African stories of each and every South African that comes out to show their magic to the world. So if anything, don't mind the naysayers. Go out there and show the world your magic. It's time to enter the top billing presenter search.
Catch Top Billing every Tuesday evening at 7 through the month of June. Repeat Sundays at 1 on S3 and Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. on SABC 1.
Mama Million here, and yes, I am a millionaire. And then you'd be on the couch with your 6 numbers. But 7 is for heaven, or yes. But 4 is for the door, or yes. But 38 is never too late, or yes. Well, the Lotto Live draws are back. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Catch the live draw at 9 p.m. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Caesar.
Well, South Africa, the time is now. You could be joining the Queen herself, Miss Zozibini Tunzi, or the King, Dr. Fez, right here on Top Billing. And all you have to do is to audition for our Top Billing presenter search. Do it now, and you could be on the big screen.
Catch Top Billing every Tuesday evening at 7 through the month of June. Repeat Sundays at 1 on S3 and Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. on SABC 1.
Do you ever call you like to sell? But don't trust your uncle or your pal. Then we buy cars, it's just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
We've all had the anxiety of wondering if our insurer will pay out our claim. But with Outsurance, you've got peace of mind. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. So, switch to Outsurance, the insurer that consistently delivers on what you need insurance to do. Call 08 600 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's, C's and information online.
Morning, Kathy. The Springbok lost their first game before winning the World Cup, so I'm not saying anything.
Good morning, Sis Kathy. It's Tapelo from Kuruman in the Northern Cape. You know, this morning I'm talking to my lady. I tell her I'm going to call Kathy at SAFM. Then she says, Why do you want to call Kathy? Wamorata Kathy wahone? You know, I want to report you to my SAFM family that I don't have a jersey. I don't have a new Bafana Bafana jersey. So she says, after work, you must go and eat there with your SAFM family at Kathy's place.
Whoa, Lolo, you are in trouble. But I tell you what, there's never been a better time to invest in a Bafana Bafana jersey. They've earned the right to be branded by everybody in this country. That's where we leave it on the National Briefing this morning. Up next, the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph.
Top stories: Suleiman Karim unlikely to testify at Matlala Commission, and twin quakes killed dozens in Venezuela. A very good morning with the news. I'm Dinoma Daung. Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim is unlikely to appear before the Matlala Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria today due to reported ill health. He has been implicated in the controversial SAPS tender awarded to attempted murder accused Vusmusiket Matlala's company Medicare 24. Sibahle Mota reports.
Suleiman Karim, who is scheduled to appear before the Matlala Commission on Thursday, is unlikely to do so after allegedly being admitted to a medical facility. Karim suffered a heart attack in April and has previously cited health concerns. He was implicated during testimony by alleged political fixer Bran Mokhotsi in connection with the controversial 360 million rand SAPS tender awarded to Matlala's company Medicare 24. Earlier in his testimony before the commission, Karim revealed that he had advanced 10 million rands to Matlala for Medicare 24. According to Karim, Matlala only repaid 1.75 million rand. I am Sibahle Mota in Pretoria.
In court news, a 74-year-old former apartheid-era informer, or so-called Askari, is expected to appear before the Benoni Regional Court this morning, facing multiple charges, including 15 counts of murder. The man is linked to 3 incidents in which young people were lured under the guise of receiving military training. It's alleged the suspect deceived the youth into believing they were participating in military operations against the apartheid government. Instead, they were murdered allegedly by the suspect and 2 accomplices who allegedly operated from the Flag Plus farm west of Pretoria. Hawk spokesperson Katleho Mkhali.
The suspects face multiple charges including 15 counts of murder, arson, kidnapping, unlawful possession of explosive, unlawful possession of a firearm and ammunition, as well as defeating or obstructing the administration of justice.
In other news, the leader of March and March movement, Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, says all the organizations taking part in next week's demonstrations have signed a pledge to keep it peaceful. The group says their actions will remain peaceful with no violence, looting or loss of life. The movement's leader reiterated calls for undocumented foreign nationals to leave the country by Tuesday, the 30th of June. Ngobese Zuma says they are hopeful protests will be incident-free.
Well, we applied for a number of marches across the country, and we're hoping that we will be able to stage some peaceful protests where South Africans can show their dissatisfaction with the issue of illegal immigrants. The date of the 30th was not set by March and March. It was a cut-off date that was given by Phakile Mphakathi. But when we saw that South Africans are receptive to the date and they kept on echoing it and they wanted it to be something that resonates with how they feel, we then decided to also assist in making sure that we spread the word. But the date itself, I wouldn't know what was the idea behind it.
Further afield, 2 powerful earthquakes have struck Venezuela, killing at least 32 people and injuring 700 others. Venezuela's interim president, Delcy Rodriguez, has declared a state of emergency. 20 aftershocks have been recorded and a number of buildings have collapsed in different parts of the country. The main airport serving the capital, Caracas, has suffered damage and is closed. President Rodriguez offered her condolences to the families of those killed. Lastly, South Africans are celebrating Bafana Bafana's historic qualifications for the World Cup knockout stage for the first time ever after facing doubts following a 2-0 defeat to Mexico in their opening match. The team silenced critics with a crucial 1-0 victory over South Korea in Monterrey, secured by Thapelo Maseko's decisive goal. Maseko dedicated the goal to supporters who backed the team and those who doubted them.
This win is just for those who supported us and for those who actually didn't support us too, because honestly they said we have a 7% chance of getting out of the group, and yet here we are. So we're thankful for everyone, support back home, South Africans, and yeah, we keep going.
Recapping the top story, the Sawa Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim is unlikely to appear before the Matlala Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria today due to reported ill health. Headlines at 9:30 for SAFM News. I'm Dinoma Daung.
Oh, yeah, boy. Club Soweto. Bonjour. This month is all about youth courage. Saisusa from then with 50 years of 1976. And vandaag Skim Sam, we have the courage to become. Silete Kaya and stand with our community. Started with the thought, now we have the courage to create and the courage to sound. Like the Red Bull Symphonic with Beats for My Peeps. Anything can happen, so get the courage to tell your story. Malanga, our fun. Zanzi for sure is the source. From going live at Great Town to empowering the youth with the Enoch Matebula Foundation. SAPC 1, Zanzi for sure, the source of youth courage. I got.
6 minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse. Good morning and welcome. Great to be with you this Thursday morning. We're bringing you a breaking story at this hour. It is developing in court right now. Kat Matlala is appearing in the Commercial Crimes Court. He is in the dock alone this morning, and the experts are talking about a plea deal. That plea agreement, we've heard him stand up a few moments ago and speak to the court, and what we are possibly looking at there in this developing story is the fact that he may actually reach some kind of a plea agreement where he essentially is able to give the police and the prosecutors information as to who has been allegedly involved in the crimes of which he is accused. So we're going to keep an eye on that, and we will keep taking you back and forth to court over the course of this morning. Good morning and welcome. If you've just joined us, I'm Joanne Joseph, and it's great to be with you. The team is with you. Melissa and Genil, we're producing the show and taking your calls. Wipole, I butchered that one. Wipelo on sound. Mark is behind the camera today. Remember, apart from listening to us on the radio, you can also listen live on DSTV channel 814 or go to our website and listen live there. We're also on the SABC app, if that is where you prefer to listen to us. In addition, we are streaming our broadcast, so you can watch us from anywhere in the world on YouTube, Facebook and X. And don't forget that if you haven't managed to catch the show in its entirety, our digital team loads all the podcasts onto our website. You can catch up on all our interviews on demand there. Remember, we try our best to start the show with an open line. I'm not sure how successful we'll be at that this morning with all the breaking stories and the developing news that we are following for you in the first hour of the show. But do give us a call on our studio line 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. We'll try and take as many of those calls and messages as possible. Some of the big stories we're looking for you at out for at 9 o'clock. Of course, the Kat Matlala story that is developing in the Commercial Crimes Court. And then we're also talking to Tessa Dooms about the issue of a group of Malawians that appear to have been destined to leave the country. They should have been taken to the border, but about 500 of them ended up in Johannesburg. We're going to find out exactly what is going on there. And then a little bit later on, we're talking about the issue of a civil society or organization, essentially a group of them having taken government to court, the KZN government, that is the Education Department, over early childhood development. And the High Court ruling saying that early childhood development isn't just a nice to have, it's essential. And education departments have to provide the resources for children to access ECD. So we're going to bring you that feedback in a moment. We've also often heard about Stalingrad tactics, the means that lawyers use on behalf of their clients to postpone justice. Well, Justices Madlanga and Sutherland have spoken out about this practice, and they want these cases which have been dragged through the courts at a snail's pace to be sped up. And finally, this coming up later on in the program. I'd love your feedback on this. If you are being bullied by a toxic boss at work, please listen in after 10. We're going to be talking about a groundbreaking CCMA finding that may well pave the way for other toxic managers to be dealt with using labour law. We'll speak to you about that in just a moment. For now, I think we do need to get right into our first story, and that is yesterday. We had a call from our listener in Lenasia, South Johannesburg, saying busloads of Malawians had been brought there and he had no idea how or why this was happening. Now, we're as yet unsure if these two happenings are connected, but Ground-Ups told us that 500 Malawians, mostly women and children, have had to shelter at churches and NGOs in Johannesburg while they wait to be repatriated. Let's find out how they got there. Tessa Dooms is representing community organizations and NGOs helping the group. She's in fact the representative of the Rivonia Circle that is involved there. Ms. Dooms, good morning to you. Any idea where this group of Malawians came from and how they ended up in Johannesburg?
Morning, Jan. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk about this. Of course, there's been a lot of not just misinformation, but just gaps in information, and we've been trying to fill those over the last 4 to 5 days as community and civic organizers. But essentially, the Malawian nationals that ended up in Newlands, it was 7 buses of Malawian nationals who were en route in a repatriation through the Malawian government. The 4 buses were coming from Cape Town, where they were processed by Home Affairs and the Malawian Embassy, and 3 buses came from Durban, from the Sherwood area. Of course, we know thousands of Malawians have been gathering. And so what we know is that the buses came, of course, geographically they would need to come through Joburg anyway, but this particular group of 7 buses then stopped at the Malawian Embassy for reasons we're still unclear about. Then also went to the Jeppe area in town, and then the Malawian activists and associations in Joburg started to get reports of this. And the Malawian pastor in Newlands, who has a storefront church, then offered for the group to be there until we could find out what it is that was going on. In the community, a report started to circulate that the group was there, and people started to ask questions. The councillor started to ask questions, and between the fact that there were so many people in a confined space and the fact that there was no information, tensions really grew in the community. What we then did is we reached out to the Department of Home Affairs. The Minister, the DG, and the CFO then got involved and engaged with the Malawian Embassy, realizing that this has now been a breakdown in a repatriation. And we moved the group from Newlands to a slightly larger facility in the CBD, where Home Affairs then processed them, got 8 buses eventually to collect the group, and their repatriation has now continued to Malawi. What we are concerned about is that the repatriations are happening with the Malawian government, but where they break down, in this instance, we were told that the Malawian government has told the South African government that there were permits that that were the issue, that the buses coming from Cape Town and Durban either didn't have permits to go across the border or drivers, and that they were meant to actually just be transferred into other buses. And that just didn't happen.
Yes.
And so we are just concerned that there hasn't been proper communication, and that when these events happen, that there isn't enough information, and that's stirring up a lot of issues and anger with community.
You see, that's part of the problem, isn't it? That, I mean, by the time I had been looking into the story yesterday, and, we didn't have an update at that point, but it looked like Justice Minister Mamaloko Kubai had no idea about what was going on. Initially, Home Affairs had no idea what had happened in regard to the buses. But it's really strange, because we know that law enforcement is supposed to escort them to the border. How did the Justice Cluster not know about what had happened to these buses?
Absolutely, and that's why we have, a group, a cluster of civil society organizations that have come together under the banner of the Bafana Bafana campaign, have written to the President, to DIRCO, to Home Affairs, and to SAPS to ask that very question. And we've reached out to DIRCO particularly to ask for more coordination and information between the embassies and the African missions, because that breakdown in and failure to communicate from the side of the embassies then causes a unchecked, unknown set of crises in the city of Johannesburg. I mean, the mayor didn't even know. I informed the deputy mayor. So there has to be more communication. And so we have appealed to them for communication systems to be in place, for humanitarian alerts to be placed out. But honestly, that the governments need to be in a lockstep with each other. Because we did see that when the group that we had helped left, they left with police escort. You were talking about the Pumla and Krashe group yesterday. That was a different set of circumstances, but that group, so the buses are always going in convoy, and I think that's one thing that we learned that is important for the public to know. So when you see the convoy of buses, that is intentional because you are supposed to have the SAPs in front of the buses and behind the buses. So instead of having SAPs behind one bus at a time, they decided on a convoy. So the group of buses yesterday, the 17 buses that ended up in Puntland Clash, were there because there's a depot there, and they were picking up an additional bus. So an additional bus of people from Joburg, Malawians from Joburg, that will also be repatriated, joined that convoy. That is the only reason why that stop happened. But again, a failure to communicate that to the community then led to community anxiety, unrest, and just a lot of tensions around it because people don't know what's happening.
Very interesting indeed. And Ms. Dooms, just a last question about, because you're obviously monitoring as far as you can this trip to the border. How will you have any indication of whether they're able to get to the border and get across it eventually?
Well, we took responsibility in terms of the group of eventually eight buses that we organized around the 485 people who ended up in Newlands. So we have monitored that group particularly. We gave our numbers to people on that on those buses to make sure that they actually do make it this time. We know that system is working because one of the buses, the last bus that left, actually got stuck somewhere at a mechanical failure, and we were informed about that. We were able to alert Home Affairs to it because Home Affairs had paid for those buses, and we were able to get that resolved in a quick period of time. So we are doing that on our side. But again, that should be somebody's function. And right now it's not clear whose function and responsibility it is on the South African government side to make sure that if there are any issues, incidents, and also it's worth remembering, the reason why there's a humanitarian part to this is that people going to Malawi, for example, from Cape Town, would be on those buses for 3 days, 2 to 3 days.
Yeah.
We found women that were pregnant, up to 8 months pregnant, on those buses. And in fact, on the group of 485 that we had, 3 mothers gave birth just before we put them on the buses. So it is really important that social services get involved, that they're monitoring what happens, because you wouldn't want death on those buses, you wouldn't want births on those buses that we are unaware of while people are still on South African soil.
It's a very complex situation indeed. Thank you so much for putting us in the picture as to what happened there and as to your intervention as a group of NGOs in this. Thank you very much, Tessa Dooms. Good speaking to you today. She is from the Rivonia Circle. Let's take a quick call from Dandeni in Lenasia South. Good morning, Dandeni.
Thanks very much. It's me who reported this thing yesterday because there were tensions already amongst the people.
Right. What's the situation then, Tandeni?
No, I think yesterday they tried to come and explain that they would be taking them. But now the problem is that I think the government is failing us in a sense that, this we're talking about only the group from KZN. What about all these have got full of this informal settlement? Because we've got more than 60% in each and every informal settlement, people who are undocumented, who are causing trouble in terms of crime.
All right. So Tandeni, thank you for flagging that with us. And you know that you can actually go to the police and you can report criminal activity, right? It's well within your rights as a citizen to do that. And if you're able to point out certain people, etc., whom you are accusing of a crime, please go ahead and do that. Use all these avenues that are available to you. There seems to be a very strange kind of dynamic in Lenasia, because I also saw some of the writing that's coming out of there from residents who say the apartheid government didn't resettle us here. We settled ourselves here. And, we were a community that embraced all sorts of people from different backgrounds, and so we don't want to see violence against any of the migrants in this area, documented or undocumented. So there seems to be some sort of push and pull in terms of how people feel about the presence of migrants in that community. But if you, like Mtandeni, live in that community, please do let us know what your thoughts are on this issue. 9:20, a short break. When we come back, we'll take you to some of the breaking news happening at this hour.
Let's talk all things top billing presenter search. Some surprising and beautiful auditions coming through. We've seen the talk. We've heard every single thing that you've had to say about the search. But one of the most important things is that this search is different from any other search. This is our way of telling South African stories of each and every South African that comes out to show their magic to the world. So if anything, don't mind the naysayers. Go out there and show the world your magic. It's time to enter the top billing presenter search.
Catch Top Billing every Tuesday evening at 7 through the month of June. Repeat Sundays at 1 on S3 and Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
Has your identity number been blocked? The Department of Home Affairs is calling on all individuals whose identity numbers were blocked before November 2022 to visit a Home Affairs office and submit representations to resolve their status. You have until 10 July 2026 to appear in person and provide the required supporting documents. Failure to respond may result in cancellation of the affected identity number following the completion of the administrative process. A blocked identity number can affect your ability to access jobs, education, banking services, social grants, and even participate in elections. For more information, visit www.dha.gov.za. Click on Blocked IDs. The Department of Home Affairs, delivering dignity for all.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
9:22 here on the Daily Discourse, and I'm taking your calls and your voice notes at this hour. One of you says, "Hi Jan, is it true that if those illegal Malawian women gave birth before getting on the repatriation bus, that those kids would have to be registered as South Africans?" asks Jen in Cape Town. Good question, Jen. I mean, legally, my understanding is that those children technically are South African because they were born here. Having said that, I think there was a very strong impetus among that group to leave the country. What I read about it said they were desperate to leave the country. So I don't know if anybody will actually expedite that and try to make sure that that is taken care of. I think they just want to get across the border and get home right now. Also keeping a close eye on court proceedings of Kat Matlala. He's busy with that plea agreement in the Commercial Crimes Court now. I want to play your voice notes on that.
Good morning, Sister AJ. Mbongo Sondisa Mbuyisa. Yes, Sister AJ, I'm happy that Kat Matlala entered into plea bargain with the state. Now, those police officers who are still sitting like in SAPS headquarters will finally lose their jobs. They need to apply for, the NPA must apply for preservation order, confiscate all their belongings, sell them to auction, and then attach their pensions. Thanks.
Good morning, Joanne. Zweli here from Durban. The plea deal with Kat Matlala, can the states, but I do not trust the states. But if you were serious, I think we'd have to make sure that we protect Kat Matlala by any means necessary, just so that he sings before they start poisoning him. Thanks.
Yeah, that's a trend, isn't it? The moment he starts singing like a canary, his life will likely be in danger. So we do need to watch that quite carefully. I wonder what level of protection police will be able to provide for him. What are you asking about the escorting of the repatriation buses?
Mono, Joanne. Now I keep on asking from day one when they were repatriated, Uguti, who is escorting these buses, those who are going with buses? Because it's understandable with those who are taking aeroplanes going back to their homes. But the buses, who is escorting them? You see, Mna, I still don't trust Home Affairs staff. I still don't trust even some of the police officials there. It's just a mess.
Thank you very much for that. It's actually the SAPS that's supposed to be escorting them to the border. So let's hope that they are able to cope with that responsibility. Lwazi in Durban is on the line to us. Lwazi, good morning.
Hi, how are you, Joy?
I'm so well, thanks.
All right.
What's on your mind?
Nice speaking to you again. I once spoke to you before.
Okay, great.
Joy, I don't know, maybe if I may start with something else. I just want to, Joy, I'm a good citizen. I try by all means to be a good citizen, you know.
Okay.
Even there's a security company next to me who works with, it's Homeland Security. That guy is working very well. So if anything, if I see someone, I've told a lot of, I've reported a lot of cases of, if I see crime, I'll report it because I stay on the road. Okay. I stay where I used to have my shop. Now I made it a house. Now I stay on the, so I see everything that's not right. Okay, I stay in Mazel. So, hey, Joanne, this is, I don't know, it's so sad to me. At the same time, I also wanted to ask for your listeners to please donate something for me. After hearing the story, that because I can't even have a phone to trace numbers. If someone come and ask me to trace a number, that maybe someone is threatening them. I'm a tenant. I have a tenant now because I used to have a truck shop. I can't sell anymore because I don't have too much money. So I made a choice to have tenants. There's a tenant who was staying in one of my rooms.
Mm-hmm.
That guy, I didn't know he's a suspect. For
a
2 months now,
suspected of a crime.
He's a big suspect. Yes, the thing we always hear is on radio. We always talk about. There's a family that was killed in Stenga.
Oh,
for eight family members. You can imagine.
Mm-hmm. And he's a suspect in that crime, in a murder, in a series of murders.
4 of them, 3 were arrested, and he was the 4th one. And I never knew because we don't see we never had any pictures on the media of him.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would have reported long time ago.
Yeah. How did you find out that
that guy? Imagine, Joanne. That's why I'm saying, if your listeners, if they have any compassion, will be please look for something, anything for me, Joanne. I'm not working. I don't have anything. That guy, I persuaded him indirect. I never even knew he's a suspect. I just for being a just good citizen because I don't like something bad. I just told the guy, we were talking about randomly about how people are dying here in Mayville. Mayville is a place where I think most people are dying in the whole Durban. It's just at the stats. Maybe if you can read the stats. I was telling him that it's not good to kill someone, because you can't live with the thing forever. The thing, that guilt will always be there. You will be dreaming of that person, you see.
Yes, of course. Did you report him? Did you report him to the police?
No, I didn't report him. That's what's amazing me. He's the one who just handed in himself.
He handed himself in.
Just imagine. I didn't know this guy. I was shocked that I just didn't know this thing of renting under someone. You can rent someone who's a med. You don't know where it's coming from.
Yeah, those background
checks are important. Someone who might even kill you one day, you see.
Lwazi, thank you for that. Thank you so much for that. Gosh, that must have been a shock to you. But I think you're giving our listeners good advice there. Be careful of who you are renting to, because you never know. If you can do a background check, as possible as it is for you as an ordinary citizen to do that, it's always a good idea to do that. Quick one from you, Charlie in Koffiefontein. Good morning, Charlie.
Good morning, Joanne. A quick one from me, but it's fine. On Monday, you remember that we have 13 South Africans who have been killed in Cleveland.
Cleveland, yes.
So the three people who were arrested were Lesotho nationals.
Mm-hmm.
So now yesterday I was watching news, I was following media. There's nothing regarding that. This morning also, there's nothing regarding that. So I'm asking myself, why is that this story does not make 13 South Africans were killed by Lesotho nationals, and our media is very quiet.
Was there a development in the case overnight?
No, they were arrested on Monday. So yesterday the media had all the time to go in and investigate and make the report regarding it. They did not, because the people who were arrested were their favorites. So now there's
Charlie,
something that I wanted to ask.
If you really believe that, okay, I'm just looking. I'm actually just having a look on the internet for you. ENCA definitely ran that. BBC ran it. A few media houses did run it. News 24 ran it. We did not run that. I actually wasn't aware that that was happening yesterday, to be quite honest. We don't have access to our reporters all the time, which sometimes actually stymies our work. You know, we're not able to get all the breaking news to you. But let me follow up on that for you, and we will do a story on that. But Charlie, at least 2 or 3 media houses did cover it yesterday, and you know, it would help if you had an awareness of a lot of media houses and the work that they are doing, because the SABC is not the only media house that covers stories like this. All right, 9:30 here on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us. We're taking news now. We'll get your latest news headlines with Dineo Motau.
Thank you, Joanne. That story was ran yesterday as well on SABC. A very good morning. The alleged underworld kingpin Vusmusi Matlala is appearing in the Pretoria Commercial Crimes Court, where a possible plea agreement between him and the National Prosecuting Authority could be placed on record. In other news, the Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim is unlikely to appear before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry today due to reported ill health, and the Taxi Association Santaco has called on taxi operators not to leave commuters stranded on June the 30th. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
9:31, and Dineo Modoing, thank you so much for clarifying that that story was run on the SABC yesterday. So, Charlie, I think you just need to listen a little bit more carefully and read a little bit more. And perhaps, you know, if you do that, you'll be aware of the coverage around this. Before phoning into a national show and saying there was no coverage of it, just get your facts in order before you do that. South African citizenship, one of you says, isn't determined by birth in the country like the United States of America, but by blood of the parents of the country. Those Malawian babies are not South Africans if they do not have South African parents, or at least one parent. Example, that Nigerian lady who contested for Miss South Africa. Ask former Minister of Home Affairs Aaron Motsoaledi. He will clarify this conundrum, albeit he is Minister of Health, says Incognito in Durban. Thank you very much for that, Incognito. We will check that out. Shata in Cape Town is on the line to us. Shata, good morning. You want to talk about the Malawians? Morning, Shata. Are you with us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you. Go for it.
Thank you. JJ, it will be very unfortunate if children that were born of illegal immigrants become South Africans. That would be very, 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 very unfortunate.
You know,
JJ, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Shata. I'm not sure with the Malawians, because we don't have this level of information right now, because there's confusion over who the people are and how many of them were documented and how many of them weren't. So we don't have the information as to whether the parents were illegally in the country or not. We just know that the 3 women had children on 3 women in that group had on the bus.
But I'm just putting it out there that if the children are from the illegal immigrants, it will be very unfortunate.
Yes.
By the way, the point that I wanted to make, JJ, is that how do we glorify criminals so much?
How do we?
I mean,
sorry,
we're talking about illegal.
Do you say how do we
we're
glorify?
Talking about illegal, yeah.
Yeah.
We're talking about illegal immigrants being deported out of the country, repatriated, or whatever the case is.
Yeah.
And we still want to dignify that. I mean, these are criminals. I mean, there's been a whole lot of complaints about how South Africa is glorifying criminals in jail, 3 meals a day, whereas school children don't have food and all that. We've got criminals in our country that needs to go to their own countries, and we sit here, we waste media coverage times talking about how they should be dignified, talking about pregnant women that should have been in their country, that should not have been here in the first place. It is not our problem. Why are we making criminals' problems our problems? These are criminals.
So
they
yes,
should be treated as such.
Okay, so Shata, remember, there are nuances to this story, right? Some of those people who did not get their documents and made an effort to break the law certainly are criminals, absolutely. But remember, we're also in a situation.
Another thing, JJ.
No, I'm still talking. No, Shata, I'm still talking.
Okay.
I'm still talking. So some of those people are absolutely criminals because it is unlawful to be in a country without papers. There's absolutely no justification for those people who knowingly broke the law. But also remember that some people tried to be legal. And because of our system, because of our Home Affairs system, that kept them waiting for documents for years and years and years, they became criminalized by the lack of government efficiency. And so not everybody, and that's what blurs the line here, Shata. Do you know what I mean? That some people are actually criminals because they have committed a crime by being in this country without papers, and other people have tried to become legal, but our government has created a situation where it's been impossible for them to do so. Shata, are you still with us?
But I'm there. Can you hear me, JJ?
Yes, I can. Yeah.
Yes, I completely agree with what you're saying. But the other point that I'm trying to make here, or that I would like to make, is that how do you give asylums to Malawians? There's no war in Malawi. People are not getting executed in Malawi. People are not being mistreated in Malawi. But you're having them. How do you provide asylums to such people?
I think you're asking a great question. It's tied to the whole non-refoulement law, right? I don't know if you've looked into this, Shata, but maybe it's something that we need to talk about, because if you look at South Africa is South Africa's party to these United Nations conventions on asylum seekers, refugees, and so forth, and one of the things that one of the clauses of these agreements is the non-refoulement law, right? And if you look at that non-refoulement clause, it talks about people escaping their countries who are specifically escaping conflict, repression of some kind. It lays down very specific conditions. So I have the same question as you in regard to that. I think it's different if you're a business person or someone coming here to, who's going to contribute to the economy and that kind of thing in a structured way. But I also do wonder, I have the same question as you, because I think the non-refoulement law, which talks about escaping a conflict zone. So a good example of that probably is, if you're gay and you're escaping a country like Uganda. I think there's something to be said for the fact that you can't live in that country. You may be able to economically survive. There isn't a war in that country, but there's a war on your body as an LGBTI person.
Correct.
Right? And I think that's a very good question, is that why are you letting large numbers of people into the country who are actually not facing that conflict situation of some kind in their country? Great question. Thank you very much for that. And I think we do need to put that to the even to the human rights groups that are looking into this issue. All right, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to bring you some good news for a change about maize exports.
Keep moving through 6 a.m. call times, the rain, dirt tracks, and moving through tight deadlines. Because you move with purpose, from the first stop to the final drop. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and advanced safety features tailored to your industry. The Hino 700 is built to fuel your business's progress. Hino, all the way.
This week on Expresso, we celebrate the release of Minions and Monsters, and yes, the Minions are taking over our studio.
We meet sibling dance stars Isabella and Daniel Abrams, who made history representing South Africa at the World Dance Masters in Croatia and took home top honors.
And then the Stellenbosch International Chamber Music Festival brings breathtaking performances and world-class music to the Expresso stage. So join us on Expresso weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. on S3.
Oh, yebo. Club Soweto. Bafana Bafana. Mina no. This month is all about youth courage. Saisusa from there with 50 years of 1976. And vandaag Skimsam, we have the courage to become. Silete Kaya and stand with our community. Started with the thought. Now we have the courage to create and the courage to sound. Like the Red Bull Symphonic with Beats for My Peeps. Anything can happen, so get the courage to tell your story. Our Wafan. Mzansi for sure is the source. From going live at Great Town to empowering the youth with the Enoch Matebuda Foundation. SAPC 1, Mzansi for sure, the source of youth courage. I got.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
20 to 10. In a moment, we're going to be talking about the issue of the East buying maize from South Africa again. It's a really good uptick for our agricultural industry, and we'll chat about that in just a moment. Always a joy to speak to Wandile Sihlobo, the agricultural economist. I also want to, we've been a real drag this morning, haven't we? We haven't spoken at all about Bafana's victory on the soccer pitch, on the international stage, and what joy it has brought to South Africans this morning, having a hard time. Let's listen in to some of your voice notes on that.
Good morning, Sis JJ and your producer and all the listeners of SAFM. I like to shout out for Bafana Bafana. He is doing a great thing today. I'm proud of those boys. And also I like to say this. The unions, they must go and check those agents, because the agent is getting more money but is paying workers small money. If you can go here in Cape Town, a lot of companies, SAP, bakeries, I can count more numbers of those companies that is working under agent, but they don't want to pay the workers well. That is my concerns here from Cape Town.
Sia, thank you for flagging that with us, Sia. All right, 9:41 on the Daily Discourse, and as I mentioned, some much-needed good news emanating from the agriculture industry. 2 countries in the Far East are buying South African maize again. Vietnam and South Korea are among the main buyers so far in the 2026-27 marketing year, which started in May. Chief Economist of the Agricultural Business Chamber of South Africa, Wandile Sihlobo, was the first to announce this. He joins us now. Good morning to you, Mr. Sihlobo. Always good to have you with us here on the Daily Discourse. So tell me about this. I understand Vietnam and South Korea used to buy our maize some time ago. Why did they stop in the first place?
Joanna, happy Bafana Day. And thanks for having me on.
Thank you. Yeah, great
look, we are generally amongst the top 10 in the world when it comes to maize exporters. We're not a big producer, but in the exporting side, we punch above our waist when you're thinking about the maize. But in the past few years, we've seen a slowdown in a bit of a demand from a number of countries. We typically export white maize to the African continent, where they use it as a staple food. But yellow maize, because we produce 2 varieties of maize in South Africa, almost half, white and yellow. And yellow, we would see it going to countries like South Korea, Vietnam, Taiwan, Japan, and many others. But last marketing year, which is between May 2025 all the way to April 2026, we didn't see a number of those countries buying at all. And in fact, almost half of what we exported in that period went to Zimbabwe and the rest to other countries. Part of the reason for that was that there was just a global glut of maize in the world market, far cheaper than what they could find in South Africa. And we saw them drifting away. But I think many people now are seeing that we have more affordable maize. And of course, we have this supreme quality of maize as a country that we are able to produce. And we see them coming back, and they're coming back at a time where we have so much of the agricultural products and primarily also maize to put to the world market.
I mean, this is great news. How available is maize in South Africa, both for local consumption and presumably, given the local consumption, there's enough surplus to be able to export as well?
I mean, we have a lot. Just thinking now, firstly, from a broad agricultural product. As a country, we export about half of what we produce in value terms. In a number of commodities, we typically do a lot. The only agricultural products really that we buy from elsewhere, in large part, are rice, because we can't produce any because we are a semi-arid country. And we buy half of the wheat that we consume. That's also environmental constraints because wheat is produced in the winter rainfall areas, primarily Western Cape and the other parts of our country under irrigation. And then palm oil, which also environmentally and water-wise is always a constraint. And then, Joanna, about 20% of the poultry that we use in our country, we also import. But there are other South Africans that enjoy beverages to an extent that this country spend $500 million a year importing whiskey. Those are products that we import. On the rest of the other products, we are exporters. In the case of maize, this year, for example, we have the largest maize crop on record in South Africa, about 17.1 million tons. Our consumption is 12 million tons. So that just gives you a sense then. And there are also large stocks from last year, because last year we couldn't export what we wanted to export or were able to export because of the weak demand.
In terms of the forecasts for the coming months, Mr. Sihlobo, are weather conditions going to remain favourable enough for us to maintain this winning streak?
The weather conditions are worrying. As many people that are listening to our conversations probably read and saw us tweeting and posting about these things, that we are heading towards what is called an El Nino, which could bring a bit of a drought. And what has given us the ample harvest in the past few years, amongst other things, and the farmers' efforts, were favorable weather conditions, because we were in a period of La Nina, which brought above normal rains. Now it's changing to an El Nino. But I think it may not be as severe as many people are worried about its impact in farming for two things. Because one, the rain that we have actually enjoyed had gone far too long than normal. Normally, rain stops around March, but this time around, all the way to the beginning of May, soil moisture is better. If we get into this new year and it rains at the right period when soil moisture is better, we could still have a better crop. Two, over time, as South Africa and South Americans and many others who are on the leading pitch in agricultural production, we have adopted better seed cultivars that are able to withstand some harsher climatic conditions. So the weather conditions is changing, but I think that it may not be as disastrous as others think. But we will also be entering that year with really ample supplies that we have. Because remember, it's not only the 5 million tons balance between the 17 million tons that we produce in the case of maize now, as well as the 12 million tons that we use. But there's also some maize that is coming from the past season that we couldn't export. So we have a lot to serve us, serve our neighbors, and able to enjoy access to a number of countries like South Korea, Japan, and many others that we see them returning.
Wonderful. Chief Economist of the Agricultural Business Chamber of South Africa, Wandile Sihlobo, thank you so much for your time on the Daily Discourse.
This Sunday evening at 7 on the Tastemaster Professional, our chefs discover that size isn't everything. Working in teams, they must create an elevated tapas menu, packed with flavor, finesse, and creativity. With every dish playing a part in the final spread, there's nowhere to hide from the judges. Who will deliver a menu worth sharing, and who will find themselves left off the table? The Tastemaster Professional, Sunday evening at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30, only on SABC2.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
Good morning, Joanna Joseph and the listeners of SAFM. Let me say to Bafana Bafana, congratulations, guys. You have made us proud. Keep it up. Thank you, Bafana Bafana. We thank you so much. From Doni Machava, Utokwamuko Main. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. And yes, thank you to Bafana. And for those of you who woke up at 3 o'clock this morning to watch the match and didn't make it to work today, you're welcome to give me a call and make your confession on our studio line 086 000 2032. Well, Bafana Bafana fans aren't the only ones celebrating this morning. Hundreds of civil society groups that deal specifically with early childhood development are also celebrating the outcome of a High Court ruling that children have the right to ECD. The Pietermaritzburg High Court ruled that the KwaZulu-Natal Education Department's intermittent payment of ECD subsidies was unlawful and unconstitutional. Now, the Education Department has no choice but to pay up. Professor Eric Atmore, Director of the Centre for Early Childhood Development, joins me now. Good morning to you, Prof. Welcome to the Daily Discourse. I understand this is a victory for both the ECD organisations and the KZN creches that took government to court over this. What does the ruling mean from a practical point of view?
Good morning, Joanne, and good morning to your listeners, and well done to Bafana Bafana.
This is another victory. It's a massive victory that's been fought for over 3 decades. And the ruling means that early childhood development centers in KwaZulu-Natal and hopefully across the country will get their subsidies paid to them, paid in full and paid on time, because the judgment speaks to a constitutional obligation to care for young children and to fund early childhood development. So it's a massive victory which we are all very pleased about.
So, Prof, tell me, is the department now required to also back pay the outstanding amounts that were due to the various organizations?
Yes, reports on the judgment indicate that any payments that have not been made have to be backdated and paid over. And, you know, although this happened in KwaZulu-Natal, it's symptomatic of a number of provinces across the country where early childhood development subsidies are either not paid at all, or not paid fully, or not paid on time. Our particular experience is in the Northern Cape, but this is good for all 9 provinces.
Is it clear why the KZN Department of Education hasn't been paying the ECD subsidies consistently?
Look, it's not clear, and to make accusations is difficult, but our experience is a distinct lack of political will and a distinct lack of competence in these departments to effect these payments. You know, the payments are, it used to be 17 Rand per qualifying child per day. It's now 24 Rand, but even that's not being paid in all the provinces. And I think the judgment is a huge victory for the 160,000 predominantly women who work with our young children. They will now be able to increase their salaries, provide better quality nutrition for children, better equipment. So it's a huge victory, and we cannot celebrate it any bigger than we are going to.
You know, you've made such an important point about largely the women who actually run these ECD centres, and it broke my heart to see that when they don't get these subsidies, they pay for the children out of their pockets, they provide food for the children out of their pockets. This must be such a relief to people who've had to step in and pay out of their pockets when government hasn't done what it was supposed to do.
Yes, without a doubt. You know, what you say about these, again, predominantly women across the country who care for our children every day. They care for round about 1.6 million children. These are young children who are getting a good early start to life. They're getting nutrition, they're being fed, they're playing, and they are really building our nation. And we don't appreciate them anywhere near to what we should be. These are the warriors. These are the heroes and heroines across the country. And they really need, this is but the first step. There's still a long way to go, not only around salaries and subsidies, but around conditions of service and then recognition as well, because they're not really recognized by the education authorities in the same way as teachers are in high schools.
Interesting. And yet we know that early childhood development is so important for young children. I mean, in a country like ours where children are so disadvantaged in so many ways, Prof, what work does ECD actually do?
Look, the global research on the benefits of early childhood development are clear. Children who experience a quality early learning environment, they do better at school academically. They are less likely to get involved in crime, juvenile delinquency, drug abuse. They're more likely to be gainfully employed as an adult. And interestingly, for young girls, they are less likely to become pregnant whilst a teenager. And this is research from a number of studies globally. And these are huge benefits to the country. And at our peril, we ignore early childhood development. I must say, you know, the For me, the political will from government is still lacking. We can do much more. The percentage of the education budget is a pittance. It's between 1 and 2% of the total basic education budget. So we've got huge amounts of work to do, but this is a fantastic start.
Well, Prof, thank you so much for putting us into the picture as to what this means from a practical point of view. We really appreciate your time on the program, but thank you also for pointing out the importance of these ECD interventions, right? I don't think we realize the implication of them. We probably see them as, well, my child has a kindergarten to go to now. My child can go to preschool. My child will get a meal for the day. And on the face of it, that is, of course, what is happening on the most superficial level. But imagine if something like early childhood development could be such an incentive and an investment for the kind of life you want that child to have, right? If it's true, what the Prof is telling us, that the research shows that children are less likely to be to fall prey to drug abuse, to fall prey to pregnancy, to have a brighter future as young adults. I mean, imagine if we could entrench the culture of ECD in this country as something that is non-negotiable, so that our children are put on that path from a very early stage of their lives. We also talk about the issue of stunting. We've done that interview on the show a couple of weeks ago, and I think what it pointed out is that if children don't get the required nutrition, if they don't get the required physical, mental, psychological stimulation that they need in those very, very early years, then it affects their long-term growth, right, and their prosperity as human beings and individuals after that. So these interventions are so important, and to my mind, this is something we really need to fight for as South Africans. If we want to give our children a future, this is a very important aspect of it. Let's listen to some of your voice notes, and in fact, I'll read this one out first. Good morning, SAFM. On the 14th of June 2026, I told them on SAFM, Bafana Bafana will bring fireworks. Yet they did it. Halala, Bafana Bafana, halala, says Terence in Kimberley. Terence, we believed you when you said it, and I'm so glad that your words have come to pass. One of you is making a comment on government's worries about the 30th of June.
Good morning, Joanne. This is Matlala. The government is panicking. They've said that 30th of June is a normal day, but now it's no longer a normal day because they even put a budget of 600 million. They even called the private security companies to help, whereby those private security companies, a lot of them, they are not trained to deal with crowd control. So what will happen on the 10th of June, I hope we don't lose anything, we don't loot and all that, but the government is panicking because citizens are so upset to the core. Good morning, this is Matlala.
Thank you very much for that, and I think we're all feeling that panic. I think it's very, very real. No matter what government says about disregarding what is happening on the 30th, it's very clear that they have put a plan together, a very expensive plan, to make sure that things don't go awry on that day. And then one of you is talking about Malawians as economic migrants.
My name is JJ Bongo Sonisai. I would like to respond to that guy who says there is no war in Malawi. They are economic migrants or immigrants. So they cannot survive there because there are no jobs. So it permits them, they are allowed to come over since there are no job opportunities. So they cannot maintain themselves. There are no jobs. So they are economic migrants or immigrants, something like that.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you. We'll chat about that in a moment. Right now, we are understanding the story is breaking. Vusimuzi Kat Matlala is entering his plea and his sentence agreement, and that is happening in the Commercial Crimes Court as we speak. You know that he's facing charges of money laundering, of fraud and corruption, and he is pleading as we see it. We don't have a live feed of that right now because we're on the Madlanga Commission. However, there we go. We do have the audio of that. Let's listen in.
Having received and noted the contents of Exhibit B as well as Exhibit C, The court is now satisfied that indeed there were due compliance with section 105A subsection 1B Roman 1 and Roman 3. I'm satisfied therefore that there was consultation with the investigating officer prior entering into the plea and sentence agreement, and that the complainant had the opportunity to make representations to the prosecution as to the contents of the agreement. Mr. Matlala, you may stand up. We have reached a stage where the court will ask you to plead to each of the charges.
We've lost that audio. It's suddenly become very quiet. But Kat Matlala, as we speak, is standing up in the courtroom right now, and we understand that the sentence or some kind of resolution is going to be reached in just a moment in regard to this plea agreement. We will keep watching that for you. It is 10 o'clock right now. Let's take you back to the news. Dineo Motlaung standing by.
Thanks, Joanne. Top stories: Kat Matlala to enter plea agreement, and Zimbabwe's Senate extends Mnangagwa's rule to 2030. A very good morning. The Madlanga Commission, the alleged underworld kingpin Vusmusi Kat Matlala, is appearing in the Pretoria Commercial Crimes Court, where a possible plea agreement between him and the National Prosecuting Authority could be placed on record. Matlala's case is linked to the controversial 228 million rand Medicare 24 SAPS tender. It was separated from that of his 16 co-accused, who include suspended National Police Commissioner General Fani Masemola and several senior SAPS officers. The Madlanga Commission is currently dealing with an application to postpone Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim's testimony. He was scheduled to appear before the Commission this morning. He has been implicated in the controversial SAPS tender awarded to attempted murder accused Vusmusi Kat Matlala's company Medicare 24. Sibahle Mota reports.
Suleiman Karim, who is scheduled to appear before the Madlanga Commission on Thursday, is unlikely to do so after allegedly being admitted to a medical facility. Karim suffered a heart attack in April and has previously cited health concerns. He was implicated during testimony by alleged political fixer Brown Mokhotsi in connection with the controversial 360 million rand SAPS tender awarded to Matlala's company, Medicare 24. Earlier in his testimony before the Commission, Karim revealed that he had advanced 10 million rands to Matlala for Medicare 24. According to Karim, Matlala only repaid 1.75 million rand. I am Sibahle Mota in Pretoria.
And in other news, Taxi Association Santaco has called on taxi operators not to leave commuters stranded on June 30th. This as anti-immigrant groups are expected to embark on mass protests calling on undocumented foreign nationals to leave the country. Santaco made the call after a meeting with the SAPS management in Pretoria ahead of the planned protests next Tuesday. Santaco President Abna Zebe says its members will not be part of the planned protests.
We are calling on all taxi operators, associations, our structures and members throughout the country to remain focused on the core mandate of the industry on the 30th June 2026. Just as they do on any other day, the responsibility of the taxi industry is to transport people safely, reliably, without interruption. We further encourage government to continue strengthening border management system, improving immigration administration processes, and ensuring that immigration laws are applied fairly, consistently, and effectively.
Meanwhile, March and March movement leader Jacinta Ngobese Zuma says all participating organizations have signed a pledge to ensure next week's demonstrations remain peaceful. The group says there'll be no violence, looting or loss of life, while reiterating its call for undocumented foreign nationals to leave the country by 30 June. Ngobese Zuma says they are hopeful the protests will take place without incident.
Well, we applied for a number of marches across the country, and we're hoping that we will be able to stage some peaceful protests where South Africans can show their dissatisfaction with the issue of illegal immigrants. The date of the 30th was not set by March and March. It was a cut-off date that was given by Phakela Mphakathi. But when we saw that South Africans are receptive to the date and they kept on echoing it and they wanted it to be something that resonates with how they feel, we then decided to also assist in making sure that we spread the word. But the date itself, I wouldn't know what was the idea behind it.
Lastly, Zimbabwe's Senate has overwhelmingly approved a bill that will allow President Emmerson Mnangagwa to stay in office until 2030. It also includes provision for the 83-year-old president to be elected by parliament rather than by direct popular vote. Supporters of the constitutional amendment say it will strengthen accountability and foster political stability. Opponents say it's a blatant ruse by the president to hold on to power. Recapping the top story this hour, the alleged underworld kingpin Vusmusiket Matlala is appearing in the Pretoria High Court today, where a possible plea agreement between him and the National Prosecuting Authority could be placed on record. Headlines at 10:30 with Ondelambana for SAFM News. I'm Dino Motau.
Well, South Africa, the time is now. You could be joining the Queen herself, Ms. Zozibini Tunzi, or the King, Dr. Fez, right here on Top Billing. And all you have to do is to audition for our Top Billing Presenter Search. Do it now, and you could be on the big screen.
Catch Top Billing every Tuesday evening at 7 through the month of June. Repeat Sundays at 1 on S3 and Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. on SABC 1.
Babe, I'm getting extra cash from my insurance. I was thinking romantic getaway or a treat for the kids.
You're getting money from your insurer?
Yes, my cash back from my way. I'll get back 10% of my monthly premiums for staying claim-free for 2 years. I'm getting 5,680 Rand.
No, that's real cash.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSB. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter.
7 minutes past 10 here on the Daily Discourse, and the breaking story we are watching for you at this hour is that Kat Matlala has entered into a plea deal with the state, and you know this has to do with his 228 million Rand tender corruption case, and that's all linked to the Medicare 24 contract that he received from the police. He apparently has pleaded guilty to fraud and corruption charges relating to this Medicare tender, and he is still in court. We saw him being handed a rather large wad of papers a short while ago. He signed some of those. He's seated in court right now in the Commercial Crimes Court, and we will take you through to that courtroom as soon as we have further developments on that story. One of you asking, can we trust Kat Matlala? Let's listen to that voice note.
I have great concern with Kat Matlala's guilty plea. Can we actually trust what is going to expose, in inverted commas, to IDAC, and especially IDAC that is so vindictive? I don't trust it. Why is it that he's now pleading guilty?
Well, I think he realizes that the odds are probably stacked against him in this case, and I think it's worth remembering as well that all of what he puts forward as part of this plea deal has still got to be investigated. It cannot be taken on face value. But I hear what you're saying about the tensions between IDAC and other police enforcement bodies right now. All right, 9 minutes past 10 on the Daily Discourse. Let me tell you what's coming up in the next hour. We are talking about Stalingrad tactics in court and the fact that some really respected legal figures, including Justice Matlala, whom we watch regularly on television, is one of those who's saying these should not be allowed in courtrooms anymore. So we're going to be tackling that in just a moment, and I would love to hear from you on that story. Here on the Daily Discourse, we have decided to focus attention on this because, we've been dealing with a lot of cases in recent times that have taken ages to resolve in the courts. The day before yesterday, we spoke about the city of Tshwane's failed expropriation of private land. That took 19 years to resolve. Can you believe it? Yesterday, we also spoke to a mediation expert in the legal field who told us that the Gauteng Judge President's office had made it compulsory for several cases to go to mediation before they get to the court stage. And that's because the court roll is packed to the rafters. It is so clogged that people can't get their cases in there for years. How's it happening? Well, just recently, Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga, yes, he of the renowned Madlanga Commission, and the current Gauteng Deputy Judge President, Roland Sutherland, spoke at a book launch at Wits University about what they referred to as Stalingrad tactics and how these have undermined court processes in the last few years. Mbegezeli Benjamin is Research and Advocacy Officer of Judges Matter. He joins us to unpack this now. Good morning to you, Mr. Benjamin. Thanks for your time on the Daily Discourse. What do we understand by the term Stalingrad tactics?
Good morning, Joanne, and good morning to the listeners. The Stalingrad actually refers to a famous Russian battle where one of the sides held out until the bitter end. And so in South African legal discourse, it is used to refer usually to someone who is using the legal process to delay as much as possible an outcome that might not be favorable to them. So often you'd find the litigant will bring a case, and when they lose, even before they lose actually, they take every technical point there is. And so every technical point you take before you get to the merits of the case, and even when the merits have been determined, you frustrate the outcome through endless appeals. And we most famously know this process through the litigation that has mostly been brought by former President Jacob Zuma. And that's where the Stalingrad tactic was brought into legal discourse in South Africa.
Very interesting origins of that term indeed, Mr. Benjamin. What sort of toll have these delaying tactics taken on the court and the judiciary in recent years?
Well, there are two main tolls that this has taken on the courts. Number one is directly on the courts, in that they spend a lot of time and use quite a lot of judicial resources in adjudicating these cases. Again, if you think about the case involving former President Zuma, has now been running for well over 20 years now. And part of that, and a large part of it actually, has been this Stalingrad tactic where there have been endless appeals. And when appeals are brought, there are technical points that are taken. And even when those technical points are adjudicated, there's even further more appeals. So it's almost endless litigation. And we haven't even gotten to the merits, right? There hasn't been a single witness who's been called to testify. The case hasn't even gotten off the ground. And so that's the first legal toll. The second one is just public trust and public perceptions in the justice system. That because we are not seeing an end to the cases that are before the courts, people lose trust in the public system, in the public justice system. They lose trust in the courts, and also I think people feel that people who have money and who have access to lawyers will never get their day in court, so they never get their comeuppance in a way.
That's a great point. Is there an inherent problem with our laws that allow so many appeals and counter appeals and reviews before a case comes to its final conclusion?
It's not a problem of the law necessarily, Joanne, because the law is concerned with protecting people's rights. And so often these appeals are couched in the terms of trying to protect a legal right or a legal claim. And so when, for example, you appeal certain decisions that are taken in the court, the idea of the appeal process is that you do so because you want to get a favorable outcome that will protect your rights. And so often those appeals will be allowed because you are trying to protect your rights. But then there's this tension between protecting those rights but also reaching finality in cases. And that, I think, is a tension that has brought on by this Stalingrad tactic, where judges, where some lawyers are actually quite concerned that, look, at a certain point, these cases are unmeritorious. There's no way that this person would have succeeded. And so there needs to be a harder line that is drawn on how far you can take it when you're protecting your rights on appeal. At some point, you do have to get to the merits of the case, and that may still be in protection of your rights. So there is nothing that is taken away from you by the courts being a little bit more stricter when it comes to allowing appeals in any case.
Do you think South Africans have become over-dependent on the courts to resolve particular issues because the institutions, public and private, on which they depend, have been bogged down by a growing societal lack of ethics, respect for the law, and the judiciary is often seen as the last bastion standing against that decline?
Well, look, John, it's not a bad thing if people are using the courts to resolve disputes. So that is how a constitutional democracy should function. But you're quite right to say there is a bit of an over-reliance on the courts. And we're seeing places where certain disputes should be resolved are not being resolved adequately. And a quick example of this is just the political arena. Certain disputes should really end in Parliament. There should be debates and discussions, and then when each side loses in Parliament, that's the end of it. But what we often see is that people lose in Parliament, and then they'll take it to the courts in order to wage those battles. Even in political parties, I mean, it's now become a really common thing that whenever there's going to be a political party conference, there will inevitably be a court case alongside it. Even when membership in a political party, there's disputes there. People cannot resolve those disputes and they take it to court. So what we are seeing is an over-reliance on the courts, especially when it comes to political disputes. Those disputes shouldn't really be dealt with in courts. They should be dealt with in the relevant bodies, which are Parliament or inside of political parties in each case. It shouldn't be an issue that necessarily requires a judge to be engaged.
Thank you so much for your insight into that story. That was Mbegezeli Benjamin. He is, of course, representing legal... I'm going to give you his title just in a moment here. Here we have it. He is the Research and Advocacy Officer of Judges Matter. On the line to us there. We're going to take a short break. We'll bring you more on this when we come back.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
This Sunday evening at 7 on the Tastemaster Professional, our chefs discover that size isn't everything. Working in teams, they must create an elevated tapas menu packed with flavor, finesse, and creativity. With every dish playing a part in the final spread, there's nowhere to hide from the judges. Who will deliver a menu worth sharing, and who will find themselves left off the table? The Tastemaster Professional, Sunday evening at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30, only on SABC2.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
18 minutes past 10 on the Daily Discourse. We're talking about the issue of Stalingrad tactics that have been finding their way into the courts over the last few years and have delayed justice in so many ways. Bringing into the conversation now President of the Law Society of South Africa, Machini Motlong. Mr. Motlong, good morning to you and thanks for your time on the programme. How does a judge distinguish between lawyers who are engaging in robust legal representation and those who are just abusing judicial processes?
Good morning, and thanks for the opportunity. This is quite a very problematic aspect of the legal process. And there is a fine line between abuse of court process and the right of a litigant to assert his or her right in terms of following the processes outlined within our justice system. But obviously, key to determine whether or not there is abuse of legal process, which inevitably would lead to one looking at the process to be that of a Stalingrad type of a process, is that if you bring about interlocutory applications which lack the necessary merits, that in itself would be an indication, and strong indication for that matter, that a litigant is actually merely abusing court processes instead of really genuinely asserting his or her right.
But Mr. Motlong, I presume that if somebody is seen to be presenting arguments that carry no weight at all in court, that will simply get thrown out of court. Our court regime allows for appeals and reviews, sometimes many of them. How is a judge or a magistrate to determine when that line has been crossed into the area of delaying tactics?
I think more in a litigant continuously coming up with multiple interlocutory applications in an instance where the merits seem to be the same, and where in essence the relief or remedies that is sought is tentatively the same, but technically the litigant would approach the matter through different channels instead of just going through one channel and have the matter concluded without necessarily now having to have a second bite to a process that has almost similar or the same effect.
Judge Nkosinathi Chili's also made the point that prolonged litigation often favours the rich. I would add it also favours many who are using taxpayers' money to fight their legal battles. How does one guard against what may be perceived as a more exhaustive kind of justice for the rich and the powerful?
Look, there is actually merit to such a conclusion, particularly if you have the necessary means to go through all these processes. You wouldn't necessarily, run short of funds to do so. But I think they
Are you still with us, Mr. Motlong? We appear to have lost that line to him. We're going to try and re-establish that in a moment. Apologies for that. Jen in Cape Town says to us, hi Joanne, it's not only Stalingrad tactics. There has been systematic defunding of the courts and the legal system over the years since Zuma. As the population grows, courts and the budget must grow. Very good point there, Jen. And I think we've seen that with the Constitutional Court, that is having to deal with so many cases, but is taking longer than it used to come up with these judgments. Simply because it seems to be under-resourced, and that indeed is a very worrying thing. Let's also listen to this voice note on this issue.
Good morning, Tarizi and Bethlehem. For me, the concern with the Stalingrad tactics is the role of judges or magistrate. And the case that comes to mind is the case of the Senzo Meyiwa case, where it's clear that prosecution does not want to bring in other key witnesses who were present in the house while they've been endless questioning and back and forth testimonies from the 5 gentlemen, whereas there were other people who were present in the house during the commission of the crime. So how then is that resolved when it involves judges and magistrates themselves?
I mean, that's such a great question, isn't it? Because you think of some of the cases that have to be rerun entirely. We've had rape survivors on the stand having to retell stories of incredible violence and trauma to them because there's been a problem with the constitution of the bench in those cases. And, most certainly we need to guard against that. And one of the points that I didn't get to with Mr. Machini and Motlong, and we're struggling to get hold of him on the line right now, is that Justice Sutherland took aim at professional bodies of lawyers like the Law Society, right? He said they had not done their part to clamp down on abusive court processes. So I wonder, what are the legal bodies actually doing to change this? I understand that it can become very subjective. I mean, what if you face a situation where you take a case to court, the judge then takes cognizance of what has been said by the justices like Matlala and Sutherland, and is trying to ensure that they play within those rules and they play within respect for the law and try to prevent court abuse. But they are accused of not giving the accused a fair hearing, because it sometimes borders on a subjective argument. It often borders on a subjective argument that is combined with the legal argument in order to bring us to the point where we are. So let me actually put that question to Mr. Motlong. I believe we've been able to re-establish contact with him. Mr. Motlong, sorry about that. It looks as though we were failed by the lines there for a moment. But I want to ask you about this comment that Justice Sutherland made about professional bodies like the Law Society, that he says are simply not doing their part to clamp down on the abuse of court processes, and that you ought to come to the party as organizations that regulate lawyers in the industry. What's your response to that?
I think it's a fair expectation that as law bodies, we owe a duty to ensure that we clamp down on such practices, and we should, from time to time, ensure that our members act in the most ethical way in dealing with litigations in court. So it is incumbent on us as law bodies to continuously educate our practitioners and caution them against practices that amounts to abuse of court processes.
So is that something that you're in the process of doing right now? Are you in the process of bringing your members in and saying, this is what has been said and there's a valid point being made here? We need to rethink how we go about these cases in many ways.
It's a conversation that has always been ongoing. But as I alluded to earlier, there is a fine line between the abuse of court processes on the one hand and assertion of a litigant's right, because in the true sense of everything else is that you have court processes that are delineated in our court rules, and if you follow those processes to the latter and without merit, then there's talk of abuse and the suspicion of abuse, which we caution our members against. But on the other hand, in the event that you are an aggrieved party and you would want to explore all the remedies at your disposal, there is nothing much that the legal bodies can do to discourage members from following instructions and asserting clients' rights through those litigious processes.
The issue of delayed court rulings was also raised, including the Constitutional Court that's taking on average 7 months to come up with a judgment. What are the factors there that prevent swift justice?
That's one aspect that is actually rearing its ugly head towards proper and efficient administration of justice, because in reality, justice delayed is justice denied. And for the members of the public at large to have confidence in the judicial system, we have to ensure that judgments are issued out and handed down expeditiously, and in order for matters to have, to reach its logical conclusion and finality with the necessary, speed. And to that end, we have always, been in the forefront, calling on the judiciary to also keep the judicial officers in check in ensuring that they abide strictly by the norms and standards as set out in terms of the timelines that are allowed to hear the matters and hand down judgments. That if there is, strict adherence to those norms and standards, timelines as indicated, then, would go a long way in ensuring that the delays, which in most instances are delays that cannot really be justified, that those delays are averted at all costs to ensure that the public, interest or public confidence in the judicial system and in the broader justice system is restored.
Thank you so much for speaking to us today. Machini Motlong, President of the Law Society of South Africa. That brings us to 10:30 here on the Daily Discourse. Let's get your latest news headlines now. Dineo Motlong is standing by.
Good morning, Joanne. I am on the Lambano for SAfm News. Controversial businessman Vusumuzi Kat Matlala has pleaded guilty to all charges against him in the Pretoria Specialized Commercial Crimes Court. Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim faces possible prosecution under the Matlala Commission Act if he refuses an independent medical exam, and Gauteng law enforcement agencies say they are fully prepared for the planned protest action on the 30th of June with a comprehensive security operation already underway. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
10:30 on the Daily Discourse, and thank you if you have just tuned in. 10:30 it is, and we have been looking at a lot of interesting issues over the last couple of hours. First of all, a group of Malawians that found themselves in trouble over the last day or so were finally able to be escorted in the direction of the border. I'm saying in the direction of the border today because we don't know what progress they will make along the way, so we're keeping an eye on that for you. Great news that South African maize is traveling again. This time, two countries, Vietnam and South Korea, are now buying South African maize, and we've got a really healthy surplus this year, which is fantastic to hear. And another victory in the courts, the early childhood development issue coming to the fore there, the KwaZulu-Natal Education Department being told you will foot the bill, whether you like it or not, for early childhood development, because it is so important to our children. You might also want to comment on that last story in regard to the Stalingrad tactics that we've seen taking place in court. And they brought up, for example, lawyers have brought up the issue of the Jacob Zuma case. That has been in court for 20 years. That case has been in court since before my child was born. It blows my mind that it really blows my mind that a case can actually continue in court for that time. And the question is, it's a very pertinent question that justices like Madlanga and Roland Sutherland are raising. Why are we allowing that to happen in the courts? Why are people being allowed to abuse court processes willy-nilly? We'll take a look at that as well with you, and I would love you to comment on that. All right, we're trying to remain as feel-good this morning as possible because, of course, we had the joy of witnessing Bafana Bafana. Those of you who were up early this morning had the joy of witnessing Bafana Bafana making history internationally. They've reached the knockout stages of the FIFA World Cup, as you know, for the first time ever, after a hard-fought 1-0 victory over South Korea. And it was wonderful to listen to that commentary. I unfortunately, I could not do a 3 o'clock wake-up this morning, team Daily Discourse. I'm afraid I finished working at 1 o'clock this morning, and consequently, when I closed that laptop, I said, no, I don't have the strength. But I will wake up in the morning, I will switch Kathy on first thing, and I will listen to the outcome. And I was delighted. Maybe by not speaking about it, I didn't jinx it, right? But it was a hard-fought 1-0 victory over South Korea. And Tapelo Masego's decisive second-half strike, coupled with Mexico's 3-0 win over Czechia, secured South Africa's place in the round of 32. So the dream is continuing. Canada is now the only country standing between Bafana and a place in the next round on Sunday. I'm going to invite into the conversation right now Masilo Chakalaka Machaka, one of South Africa's most prominent and recognizable football super fans. Good morning to you, Chakalaka, and thank you very much for joining us. So tell me what the early hours of this morning were like for you. No doubt you got up before the crack of dawn with all the hope in your heart that the rest of us had too. And tell me what that moment was like for you when they scored.
Yeah, firstly, let me just say thanks very much. We just came back from celebrating once again. And this time, this side is 2:30 in the morning. So I'd like to say to South Africans and SAfm listeners, good morning, all the way from Monterrey in Mexico. What an euphoric moment! What a great achievement for South Africans. Not only people that are here in Mexico, but even back home. We'd like to say thanks very much, and also to the players, the coach himself. I don't know if it has sank in yet, but I can tell you, it's all about celebration here in Mexico, and even the people here in Mexico. They've been, cheering for Bafana Bafana. Even at the stadium where we were earlier on, they were been cheering us, say, guys, you know what, we support you because you're also supporting us. Because they've qualified as well, and also qualified. This is what I call unprecedented moment, and this, it's one of its kind, man. We've never even qualified for last 32 in a World Cup. This is a special moment for us, special moment for everybody. And I can tell you, we saw some videos back home, people celebrating on the street. We are seeing people waking up early in the morning to cheer Bafana Bafana, to rally behind our nation. Thanks very much, guys, back home. And even here, it's still celebration all the way. So Bafana Bafana, you made us proud. We are flying the flag of South African, here in Mexico, very, very high.
Well, I love it that you are there. I didn't actually realize, and you are so fortunate to be there, Chakalaka. It sounds like the atmosphere was absolutely electric on the ground. But tell me about those last 10 to 15 minutes. Everyone who watched the match is saying that it strained their nerves beyond belief.
Absolutely. We kept on checking the time there on the screen to say, when it will be the last whistle to say Bafana Bafana, we've beaten South Korea. Remember, people didn't give us a chance as well. I mean, we were beaten by Mexico. Remember that in our opening game against Mexico, but coming into such Republic where we threw with them, and also coming into this game against South Korea, a team to beat. So it's the strongest team, South Korea. It's not child's play. It's a hard nut to crack. But to analysts, people that are behind the Bafana players, they've analyzed this game very, very well for South Korea. So they did us proud. They did us very well. But as I'm saying, it's undescribable, the atmosphere here in Mexico. Everybody's saying Bafana, 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 Bafana. I think this is the right moment for ourselves. We might see ourselves in the semi-final and even in the final. Who knows?
We pray so. We really do. I mean, you are a Bafana diehard. So you watch their play you've watched it over a period of time, but perhaps you can even tell us just in regard to since they've started at the World Cup, have you seen a change in tactics, Chakalaka?
Absolutely. You could even see it. As I'm saying, I'm giving thumbs up to our analysts, fan analysts. And I think they've done very well. They saw in the first game against Mexico that there was some firing blanks, especially up front. Couldn't take our chances. But what I saw some difference about our team is we are creating chances, but we couldn't convert those chances, especially in the first game against Mexico, and even against Czech Republic. We should have we should have won that game easily, especially in the second half. But coming into this game, today's game against South Korea, he made some changes there and there. You could even see that I started with Mahopa up front as a false 9. He also started with Mufukeng once again with Police on the left side. So it was all about tactics and to say, guys, you know what, we respect South Korea, but we don't fear them. And we believed in our Bafana Bafana because we could see, how they gel together. It's all about unity. As they always say, divided we fall and united we stand. That's what they did on the field of play. They left everything on the pitch
today, earlier in the morning, and I would like to say to Bafana Bafana, thanks very much. They don't know what they did to South Africans back home. I was talking about the videos that we have watched. People have been sending us messages. We just said to ourselves, we are not going to sleep. We'll be with Bafana Bafana come rain day, come sunny day. But this is the right moment for South Africa. Let's get united. Let's rally behind our Bafana Bafana. You know what I'm saying? The smile that they brought to all South Africans is unbelievable.
Oh, absolutely,
Very
and
special.
it's a moment. It's a moment in the country that I think we need. We've been caught up in a very fraught time in this country. But I have to ask you. I mean, speaking of the nerves, I am worried about what happens in the second round. And not going to lie. Do you fancy our chances against Canada, Chakalaka?
Absolutely. We just have to believe. That's what I'm saying. People didn't give us a chance against South Korea. I mean, this is the right moment, South African, to say, guys, we can do it. We can reach this last 16. We can reach the quarterfinal. We can even reach the semi-final. Why not? One of the African nation should one day reach the final and lift the FIFA World Cup trophy. The moment will come, in God's time, the moment will come. But to South African, to Bafana Bafana, first time in the history of the FIFA World Cup, reaching the last 16. That is a very special moment for us. We've got to believe, we've got to be confident. There's no need to be demoralized at the moment. We just have to stick with the Bafana Bafana. The squad that we have at the moment is the squad that should take us to the next level. So which is the semi-final. Morocco, remember, one of the African countries like Morocco, they've reached the semi-final, not by fluke, but how the style of play that they are playing on the field of play, how they fight among themselves, how they fight for each other on the field of play is what will let Bafana Bafana to be in the semi-final. What we need to do at the moment, let's be together, let's be united. They must play as a union. They must defend as a union. As they always say, the best way to score goals is to how you defend. So we are going then against Canada. We're not going to disrespect them because we know that they've also qualified not by fluke, by how the style of play that they are playing on the field of play. But we are going to say to them, New Canada, Bafana Bafana is coming. You are not going to stand on our way. We are highly motivated at the moment. The players, the support here in Mexico, we saw the support in Atlanta when we play against Czech Republic. We're there in Atlanta. The support was massive. We are saying South Africans are here. Even back home, we know they have been rallying behind Bafana Bafana. This is the right moment for ourselves to say, guys, let's come together. Let's make sure that we rally behind Bafana Bafana all the way.
Well, Chakalaka, I don't know how you still have the energy after all these hours. Maybe it's the celebrations that are keeping you wide awake. I'm going to ask you to stay with us, please. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll take a call from one of our listeners.
Head to Dis-Chem for the ultimate savings this winter. Look out for the yellow label to shop Better Rewards brands in-store and online. Swipe your Better Rewards card to save 99 Rand on the Huggies size 1 to 5 extra care nappies. Now only 170 Rand and 9 cents per pack. Plus save 60 Rand on the Johnson 6-pack of extra sensitive or gentle all-over baby wipes. Now only 102 Rand 68. Offers valid until 12 July at Dis-Chem. Better health starts here.
Oh, yeah, boy. Club Soweto. In 1976, youth switcher on, and for 50 years, the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is a pillar in 2026. SAPC 1, Mzansi for sure. The source of youth courage. My God.
More million here, and yes, I am a millionaire. And then you'd be on the couch with your 6 numbers. But 7 is for heaven, or yes. But 4 is for the door, or yes. But 38 is never too late, or yes. Well, the Lotto Live draws are back. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Catch the live draw at 9 p.m. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizakai.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
Almost 10:43 here on the Daily Discourse. We're having a conversation right now with Masilo Chakalaka Machaka, one of South Africa's most prominent and recognizable football superfans. He's coming to us live from overseas. He was actually in attendance in Mexico while Bafana made history there, making it to the round of 32. And what an exciting morning it was. I would just want to listen to one of your voice notes on this, and we'll take a call shortly.
Good morning to you. Good morning to all SAfm listeners. You know, CC, since I was born, this is one of the exciting weekend that I have been. Unless if it is a weekend where the Bokkies win. But this time is Bafana Bafana. They made us proud, and also it's a very good week to hear about the children's and all the good news that are coming across. You know, it's different when that guy, the Zeno guy, came here and said that Bafana Bafana team is gonna come anytime soon. But tell him they are not gonna come. Come when? KZN, no ways. They're gonna stay there. On Sunday, they're gonna meet Canada. Round of 32. That's great news. We want to call it a weekend.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully it's going to be a fantastic one for us. And Chakalaka, I want to take a call from Maxwell in Pretoria. Maxwell, good morning to you.
Let's see. And how are you, my good friend?
I'm so well.
Ah,
Chakalaka is
my brother.
Is my brother, is my friend. Hey, Maxi!
How are you, my big fan? I really appreciate when I see you there dancing. You remind me about the Christmas tree guy whom we used to go to all the stadium, Northwest and everything. I remember a picture you took with my son long time ago, my good friend. Raise the flag. Let's support the boys. You have been there from day one. You are there even today. I'm very proud of you, my good friend. Tell them when they come back, no matter what happened to the next game, they will find us all in the airport to welcome you. That's how the spirit is. We don't care about Canada. They're ranked number 32. We have been playing with the highest team, ranked team. We managed to beat them against all odds. Thank you, Shakarame. Thank you, big fan. Oh, you are raising our flag, my big brother. I'll give you a hug when you come back home, my friend.
I can't wait to see you, my brother. Maxi, no, thank you very much, man, for compliment. You know, as I've said earlier on, that you know what, without us being united, nothing can happen. So we'd like to say to you guys, back home, the support that we have given to Bafana Bafana, the messages that we have sent here in Mexico is wonderful. We appreciate support. We'll also be giving them support all the way. We'll never leave them and I will never forsake them. This is our country, this is our nation. Let's go all out with them. Whatever they do against Canada, as we have said, doesn't matter anymore. You know what they did us proud by reaching the last 32.
Yeah, Maxwell, thanks so much for that feel-good call. And of course, I mustn't forget to mention, Chakalaka, that Teboho Mokoena is back for the next game against Canada, right?
Yeah, he's back to Mukwena. Yeah, he's back against Nyuka. Remember, he was suspended in today's game, but I can tell you, Spelele did very well in the middle of the park. I think you couldn't even see that there was a space for Mukwena, or maybe there was some shortage of Mukwena on the field of play because of the players. They fought among themselves. They were united on the field of play. They left everything on the pitch. But I like to say we are happy to say Mukwena will be back against New Canada, and maybe to the next game going forward. But I'm happy. I'm happy that he'll be back against a game against New Canada. Yes.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be a relief. I want to listen to this voice note on Chiefs fans and whether they're actually back. Bafana, Chakalaka.
Okay.
Shakalaka. No, man. Not all South Africans are behind Bafana Bafana. Kaizer Chiefs fans are not behind Bafana Bafana. So you must say some South Africans are behind Bafana Bafana. They must keep on doing that. Leave alone Kaizer Chiefs fan, please.
We had to have a killjoy, right, that brought that up. Chakalaka?
Did you? No. Yeah, no, I couldn't hear the voice note, but
sorry,
I'm not sure.
Let me just tell you the essence of it. One of our listeners saying that Chiefs fans are actually not behind Bafana. So some of us are and some of us aren't.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm a Chiefs fan. You can remember back home as well. No, but I started with Bafana Bafana till today. It's all about individual. But you know what? I think we need to get it right to say this is our national pride. This is our national team that brings all sporting code together. Remember, they've cricket, we've got rugby and netball and other sporting code. We are coming together. We're receiving the message from people that support cricket, people that support rugby, and so forth. So it's not all about our teams back home. It's all about the nation itself, flying the flag very, very high. Let's rally behind the team. Let's rally behind it, irrespective of which players they select, whether they don't select the player from your team or not, as long as players that they have at the moment. Hugo Broos made his decision to say, this is the soldiers that I'll be taking a war with. So we'll actually say, let's support Hugo Broos. Let's support the boys now. Let's leave the differences aside. Let's stick together. Let's have one voice as a nation.
Thank you so much for connecting with us, Jagalaka. And it's lucky for you that you were there to actually witness that in Mexico and to feel the incredible electricity there in the crowd. And I want to wish you all the best for the nerves as this match against Canada comes up. It's going to be a tough one to watch in person, but no doubt it is going to be a fantastic one. And a lot is depending on Bafana. And of course, they've got a nation behind them. So go get some sleep and steel yourself for the next round with Canada.
Well, South Africa, the time is now. You could be joining the Queen herself, Ms. Zozibini Tunzi, or the King, Dr. Fez, right here on Top Billing. And all you have to do is to audition for our Top Billing Presenter Search. Do it now, and you could be on the big screen.
Catch Top Billing every Tuesday evening at 7 through the month of June. Repeat Sundays at 1 on S3 and Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. on SABC 1. Leading up to our 75th birthday in August, VW is giving you the chance to drive away in a new Polo Vivo. If you buy any new Volkswagen vehicle this month, you will automatically be entered into the competition, and South Africa's best-selling hatch could be yours. One car, one winner, one unforgettable moment. Will it be you? It's our birthday, but you get all the gifts. Visit your nearest dealer today. T's and C's apply.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
Right, 10 minutes to 11 it is here on the Daily Discourse, celebrating Bafana's win, and I think we're going to be doing that for the next few days, but let's wish them all the best as they take on Canada. Other stories I see are also on your mind today. One of you is responding to the issue of the fact that South Africa has had a wonderful bumper maize crop, and a shame, we've sold our maize crop to South Korea partly, right? Vietnam and South Korea have agreed to take our maize, and in response to that, we gave them a hiding on the football field yesterday. But nonetheless, let's listen to this voice note on maize.
Good morning, Grant speaking from the Free State, where maize is king. Just listening to the report about the maize, how well we are doing, the record tonnage of maize. Being one of the backbones of the country, obviously the farmers should be looked after like gold. I hope people are paying attention to this fact.
Yeah, we definitely need everything they can give us in terms of food security. We do need to look after our farmers and support them. One of you is speaking about the issue of Makhanda, and we've had a couple of reports of this that say that area is really in a poor state. Let's listen to this.
Good morning, Joanne. We, the citizens of Makhanda, are not excited about the Bafana win. We are very traumatized and depressed about the state of the city, the festival city, which has begun today. It is in a horrific state. Potholes everywhere, leaks in every city, overflowing manholes, big holes that are just dug and never ever covered and filled in again by the municipality. No street lights. We're living in a dark city. I can go on and on. about all the things that are not happening in Makanda because we have a useless municipality and they've just received a hell of a pay rise this month. So there they are, sitting in the lap of luxury doing blow-all.
This is so disappointing. Makanda is such a lovely city, a university town, right? And some of our best graduates have come out of Rhodes. And you would think there's more respect for a town where a lot of important things have happened. The festival, for one thing, the Makanda Festival, is a beautiful festival. It brings together our most talented people in the country. There are also international acts and performers invited to that. And it used to be such a joy to go to that festival. What is happening there? I mean, they've had water issues. I remember a few years ago doing an interview with the Gift of the Givers about the boreholes that were sunk there. Essentially, Makanda had been without water for a while. The municipality had gone and divined and said, no, sorry, there's no water here. There are no aquifers underneath this area. Therefore, we're not going to be able to install boreholes here. Gift of the Givers arrived. Within less than 24 hours, their engineer had found the spot where the aquifers were, and they were starting to sink boreholes the very next day. I don't understand what has happened to Makanda, especially a town that held such promise. What is going on there? If you're from that part of the country, talk to me and tell me what you think is the problem there. Clearly, it's a leadership issue in the municipality. Tulani in KwaZulu-Natal is on the line to us. Tulani, good morning. You want to talk about migrants?
Good morning, Joe, and good morning to SAFM listeners. You see, this is a very topical topic, but what I'm decrying is the fact that as we engage in this discourse as the nation, we get narrower and narrower. We don't broaden the horizon in terms of looking at various alternatives. For all I care, I think the government has not managed the whole issue of home affairs, porous borders, illegal immigrants and everything else. But there shall never be any justification for anyone to strip another human being of their dignity, of their humanity. We do have the right as the citizens to put enormous pressure on government to perform their duties. We don't have any excuse to that. But the moment we begin not to regard other people as human beings, that's where we have got a problem. And I wonder, where are these human rights lawyers, your Helen Suzman Foundation, and even courts to some extent? We have seen home affairs being made a laughingstock numerous occasions trying to deal with illegal immigrants. And human rights lawyers were winning each and every case day by day. Where are they? Because they have been part of this problem snowballing to where it is now. I think that is my view, that we don't need to create instability in our country. We are citizens here. We've got property. We are living here. We've got children. Some generations are going to come post ourselves having passed the face of the earth. But we should not create an instability. If the march is directed at government so that government can wake up, government can raise resources, government can open the post, the vacant, the opportunities, because Home Affairs is very stripped to the bone. They do not have the capacity we require. Now it has dawned in our face, all of us, to say Home Affairs should be big if we are going to curb the whole scourge of illegal immigrants in our country.
True. I think this is a lovely call, Tulani, and I really appreciate it. Thank you, because I think you've brought a good balance as to what the problem is in terms of, the fact that people need to respect our laws. Every citizen of another country who comes into our country needs to know that as they would respect the laws of any other country, including their own, they need to respect ours as well. Everyone needs to be documented in this country. But at the same time, I like what you're saying about the instability we are bringing to our own country potentially. And it's all very well saying, well, we're doing this over the issue of migration, but we have seen what happens when things get out of control. Local shops also get looted. People of all backgrounds get hurt, sometimes killed. it affects the economy so deeply. And sometimes we don't realize. It's almost like, well, we're focusing this attention on migrants, and you know, we're going to make sure our voices are heard on this, and we will use any means necessary. Think about what it means for your country. Think about what it means for human rights. Think about the people that we want to be as we execute this, as we exercise our rights, as we demand our rights. And it seems to me, I mean, someone made a controversial statement, and I think it will be received by our listeners in a controversial way because people are struggling to kind of see the trees from the wood at the moment. But somebody was writing about this and saying, basically, we've set up a kind of dynamic where poor people in our country who are really, really suffering, are turning their anger not on the government but on other poor people from other countries who are suffering. And is that the dynamic that we want to build? Surely our anger ought to be aimed at the people who should have created the situation for us to be able to allow people into the country legally. Or not allow people, as the case may be, depending on what the laws say and how they exercise their rights as the lawmakers in this country. But turning this on other poor people is not the way to go with this. And the controversial statement that was made was, someone called it cowardly. They said because it's difficult to reach the government, right? It's difficult to get to the president, to the government, to make a statement at the union buildings, but it's not difficult to reach the man on the street or the woman on the street or the child on the street who is from another country. Right, and I think we need to think very, very carefully about that. That one is not wanting to threaten March and March or any of the other groups. One is only saying, let's do this according to the rule of law, and let's also not deny that the fact that people have been hurt, people have been injured, people have already been killed. So when you say you want a peaceful march, you know, to be able to control all the people out there who are going to march on Tuesday is going to be a challenge, and we dearly hope that there is not going to be any violence on Tuesday, but we cannot in any way guarantee that. 11 o'clock here on the Daily Discourse. Let's catch up with Ondela Mbana, who has your latest news bulletin.
Thank you, Joanne. On the top stories, Vusumuzi Matlala pleads guilty and Ngwata Local Municipality Council dissolved. For SAFM News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good morning. Controversial businessman Vusumuzi Matlala has pleaded guilty to all charges against him in the Pretoria Specialized Commercial Crimes Court. He faces serious charges of corruption, fraud and money laundering related to a 228 million rand contract his company secured from the South African Police Service. Matlala has also pleaded guilty on behalf of his company Medicare 24. Additionally, he is expected to enter into a plea and sentencing agreement with the state, which may influence the outcome of his case that involves 16 others, including senior police officers. Matlala responded to all the charges against him.
Yourself as accused number 1, pertaining the count of fraud involving certain bid documentation in respect of a tender to the value of 228,665,280 rand. As accused number 1, how do you plead to this count?
I plead guilty.
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 Thank you.
Northwest businessman Solomon Karim faces possible prosecution under the Matlala Commissions Act if he refuses an independent medical exam. Evidence leader advocate Matthew Chaskalson told the Matlala Commission that its evidence leaders may request that he be prosecuted for allegedly hindering the Commission's proceedings. The Matlala Commission is hearing an application for Karim's testimony to be postponed to 15 July 2026. Karim, who was scheduled to testify today, did not appear after being declared medically unfit. Chaskalson further argued that if Karim is unable to testify by 15 July 2026, the Commission should proceed to make findings based on the evidence already presented without hearing any further evidence from him.
If Mr. Karim does not agree to be examined by an independent specialist, then we will ask the Commission to recommend that he be prosecuted under Section 5 and 6 of the Commissions Act and Regulation 12(2) for hindering the proceedings of the Commission. And we will also ask for the Commission to make its findings on the basis of the evidence that we've heard thus far from Mr. Karim, but no further evidence.
Gauteng law enforcement agencies say they are fully prepared for the planned protest action on the 30th of June, with a comprehensive security operation already underway. The Provincial Joint Operational and Intelligence Structure has announced that thousands of officers, specialized police units, helicopters, drones and an extensive CCTV network will be deployed across the province. This operation is part of a three-phase strategy aimed at preventing disruptions and ensuring the safety of residents in Gauteng. During a media briefing in El Dorado Park, Johannesburg, Gauteng Provincial Commissioner Lieutenant General Tommy Mtombeni stated that while they respect the constitutional right to peaceful protest, they will take action against any threats to public safety, critical infrastructure and law and order.
Maintaining public order is the order of the day, and furthermore, violence, intimidation, malicious damage to property, the incitement of violence is something which will not be tolerated. Any person who commits criminal offense to be dealt with in accordance with the law. We wish to emphasize that immigration enforcement remains the responsibility of authorized state officials.
The Free State Cocta MEC Saki Mokoena has dissolved the Ngwate Local Municipality Council following a constitutional court order that dismissed the municipality's appeal with costs. The municipality had sought leave to appeal the 2025 High Court ruling, which found it had failed to fulfill its obligation to residents and ordered Cocta and the provincial government to intervene. The constitutional court order directed government to implement a recovery plan, dissolve the council, appoint administrators and measures to ensure municipality continue to function. Cocta spokesperson Zima Sambeu says the MEC has vowed to work with all stakeholders who will enable strong governance in the municipality.
During his engagement with councillors, MEC Mokoena outlined the intervention process and announced the appointment of Dr. Soli Mutingwe from Cocta, who will work with municipal administration on an interim basis until the full intervention team is in place. This intervention is aimed at addressing identified challenges, strengthening service delivery, consolidating progress made, and correcting systemic weaknesses. A team of 5 administrators will be appointed to support service delivery and ensure the successful implementation of the recovery plan.
The price of crude oil has fallen below the level it was at before the U.S. and Israeli military conflict with Iran. A barrel of Brent crude, which had exceeded $110 at one stage, is now trading at $72. The BBC's Suranjan Tiwari has more details.
Oil is really a supply and demand game. So as soon as that oil starts hitting the market, or is expected to hit the market, we were expecting to see pressure on those prices with them going down. We saw those global benchmarks back at pre-war levels. That means the lowest level since the end of February when those strikes happened. Now, it will take time for those oil shipments to reach their customers here in Asia. Analysts are expecting that will start to happen in about early August.
Recapping the top story, controversial businessman Vusumuzi Matlala has pleaded guilty to all charges against him in the Pretoria Specialized Commercial Crimes Court. I'm Lambana for SAfm News headlines at 11:30.
Water bottle, check. Sunscreen, check. Binoculars, around my neck.
Ha! Is that Tembi? The same couch potato who shouts when we interrupt his soapies with ta! Ta!
But look at her now, a professional bird watcher.
Oh, I'm shook. She's finally out here.
I love the peaceful sounds of nature. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
At Specsavers, we're committed to offering affordable and professional eye care. That's why we're offering 1,500 Rand worth of savings with our winter promotion. Get a free frame up to the value of 1,500 Rand or use the 1,500 Rand on one of our leading vision enhancements, like Climate Eyes, which automatically adapts to changing light. To qualify, simply purchase a comprehensive eye examination and prescription frame and lenses. Affordable eye care, Specsavers. T's and C's apply.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
7 minutes past 11 here on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us in the final hour of our program. And this is going to be an important one because I have a sense that many of you out there would have been affected by it. In the next half hour, we're going to be talking about the issue of toxicity in the workplace. It's a big one. I encounter so many people who are talking about bosses that are bullying them, about really awful working conditions that they hate to go to every day. They literally drag themselves out of bed in the morning. They have to force themselves to go to work because this is the way they make a living, right? And there would not be any money in the household if they didn't do this. But going to work pains them. It's not a happy environment. They're surrounded by one or more toxic people. And I think it has made it so unpleasant for workers to be able to cope with this, because in the past you just didn't have an avenue to talk about this, right? There were always bullies at work, I think, over the years. I think that's got worse in certain ways and in certain industries. But having said that, the laws have changed in the last few years, and there's been quite a groundbreaking case. Wits University actually brought forward a test case for this, and they took it to the Conciliation for Mediation and Arbitration, the CCMA, and there was a really interesting outcome. And I want to talk to you about that in the next few minutes, because we're going to be speaking to the director at Worksman's Attorneys, Bradley Workman Davies, to find out exactly what the laws say in regard to this and how you can address this. And if you are in this position at work right now, I would love to hear from you. I want to hear your personal stories on this. I want to hear how you're coping, how you're dealing with it, but also what toll it's taken on your life, right? And we want to give you some of the legal instruments, give you an idea of the legal instruments that are available to you should you actually want to deal with a problem of this nature. I think we've all in the past, those of us who've been working for decades, encountered this in one way or another, and we just didn't have the means to deal with it. You know, every workplace at that time, when I started in the media industry, we just accepted this was part of it. Every workplace has a bully, you know, and we tried to give that person a wide berth. We tried to kind of hold our own against that person at times, or just, you know, shied away from some nasty things that were said to us, and things that were done to us. But the great news is the law is such now that we don't actually have to tolerate that anymore. And I'm hoping today we're going to be able to give you the tools to be able to stand up to this kind of thing. I'm going to take a call first of all. Actually, let's start the show. Do we have this call available? In fact, we do. Fusini in Cape Town is on the line to us. Fusini, what's your thought on this story?
Good morning, Joanne, and your listeners, and thank you so much for picking up my call. My boss brought me from my country on a general work permit.
Okay.
And I've worked in this place. South Africa government used to give me 3 years contract.
Right.
So after 3 years, I signed another 3 years contract. During this period, there was a lot of problems because he was not fulfilling his promises. So I decided to tell him that I want to go back home because you know, fulfill your promises. And it came to a time that I lost my first wife because of this situation.
No.
But my mother wanted me to marry. She doesn't want me to stay like this. She said to me he can't afford to lose me. So he will help me bring my wife here, and all lot of stories. He signed a supportive document to bring my wife here. When my wife came here, the day my wife was to left my country, they asked me to wait. They granted, I applied for spouse visa. During the letters that I've written and the supportive letters that he gave me was all spouse visa. So the day my wife left, they granted her a visitor visa. And I said, no, I don't want my wife to come here as a visitor. I want her to come here on a spouse visa to join me here.
Yes, yes.
He said, no, they are full of nonsense. So my wife arrived here, he will sort the documents out. But the day after he wrote another supportive documents for my wife to come. The day she left on the aeroplane, he asked me to wait so that he can go and pick up my wife at the airport. I said, no, it doesn't make sense because this is my wife's first time of coming to this country and he don't know you.
Yes.
Why can't we go and pick up my wife and come? Or otherwise you wait so that I can go and pick up my wife.
Yeah.
He decided to go to Cape Town and then he left me. I have to hike on that day to go and pick up my wife. When I got there, I knew there was going to be a problem. Oh. So I picked up my wife first and I took her straight to Home Affairs to apply for an extension.
Yes.
They took the money, but my wife permit never came out. My wife worked there for 4 months. He never give my wife anything. I told him, you made a lot of promises, so we can't survive on this. I found a job for my wife. He said my wife cannot work when we have illegal foreigners who was working for us. So things was not going well at all. And one day he got caught by the labor officers because he was not paying the UIF.
Yes.
So they asked me whether if he have a foreign employee. He denied that he never have a foreign employee. And during the time that they came first, I was not here. I was on leave at home. Because when I have a leave, I have to leave the country. Otherwise, I can't stay here. When I stay here, they have to still prescribe some jobs for me to do. I was working 7 days in a week, no off, no public holiday, no overtime pay. Even the time that the labor officers caught him, he wanted me to lie for him. I said, no, I don't know how to lie. So what the labor officers let him sign an undertaking that he would do the right thing. After they left, I started being treated badly with a lot of abusive words, tried to terminate my contract, test me with money. I said, I'm not a criminal. You can't get me on that. Finally, he terminated my contract without a tangible reason. And then he still wanted me to be deported. So
this is, Husseini, this is a very complex story, and I'm sorry about what has happened to you. But just to cut a very long story short, what happened eventually? Were you able to stay in the country legally?
He said my contract. Then he wrote a fake document to Home Affairs and all lot of places sabotaging me and tell a lot of stories. I went to Home Affairs to inform them what transpired. And then they said to me I can find another job and then so that I can apply for 3 months before the end of my contract.
Okay, I'm going to, Husseini, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but yours is a very, very, very complicated story, and I think we do need to hear it at another time. But this may not be the most appropriate time to be explaining all of this in the detail you are. So let me put you back to Melissa. I take your point about the toxicity that you've experienced as somebody who tried to abide by the law in this country, and I'm really sorry that you've gone through that. But this is something that we are throwing out to all our listeners today, and I'm asking, were you in a similar situation to Husseini in the sense that you were abused verbally and in other ways, taken advantage of by your employer? And is bullying and toxicity something that you're having to live with at work on a daily basis? Let's bring into the conversation Bradley Workman-Davies, Director at Worksman's Attorneys. Mr. Workman-Davies, good morning to you, and thank you for your time on the Daily Discourse. It seems prior to this, South African workplaces tried to deal with workplace bullying and toxicity as best they could, but it was a tricky offence to discipline an employee for. Why was that?
Yeah, good morning, Joanne, and thanks for this opportunity to deal with these issues. It's obviously very important to have employees understand what their rights are and what the legal framework is for them to be able to deal with these kinds of issues within the workplace. So the starting point is that in 2022, the Employment Equity Act promulgated a new code of good practice on the prevention and elimination of harassment in the workplace. And I guess we'll get into that in a little bit more detail because that's really the guiding document which helps us and helps employees understand how to deal with these kinds of issues in the workplace. But before that, one would have simply said there's potentially conduct within the workplace which constitutes harassment or bullying generally in the general sort of dictionary sense of the word. And that would potentially have been disciplinary misconduct which an employer could ordinarily and always deal with in the normal course. So if an employee complained about being harassed by a colleague or a supervisor, they could obviously bring that to the attention of the employer. And to the extent that there was any substance to those allegations, then the employer would, of course, have been entitled and, in fact, obligated to deal with that conduct within the workplace in terms of its usual disciplinary code. And you would have ordinarily seen that employees could be disciplined and potentially even dismissed if they were found guilty of that kind of bullying within the workplace. So there's always been that kind of protection for employees in the workplace. But as I say, in 2022, there's a fundamental change in that this Code of Good Practice is promulgated in terms of the Employment Equity Act, and that creates now a very clear understanding of what is a workplace, and that's a very broad definition, and what constitutes harassment. And that's also a very broad definition, so that employees then start to understand that whereas previously they might have said, look, a little bit of harsh language from a manager or a supervisor or even from a colleague wouldn't be sufficient to constitute harassment or might not be something I could bring to the attention of the employer. It's very clear now under this new code that that's certainly the case, and that the employer has an obligation to investigate and deal with that kind of conduct, because Under the Employment Equity Act, just to jump back a level as well,
Yeah.
the Employment Equity Act talks generally about unfair discrimination and the obligation on employers to prevent and eliminate unfair discrimination in the workplace. And that deals, of course, with those big constitutional grounds, like there shouldn't be discrimination on the basis of race, religion, political belief, pregnancy, etc., etc. But a new category, which was introduced also around about the same time, 2022, is that harassment is a form of unfair discrimination within the workplace, and employers therefore have to take positive steps to prevent and eliminate harassment as a form of discrimination in the workplace. So there's a very strong legal duty on employers now to actually deal with these kinds of issues if an employee brings it to their attention. And again, the Code of Good Practice is really the framework within which these types of allegations and types of conduct can be assessed and dealt with.
Right.
So I would say that's the primary reason why you're starting to see a lot more awareness of this, because employees become aware of it. They understand that there are rights. They understand that there's a framework within which they can assess the type of conduct that they are being subjected to in the workplace, and that there are remedies that they can legitimately use.
So I'm going to take a short break right now, please, Mr. Workman-Davies. But I want to, when we come back, talk about this important test case at Wits University. And I think it'll help us unpack and understand exactly how this law works in practice. Stay with us.
Oh, yeah, boy. Soweto. Bonjour. This month is all about youth courage. Saisusa from then with 50 years of 1976. And vandaag Skimsam, we have the courage to become. Silete Kaya and stand with our community. Started with the thought. Now we have the courage to create, the courage to sound. Like the Red Bull Symphonic with Beats for My Peeps. Anything can happen, so get the courage to tell your story. Malanga, our fun. Zanzi for sure is the source. From going live at Great Town to empowering the youth with the Enoch Matebuda Foundation. SAPC 1, Zanzi for sure, the source of youth courage. I got.
Keep moving through 6 a.m. call times, the rain, dirt tracks, and moving through tight deadlines. Because you move with purpose, from the first stop to the final drop. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and advanced safety features tailored to your industry. The Hino 700 is built to fuel your business's progress. Hino, all the way.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
20 minutes past 11 here on the Daily Discourse, and we're talking about the issue of how the law has evolved to allow for us to actually tackle toxicity in the workplace in ways we weren't able to before. Speaking to us, Director at Worksman's Attorneys, Bradley Workman-Davies. And Mr. Workman-Davies, I was speaking earlier about this Wits University case that's given the legal industry some real direction in terms of how to handle these instances. What have we learned from that case?
Yeah, so just as a high-level summary of that case and to understand what type of action the university took against the employee in particular, is that the employee had been alleged to have misconducted themselves in the workplace. And again, it's critical to understand that harassment, bullying, toxicity in the workplace is in a form of misconduct that can be dealt with by the employer. And again, provided, of course, that the employer makes sure that that disciplinary action is fair in terms of the Labour Relations Act. So that requires both substantive fairness as well as procedural fairness. But once the employer takes action against the employee for misconduct, that can potentially result in the dismissal of the employee. And that's what took place in this particular circumstance with the University of the Witwatersrand. The employee had been accused of or alleged to have misconducted themselves within the workplace in a fairly consistent, lengthy period of time on a number of instances in respect of a number of people. And when they went through the internal employer disciplinary process, which found that, yes, you are in fact guilty of those allegations, and yes, we think that the appropriate sanction is dismissal, the employee was dismissed. And then, Joanne, I think as you and the listeners are aware as well, as soon as an employee is dismissed, in terms of the Labour Relations Act, you, of course, have the right to challenge the fairness of that dismissal at the CCMA, potentially even towards up into the Labour Court at a later point in time as well. But the CCMA then acts as that independent, objective arbiter of whether or not the employer got it right in terms of finding the person guilty of some kind of misconduct and applying that disciplinary sanction of dismissal. So that's exactly what happened in this particular case. The university dismissed the employee for toxic behavior in the workplace. The employee referred a dispute to the CCMA, claiming that that dismissal was unfair, both substantively. In other words, you got it wrong on the facts as well as procedurally. In other words, give me the right procedure to defend myself in that internal process. And the CCMA conducts what you call a hearing de novo. They look at all of the facts again. They hear all of the evidence from the witnesses. The employee has an opportunity to state their case again as well. And the CCMA unequivocally said in these circumstances, this is absolutely toxic behavior in the workplace. This constitutes harassment. The university dealt with it in terms of its internal code preventing harassment in the workplace, which sort of copied or replicated the type of structure that you would see in terms of that Employment Equity Act code. And the CCMA said, absolutely, you got it right. This person was guilty of toxicity in the workplace, and they were fairly dismissed. So that's a very good signal from the CCMA to show that where the facts demonstrate that somebody, such as an employee in this case, is conducting themselves in this kind of a manner, they are going to be fairly dismissed, and that provides a level of protection for their colleagues, for other people within the workplace who are the victims of that kind of harassment within the workplace. So it's a very strong signal coming out of the CCMA.
You know, what was interesting to me was that the woman accused of bullying didn't seem to show any remorse. She actually defended her actions. Do you think that, I mean, had she accepted her actions were problematic and offered to try to mend her ways with supervision, would that have enabled her to keep her job?
I doubt it in these particular circumstances, because although the CCMA commissioner and probably the chairperson of that internal disciplinary inquiry makes much of the fact that there was very little remorse shown by the employee, which is a very important factor when you're considering whether or not the disciplinary sanction of dismissal is fair after having found that the person has in fact misconducted themselves. Because, of course, if you were to go to the employer and say, look, you've now been found guilty of the allegations of toxic behavior, harassment within the workplace, do you understand how this is problematic? Do you understand that you shouldn't be conducting yourself in this way in future? Are you sorry? Do you show remorse for your actions as well? If an employee were to turn around and say, it perhaps wasn't, I wasn't aware that it was being perceived subjectively by my colleagues in this way, the victims of the harassment, but I've shown remorse, I show understanding, I'm going to change. For example, I'm going to undergo some kind of sensitivity training as well to understand these issues better, to correct my behavior. That's also a strong signal from the employee that they're not likely to recommit to that kind of conduct in future. And that would be a very strong mitigating factor which a disciplinary chairperson would have to take into account when determining what the appropriate disciplinary sanction is. And they may well, in those circumstances, turn around and say, let's not go immediately to a summary dismissal. Let's potentially do something like a final written warning, recommend some kind of counseling, sensitivity training, and allow the employee to continue to be employed on the expectation that that behavior would then stop. Of course, if the employee was to recommence that kind of behavior, you would go into another disciplinary inquiry, and the fact that they were then on the final written warning would be an aggravating factor to motivate later why dismissal should take place. But in this particular case, and again, because it was very serious instances of harassment within the workplace, which took place in respect of a number of employees over an extended period of time, and absolutely the employee didn't appear to show any kind of remorse or appreciation or any understanding of why their conduct was problematic, I think it was appropriately taken into account to say, final written warning is not really going to resolve the situation over here as well. I think the CCMA commissioner actually in their award, they said that there was such a lack of understanding on the part of the employee as to why the behavior was problematic, but they almost try to convince the victims that there was nothing wrong. They refer to it as actually trying to gaslight the victims into accepting their behavior was fine. So, that is absolutely not going to create any kind of sympathy on the part of a disciplinary chairperson or a CCMA commissioner. So I think in this case, it was appropriate for there to be a dismissal that came out.
All right. I want to take a quick call from one of our listeners. Bushi in Limpopo is on the line to us. Bushi, your comment?
Hello, how are you?
Hi, well, thanks.
Fine. How do you, in terms of law, prove that there was an harassment in you in terms of promotional post whereby a person who's appointed on the post is not qualified to be on that post, and in turn is harassing you because of the competence?
Would you be able to argue harassment there in that instance, Mr. Workman Davies?
Potentially, Joanna Bushy as well. So there's actually two things going on there. So you've got a protection in terms of the Labour Relations Act against unfair labour practices, which also talk generally about unfair conduct on the part of an employer in relation to things like demotion, suspension, but also promotion as well. So if you feel that objectively there were factors which were not taken into account in promoting somebody other than yourself into a position, it can be actually challenged as an unfair labour practice. And again, I guess there would then be an objective assessment of what were your qualifications, what were the reasons taken into account in doing that assessment, and why was an individual promoted other than you. So that is a recourse or a remedy that you could have in any event. But then Bushy's concern and question seems to stem from the fact that somebody else was promoted over him, and he may have cause for concern or some remedy in that regard. But it then seems as if the person who's been promoted is engaging in some kind of behavior which might constitute harassment in and of itself. And again, Joanne, if you have a look at this code of good practice on the prevention and elimination of harassment in the workplace, it's a very good document and framework for trying to assess where and when and how harassment can take place. And it talks, for example, about vertical harassment, which means that there's a position of authority between a manager and a supervisor and a lesser or a more junior employee, and that seems to be what's taking place in this account. And then harassment can also constitute physical harassment, psychological harassment, but also, very importantly, things like withholding benefits, withholding promotions, withholding job opportunities, withholding instructions to juniors to prevent them from succeeding in their job. So it's a very broad category of what could constitute harassment. And the issue then, of course, is can you not just make the allegation that the new supervisor, the new manager is behaving in that way, but objectively you can demonstrate that that is true and that it's not just necessarily, let's say, sour grapes of not having received the promotion yourself as well. Right. So to answer the question, if there's evidence that, in fact, the newly promoted manager is withholding opportunities or in any way conducting themselves in a manner which would constitute harassment, that's certainly something which would fall within the scope of harassment as contemplated in the code. And again, the code contemplates ways in which you can either formally or informally bring that to the attention of the employer, which then has an obligation to investigate and say, is there in fact any facts to support the employer's contention that this is problematic behavior constituting harassment? And if so, then the consequences must flow, that conduct must stop, and potentially there should be action taken against the person who is misconducting themselves.
It's a very comprehensive answer. Thank you so much for that. Bushy in Limpopo, thanks for that call. Mr. Workman-Davies, I'm going to ask you, please, to just stay with us for a couple more minutes. We're getting some voice notes in from our listeners, and I'd like you to please just weigh in on that if possible, please.
Of course.
Thank you so much. We'll go to the news now. It is 11:30. Here's Ondela Mbana with your headlines.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, controversial businessman Vusumuzi Matlala has pleaded guilty to all charges against him in the Pretoria Specialized Commercial Crimes Court. Advocate Camille Premid has raised concerns over a proposal by the Matlala Commission for Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim to undergo an independent medical examination. And Venezuela's acting president Delcy Rodriguez is calling for national unity after two powerful earthquakes left at least 32 people dead and hundreds injured. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
11:31 on the Daily Discourse. We're talking about the issue of toxic work environments and exploring the new legislation that is available to us as people in the workplaces to actually get some sort of resolution to that and to be able to name it and report it and have the consequences flow from that. It's been a very tricky thing for many South Africans in the workplace for years and years. And now it seems there is a more definitive legal mechanism to actually deal with this. Bradley Workman-Davies is director at Worksman's Attorneys, kindly offered to stay on for us to continue the conversation for a little bit. And Mr. Workman-Davies, I want to read out this very sad message from one of our listeners. Hi, Joanne. As a trans woman, my boss used to make derogatory comments, veiled jokes, and even out me to new staff just to see their reaction, even taking photos of me from across the room. I haven't had the courage to go out and find work again ever since, says Helen in Cape Town. I really found that message heartbreaking.
Yeah, I mean, that would be absolutely unacceptable in terms of the new code as well. It seems that there's a number of instances of problematic conduct there as well, and that would certainly be something which the employee would be able to take action in respect of under the new code. Look, practically it could potentially be quite difficult as well, because depending on the size of the organization and I guess the levels of authority within that organization, bringing your concerns to the attention of, let's say, an HR manager or even the manager themselves as well, it should legally provide you with some kind of recourse, but practically will that be the case if there's no sort of sympathetic ear which is lent to you by the manager? The code does, of course, contemplate that you can go up the chain to, for example, boards of directors or ultimate CEOs, to the extent that your direct manager is the person harassing you. So it does contemplate that those issues can be dealt with in terms of the code. Again, I acknowledge that practically it can be quite difficult as well. But, even in those circumstances, you would say that if you are attempting as an employer in good faith to bring this type of unwanted conduct to the attention of the employer, and the employer is not doing anything about it, then the employee is certainly not left toothless. And I think that we receive quite a lot of sympathy from the CCMA, the labour courts, in the sense of the employee could either resign in the circumstances and claim constructive dismissal. The other probably better option for the employee is to frame some kind of a claim under the Employment Equity Act. Because I think I mentioned at the beginning of this conversation that this form of harassment is contemplated as a type of unfair discrimination under the Employment Equity Act. And you can refer disputes to the Labour Court for unfair discrimination and indicate that you have attempted to get the employer to deal with your complaints about harassment within the workplace, and they simply haven't taken any action to protect you. And they do, in fact, have a legal duty to protect you in the circumstances. And the consequences of them failing to comply with that duty are potentially quite serious for an employer. There's vicarious liability on the part of an employer which fails to protect an employee against harassment by colleagues or even by third parties within the workplace. And essentially those kinds of claims, whereas, for example, if you're in the CCMA and you're dealing with unfair dismissal claims, you might be subject to a 12-month salary cap. Those kind of unfair discrimination claims in the labour court are essentially unlimited compensation. So there's definitely recourse there, but practically, obviously very difficult to deal with that kind of situation if your employer isn't coming to the party to assist you, or is in fact the problem themselves.
Mr. Wickman-Davies, tell me, I don't know how long Helen has been out of work, but is it possible to have this law applied retrospectively? So, if she's been out of work for a time, could she go back with her evidence and say, well, this happened to me 6 months or a year ago, and I'm now looking for compensation for this now?
Absolutely. So, as usual with the Labour Relations Act in South Africa, there are time periods which you have to comply with in order to file your usual sort of claims in regards to, for example, unfair dismissal. It's a fairly short time period in that regard. It's 30 days. When you're looking at unfair discrimination claims, in terms of the Employment Equity Act, the time periods are in fact extended. It's 6 months. And I suppose if you're trying to frame some kind of a claim for monetary damages as well, that could potentially also be some kind of a civil claim subject to your 3-year prescription period. But, generally you would want to move quite quickly. I did mention earlier those circumstances of resignation and constructive dismissal, which then also presupposes that the employee can refer a dispute to the CCMA for unfair dismissal, and then that would have to take place within 30 days. But to the extent that you can demonstrate why there's been a delay in you bringing your claim, you can potentially also apply for condemnation for a late filing of any kind of a claim. So as long as it's not years and years ago and the reason for the delay is essentially inexcusable, there is definitely the possibility that historical conduct could still be dealt with.
Interesting. Zola in Bloem is on the line to us. Zola, good morning.
Good morning, Joanne, and good morning to your guest. I just wanted to find out to your guest, you have already asked the question, but I just want to make sure that I understood him. Mm-hmm. Are there any time frames set for any person to report this type of behavior? Is it within 90 days, or can it also be after 2 years? Can the person still report this conduct to say, in 2024, this and this and this happened to me?
Okay, 2 years later, can it be done, Mr. Wickman-Davies?
Yeah, so again, I guess there's a number of different ways in which that question can be answered. Is the person still employed in the workplace? And in those circumstances, there's absolutely no time limit. So if one was still employed in the workplace and says, I want to now bring it to the attention of my employer that I have historically been the victim of workplace harassment, there's essentially no time limit. And the employer must, of course, conduct an investigation. But I think that one of the relevant considerations in that internal investigation would be, why has it taken you so long to bring this to my attention? And that's not to say that there can't or there won't be a reasonable explanation for that, and that the employer can't then internally take action. But I think that there would have to be some kind of an explanation as to why there's been a period of time between the incident taking place and it being brought to the attention of the employer. And then on the other hand, if it's, for example, the employment relationship terminated 2 years ago, and now the former employee is wanting to try to refer some sort of a claim against the employer, the former employer, for an unfair dismissal, a constructive dismissal, some form of unfair discrimination, again, theoretically you can, but in terms of the Employment Equity Act, those claims for unfair discrimination should be made to the Labour Court within 6 months of the date of the discrimination, the act of discrimination taking place. And again, although you can apply for condemnation, in other words, to be excused for the late filing of that dispute to the Labour Court or to the CCMA, you then do have to be quite formal in terms of explaining why there was a delay, the reason for the delay, is it reasonable and justifiable? And there's probably more likelihood in those circumstances that the former employer would be able to object to that legal application for condemnation and show that the time period is too long or is otherwise inexcusable. So again, just to summarize, is it taking place as a complaint internally, in which case I think that's fine. There's no real sort of statute of limitation, so to speak. But outside of the employment relationship, then those time periods do apply, and you have to generally bring it sooner rather than later.
All right, we're going to take a short break. I hope I'm not detaining you for too long, Mr. Workman Davies, but I would like to take a couple more messages, if that's all right with you.
Happy.
Thank you.
Let's talk all things top billing presenter search. Some surprising and beautiful auditions coming through. We've seen the talk. We've heard every single thing that you've had to say about the search. But one of the most important things is that this search is different from any other search. This is our way of telling South African stories of each and every South African that comes out to show their magic to the world. So if anything, don't mind the naysayers. Go out there and show the world your magic. It's time to enter the Top Billing Presenter Search.
Catch Top Billing every Tuesday evening at 7 through the month of June. Repeat Sundays at 1 on S3 and Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay. Leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
20 minutes to 12 on the Daily Discourse. Running out of time here, but I am going to push it to the limit with Bradley Workman Davies, Director at Worksman's Attorneys, talking to us about toxicity in the workplace. So let's start, Mr. Workman Davies, with this complaint. Good morning. I worked for one of the municipalities in Gauteng province and acquired a disability in 2024 and 25. All my leave was exhausted and I intended to come back to work on that basis. All my benefits and salaries were stopped by the employer to date. I'm still not getting paid regardless of repetitive requests to come back to work. That is SMH from Matlala.
Difficult situation there as well. That's kind of an interesting overlap of other areas of law as well, because it seems to me as if this disability, unfortunately, and with respect to the employee, is resulting in some kind of an incapacity to be able to perform the work. And generally then in those circumstances where there's no work being tendered or no work able to be done, and the employer then exhausted all of their sick leave, which is in terms of the Basic Conditions of Employment Act, and potentially also exhausted additional forms of leave like annual leave under the Basic Conditions of Employment Act. And if the employer has granted any additional forms of leave which are paid, then essentially the employment relationship may continue. But if there's no work being done, then it would unfortunately follow that there wouldn't be any salary or benefits being paid.
Right.
The expectation in those circumstances is that an assessment would be made as to the employee employee's medical condition or disability? Is it temporary? Can it be accommodated within the workplace? Is there some way that the employee can come back and perform some form of services? Alternatively, and unfortunately, if it seems to be a permanent disability, which renders the employee incapable of performing their services, it can unfortunately result in an actual dismissal for medical incapacity. I wouldn't categorize anything that's taking place in those circumstances as harassment. That seems as if it's a fairly sort of simple application of a medical disability case.
All right. Mr. Workman-Davies, I'm under the cosh here, but one of our listeners says, I'm an employee at the health department in the Free State, EMS. We've got a problem with the manager who's harassing employees verbally and with intimidation. He says he'll make sure we're being dismissed. We tried everything to report this manager to the principal, even went to the Free State MEC of Health. Nothing is happening to this manager. The MEC has failed us dismally.
Yeah, that is difficult as well, because although the code does contemplate that you're able to jump above your manager's head when that person is in fact the perpetrator of the harassment against you as well, it's difficult when you're just not receiving any kind of sympathy or any response from the employer as well. I would suggest that the person should have a look and see whether or not there's any formal code on harassment in the workplace which is adopted by the employer, and see if there's any mechanisms to jump above those various levels. Alternatively, it may well have to be some kind of a referral to the CCMA or the Labour Court as unfair discrimination in order for those courts and those forums to look at the situation and potentially force the employer to do something about it.
Mr. Workman-Davies, a question from one of our listeners about how expensive the whole process is if you get lawyers, professional lawyers involved. Is there a more cost-effective way of doing this and ensuring justice?
Again, it depends on the type of relief that you're seeking. So again, let's assume that you are just dealing with the harassment internally. It should really be as simple as following the code, and that's either the Code of Good Practice in terms of the Employment Equity Act, alternatively any kind of a code which the employer has adopted amongst themselves, and applying the sort of steps which are mapped out in that code.
So the HR department, sorry to come in there, but the HR department could potentially manage this for you.
And they really should, because, again, it's an obligation on the employer and generally then through the HR department, which is the custodian of that process and is supposed to mediate between the employer and the employees. They should make sure that any allegations of harassment are dealt with in terms of that code and are fairly dealt with. And generally at that point in time, you don't need external legal representation. So I think in those circumstances, it should be fairly simple. It should be fairly mediated by those objective HR parties, and you don't have a lot of costs being incurred at that point in time. If, for example, it's a resignation and constructive dismissal, you would go into the CCMA, and you can try to do that a lot more cost effectively through the mechanism of the CCMA. I do think, however, once you're getting into something a bit more formal, like an actual unfair discrimination / harassment claim, which goes up to the Labour Court, although you refer it first to the CCMA for conciliation, it must then go to the Labour Court for arbitration. And generally at that point in time, you'd probably want a competent lawyer versed in employment law to draft your statement of claim and map out exactly where you say the harassment has taken place and what relief you seek. So that can admittedly get a little bit expensive and prohibitive.
Well, thank you so much for your fantastic insight into that story. So informative. We appreciate your time. Bradley Workman-Davies, Director at Worksman's Attorneys.
Your colleague's car was stolen. Now they're spending their lunch break using ChatGPT to translate what their insurance actually covers. Turns out it's not theft. Meanwhile, you're enjoying your toasted cheese because Santam's comprehensive car cover includes theft and hijacking from the start. You insured nice, not twice. Get car cover online or call 0860 444 444 to get a quote. Santam, this is freedom. Santam is an authorized FSP, a licensed non-life insurer and a controlling company for its group companies.
In 1976, youth switch on, and for 50 years the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is a pillar in 2026. SAPC 1, Mzansi for sure. The source of youth courage. My God.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
11:46 on the Daily Discourse. And before we say goodbye, an update on the Madlanga Commission Day 126. Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim was meant to appear, but he's been hospitalized again. Matthew Chaskelson says he's medically unfit to appear, but when he was asked to be examined by a specialist appointed by the Commission, he didn't avail himself. The evidence leaders asked the commissioners for a postponement to the 15th of July, and by that time, if Karim is still medically unfit and he's been seen by the Commission, then his previous testimony will be kept and used for the report. If not, the evidence leaders will ask for the Commission to get him prosecuted for hindering the work of the Commission. We understand that his legal representative, who was present, felt that the proposal for him to be examined by a Commission-appointed specialist was intrusive. Let me tell you what else has happened. The Commission moved on to a new witness, Tumelo Nku, who's appearing before the Commission under subpoena, and he was allegedly part of a drug trafficking network linked to the Eriton cocaine bust. The Hawks Lieutenant Colonel Nkwana Sibola told the Madlanga Commission that the 751 kilograms of drugs confiscated in the bust was facilitated by this businessman, Tumelo Nku, who's working with SAPS officials at the behest of cartels. The Commission is resuming, and of course, we'll bring you updates on that later on. Thank you for joining us on the Daily Discourse. We'll see you again tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye.
SAfm's award-winning drama department presents to you another episode of the book In the Shadow of the Springs I Saw, written by Barbara Adair, read by Fiona Ramsey. This is a radio broadcast edit. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised.
He is not a tall man, but he has a tall presence. He towers above them as he looks up, and he is sitting down. He has black hair and his skin is dark. His eyes, too, are dark. They stare out of the window. They look beyond her, outside her, outside to the road where the traffic begins and ends, and begins and ends. His eyes listen. Hey, you! Watch that fender, careful. Don't back the car into the wall, eh? Give the paint job some care. He is rich. He owns a security company in Springs. You take advantage of whatever comes your way. That's the way of the immigrant. It isn't his home, this new place, and so you need to just watch out for whatever opportunity presents itself. I am not an immigrant anymore, but my father was. He came from Portugal. And my mother, they came to this country together. But I don't think that you can take the immigrant out of me. It's in my blood. I grew up with it. Hey, people are insecure. People feared that they are and they will be preyed upon by those they do not know, by those that they do not want to know. So they hide behind their walls and their security guards. And I took advantage of this fear. My guards are all trained in the use of handguns, and some even in the use of machine guns. This is for mall security, not houses, though. She looks at the security guard that walks up and down outside this building, the secure security building. He supports a gun under his armpit. He's a very big man. He is upright. He whistles to a dog that is chained to a post close to the entrance of the building. An Alsatian, black and brown, a long pointed nose. It is as tall as a child. Alsatian dogs, the dogs trained in the concentration camps, the dogs that ran in the erupting townships. We have many dogs. They can smell crime, drugs, a lot of them. These dogs, they know who the enemy is. They can smell him. They can even smell through the dirt, through deodorant. I only work for 2 weeks, in a month. The other 2 weeks I travel. Last week I was in the Maldives, a beautiful place. The manager of the place where we, my wife and I, where we stayed, said that last year Kate Moss was there and that she has great tits, even for her age. Yeah, Springs, it's an interesting community because it's gone through many changes. Not a very good change now, I think. The town has changed for the worse. But hey, remember my perspective. I grew up in the apartheid times, the times that many people in Springs, or rather, I should say those white people who lived in the town, call the good old days. And so this is what I know.
I don't know Congolese and dirt and French and new cheap goods from China sold by Bangladeshis who can't speak English and who have prayer rugs on their shop floors and a sign that points somewhere. Where is it? Somewhere sacred. I don't know poverty like it is now. It was never in front of me like it is here now. It was always outside in the townships. My parents, hey, they were poor. That's why they came to this country. The government here was giving all European immigrants a new break, new start. But I didn't really know poverty. My poor was a different kind. Now it seems to me as if it is a dirty poverty. People, they don't care. They live behind their shops with only one toilet. Springs is an immigrant town. Yeah, it always has been. Now there are just new immigrants. Hey, I don't like them. The Springs buildings, beautiful, hey? Most of them were built in the 40s. At that time, it was easy to build these buildings and not expensive. Lots of them were built by the Jews. Often they built their shops, and then on top was the place that they lived in. That is why, if you look at the buildings, most of them have shops beneath the apartments. Of course, now it's a different kind of shop. No longer the bakery and the haberdashery. Now it's fast food and clothes and those general stores that sell everything from gas stoves to TVs. Now the buildings have been taken over by illegal immigrants. Lots of them live here. The Jews and all the whites. No, they left in about 1992 when more blacks started moving in, and when the mines started to close down. They, the blacks, they don't maintain the buildings. Some of them are even hijacked. That's a shame. I think that this place should become something different. It should become a tourist hub. People can leave the airport, which is not far away, and come and look at the buildings. The council should have a vision. Ugh, they don't. They just let the town go to ruin. But there are more beautiful buildings here than in Miami. I want to start something like this. Get a big company to buy the buildings, fix them up, kick out the people that live there, renovate, make them something that the tourists want to visit, like Miami. That's what they did there. Yeah, it used to be a dump. Drugs, transvestites, Cubans. They fixed the buildings, and now people take tours to look at them. Barbara someone, I can't remember her name, she persuaded the city of Miami, maybe Dade County, I don't know. But they fixed them up, and now look. You see, listen to me talking. There is still the old immigrant left in me, that old entrepreneurial spirit. That is why I don't go. I might not live here anymore. I live in Benoni. It's better there. It's cleaner, safer, and it's not that I don't have a choice like my father. But I stay as I can still make a lot of money. Okay, come, I'll show you round. Illustration and architectural drawing. Raffle leaf, a scrolling serrated leaf-like ornament found in Art Deco and Rococo decorations. Octastyle, the spiraled columned front of a temple, used often in Art Deco. Most often it is decorative, but also necessary to hold up parapets and balconies. A poem. The world is a beautiful place to be born into, if you don't mind happiness not always being so very much fun. If you don't mind a touch of hell now and then, just when everything is fine, because even in heaven, now and then, they don't sing all the time. The world is a beautiful place to be born into, if you don't mind some people dying all the time, or maybe only starving some of the time, which isn't half bad, if it isn't you. To be from A, Springs. Did you read about the Wall-esque ballet performance that was put on at Renesta House? This is that green building on 3rd Street, the one which has the 4 shops beneath it. It is the well-kept building, where when you look at it, the eye is drawn to the orthogonal frames of the windows. The name of the building is written in bold decorative lettering just above the entrance. Apparently, a similar performance was put on at the Ocean Drive Carlisle Hotel in Miami. Did you know that Springs has the most Art Deco buildings in it after Miami? The performance was magnificent. The performance of the Allegro. This is that brisk, buoyant movement. The performer leaps into the air and stretches his legs while airborne. Was dressed like a bird. His wings were made of the artworks. Copies, I suppose. What isn't a copy of a copy of a copy? Of Jean-Michel Basquiat. He was the artist. Andy Warhol's young and beautiful black project. He died of a heroin overdose at 20, or was it 24? The performer had a scar running down the center of his face, so that his face, that is, was divided in two, and only then was one aware that a face is not symmetrical. But anyway, after the performance, he sat down on the edge of one of the balconies, the curved one on the third floor of Renesta House, and cried. Did you know that Allegro means happy? And do you know why he cried? I heard this, or maybe I read it in the brochure that was given out before the performance. Apparently because Jean-Michel Basquiat is dead, and that Springs is not Miami, and that Miami and Springs are both dying for different reasons. Then he, or maybe it was a she, there was no gender to be discerned, went inside. Her face was happy, and she leapt down the stairs, stopping at the different stained glass windows. They're green and yellow and red, and have a Picasso-esque design, and mouthing the words, "I am a photograph." The stained glass windows magnified him and made him different colors depending on where he was standing. She really was a photograph. Springs, the space, moves and jumps in a brisk and lively way. Its movements are as quick as it changes. Some say it is disintegrating, others say magnifying. This place, it is a picture of a town, what was small and parochial, never a rainbow or a pot of gold, a brisk and lively place, an electric storm. It jumps from moment to moment, from era to era, from person to person, from culture to culture. It is as black as a storm cloud, and black is, after all the colors in a rainbow. In Springs, I am never sure where I'm going to or where I'm coming from. All I do is move from image to image, building to building. I can hear a scream. Listen. The scream reaches from inside to outside. It is the people in Springs that scream, for they have a nostalgia for a dream that never was. Sometime in the 19th century, a long time ago, pale and white, not all the colors of the rainbow, long ago, all movement was in one direction. Which direction? What direction? Upwards, downwards, homewards, nowhere.
That was another episode of the book In the Shadow of the Springs I Saw, written by Barbara Ade, read by Fiona Ramsey. The book is available online and in all leading bookstores countrywide. It is broadcast on SAFM at 11:45 Monday to Thursday on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Badala, technical production Wiseman Manele, Nanda Koza, and Tato Mapuru.
Just after 12 o'clock on Thursday, the 25th of June, 2026. A very warm welcome to Update at Noon here on SAFM, leading the conversation. I'm Sakina Kamwendo. Coming up in the next hour.
And in any event, the proposed sentence itself has got the custodian condition in it, which simply means that rehabilitation will continue from that end in terms of his conduct.
Controversial businessman Vusumuzi Matlala has pleaded guilty to all charges against him in the Pretoria Specialized Commercial Crimes Court and...
No, I'm not a tenderpreneur. I'm a business consultant who have clients which are tenderpreneurs. But I do not run a business which is tendering for municipalities and government.
Alleged informer Tumelonku has told the Matlala Commission that he's an entrepreneur with expertise in data analysis, which he described as a form of ethical hacking. Coming up in sport...
Take a guess.
Of course, Bafana Bafana.
There we go.
Okay. That's John Chirica. He'll be back later in the show. And of course, we want to hear from you, whether it's celebrating Bafana Bafana or about Kat Matlala turning state witness, whatever is on your mind, please get in touch. You can share your views with us on 41391. That's our SMS line number. You can also write to us via X at SABC News_radio, or you can send us a WhatsApp voice note on 082-692-3909. These and more stories coming up on this Thursday edition of Update at Noon. First, though, the latest news with Ondelambana.
Thank you, Sakina. On the top stories, Vusumuzi Matlala set to turn state witness, and Gauteng law enforcement prepared for planned 30 June protest. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. Alleged underworld kingpin Vusumuzi Matlala is set to turn state witness after pleading guilty to all charges against him in the Pretoria Specialized Commercial Crimes Court. He faced charges of fraud, corruption and money laundering linked to a 228 million rand SAPS contract awarded to his company Medicare 24. The case was separated yesterday from that of his 16 co-accused, who include suspended National Police Commissioner Fandi Masemula and several senior SAPS officers. State prosecutor Santos Manila has proposed a sentence of 15 years direct imprisonment with 7 years suspended.
For the first time, we have an accused who has come forward and has given us detail that we would not have been made aware of. That evidence we would not have been able to obtain. That would have resulted in a travesty of justice. That would have resulted in some of the key figures in the South African police services not being charged. That would be a public outcry, Your Worship, and that would not be in the interest of justice. So my plea, Your Worship, is the sentence that has been negotiated has taken almost 2 months to reach this point. It was no easy negotiation.
Advocate Camille Pramid has raised concerns over a proposal by the Madlanga Commission for Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim to undergo an independent medical examination. Karim was due to testify before the commission but has been unable to do so because of ill health. His testimony has been postponed to the 15th of next month. Pramid, who is Karim's legal representative, has argued that compelling Karim to be examined by a doctor not of his choosing could infringe on his medical rights and may be inconsistent with provisions of the National Health Act.
But also there are other concerns that we have, that they are potentially less intrusive means that the Commission has available to it, other than to subject our client to medical examination by a medical expert that he does not necessarily consent to. It's a compelled examination. That's how we understand the proposal being put, and that which potentially breaches his medical rights whilst under treatment by a treating doctor in a manner that potentially breaches sections 14 and 15 of the National Health Act.
KwaZulu-Natal Premier Taminduli says the provincial government has received assurances from civic group leaders, including March and Insizwa Nobunsizwa, that a planned demonstration next week Tuesday will be peaceful and free of criminal activity. The movements have been protesting against undocumented foreign nationals, with the 30th of June declared a day of mass action. Speaking at a summit on undocumented foreign nationals in Durban, Duli called on participants to uphold the values of peace, respect and the rule of law.
We welcome this undertaking and call upon all participants, supporters and members of the public to uphold the value of peace, respect the rule of law. We remain confident that South Africans can engage robustly on difficult issues without descending into conflict. The right to protest is the cornerstone of our democracy, but it must always be exercised responsibly.
Gauteng law enforcement agencies say they are fully prepared for the planned protest action on the 30th of June with a comprehensive security operation already underway. The Provincial Joint Operational and Intelligence Structure has announced that the thousands of officers, specialized police units, helicopters, drones and an extensive CCTV network will be deployed across the province. This operation is part of a three-phase strategy aimed at preventing disruptions and ensuring the safety of residents in Gauteng. During a media briefing in Eldorado Park, Johannesburg, Gauteng Provincial Commissioner Lieutenant General Tommy Mtombeni stated that while they respect the constitutional right to peaceful protests, they will take action against any threats to public safety, critical infrastructure and law and order.
Maintaining public order is the order of the day, and furthermore, violence, intimidation, malicious damage to property, the incitement of violence is something which will not be tolerated. Any person who commits criminal offense to be dealt with in accordance with the law. We wish to emphasize that immigration enforcement remains the responsibility of authorized state officials.
Venezuela's acting president Delcy Rodriguez is calling for national unity after two powerful earthquakes left at least 32 people dead and hundreds injured. Rodriguez says rescue efforts remain focused on saving lives as international teams prepare to assist in the recovery operation.
We
have been reviewing the first tasks with a central and essential objective to save lives. The work of the authorities, of the emergency services, of civil protection is to rescue the people trapped in collapsed buildings and homes. In the coming hours, we will be receiving rescuers from countries who have already been in contact with our government. I want to say that it is a true tragedy. To the families who have lost their loved ones, we extend our condolences and our support during these difficult hours.
Recapping the top story, alleged underworld kingpin Vusumuzi Matlala is set to turn state witness after pleading guilty to all charges against him in the Pretoria Specialized Commercial Crimes Court. I'm Limpopo for SAfm News headlines at 12:30.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo.
Thanks, Ondela. Good afternoon, everyone. It is 10 minutes after 12. Thanks so much for being with us here on Update at Noon. Quite a busy day. Started early in the morning at 3 a.m. with Bafana kicking off against South Korea and, of course, making their way through to the knockout stages. And that, of course, is historic for Bafana Bafana. First time that South Africa has progressed beyond the group stages in a World Cup. So the nation celebrating with our boys here this afternoon. And then, of course, we also saw this morning Kat Matlala, Vusumuzi Kat Matlala, appearing in court. Now, if you were following these proceedings from yesterday, it was clear that there was a deal on the table between Vusumuzi Kat Matlala and the NPA. Then today, he, of course, yesterday they separated his charges and his case from the rest of the accused in that Medicare 24 SAPS contract, the tender that was awarded for 228 million rand. And he appeared this morning in the Specialized Commercial Crimes Court in Pretoria, and they struck a deal. So Vusumuzi Kat Matlala has entered a plea sentence agreement with the National Prosecuting Authority in which he has pleaded guilty already to all the charges, has turned state witness, and then there is a custodial sentence involved of 15 years, of which 7 will be suspended. Would love to hear your views on this, and we're going to get an analyst as well to just help us talk through that. And one of the other issues, we're also watching the Madlanga Commission, the controversial North Northwest businessman Suleiman Karim. He was meant to appear today. A no-show once again. Apparently, he's been hospitalized again, and the commission, through the lead evidence leader, as Advocate Matthew Chaskelson, SC, had indicated that, of course, they would want Mr. Karim to come before the commission again on the 15th of next month, but should he still be indisposed, so to speak, that he would then subject himself to an independent medical examination to someone of the commission's choosing, to which, of course, his legal counsel objected. So that's what happened earlier on. And then, of course, later we saw that there was another witness, Mr. Tumelonku, who is currently testifying before the Madlanga Commission. Let me tell you what, Kat Matlala leaving court as we speak. So let's see if we are able to just listen in to the natural sound as reporters, of course, trying to chase after him, try and get a word after the court proceedings and the plea and sentencing that took place so far. We've got a few of our SABC News reporters, Sbatle, Telu Musa and Criselda, following that story for us today. So apparently not getting much from there, so we'll park it there. So those are some of the stories. Suspects in the Cleveland shooting, they appeared in court as well today, and there have been earthquakes in Venezuela and Japan, among other things.
Of those suspended.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
Note that that decision has not yet been rubber-stamped by the presiding magistrate. That is just what the state and the defense have agreed on at this point.
Right, that is Criselda Lewis, as I was saying. She is just currently reporting as court proceedings have adjourned, and this after Vusumuzi Kat Matlala has pleaded guilty and entered into a plea agreement with the state. Let's just dip in just to hear some of what she has to say.
Of course, to have the sentencing of Matlala, whether the presiding magistrate will agree to what the state and the defense have agreed to in this plea and sentencing agreement, that remains to be seen. So no decision at this particular point in terms of whether this court will agree with what the defense and the state have agreed on in terms of the 15 years suspended for 7, which means 8 years direct imprisonment. There's no ruling on that at this particular stage. In fact, I could call it an ask that the defense and the state have agreed on. One of the key other aspects that worth mentioning, Mfundo, is that at this stage, what we've heard in terms of the details of that plea agreement is that Matlala has deposed to an affidavit which we understand links senior, higher-ranking officials in this particular matter. And I don't think Mr. Matlala's lawyer would want to speak to me at this stage. This is him walking out of the courtroom at this particular time. Quite hesitant to speak to the media, of course, as you would understand. But he's also agreed to turn state witness. What will be very interesting is that affidavit that he's deposed in the state saying that the court should consider this deviation from the minimum sentence in this 15 years, suspended for 7, meaning 8 years. There would be perhaps criticism from some corners that might even suggest that might be lenient. But the state is even saying, in exchange for the information that he has given, I'm going to see if the National Prosecuting Authority is still here. I don't think that they're going to want to comment on proceedings at this stage while they have not yet concluded. But let me just check. I know that they did not want to. All right. Ms. Khanyago, I'm terribly sorry. I know that proceedings, we're coming back next week, but of course, what we do have now are details of the plea agreement. Essentially, it's 15 years, 7 years suspended, which means 8 years direct imprisonment. That is the deal between yourselves and the defense at the stage.
Yes, that is the deal that was presented before the... Like I said, yes, doesn't mean anything until the magistrate has applied his mind, which is what he's going to be doing now, and then he will then come back on the first and say, does he agree to what we have talked about? Like I said yesterday, the prerogative is with him to agree or not agree, and then we'll take it from there. Now at least the public knows what our agreement was about.
And there seems to be a scathing affidavit, Mr. Khanyago. I know that you're not going to want to opine on it, but a scathing affidavit by Mr. Matlala, which was we heard about in open court, about the fact that he, in that affidavit,
well,
that's certainly... There might be a possibility, based on what Mr. Matlala has given, that would need to be investigated, and the possibility of higher-ranking officials being netted in this particular matter.
Yeah, that was indicated by our prosecutor to say that as part of what was happening here, we might have other people that might be followed up as soon as possible. But obviously, all of that will happen only after the magistrate has made a ruling on this matter.
Yeah. And also, Mr. Khanyago, there is the issue of you obviously needed to trade something with Mr. Matlala. Obviously, he would want certain conditions via his lawyers, some conditions that obviously we hear that this deal has been in the making for 2 months. We've heard that inside court. But could you talk us through, I mean, did it have to be a give-and-take situation in this deal, which has not been ratified by the court, if I can say?
Yeah, obviously, any plea deal that we enter into has got to be both sides agreeing to certain things. And obviously, you'd see there are certain things we needed from him, and it was stated in there, he must come and be a state witness and many other things. And then there's also the element where instead of giving the full sentence, which is now being reduced for whatever reason, that is a give and take, and that's what we are presenting. And I need to emphasize that whatever agreement we have now has got nothing to do with the other cases that he might have. You must remember, by the time he was charged on this matter, which was in March, and he was already in prison for other matters. Therefore, this is solely on the Medicare matter.
I wouldn't ask you to comment on any rumor, but, you know, as journalists, we obviously have to do our job. But would one of those concessions maybe that you have had to make is regarding where Mr. Matlala wanted to be incarcerated? It seems at this particular point, and these are just mere accusations, that there might have been some kind of a political task team and yourselves and IDEC not knowing, each not speaking to each other on this particular matter. Has the deal got anything to do with, or have you spoken about, or did he request at all where he wanted to be incarcerated? Instead of being at Ebongweni, he should be at Kgosi Mampuru?
The deal was read in court, in full, and you haven't had anything of that nature. At the time when we were dealing with the issue, it was because we wanted to consult, and we didn't want to be driving or flying there all the time for a consultation. Just imagine 2 months of consultation, we would have a problem when he was there. That was then. But that was read today, and nowhere in the plea deal was it indicated that there is such kind of a thing.
And you won't be making available this affidavit?
Obviously, we won't, because it has got many other things that we need to deal with before.
Big names, big names.
I don't want to comment on that.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Khanyago, thank you very much.
And that, of course, SABC News reporter Criselda Lewis outside the Specialized Commercial Crimes Court in Pretoria. This is, of course, where the alleged underworld cartel boss, Vusumuzi Cat Matlala, appeared today and facing charges, among others, about that SAPS tender, 228 million rand tender, for which he has now entered entered into a plea agreement with the state. But as you heard there, it is at this point not yet rubber stamped, if you will, because the magistrate still has to apply his mind to this deal that has been presented by the legal teams of Kat Matlala and the prosecution. Well, let's get some analysis on this matter. And we are joined now by security strategist and retired Interpol ambassador, Andy Mashaile. Andy, thanks so much for your time. So, what is your reaction, first and foremost, to the latest developments? Yesterday, of course, we saw Kat Matlala, his charges being removed from the other co-accused, 16 of them. And then today, we get the details of this plea bargain with the state.
Good afternoon to you, Sakina, and to the listeners of your show. I had expected it all along, given the chain of events from the arrest of the 15 or 16 people, including the National Commissioner. Remember that Kat Matlala is at the center of this whole mess of the 360 million tender and the outcoming shenanigans of the tender. I would have expected him, when I looked at it a few months back, that he will want to sink them and not him. After they were arrested and some of the evidence that we had at Mazanga and the ad hoc committee, I expected him to sing for his freedom, and he has done that. And I think key and crucial would be the big fishes, as per Griselda asking Kaiser, my brother and my friend, asking him if there are big fishes, and I can definitely put my head on the block, Sakin, and say there are big fishes that the NPA is looking for, amongst others. That I would want to pull out from the 16 names or the 14 other people. I'm definitely sure that should there be something in the offing that has to do with the National Commissioner, they will want Kat Matlala to tell them in details what he has done for the National Commissioner. We know Bekitele, the 500,000, and they would also be interested in big names like that of the suspended Minister Mtunu. If there are monies that he would have deposited in offshore bank accounts, they will want him to sing about it, and they will, NPA might use that information to sink some of those big fishes. Remember the other names that have not appeared before the Mazanga Commission and the ad hoc committee, but those names are associated with the Tembisa Hospital tender. They will want to sink those individuals before visiting them through the evidence that he will spill or information that he will share with NPA.
Well, Andy, as people who have followed the Madlanga Commission very closely, it would seem, at least on face value, that the evidence is quite strong. In fact, that which has been adduced before the Commission so far. So, does the state really need Kat Matlala to prosecute those who have been implicated? Or could it be that there is something untoward, more sinister about this particular deal?
SK, two things. One, the state, yes, needs Matlala to sink those that would have been identified. Remember, Mazanga Commission produces prima facie evidence where it exists, and it refers that prima facie evidence to the office of the president, and the president established a special investigations task team, and that task team would further go on to the investigation mode. Now, with that red button of the beast mode meaning going deeper into what came out of the findings of Ntate Mazanga's report, first and second report, so that they can extract nuggets of wisdom that will be used in a criminal matter before a criminal court, and therefore be used to extract maximum sentencing should conviction be established. We can tell from the look of things that yes, there is some evidence that has been extracted by Ntate Madlanga's commission that will be used before a court of law. And you want to add more charges. Remember that further investigation might land in the court of General Ntantlam Kwana's organized crime unit that is investigating further to the findings of Ntate Madlanga and the recommendations that he has made. So many new charges might come up, and what Ntate Matlala knows might add to the new charges, like I am postulating, generating a scenario that there might be monies that he might have deposited into offshore accounts. Those are some of the things that have not come out in the Madlanga Commission. And obviously, if I form part and parcel of the investigations team, I would look at offshore accounts, offshore bank accounts, deposits, and purchases, third parties that were used to buy flats or mansions in Johannesburg, your Rivonia, Sentin area, and also third party names that would have bought franchises, the franchises where we buy chickens and many of those things, and also some of those third names that might have been used to purchase plots and farms.
And just also with the reports indicating that at least 50 million rand had already been paid out to Medicare 24 before that contract was cancelled. Does this plea agreement then include a specific asset forfeiture or restitution clauses that would recover state funds?
State funds would be recovered, and also we have paid you 50 million rands. Who did you benefit with that 50 million rands? Did you pay other individuals that 50 million rands? And what did you pay them for? And what are their names? And when did you pay them? And what did they buy with that 50 million rands? Did you buy yourself a luxurious car? And who did you buy that car from? It will now lead you to the Witbank, those beautiful cars that we saw on TV. How much did you buy that car for? And what is the arrangement? Is the car in your name, or is that luxurious car in the name of the car dealer? If yes, it's in the name of the luxurious car dealership, is there some money laundering going on? SK, there's such a lot that would go on in the minds of the investigators for them to be able to extract maximum evidence that would be used in a court of law. I would be asking those questions if I were to form part and parcel of the strategic analyst in the team who would look at the blind spots. Like I've indicated, some of the issues are in the blind spot from us as the public, you and I having at watched Madlanga Commission and the ad hoc committee. What is it that is in the blind spot? In the Madlanga Commission, we never heard about that luxurious car dealership somewhere in Mpumalanga. So if I would be analyzing the pattern and profiling the whole sequence of events, I would be asking those questions, and they would lead to more questions and more problems and more names, and probably add on new charges onto the charge sheet of those that are involved.
And this, of course, is just the tip of the iceberg, because Matlala implicated in other matters as well. And that is quite separate from the attempted murder charges that he also faces involving a former ex-girlfriend.
I will put my head on the block for you, Sakina, as we engaged sometime early last year when we were at Madlanga Commission and we were on your show. I will put my head on the block and say he is going to plead guilty for that attempted murder case, so that the whole cases can be consolidated and the charges can be consolidated, so that he can also indicate what is it that the woman that he wanted to, that he attempted to murder, knows about him and knows about others. Remember, you don't just murder your ex-girlfriend if she doesn't know a lot about you. Are there some houses that were purchased using the name of this particular person? We don't know. Are there bank accounts that were opened using the name of this particular person? We don't know. What other things that this woman know that can add value to the prosecutorial process that is unfolding? What we are seeing, the plea deal and the 15 years, is just only a small little dot on this big white sheet. But that small little dot on this white linen will, out of it, there will be some linkages that will be drawn up, and you might end up with a spider web that also includes, amongst others, cartel members, connections to international syndicates, your drug syndicates in Italy and Drangheta, and the Mexicans, Sinaloa and Jalisco cartels operating here. That little dot on that white sheet will turn into a spider web on that white linen.
Thanks so much for that analysis. Security strategist and retired Interpol ambassador Andy Mashahile. Would love to hear your thoughts on all of these developments. But first, let's bring you up to speed with the latest news headlines. Here's on Lambana.
Thank you, Sakin. On the news headlines, alleged underworld kingpin Vusumuzi Matlala is set to turn state witness after pleading guilty to all charges against him in the Pretoria Specialized Commercial Crimes Court. And the Department of Home Affairs says most foreign nationals who are in South Africa illegally did not enter through porous borders. Instead, it says they arrived legally but remained in the country after their permits expired. The Western Cape Education Department has called on communities to help protect vulnerable schools against vandalism during the holiday period. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Leading up to our 75th birthday in August, VW is giving you the chance to drive away in a new Polo Vivo. If you buy any new Volkswagen vehicle this month, you will automatically be entered into the competition, and South Africa's best-selling hatch could be yours. One car, one winner, one unforgettable moment. Will it be you? It's our birthday, but you get all the gifts. Visit your nearest dealer today. T's and C's apply.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
The rand is trading at 16 rand 53 cents to the US dollar, 21 rand 80 cents to the pound sterling, and 18 rand 79 cents to the euro. The euro trading at $1.13 and the dollar's at 161 yen 79. In Brazil, $1 US is trading at 5 real 18. In Russia at 75 rubles 25. India 94 rupees 47. And in China, $1 US is changing hands at 6 yuan 79. Asian markets, they were mainly higher at closing bell. Japan's Nikkei advanced 4.6%, Hong Kong's Hang Seng lost 1.4%, and mainland China Shanghai Composite gained 0.2%. India's markets, well, they were firmer at the close of trade. The JSE mixed at midday, the all-share index flat at 109,830. The Industrial 25 index has added 0.2%. Financials flat, a top 10 resources index slightly weaker, and the precious metals and mining index 0.1% in the red. European markets trading higher at this hour. Britain's FTSE 100 up 0.4%. The CAC 40 in France is 0.3% to the good, while Germany's DAX has gained 0.5%. Looking at commodity prices, gold trading at 3,990. Imagine that, under 4,000. $3,990 per fine ounce. Platinum's trading at $1,574 per ounce, while the price of Brent crude oil is at $72.40 a barrel. Normalcy, that's what it's looking like.
SAFM Sport with John Gerika.
But it is South Africa trying to find a way forward. It's fallen once again to Maseko! And this time it sticks! Chance after chance after chance. And now the goal. And And just look at the celebrations for South Africa. Their hopes reignited through the man doing all the work through the first 62 minutes of this game.
That was commentary. This is the sound from the stands.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, man. It feels like a dream, you know. But credit to all the gents, credit to everyone today, to the fans. They gave their all, and yeah, this win is just for those who supported us and for those who actually didn't support us too. Because honestly, they said we have a 7% chance of getting out of the group, and yet here we are. So we're thankful for everyone, support back home, South Africans, and yeah, we keep going. Yeah. We've been through a couple of rough patches, you know. From the first game, the media was bashing us. We were all over the media, we memes, we were trending. But this team showed that they are capable and they are strong, and they have some mentality in them.
So yes, we are in the second round. It's historical. But for the guys, I'm very happy for the guys. I worked with them already near 5 years. And what we did in those 5 years is amazing. Yeah, but we hope that as soon as possible the referee should whistle the final whistle and that the game was finished and that we're in the next round. And that was a goal before we started here. But yeah, our first game was not good. But we become better and better. And so yes, now the next game we will see. We don't have to do something. We just have to enjoy now and try. Maybe, who knows? Maybe can go to the second round, to the third round. Yeah, there is this. You know, when you work 5 years together, then there is a connection, and it's more than coach and players. So we had so many successes. We had so many good moments that it's more than coach and players. It's nearly friends. With I as a coach who tell them what to do, and it is a fantastic combination.
Proud is an understatement. The amount of pressure that this team was under, not only on the field, off the field, and for the players to show up today when our backs were against the wall. I mean, when I saw all the publications posting the potential teams to go out of the group and we had no percentage, you know, that fueled something inside of us, that everyone is against us. We will use that as motivation, as energy to fight. And I mean, the fight that the guys showed today, amazing.
Today, the class of 2026, they've made South Africa proud. You know, those who have powers, wake our ancestors, tell Mandela, tell Desmond Tutu that the Bafana, the boys, have finally done it. Look, FIFA have done mistake. You cannot play Bafana Bafana at 3 a.m. while our beloved grandmothers are fresh up and alive and busy on duty. Look, the national team has done us proud. We are happy of what we have witnessed.
I thought I'd just let that wash over you for a little while.
That was beautiful.
South Africa meet Canada in the round of 32 now. Quick turnaround for both sides. The match is in Los Angeles, 9 p.m. Sunday night. So
it's also first time for them. So so two debutants in this round. So it's going to be anybody's game.
And Canada's playing in the States, so
yes.
they're not getting
so
home ground advantage.
Neutral. Yeah, so that's going to be cool.
All right, so today, Group E matches. Curacao against the Ivory Coast, Ecuador against Germany, both at 10 in Group E. A draw for the Ivory Coast should be enough to become the third African side into the playoffs. In Group F, Japan against Sweden and Tunisia against the Netherlands. Tunisia have just prior to play for, though. They've already been been eliminated. And in Group D, Paraguay against Australia, Turkey against the USA. First and fourth place in Group D already been filled by the USA. They go through. Turkey have one game to spare. They're already out. The Paraguay-Australia game's a shootout for second place to face the Group G runners-up in the last of 32. There is another World Cup on the go. South Africa against the Netherlands in the Women's T20 World Cup. The Netherlands are yet to win a match. South Africa will look at this as an opportunity to boost their net run rate, which they probably need. The only previous T20 international between the two teams was in Potchefstroom. South Africa won that by 115 runs. Here's coach Mandla Mashimbi.
I think we just want to focus on how we want to play cricket, which is obviously this aggressive brand of cricket, which we haven't been doing in the past few games. And we're still obviously working towards a complete performance from a batting point of view. And hopefully maybe the next two games we'll get the confidence needed for us to make sure that when we go through, we are where we need to be as a batting unit.
Early games at 3:30. It's India against Bangladesh. And there's Test cricket on the go. New Zealand against England in the third Test. New Zealand choosing to bat first. 21 without loss, early stages there. And then later on in North Sound, the first Test between the West Indies and Sri Lanka starts at 4.
Well, what a day. And of course, I'm hoping to hear more. I really am. So looking forward to Sunday.
Sure. And it's another late night.
I tell you, some of us haven't slept.
Just write Monday off.
It was interesting this morning. Rob Byrne was saying the traffic was a lot lighter. So
everybody going home after 5. Yeah,
I tell you what, I don't know. It's a mess. Let me speak for myself. I am a mess.
Yeah, but you see, you want to go. I still say that I have zero sympathy for you. Because you were there, you were feeling the vibe and the gees.
And I'm still watching and feeling the vibe. And I'm not sleeping.
So maybe
it's a problem.
Maybe you should go back, because then you'll get back into the time zone.
You see, now you're onto something,
right?
John.
Because you're in the wrong time zone now.
Right?
So if you were in Los Angeles now,
I would be perfect.
It would be fine, and everybody would be good. I'm just hashtag saying.
I'm just hashtag saying, make it happen. That's John Gericke.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
This is SK Mbongo, Sundisa Mbuyisa. Yes, it's SK. I'd like to please ask the government officials, those who are responsible for protection of people who tend to state witnesses, can they please protect this cat Matlala, man? Otherwise, you see the way he's singing. And then he's exposing police officers that he paid, who are corrupt. Really, he's putting his life in danger, man. So I think he's going to need more protection, just like that witness K from Matlala Commission. Thanks, SK. Enjoy your day. I think you are happy now. Bafana Bafana won.
Good afternoon, Sakina. We can see Ket Matlala pleaded guilty. But my question is one thing. That lot of money, 200 and something, 8,000, what? Is the state going to recover that money, or that money just disappeared in the thin air? I'm so disappointed about what is happening in South Africa. Good afternoon, Maswabi in Bloemfontein.
Good afternoon, Sakina. First of all, Sakina, I would like to congratulate Bafana Bafana the way they have shown us that they are capable to win the game today. Thank you so much, Bafana Bafana. Well done. We are proud of you. When I go back to the Vusumuzi Matlala's case, I'm very pleased to hear him that he found himself guilty. So now I'm requesting to the justice for each and every case he convicted to, please, justice, don't drop it down. Each and every case he convicted, he must get fined. Thank you so much.
Sakina, fellow SFM listeners, good day. My name is Tulani Nzima in Croydon. Sakina, I do not believe anything that will come from IDEC. I don't know the deal that they have with that devil, but they seem to want to be weaponizing this particular case so that they can deal with the only good cops that we have. Ket Matlala is prepared to go down with anybody and everybody, and I hope that unlike Andre Johnson, this testimony will be tested before it is regarded as part and parcel of the plea that UKET wanted. Secondly, congratulations to Bafana Bafana. God saw us through this. Tactically, we're nowhere to be found, but we're happy that mercy and grace followed us on this. Thank you.
Good afternoon, SK. This is Matlala. SK, this Matlala cases, there are so many. I'm even confused which one is he pleading guilty to. So we will know that this 15 years is for this one and then the other ones, because there's a lot of cases on Matlala's head, but we'll see it when time goes. But congratulations to Bafana Bafana. They've done us proud. Hopefully on the weekend, they will make sure that they proceed to last 16, beating Canada again. It will be wonderful for me. Good afternoon. This is Matebola.
Let me help you, Zaki. So the case that he's pleaded guilty to is the one of the SAPS contract, that 228 million rand tender. That is the one that he's pleaded guilty to. And already, as one of the other listeners was saying, he was singing, started this morning already indicating who had done what. And so already naming quite a few of the SAPS police officers. So that is the case. The other cases, they have not yet struck any sort of deal on. Hence, I was asking Andy Mashaile about the attempted murder charges. Remember, there's about 3 there. And then, of course, still listening to the Madlanga Commission and what's coming out of there. Yunus Karim, for example, who was meant to appear today, who is indisposed. When he appeared before the commission the last time when he was still fit and proper to appear, he actually laid bare that he didn't lay bare, the commission found the evidence that there was money that had moved from Matlala to Karim's accounts that went out again to Morgan Maumela. So that now, brings in a whole different stream. And as we say, there's still so much. If you listen to the Madlanga Commission, if you're following, there are many things going on here. So it's going to be interesting to see what ultimately happens with Vusumuzi Cat Matlala and how far IDAC, the NPA, are going to take this plea deal with him. Is it simply going to be for this SAPS contract? Are they going to move on other matters as well? It remains to be seen. But we continue to listen to the evidence and we'll watch what happens from here on in. But as Criselda had also indicated, it is not yet a done deal because the magistrate still has to apply his mind to see whether, the merits here actually stack up and whether it is a good deal, so to speak. But of course, we'll let you know. Stay tuned to SABC. And of course, all our news platforms will carry updates on the story.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
Now, the KwaZulu-Natal Premier Tami Ntuli is leading a high-level stakeholder summit on undocumented foreign nationals today. The summit brings together religious leaders, law enforcement agencies, academics, foreign missions, business representatives, and civil society organizations. The summit comes amid a wave of anti-illegal immigration marches in parts of the country ahead of next week's planned June 30th demonstrations. But for more on this, we're joined on the line by the head of government communications in KZN, Bongani Kina. Mr. Kina, thanks for your time. Welcome to Update at Noon.
Good afternoon, Sakina, to yourself and also to your listeners, and thank you for having me.
Mr. Kina, if you could perhaps just bring us up to speed with regard to the summit and also just outline for us, if you will, the aims, the purpose, and the overall objective of that summit taking place today.
Thanks, Sakina. Basically, the Premier is using this summit, Tengangeni Sang or summit on undocumented foreign nationals, to call for a firm, lawful and human response to the undocumented migration, while also rejecting attempts to label KZN and South Africa as a xenophobic or Afrophobic province and country. And the Premier was frank in his address this morning when he was opening the summit. That KZN and the whole country must confront the undocumented immigration issue with honestly, but without also sacrificing South African values of human dignity, of constitutionalism, and of Ubuntu. As the challenge that lies ahead is the rejection of fellow South Africans or foreign nationals. But the challenge, the Premier is saying the war is directed to the undocumented and illegal foreign, but also he's calling for the right processes, like following the right steps in getting rid of them. You remember that the Premier started this in his first year in the office. He visited factories to make sure that companies were not employing undocumented and illegal foreigners. And there's been calls now of some of the people that have been twisting his words as if he's calling for all foreigners to leave the province and the country. But he's been making it clear that it's only those who are in the country illegally. And also, the nice thing about this summit is that all the groups are here. Much leaders are here. Dudula leaders are here. Pagelum Tagati and his Insizwa group are here. Amakosi are here. Mayors are here. MECs are here. Everyone is here. Home Affairs is here. Border Management Authority is also here. To also for them to also tell everyone what they are doing about this problem. To also speak to civil organizations to say it's not that government is not mindful of the problem and that government is doing nothing about it. Here are things that government is doing, and government is willing to partner with every South African or every group that may have a solution to the challenge, and that the approach should be that of within law and legal parameters so that no one will face the heavy arm of the law.
The pushback against that, at least by those who have initiated these protests, has been that government has basically sat back and watched the situation develop and really not done anything about it. And the irony now, of course, is all the people that you say, Mr. Gina, are in attendance there today from government entities. Where have the bylaw enforcements been? Where have the Home Affairs officials been to go and conduct inspections to make sure that people actually have the correct documentation or not? Where have the follow-ups been when people have overstayed their visits, when their visas have actually expired? All of these are things that should be done on the regular, but it hasn't happened.
Yes, absolutely. As Home Affairs was addressing, they were saying that 95% of the people that are seeking asylum in South Africa, 95% of them do not deserve to be given asylum. They were saying they enter legally in the country, but once they are inside the country, that is when their time lapses, when their visas lapses, then that's where it becomes challenging for border authorities to intervene, because their mandate ends at the border gates. Then whose responsibility then it becomes, and do we have enough manpower to trace each and every one of them that are in the country? But the other challenge that they raised was that some are getting married through pastors and religious leaders without necessarily going to Home Affairs, just so that they can qualify to become they can get visas, or rather qualify to be South African citizens when they have spouses. Yeah, but those marriages, according to Home Affairs, majority of them are fake marriages that are through transactions of payments to South African women and men. So that's the challenge that is faced by the country, but also the border, our border, the security in our borders. Well, it's really a challenge. With the Premier and the provincial government, we visited a number of borders: the Mozambican one, the Zimbabwean one, the Kolela one, and just 2 days ago, the Lesotho one. Well, we can say that it's called for concern. and the Premier has raised that, and he continues to raise it in all the platform, even government platform and cabinet meetings where he sits, and so that something can be done about it. The challenge is there. But as I'm saying, the government is not like they've been sitting down and folding hands. We've got, I know, for example, that the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs, Minister Nzuza, has been on the ground fighting illegal immigrants. Deputy Minister Spear, the local mayors here in KwaZulu-Natal and the surrounding, the Premier himself, and some MSs with economic development and COGTA. We've been visiting factories, visiting shops, going as far as visiting spaza shops in deep rural areas and townships to look for permission access and to make sure that municipalities are following the bylaws. Also in the Premier's coordination forum, where municipalities like district municipalities, Ethekwini municipality, and a number of important or rather relevant government stakeholders are sitting. We are always stressing the importance of implementing bylaws, coming up with bylaws and enforcing them and making sure that the Metro, the Community Policing Forum, as well as the public at large, they play a role in making sure that the communities are safe. And
But talk is cheap, Mr. Gina, because those very authorities are the ones taking bribes from some of these undocumented foreign nationals who overstay in the country.
And that's why we encourage the public or whoever witnessed such to report such rotten potatoes to the law enforcement agencies. And we're happy that now, with the Matlala Commission and such commission taking place, people are finding courage to report such acts of criminality, and they see that something is being done about it. So we encourage people to report such incidents. And we're happy that with some of the Home Affairs officials, we've seen them being arrested for such crimes.
Well, unfortunately, we have to leave it there. But thank you so much for giving us a sense of what today's summit is about. Mr. Bongani Gina, Head of Government Communications in KwaZulu-Natal, talking to us there about the Premier Tami Ntuli's high-level stakeholder summit on undocumented foreign nationals.
Leading up to our 75th birthday in August, VW is giving you the chance to drive away in a new Polo Vivo. If you buy any new Volkswagen vehicle this month, you will automatically be entered into the competition, and South Africa's best-selling hatch could be yours. One car, one winner, one unforgettable moment. Will it be you? It's our birthday, but you get all the gifts. Visit your nearest dealer today. T's and C's apply.
Sakina Kamwendo on SAFM.
Now, businessman Tumelo Nku has told the Matlala Commission that the Ayrton drug incident was not the first time that he'd shared information on criminal activity with law enforcement. His testimony comes after witness Jay, who testified in camera last week, alleged that Nku was not an informer but was instead involved in drug trafficking. Nku is currently testifying at the Commission, and we are going to take you live there now, even if it is for just about 2 minutes.
You need such introductions where you had already someone as high up, even probably closer to the Hawks as General Mfazi. Why would you need someone else?
No. Maybe let me clarify that. Commissioners, I earlier on I said that I'd gained the acquaintance of General Mfazi in 2022. Okay. In 2021 rather, apologies. But with Chief Mashaba, it might be in 2019. I stand to be corrected. It might even be maybe late 2018, but I believe it's early 2019. Okay. So yeah, that was 2 years back, way before I knew General Mfazi.
Okay, no, I understand that. And lastly on the score, what I seek to understand is that what it comes across is that because someone knows the kind of work you're into, that you want to be linked up with people who might be amenable to working with you in that space, as Mashaba eventually did.
I wouldn't see it from that perspective. how I would view it is as any confidential source.
That's where we'll leave it, unfortunately, from the Bridget Mabanda Justice College in Pretoria, the Matlala Commission continuing its work. And, of course, today, Tumelongu testifying on the Ayrton drug bust. That's where we ended. Thanks so much to the production team. Thanks, everybody, for engaging and, of course, listening in. We'll do it again tomorrow. It's 1 o'clock. Here's Ondelambana with your latest news.
Thank you, Sakina and the team, on the top stories. Judgment in Matlala's case to be delivered next week, and security tightened in Kenya amid calls for nationwide demonstrations. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. Judgment in the multi-million rand Medicare 24 fraud case involving Vusumuzi Matlala is expected to be delivered next week, Wednesday, at the Pretoria Specialized Commercial Crimes Court. Matlala has pleaded guilty to all charges of fraud, corruption and money laundering linked to a 228 million rand SAPS contract awarded to his company Medicare 24. He entered into a plea and sentencing agreement with the state. Magistrate Ignatius Dupreez says he still needs time to consider the proposed sentence and the evidence before the court before determining whether the agreement is fair and just.
We have reached a stage of proceedings where the court, with due regard to the inputs provided, the various exhibits and submissions given, that I must make a decision as to whether the sentence agreement is a just sentence. I have already highlighted some aspects of concern to the parties involved. I am not in a position today to make a finding as to whether it is indeed a just sentence. I've been provided with quite a voluminous document. I need to consider the various aspects mentioned therein. I intend to do so by next week.
Businessman Tumelongu is currently being questioned by the Matlala Commission about his alleged involvement in 2021 drug bust in Ayrton, Johannesburg. His testimony comes after witness J alleged that Ngu was not an informer but was instead involved in drug trafficking. During proceedings, Commissioner Sandile Khumalo questioned Ngu about his extensive knowledge of shipping containers, imports and port operations.
Have you ever worked for a port authority or an institution related to port activities, import, arrival of containers? Can you just give us a full background of what you know and whether you've ever been involved in those industries or those activities?
Commissioner Khumalo, from an entrepreneur's point of view, not professional, albeit it extends to professional in a sense that one had impact on studying consignment management.
The Department of Home Affairs says most foreign nationals who are in South Africa illegally did not enter through porous borders. Instead, it says they arrived legally but remained in the country after their permits expired. Home Affairs Chief Director Sihlem Tiane says many foreign nationals use provisions of the Refugees Act to avoid deportation when authorities attempt to enforce immigration laws. He was speaking at a summit on undocumented foreign nationals in Durban. Tiane says South Africa does not have a refugee crisis, noting that fewer than 150,000 people currently have refugee status in the country. He says many people apply for asylum to access economic opportunities.
But once they're in the country, they overstay, and after overstaying, when our law enforcement agencies try to enforce the law, they then abuse one of our very important legislation, which it is still important to this day, the Refugees Act.
The Western Cape Education Department has called on communities to help protect vulnerable schools against vandalism during the holiday period. Schools close tomorrow as the second term of the academic year draws to an end. Western Cape Education Minister David Maynard.
The holiday period will be a busy one for some of our teachers and learners, with the Back on Track teacher training and the winter school for matrics taking place. Thank you to all who will be giving up some of their holiday to improve learning outcomes across grades. While we are subsidizing holiday security at 430 schools at risk during the holiday period, we appeal for the public's help in protecting school properties. Please keep a close eye on your local school during the holiday and report anything suspicious to the SAPS immediately.
Security has been tightened across Kenya amid calls for nationwide demonstrations to mark the second anniversary of Gen Z anti-government protests. Police have maintained a heavy presence in central Nairobi and other cities with checkpoints on key roads. The BBC's Richard Kagowe reports.
The streets of Nairobi are unusually quiet. My morning commute, which normally takes an hour, today took just 20 minutes. Police have restricted traffic into the city centre, leaving roads deserted. Traders are not taking chances as most businesses remain closed. Many employers have told their staff to work from home. Some opposition politicians and activists joined families of those killed in the 2024 protests to lay wreaths at Parliament. More than 80 people died and dozens were injured when youth-led demonstrations against proposed tax increases grew into nationwide unrest. There were further deaths during protests to mark the first anniversary last year.
Recapping the top story, judgment in the multi-million rand Medicare 24 fraud case involving Vusimuzi Matlala is expected to be delivered next week, Wednesday, at the Pretoria Specialized Commercial Crimes Court. I'm on the Lambada for SAfm News headlines at 1:30.
Babe, I'm getting extra cash from my insurance. I was thinking romantic getaway or a treat for the kids.
You're getting money from your insurance?
Yes, my cash back from my way. I'll get back 10% of my monthly premiums for staying claim-free for 2 years. I'm getting 5,680 rand.
Now that's real cash.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Yo, inhliziyo yami cishe yama.
You're a good soldier, choosing your battle. Pick yourself up and dust yourself off and back in the saddle. You're on the front line, everyone's watching. You know it's serious, we're getting closer, this isn't over. The pressure's on, you feel it, but you got it all, believe it. When you fall, get up, oh, oh, and if you fall, get up, eh, eh. Samina, mina, sangalewa, 'cause this is Africa. Samina, mina, eh, eh, waka, waka, eh, eh. Samina, mina, sangalewa, this time for Africa. Listen to your God, this is our motto. Your time to shine, don't wait in line. Y vamos por todo. People are raising their expectations. Go on and feed them, this is your moment, no hesitation. Today's your day, I feel it. You pave the way, believe it. If you get down, get up, oh, oh. When you get down, get up, eh, eh. Tamina, mina, sangalewa, this time for Africa. Samina, mina, eh, eh, waka, waka, eh, eh. Samina, mina, sangalewa, anawa, ah, ah. Samina, mina, eh, eh, waka, waka, eh, eh. Samina, mina, sangalewa, this time for Africa.
I'm well on my journey, biggie, biggie mama, 1 A to Z. My sister's all on my journey, biggie, biggie mama, from east to west. My tea, waka, waka, my waka, waka, my Sangin' since summer, Zimbabwe, 'cause this is Africa.
Samina, mina.
Africa. Django, Django, Samina, Mina, Santalewa, Anawa, Django, Django, Samina, Mina, Santalewa, Anawa, This time for Africa. This time for Africa. We're all Africa. We're all Africa.
Yo, inhliziyo yami cishe yama.
Inhliziyo yami cishe yama ngempela. Bafana Bafana. Hey, what a way to wake up as a South African this morning. Lalela, when we say this all the time, when our backs are pressed against the wall in the moment of pressure. Hey, as they say on Twitter, no DNA, just RSA. We do our best performance, our best work. When people say, these ones, they are a write-off. That's when we rise to the occasion. Inhliziyo yami cishe yama, President. The boys have done it. Well done, Bafana Bafana, for reaching the round of 32 at the FIFA World Cup for the first time in history. Bafana Bafana won over South Korea in the final group game. They finished second behind group winners Mexico, and they're going to be facing Canada in the next round. I think that match is happening next week, right? If I'm not mistaken. Disclaimer. It's Sunday. It's 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock on Sunday the 28th. I say this all the time. I'm not a sports person. Far from it. I'm not a sports person. But I wear my green and gold internally. I wear my green and gold and I show up as a supporter when it matters the most. Whether we're playing cricket, whether we're playing rugby, it's athletics. We also did well in athletics. Our young man, our young matriculant, the high schooler, I forget his name now. Yes, yesterday, Naya, he nabbed first place at some World Athletics in Dondon. We'll do a quick Google. But we are, listen, there's nothing else for me to say. Absolutely nothing else for me to say. 0614104107. Let's celebrate Bafana Bafana for a job well done. If you want to send through your voice notes, you're more than welcome to do so. Were you clutching at your pearls last night? Did your heart stop at some point in time? Did you need the ashwagandha to get you through? Because you just didn't know how to contain the nerves. 0614104107, 086002032. You know what's the funniest part of this whole thing is watching these games and these moments on social media, because there's some good banter that happens in social media, even though the whole continent is really angry at us at the moment, rightfully so. But there's some good banter. It was interesting to realize that the whole of Nigeria was hate watching. They called it hate watching. And then when they were giving all the analysis afterwards, in the hate watching, they couldn't help but also admit how wrong they were about Bafana Bafana and how proud they were that Bafana Bafana actually went through. So it's good. We'll take the support any which way we can get it. We'll take the support. 0614104107 is our WhatsApp line. We've got lots of show coming your way. Spatlimoto is coming through. We're going to be unpacking day 126 at the Matlala Commission today with a brand new witness on the stand. And of course, some matters pertaining to controversial businessman Suleiman Karim. In the family meeting today, we're looking at the struggle for you to say sorry, to apologize to your children. Why do parents struggle to apologize to their children? And how do we begin to fix that? Are you a parent that struggles to, admit when you are wrong, take accountability for what you got wrong, or what you said wrong, what you did wrong, and how it affected your kids? A lot of us grew up in a generation where our parents didn't apologize. their way of apologizing was waking up the next morning, opening your door and saying, so I've made you bacon and eggs for breakfast. And that was the apology. So that is what we are asking today. We're having that as a family meeting, 061-410-4107. And we're going to rope in a clinical psychologist to help us through that. I'll let you know what else is coming up on the show as we unpack. It's 1:15, a quick pause, and then we'll be back with Usbahle Mota.
Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
My producer wants to know if you woke up at 3. Listen, we were doing roll call on social media, okay? Like, you had to be accounted for on social media. If you weren't accounted for on social media, you're in big trouble today. Did you wake up? Did you wake up at 3 o'clock? Or are you Mark Masa out you? Are you like Mark, our technician, who put the PVR on and then watched the game in the morning so that he could pretend like he was up with the rest of us at the crack of dawn? Were you up in the morning? Did you set your alarm clocks and wake up and support Bafana? All of that on WhatsApp, 061-410-4107. Spahle Mota, how are you doing this afternoon?
Good afternoon to you, Bridget, and thank you so much for having me.
It's been an interesting start to the Malanga Commission for day 126 today, because we saw the legal team putting forward the reasoning behind the absence of businessman Suleiman Karim at the commission.
Yes, if you remember, Suleiman Karim, who was set to return to the Matlala Commission, I think in April, suffered a heart attack, and he hasn't been well, I think, since then. And what we've heard previously is this constant postponement of his appearance before the commission. But we are left with less than 30 days. And, Advocate Matthew Shackleton even emphasized that, saying that now they are at a point where they are actually proposing that he gets examined by an independent doctor. And if, he's not well by the 15th of July, which is the date he's set to return on, then they'll be left with no choice but to institute prosecution against him according to the Commissions Act. So that is precisely where we are standing, where even Advocate Matthew Shackleton, the evidence leader, was complaining that they've sought documents from Suleiman Karim, which he has not even handed before the Commission. And he even says that he feels like Suleiman Karim always falls sick before the time he's meant to testify before the Matlanga Commission. So right now we'll definitely be waiting for next month, the 15th of July, to see if Suleiman Karim will be well enough to present himself before the Matlanga Commission.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, I also noted a few suggestions that were made by his legal team around how maybe they could proceed with this, because I think there is questioning around the legitimacy of and the convenience factor around his consistent hospitalization. As Advocate Shackleton pointed out, that it always seems to coincide with when he has to appear at the commission, and I think that opens up room to the question of, well, is this legitimate, and what happens next? Does the commission engage his medical staff, his doctors? Do they bring them up against somebody? Do they present him at for independent examination? That seemed to be also ventilated this morning.
Definitely, and we found his legal counsel, Camille Premier, just raising concerns about this independent medical examination, saying that it will be infringing on his rights, and he doesn't believe that this should be done. So what we are finding is that also, because we have such limited time at the Matlanga Commission, I do believe that if we did have the time, then his medical doctor would have been called before the commission, as previously alluded by the commission chairperson, when a lot of the witnesses rather were falling ill and unable to come before the commission to deliver their testimony. And I do get a sense that this is definitely one area that they may wanna explore, seeing that Karim as well is such an important sort of witness before the Matlanga Commission. I mean, he's been implicated in the 360 million rand tender. There are certain financial statements even that involve Morgan Maumela, a businessman as well, that the commission has actually requested from him, and he has not really been compliant. And I think, Bridget, if he was compliant in that regard, then maybe, the commission would have would take a different stance towards him, to say that he has been compliant in giving us these documents that we have requested from him. Therefore, we can formulate our evidence regarding that, as we've seen with Mike van Wyk. But as things stand, it doesn't seem like he's budging on any of the evidence that the commission has also requested from him.
And just a quick one, Sbahle, in our last minute, this new witness that is on the stand today, Tumelongu, what do we know?
Tumelongu describes himself as a data analyst who does ethical hacking. And what we are hearing is that he has quite extensive knowledge about the happenings in our ports and containers and everything like that. And he says that he normally works with policemen to sort of give them tips, regarding illicit drug trade. And also he's been questioned about how he got to know about these Eritrean drugs. And he's saying that because of his work in hacking, he got to know it through another informer who told him about this illicit drug trade. So what I think is quite important about his testimony is how he presents himself, because if you remember, according to witness J's testimony, he had contradicted the statements before the Matlala Commission, which claimed that Nku was an informer, and a witness J alleging that he's actually involved in drug trafficking. So after the break, we are expecting that this cross-examination from the commissioners as well as the evidence leaders will begin.
We'll leave it there for this afternoon. Sbahle Mota, we appreciate the time. That was SABC News reporter coming to us from the Matlala Commission for day 126. We're going to hit a quick reset. It's just gone 20 past 1 o'clock. The commission's also just gone on a break, and then we'll come back on the other side. And as Bonang Matebe said on Twitter, what a delicious day it is today.
In fitness, as in finance, endurance is key. If you're 55 and older, you can get an interest rate of up to 10.25% with a Nedbank Electronic Optimum Plus account. Now, feel the earn. Invest within 2 minutes on the Money app and get money fit with Nedbank. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply. For more info, go to nedbank.co.za.
In 1976, youth just switch on, and for 50 years the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is appeal in 2026. SAPC 1, Mzansi for sure. The source of youth courage. My God.
Yo, inhliziyo yami cishe yama.
The Family Meeting on the Full Circle with Bridget Masinga.
I mean, it's Bafana Bafana's day, so we're going to milk it for everything that it... Because if it was the Springboks, we would be. So it's Bafana Bafana's day. We're going to milk it for everything. 0614104107. Inhliziyo cishe yama, indeed. Were you watching last night? We'd love to hear your sentiment this morning. How are you feeling now that we have qualified for the first time ever for that round of 32 for this year's FIFA World Cup? Also, our lines are open for you in our family meeting. We are going to be talking about the struggle to say sorry. Why do parents struggle to apologize to their children, and how do we start to fix that? It seems to be one of those big and ongoing things that many adult children continue to lament, and we are the adult children that we talk about here, right? So why is that the case? Why do parents who probably grew up with parents who themselves didn't apologize, struggled to apologize to them, continue not to unlearn that behavior and continue to perpetuate it even in their own families that they are now growing? 0614104107 is our WhatsApp line. Muhube Maswi joins us, clinical psychologist. How are you doing this afternoon, Muhube?
I'm well, and yourself, Bridget?
Fantastic. It's a puzzling thing, right? Because, for instance, if you talk to the generation of our mothers, they will tell you that most likely their parents never apologized to them, no matter how wrong they were, never heard the words, "I'm sorry," taking account and ownership for their behaviors or their missteps. And so that became their learned behavior. And now here we are as millennials and Gen Don, and we seem to be continuing on in the same kind of cycle.
Yes. So a lot of, like you said, a lot of the adult parents now, they come from a generation where their own parents were not in a position to apologize to them. So their behavior becomes normalized, that as an authority figure, there's no room for you, or you shouldn't create the space where you are able to apologize to your children. So how it happens is that some parents would have learned that and normalized that behavior, that as an authority figure, you don't apologize to your kids. And then other parents will do the opposite, where they over-apologize, where they are compensating for the fact that they grew up in environments where their parents were not apologizing to them. So then they do the opposite. So a lot of the times, a person might function in the two extremes, depending on their own childhood experiences.
And interesting in the other extreme, the former, where there is no consciousness to apologize, and you say it can be linked to them, that whole authoritative figure, I am the parent, so there's no need for me. What does that kind of modeling do in shaping the relationship between parent and child in that situation? Because there's then an expectation that when the child is wrong or has erred, that they should be quick to apologize, but you're modeling the exact opposite.
Okay, so I think to fully answer that question, we first have to look at, in order for a person to apologize, you have to be able to be in a position where you admit that you are wrong. Yeah? And admitting that you are wrong can evoke a lot of uncomfortable feelings such as guilt and shame. And for some people, having these feelings, they want to run away from them. So if they don't have to admit that they are wrong, means that they don't have to address these uncomfortable feelings. So apologizing to your children creates a sense of emotional vulnerability for you as the parent. And for most parents, we perceive ourselves as the authority figures for our children. And the minute you apologize, some parents will interpret that as losing a sense of control and also being too soft. So depending on your perception of what does an apology mean to me as an individual, does it mean that now my ego is too fragile to actually deal with the fact that I have to admit that I'm wrong? Or am I in a position where I'm unable to deal with my own uncomfortable feelings? Therefore, in order to avoid having to address those uncomfortable feelings, I just avoid addressing any issues or even apologizing to the kids. Another thing as well is that if as a parent you apologize, some parents perceive it as permission, like giving the child permission to misbehave. Right? So those are some of the struggles that some parents will struggle with. Right? And another one is also if a parent strives for perfection. Right? I want to be a perfect parent. So if you are striving for perfection, you're not creating room for you to make mistakes as a parent. So therefore, if you are that kind of a parent where everything has to be perfect, everything has to be correct, there's a higher chance that you will also struggle to apologize to your kids because you will have to admit that you've done something wrong.
Oh, wow. You see, now that last part I never thought about, that sort of pursuit for perfection as a parent could also be internalized when one has to apologize, because you kind of invertibly saying that you as you say that you yourself have made a mistake, and there's no place for that in your picture of perfection as a parent.
So a lot of parents that strive for perfection, they are often dealing with their own anxieties. So a parent who parents from a place of anxiety, they are likely to try and create a perfect world where there's a false sense of control, a false sense of peace, right? So that can result in a lot of anxiety. And as a parent, if you're also quite an anxious parent, you are also modeling the behavior for the kids as well. So they are more likely to also be very anxious children.
Lots for us to think about as we go into the break. 061-410-4107. We have these conversations. So as adult children ourselves, because we are children born of parents, and so we carry a lot of that trauma and a lot of that coding with us that we then transpose in our own families and onto our own kids, whether you're conscious or not conscious of it. So we have these conversations. So you and I can engage around it. Do you apologize to your children? Were you actually apologized to by your parents? Have you ever heard your parents saying they are sorry to you for whatever it may be that they've inflicted on you, or you've never? And if you've never received an apology from your parents, is there an apology that you actually require, that you think you are going to get, or you've just given up on? And how does that affect you and how you come to apologizing with your kids? 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. We'd love to hear your thoughts. So 086-000-2032 is the number to call us on. 1:30 on Dela standing by.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, judgment in the multi-million rand Medicare 24 fraud case involving Vusimuzi Cat Matlala is expected to be delivered next week, Wednesday, at the Pretoria Specialized Commercial Crimes Court. The KwaZulu-Natal House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders has rejected claims that traditional leaders are granting trading permission to undocumented foreign nationals to open shops in rural communities, and the Department of Basic Education has launched its national guidelines for water, sanitation and hygiene in schools. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
Mahube Maswi joins us, clinical psychologist, for this afternoon's family meeting. We're live on social media as well, on Twitter, as well as Facebook and Instagram. Wherever you are, we are at SAfmRadio, hashtag The Full Circle. The struggle to apologize. How are you at saying you are sorry, taking accountability for the mistakes that you may have made or for the pain that you may have inflicted on your kids? And you know, funny enough, Mahube, as we jump into this conversation, I'm thinking about the conversation around the show The Polygamist, where everyone is focused on the dynamics between the husband and his various wives. But here's an interesting storyline: the dynamics of him and his children. And that throughout that entire series, all those kids ever really wanted was accountability from their dad. Acknowledge the fact that you disrupted our family. Acknowledge the fact that you hurt us and our mothers. Acknowledge the fact that your actions have been damaging towards us. You let us down. You disappointed us. And the one daughter actually even writing him a letter asking for the apology. And the father just disregarding it, like being very nonchalant about it, as if there's nothing for me to say.
So I think the one assumption that we often make is that when someone is a parent, they're supposed to feel empathy towards their children. But that's not always the case. Some parents just don't have the ability to have empathy towards their children. So then they become very emotionally neglectful towards their children. So we make a lot of assumption that because you are the parent, this is your child, you're supposed to have some level of empathy. But it doesn't always happen.
Well, which is interesting, right? Because, I mean, you just said that truth, and I'm taking a moment to pause because I'm like, am I filtering that truth correctly? Because you would think that in that parent-child relationship, that is where that empathy lies. But as we keep saying, our parents are children of people too. And they have their own experiences that have coded how they arrive at parenting. And if they've not dealt with their own inner children, they continue to create the same mistakes, at times even unconsciously doing so.
Yeah, and a lot of the times the behaviors would be on a more unconscious or the subconscious level, right? But I think we have to have these kind of uncomfortable conversations to say that the reason why somebody has children plays an important role in terms of how they parent. There's some people that feel like they were forced into parenthood. It doesn't matter. Maybe there's certain circumstances or bad choices they made, and deep down they never really wanted to be parents. And that will often show up in terms of how much emotional presence they are able to provide for their children. So the reason someone has children plays an important role in terms of how they parent. All the unresolved childhood traumas also will show up in terms of how you're going to parent your children and how you're going to show up for them as they reach the different levels of their lives.
Let's go to WhatsApp. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. We're talking apologizing to your children. It would be the perfect opportunity for you to just take in some of the conversation and maybe use it as a way of breaking the cycle and the chain.
Matlala is expected.
Good afternoon, SAFM and listeners. What an important topic that we are raising there. Yes, I think as young parents, let me speak on my behalf as a young parent, I do acknowledge that the upbringing that we had was completely different. It was hard for our parents during those days to apologize. But we were raised to believe that apologizing and being soft to the kid, it's bad parenting and so on. But now that with so much information through your platform and everything, we are told and we are taught that it's okay to say sorry to the baby or sorry to your daughter. You know, it's okay to bring sensitivity in parenting. So yes, personally, I do apologize when I am wrong. You know, and that's what I'm teaching my kids as well. But when you are wrong, you apologize. And it must come from a position of correcting yourself. Thank you very much. Mzamo Kozalo. Thank you.
I love what Mzamo Koza just said. It's bringing sensitivity to parenting and acknowledging that when you are wrong, you are wrong, and apologizing for it. Because here's the other thing also, on Mzamo's point, Muhube, I wonder when we talk about apologizing, is it also an apology? And I saw this on a video about how to teach sensitivity and compassion to babies and toddlers, that you shouldn't force them to say sorry if in fact they are not sorry for the action that they did. But there's a distinction in helping them understand the action that they did and sit with that emotion, and whether they feel sorry for it or not sorry for it becomes a decision that they then make when they understand the action and the impact it had on someone else.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of the times we tend to force children to just apologize, right, without checking if indeed they have remorse for what they have done. But I think it's more important to teach them wrong and right, right, and then model the fact that if you've done something wrong, this is how it's going to impact the other person. And if you know that your action is your behavior is having a negative impact on the other person, what are you going to do to ensure that you repair the relationship with that person? So it's more of we model these behaviors. So if you're forcing a child to just apologize without them really feeling the remorse, what you are actually doing is that just apologize and let's let it go. We're not really modeling for them that an apology goes hand in hand with remorse, and that also goes hand in hand with wanting to do better.
Let's pause it there for a second. We'll take a quick break and then we come back on the other side and continue. 061-410-4107 is a WhatsApp line. Would love to hear your perspective on this conversation.
form a millionaire, and yes, I am a millionaire. And then you'd be on the couch with your 6 numbers. But 7 is for heaven, or yes. But 4 is for the door, or yes. But 38 is never too late, or yes. Well, the Lotto Live draws are back. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Catch the live draw at 9 p.m. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by SAfmRadio.
If your local car wash was becoming too expensive, you'd probably switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to Outsurance saved 30-year-old Daneo an unbelievable 1,094 Rand on her 2025 Kia Sonet. So get a quote now, and if Outsurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Do it now. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP, and T's and C's do apply.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
Let's go straight to WhatsApp on 0614104107.
Hi, SAFM. Based on the topic that you guys are talking about now, I'm not a parent myself, but from experience from my parents, they apologize whenever they are wrong, and it's taught us accountability and to basically just repent for your actions and change your ways. Otherwise, then it just filters down onto our children at some point, and then no one takes accountability. So yeah, I've experienced that with my parents, where they hold themselves accountable for their actions and they apologize to us, and it teaches us to do the same. Yeah, thank you so much. It's Callan Buckley from KZN.
Bridget, this is not in Cape Town. I'm a 65-year-old granddad, right? My dad didn't apologize, right? Not at all. Because I believe, or I postulate, that parents at that time, view themselves as creators with a small c. They know the creator with the big C is God, but they assume that they're God to their children, and therefore there's no need to apologize. I do apologize to my children, Bridget, good topic, good day.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful to know that, you come from a history where your parents didn't apologize, because boomers were not trying to apologize for anything. But you've done better as a grandparent. You've acknowledged that, and you've broken that cycle with your children and with your grandchildren. And Callum out in KZN saying that his parents model apologizing because it translates to accountability. And so that becomes a lesson that they will take forward when they have children as well. I think both of these speak to also, how do we break the cycle, Mahube? How do we, from today, if you're a parent that has probably never said I'm sorry to your kids, and also the importance of hearing the words, not just the actions of I'm sorry, but actually hearing the words I am sorry. How do we break that cycle? How do we begin to model something different that leans more towards what our last two callers were talking about?
So let's say there's a parent out there listening who has really struggled with apologizing to their kids until today, right? One of the things that you need to do is to first go back and have the conversation, right? And be able to lay it out to the child to say, I've noticed that over the years, I've really not said sorry to you for some of the things that have happened. But because now I've become a little bit more self-aware, I would like us to do things differently. And you give the child a platform to voice out whatever anger or resentment that they might be holding on to, so that moving forward, when your intention is to do it better, to do things differently, you don't just start by now you are acting from not apologizing, all of a sudden you are apologizing, because that can also create a bit of confusion for the child. So you first need to have the conversation and acknowledge that you are aware that you were struggling previously and your intention is to, moving forward, to do things a little bit more differently. So those are just some of the things that parents can do in order to be able to work on the parent-child relationship.
I mean, I think that's sage advice. I would love to be a fly in the wall, though, for some of that conversation, because it's a hard conversation to have, right? For some, it might seem like something light if they were, they have a healthy, secure attachment. It's not a big deal. But for someone else, just the ability to acknowledge that I've actually never said I'm sorry could be a very big thing.
It will definitely be a very difficult conversation, and it's not something that would happen in one day. So it will have to be like an ongoing conversation. But I think that as parents, if we take care of our own emotional needs, we take care or we deal with our own traumas, some of these conversations with our children become a whole lot more easier because we don't internalize everything.
Oh, the line just broke there for a second, but I think that's a good part to leave it on. Mohube Mazwi, thank you so much for the time. That was a clinical psychologist giving us some guidance there on how we begin to say, I'm sorry. It's 1:45, a quick pause, and then we come back with Lara Hatting, who is an actress, writer, and producer. And this is Stages, Pages, Screens, and more.
SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation. Stages, pages, screens, and more on the Full Circle.
All right, the phone line abruptly ending our conversation there with Mohube, but we were wrapped in any case. I hope you got some good advice. Lara Hatting, I'm told, as opposed to Hatting. How are you doing this afternoon, Lara? Actress, writer, producer, and founder of Toneel Hayes Kaapstad. Are you good?
Yes. Hello, Bridget. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Thank you so much for the time. Let's get into it. And firstly, let me apologize for yesterday because my conversation ran over yesterday around June 16, and I asked the team to reschedule you for today. And you were very patient and understanding with me. So thank you so much for that.
No worries. Thanks for having me. It's nice to chat to you.
Only a pleasure. Let's talk about Ashtray. So this is the English translation of your award-winning show coming from Cape Town.
Yes. So I wrote a show called Based a few years ago, and I did it for almost 3 years all over the country. I did all the festivals, and I did it at small independent theatres in Cape Town. And it's a story that's very close to my heart. It's very personal, and I felt like making it accessible in another language is an important next step for the process of the show.
Give us the essence of, you said Beister, the Afrikaans version?
Yes.
Is that the Afrikaans word for ashtray, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
No.
Yes, so the title is actually it's quite a story, but the show it's Based, and the direct translation of Based is astray, like when you lose your way on a road. That was
Are we just breaking there for a second with Laura? Perhaps if we can just switch that line.
Initially went for some.
Laura, we're just going to switch your line. We're just having some connection issues that we were connecting to Laura via WhatsApp. So we're going to try a different line, see if we can hold that connection. A quick pause there, and then we'll come back on the other side and continue.
Wherever you are in the world, SAFM 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfmRadio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAFM 104 to 107 as we bring you Commission Live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to The Full Circle.
Oh, technology always seems to let us down at the best of times, but we've reconnected with Laura Hutting, actress, writer, producer, and founder of Tonel Hayes Gobstart. And you were just breaking down for me, Laura, Beister and how the title came about.
Yes. So the direct translation of Beister is astray. It's when you lose your way along the road. And that was initially, it was the obvious translated title to go for.
Yeah.
And in the process of the translation, I sent the script to some people for feedback. I started recording some of the voiceovers with actors. And 3 people actually initially read the title as ashtray. And there is a theme of smoking throughout the play. The smoking becomes a metaphor for loss of innocence, more literally a loss of voice. And I mean, on the poster, I'm smoking a cigarette. So there is a big, strong theme about smoking and how that affects the character's life. And I thought about it, and I always believe that God gives you messages in threes. And I was like, actually thought Ashtray is a pretty cool title. And it reminded me a little bit of Fleabag that Phoebe Waller-Bridge did, which is a very strong inspiration for the show. When I entered it into Woordfeest 3 years ago, one of the things I said in my application was that if Fleabag was an Afrikaans girl from Durbanville. And it had that same punchy feel, and I referenced Fleabag in the show, so it was almost just an obvious choice for me to switch to that.
I see. Is this a one-woman hander, by the way?
Yes, it's just me. I wrote it, I directed it, I produced it, and I have an amazing stage manager helping me through the process.
Let's talk about the thematic that you explore in the piece, because you say it's a deeply personal piece for you. How so?
Yes, I'd say it's a semi-autobiographical story. It's a coming-of-age story about being a young woman in South Africa. I mean, obviously, poetic license has been taken, but I think that theatre, and the reason I am an actor and a writer is because I feel like theatre has the power to make people feel seen and validated and give words to emotions that sometimes we don't even know we're feeling. And there's almost something sacrificial about the way in which I write, where I take all of my experiences and almost what I'm learning from it real time while I'm learning it, trying to also use theatre as a teacher. And I think creating from own experiences is healing, and it's definitely part of my purpose as an artist. So yes, I think what I want people to feel when they watch the show is to feel seen and to feel less alone. And I basically get up on stage and talk about all the mistakes that I've made, the things that I'm embarrassed to admit out loud. And I think if people can leave the theatre feeling a little bit less alone and a little bit more proud of themselves and a little bit less harsh in their judgments of others, and maybe call their parents and tell them they love them, I feel like I would be very happy.
Oh, and I love the sentiment that you just shared as well, because it somehow ties into our conversation we were having earlier on around generational traumas and apologizing. And the fact that you also are hoping that audiences take the moment to self-reflect. And walk out of watching Ashtray with a little piece of yourself, but also maybe tapping into a little piece of their own journey, and sitting with some things that maybe they were a little afraid to sit with as they drive home.
Yes, I think we sometimes, especially when we're younger, we tend to feel like, oh, nobody understands and life is so hard. And I think once you realize that nothing that you feel or none of your experiences are that unique to you, your life actually changes, because I mean, we go through different experiences in our lives, but actually at the end of the day, we're all connected by the same emotions, and we all feel exactly the same emotions. They may be just wearing a different outfit.
So true. So Ashtray is on from the 26th of June. So this coming Friday, from tomorrow, at Kapstad Tonel Hayes. By the way, did I ask you about Kapstad Tonel Hayes?
No, yes, it's my venue. I started to Neerluis with Nardis Engelbracht, and it's a small little indie art house theatre and photography studio in Loop Street in Cape Town. And it's a super fun space. We have everything from young performers developing their voice to experienced performers doing hardcore theatre and comedians testing material, music shows. So it's a fun little venue.
So from tomorrow, is it a weekend run or are you seeing it, running for a prolonged time?
So the shows at the moment is the 26th and 27th, so tomorrow and Saturday, and then the 29th and the 30th, Monday and Tuesday at 7:30. And then there'll definitely be more runs at the Neerluis and at other independent theatres in the summer.
Wonderful stuff. And tickets are available at Quicket. That's where you can go to secure yourself a booking if you're going to be in Cape Town from tomorrow, 26th, 27th, 29th and 30th. Lara, thank you so much for the time. That was Lara Hutting, actress, writer, producer, and of course the lady behind Ashtray, which is making its run at Tonel Hayes Kaapstad, 26th, 27th, 29th and 30th of June. And those tickets are available at Quicket. Let's go to WhatsApp as you continued the conversation with us around apologizing. We also see your voice notes on Bafana Bafana, by the way. We're going to play them a little bit later. 061-410-4107.
Me, I apologize on my children if I did them wrong or I could not honor my promises to them. Because I'm a parent that my parent failed to be to me. So for them to apologize, I don't rush them to apologize because they must be their self so that you can be able to notice their behavior. Sometimes you force a children to say, I'm sorry, but according to him or her, that behavior is right. So you cannot force that. You must notice first the behavior and discuss the behavior.
Good afternoon, Sis Bridget and your team. This is Sakilent Sogwen from Wantlabyalinga. You know, as parents, we should always apologize to our children whenever we have done something wrong to them. By doing so, we are teaching them that a wrong should always be followed by an apology. Thank you.
Hi, Bridget. How are you? So this is really a very interesting topic that you've brought. I'm also a young parent. And I grew up in the same environment where my mother would not apologize. And it was really hurtful. But I've learned that it's okay to apologize to your kids because we all make mistakes and we learn no matter at what age. So we can learn to apologize as parents. But I've realized with my other sibling, with her kids, like that lady you are with, she raised a very valid point of also over apologizing to the extent that when a kid does wrong, I see it with my sibling. When a kid does wrong, yes, she apologizes, but I think she overdoes it to the extent that she has to buy something to say sorry. On top of the verbal apology, she has to buy something. And it has gotten out of a hand to the extent that when she doesn't buy that apology present, now the kid will never let go. So I think we need to learn to apologize, but we also need to draw a line, not to over apologize to our kids. So yeah, it's really an interesting topic that you have brought about.
That's so interesting. So the one sister went to the extreme end to what Mahubi was talking about, that some parents over apologize, and this one sister even taking it as far as buying tangible gifts that go with the apology. That probably speaks to some of her own internal childhood traumas that she needs to start reconciling with as a parent herself. You know what I also note in this conversation around apology, that our last voice note was the only female voice amongst male voices. And it was so refreshing. It is so refreshing to hear dads saying that they take accountability. There's something, and I mentioned this the other day, that there's something about how dads are holding mirrors up to themselves and trying to be better fathers, trying to be better leaders. As the one voice note said, steering with sensitivity. It's such a beautiful thing to see, dads. So, kudos on y'all and keep going, because it takes nothing away. Mahuba was saying as well, it takes nothing away from you being an authoritative figure. It takes nothing away from you from parenting from a position of also strength, arriving as, as someone who's seen as being strong in the family. Versus maybe thinking that you'll be seen as being weak for tapping into your sensitive side and your compassionate side. It's a beautiful thing to model for your kids, whether you have sons, whether you have boys, it's or girls. It's just a beautiful thing to model. Yeah. Apologies, ne? 061-410-4107. Our WhatsApp is still open, so if you want to halala Bafana Bafana, you're more than welcome to do so. You can give us the blow-by-blow of what was going on emotionally with you yesterday and all the ashwagandha that you had to consume. And maybe you were proven wrong. Maybe you went into yesterday thinking, we are dead in the water. And then Bafana Bafana rose to the occasion. We'd love to hear from you as well around that. It's 2:00 on the dot. Ondelambana is going to bring us the news. Thank you, Bridget. On the top stories, EFF in the Eastern Cape calls for the resignation of Mabuyane and judgment in Matlala's case to be delivered next week. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. The EFF in the Eastern Cape is calling for the Premier Oscar Mabuyane to resign. The party officially opened a criminal case of fraud against Mabuyane at Kukombo City Police Station today. The EFF says a previous court judgment against Mabuyane proves beyond reasonable doubt that he was aware of alleged irregularities relating to his qualifications when applying to the University of Fort Hare. EFF Provincial Chairperson Zilindi Levena says the party believes the findings contained in an investigative report provide sufficient evidence to support the fraud case. Vena says Mabuyane should be arrested and held accountable.
This emanates from the outcome of the court case on Tuesday, where Oscar Mabuyane took the president of the EFF for a defamation case, thinking that all what the president was saying is just some gossip. And then the leadership of the EFF went to court and produced a report from the Horizon Forensics, which was commissioned by Fort Hare University.
Judgment in the multi-million rand Medicare 24 fraud case involving Vusimuzi Cat Matlala is expected to be delivered next week, Wednesday, at the Pretoria Specialized Commercial Crimes Court. Matlala has pleaded guilty to all charges of fraud, corruption and money laundering linked to a 228 million rand SAPS contract awarded to his company Medicare 24. He entered into a plea and sentencing agreement with the state. Magistrate Ignatius Duprise says he still needs time to consider the proposed sentence and the evidence before the court before determining whether the agreement is fair and just.
We have reached a stage of proceedings where the court, with due regard to the inputs provided, the various exhibits and submissions given, that I must make a decision as to whether the sentence agreement is a just sentence. I have already highlighted some aspects of concern to the parties involved. I am not in a position today to make a finding as to whether it is indeed a just sentence. I've been provided with quite a voluminous document. I need to consider the various aspects mentioned therein. I intend to do so by next week.
The KwaZulu-Natal House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders has rejected claims that traditional leaders are granting trading permission to undocumented foreign nationals to open shops in rural communities. The House's Deputy Chairperson Inkosi Zwelinzima Gumede was speaking at the Undocumented Foreign Nationals Summit in Durban. He says there are allegations that some residents are leasing their shops to undocumented foreign nationals. Gumede says the House has recommended stronger border security, saying the country's borders remain porous. He also called for greater visibility of Home Affairs officials in rural communities.
The House wishes to clarify that it does not make trading agreements with foreign nationals, but the allegation that the foreign nationals are making agreements with the residents to lease their shops. Where is the evidence of unlawful acts? The matter must be investigated and dealt with by relevant authorities.
The Department of Basic Education has launched its national guidelines for water, sanitation and hygiene in schools. It has described the initiative as a significant step towards ensuring learners have access to safe, dignified and healthy learning environments. Minister Sivua Kwahube, accompanied by Germany's Deputy Ambassador to South Africa, Enrico Brandt, unveiled the guidelines at Welizibuko Primary School in Soweto today. The launch comes as many schools continue to grapple with inadequate sanitation facilities, poor hygiene infrastructure and limited access to clean water. Kwahube says government is now nearing the completion of its program to eradicate pit toilets in schools.
You'll recall in 2018, the president at the time launched the SAFE initiative, which identified 3,900 pit toilets that were going to be eradicated. As we stand here today, there are only 2 projects that are outstanding that are in the Eastern Cape, and we're expecting them to be completed in the next week. So I'm really impressed and pleased about the work that has been done. But I'm also disappointed that it has taken us this long. That SAFE backlog was done in 2018. And so we should have really pushed harder to make sure that we close the gap.
Deputy Ambassador of Germany to South Africa, Enrico Brandt, says hygiene, water and sanitation at schools is a global concern.
This has to do with dignity, with safety, with security, and it doesn't concern only South Africa. It concerns all kids all over the world, in Germany, in South Africa and any other place. Hygiene maybe is a little bit disregarded, because when you think of schools, you think of curricula, of school books, of teachers and so on. But the basic things matter. If we get these basic things right, the toilets right, the washing the hands in the right manner, it's a big step forward.
Recapping the top story, the EFF in the Eastern Cape is calling for Premier Oscar Mabuyane to resign. I'm on Delambana for SAfm News Headlines at 2:30.
Hurry! Get supersized savings at Spar for 4 days only. Like 1 litre Parmalat Everfresh Long Life Milk 6-pack for $89.99. Save 32 Rand. Or 200 gram Jacob's Cronin Coffee Jar or 230 gram refill pack, excluding decaf, for $149.99. Save 60 Rand. Price is valid from 25 till 28 June while stocks last. Max 5 deals per product per customer. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Oh, yeah, Club Soweto. In 1976, youth switch on, and for 50 years the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is a pillar in 2026. SAPC 1, Zanzi for sure. The source of youth courage. My gosh.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Yo, inhliziyo yami cishe yama.
Chibobo. Peace.
Area.
I'm so very proud of Bafana Bafana. They have done us so proud. And I just want to ask the nation and all leaders to use this opportunity, just as we did with the Springboks, to unite our nation. And especially on June the 30th, we are on the world stage. Let's show the world that we can do better. Let's have a peaceful march on June the 30th. Thank you. Go Bafana Bafana.
Good afternoon, South Africa. Look, I was one of the ones who, when Bafana lost, dismally said, I think if we sent through the doctors and the Lucases and the Bennies of the yesteryear, we would have done way better, like as they are now. But I ate my words, and I'm so glad that South Africa had performed extremely well. And honestly, I just caught the match because I had a bit of insomnia, and like many, I'm not so spotty. But when it comes to anything South African, I got all out. Thankfully, I still have my 2010 soccer tee that I bought, so I'm wearing that proudly today. So well done, Bafana, and all of the best for the next round.
Absolutely. We told you it's Bafana Day today. Well done, Bafana Bafana, for qualifying for the first time in history for South Africa to qualify with that 1-0 win over South Korea in the final Group A stages. And then they move on to the round of 32s at the FIFA World Cup. The next match is this coming Sunday at 8 p.m. We have our clocks ready. We've got the alarm set. Mark my tech, who cheated, he didn't wake up. He PVR'd the game and then he watched it at 6. He promises that he's going to be watching with us live at 8 o'clock come this Sunday. All of us in our green and gold. Our next conversation in this hour, we're having a legally skewed conversation, and we're looking at our encounters with police and traffic officers and what are your rights when you're engaging with law enforcement. We're going to be in conversation with Joshua Lazarus, who's an attorney with right of appearance in the High Court and director of Lazarus Joshua Attorneys. How are you doing this afternoon, Joshua?
Good afternoon, Bridget. I am exceptional after the brilliant performance of Bafana Bafana this morning that you just mentioned on radio. Good afternoon to all the listeners. I'm sure we're all delighted with the performance of the boys.
It is indeed a delicious, delicious day today. So many South Africans, Joshua, we encounter police and traffic officers every single day, and it can be a very intimidating interaction for a lot of people because we just never know, what our rights are, what the parameters of conduct are, and just those basic guidelines. I mean, are they basic constitutional rights, firstly, that every South African should know when it comes to our engagement with police or traffic officers, especially when we're being stopped on South African roads going about our business?
So, Bridget, thank you for the question. Certainly there are. In South Africa, we obviously have got the supreme law being the Constitution. And Section 35 of the Constitution of South Africa provides for certain rights to an accused person, which naturally would extend into any police officer pulling over a motor vehicle user on the road, such as the rights naturally to remain silent, etc. But answering your question more directly, the answer is yes. When a police officer wishes to pull over a road vehicle user, a driver, then naturally the police would have to identify themselves firstly, and secondly explain why that person is being pulled over.
Interesting, Joshua, when we say the first point is for them to identify themselves. And does that identification also include me having the right to ask you for some kind of verification or accreditation or documentation that says you are legitimately a Metro officer, you are legitimately a South African Police Services officer? am I within my right in that? Because obviously I pull over, you're wearing some kind of uniform, whichever part of the country you are at, and they're wearing the respective uniform of that precinct. But that surely is not enough.
No, certainly not. Unfortunately, as I think we're all aware of, there have been various unfortunate incidents involving fraudulent police officers and people that are not police officers masquerading as police officers. So we are definitely entitled to request accreditation and proof that the police officer that's putting us over is indeed a police officer in terms of the Arthur Act. In addition thereto, we are also naturally entitled to confirm that the vehicle that's putting us over is indeed a police vehicle, and to ascertain which metro police station that officer is allocated and assigned to. But I would urge anyone that is pulled over by police officers to obviously be cordial, polite, and cooperative in respect of the Metro Police officers. Ultimately, the Metro Police are not trying to do any of us injustice. Yeah. They rather are trying to ensure that the rules of the road are strictly adhered to, because naturally the roads are not safe at all times. There are regrettable incidents of reckless and negligent driving in almost daily basis, and as such, the police officers are not our enemies. They're in fact our friends. They are simply trying to ensure that the law and the rule of law is adhered to, and that all vehicles are properly roadworthy and the drivers are driving correctly in accordance with speed limits.
Yeah.
And to ensure that no one's life is ever at jeopardy because of the reckless or negligent driving of another person. So we need to, in my view, understand that the police are simply doing their jobs, that they're not trying to look for anything untoward, and that when we are pulled over, we must treat them with the respect which they deserve, because ultimately they play a very crucial and imperative role in the society within which we live, and they deserve the respect. It's not an easy job that they have, and it's often a thankless job where allegations are made against them. But we need them to be on the road to ensure that the roads are correctly policed and that the roads are correctly used.
Absolutely, absolutely. And a very important note also to just highlight and remind us of the role of police officers and the essence of why they are out there and visibly out there and conducting the kinds of searches and stops that they are. If we are to ask politely for that accreditation, what kind of details? Because I must admit, I've never in my life, I've never even seen a police badge up close. So I would not even know what a South African, the one when you watch Hollywood movies and they flash the badge. I wouldn't even know what a police badge actually looks like up close and the kind of detail it should have. So when I'm asking to just ensure that I'm talking to an authoritative figure that is the person who they say they are, politely, what is contained there? Do they have ID cards? And in those ID cards, should it state their rank, their name and surname, and their identifying SAPS or respective metro number?
Essentially, that is correct. Metro Police would be, they would have an identification card that they would be able to display and show. If we ask for it politely. Of course, it's a very sensitive aspect, because when someone's asking you for your accreditation, you may get caught offended. So it's really about how we ask and being polite about it, and not trying to point fingers at the police and the Metro Police for doing their job. But yes, they do carry identification documents with them, and obviously they'll also be correctly uniformed and in Metro Police vehicles when pulling us over. If it's an undocumented vehicle, then of course we're entitled to ask further questions, and I would recommend at that stage not pulling over, but rather driving to your local police station before you pull over.
Mm-hmm. All right. Oh, and under what circumstances can officers search your vehicle and search your belongings? Because I'll admit, in all the times I've used, the roads, whether I'm in Joburg, whether I'm at home in Durban, which are the two cities that I tend to drive the most, or Gqeberha or wherever, I've been pulled over multiple times. They'll ask for the ID, the driver's license. They'll check the validity of the driver's license. They'll check the card disc. If they're doing breathalyzer those evenings, they'll breathalyze. I don't drink. But I've never actually encountered a search, a stop and search. So, and I've seen other motorists being stopped and searched. Under what circumstances are vehicles stopped and searched, and what are your rights there?
So there's two different incidents or times that a motor vehicle may be stopped and searched. We need to identify when there is a search warrant and when there's not a search warrant. If there's a search warrant, naturally that will be displayed and they'll be entitled to search a vehicle. However, when there is no warrant, then the police would be entitled to search if they suspect that an offence either has been committed using their vehicle or is being committed at that time. A lot of what transpires in respect of the stolen motor vehicle is that a stolen motor vehicle will be reported at a police station, and from there will follow to an LPR system, a license plate registration system, where alerts would be put out for a stolen vehicle. And if the police then have followed a vehicle which has got a stolen number plate on, and the reason they've stopped the vehicle is because this is now a stolen motor vehicle. They do not need a warrant to search. They're entitled to immediately search. Also, where they suspect that a crime is being committed or has been committed using the vehicle, they will be entitled to search without a warrant. So whether that is some form of robbery that was had taken place using the vehicle, or whether it is trafficking of substances or otherwise, they would be entitled to search a motor vehicle in the absence of a search warrant, and that would be lawful and valid.
I see. And then being asked to step out of your vehicle, is one legally required to comply with that, or do you have some rights there?
So naturally, it depends why a police officer would be asking someone to step out of the vehicle. But you do need to comply with a instruction provided by a police officer. We have to cooperate with the police. So it needs to be identified what the reason is that you must step out of the vehicle. A police officer can't just tell you to get out of your vehicle. But once the instruction is provided to you, then you do need to follow that instruction.
We live in an era of phones and phone cameras being everywhere. We've seen the various interactions being recorded with members of SAPS and traffic law enforcers across the country. Are there parameters then, legal guidelines around that? Considering also Poppy, do I just whip up my phone and decide to record a police officer if I feel like maybe I'm being unjustly treated, or the situation looks like it could be posing some kind of danger?
So again, I'll repeat that we naturally must cooperate with police. However, we certainly are entitled to record police officers. There is a judgment from the High Court where an attorney had been pulled over and he used his cell phone in order to record that interaction with the police, and the High Court found that that was correct, that it was the correct protocol to follow. So in that respect, we certainly can, and I would even advise, in light of the age and the stories that we've all heard in respect of police officers, that when we are pulled over, that we ought to record, but naturally make the police aware of the fact that we are doing so. And again, not in a confrontational manner, in a cooperative manner, in a manner which respects the dignity of the police officer.
Yeah. I want to just quickly jump to WhatsApp in our final moments. 0614104107. Let's go to WhatsApp.
Hi, how's Bridget? Talking about that, just yesterday I met this other random guy, and he was going into this shop, and then he had this badge, and he said he's a police, because I saw he was driving a unbranded vehicle with blue light, but he only did the blue light when he got to that shop, and when he got there, after there, he told the guy that the guy is selling illicit cigarette, and then the guy collected all the cigarette in that shop. So it was a bit suspicious. The badge was written VIP, so I thought maybe it's the VIP protection. So there's a lot of these guys who go around with these badges, and some they just do their own thing.
Good afternoon. This is VF from Redfall Extension 23. On the issue of search warrants, I don't think it will be possible on the motorists, because on it, if they come to a house and search, the house number must be written there on the search warrant. But now on the vehicle, because they stop many vehicles, how would that be possible?
Joshua, and I guess a search warrant would be specific for a specific vehicle, right? If they are like intentionally looking for Bridget Masinga on the road.
Correct. Obviously, in terms of any motor vehicle, there are firstly number plates, but secondly, their engine numbers. And as such, the motor vehicle would be identified in terms of the warrant. So that obviously would be a search and seizure warrant, and that would be a motor vehicle that was involved in some crime that had been committed.
And I guess the last bit, we've definitely heard you, even Sydney out in Witbank is in agreement with you saying when it comes to speaking about traffic and metro police, it's important for us to emphasize respect towards the police. Very, very important. They aren't our enemies, and they are there for the good of us all. Some final tips and advice really around this relationship and interaction between South Africans and SAPS and the various metro offices across the country, because there is a trust deficit there, which is the unfortunate thing, right? It's not like when we get stopped by security and safety officers, we think, oh, this is going to be great. We automatically are on the defensive as the folks that are being stopped.
So yes, certainly we are, and that's because of the horror stories that we've all been told, and some of us have experienced in respect of the famous cold drink money, let me call it. But a lot of the time, those are not police officers at all that have been implicated in such incidents. I think that what's imperative is that we are firstly respectful, cooperate, and understand the role of a police officer, but secondly, do take steps to protect ourselves, such as recording these interactions with a cell phone, and as I said, in a manner which is not confrontational, but in a manner which explains to the police officer why you are doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, police officers are like all of us human beings that live in our society.
Absolutely.
And if we are respectful to them, they are reciprocative to that respect. And that's the major distinction, is that when we are stopped, we need to be respectful, firstly, and then secondly, take those steps to protect ourselves from, unfortunately, the nefarious activities that has been linked to police officers, but a lot of the time, which, as I state, is not police officers at all, but spurious police officers and people that are not supposed to be in uniform, that are stopping without rhyme or reason.
Absolutely. Joshua Lazarus, we appreciate the sage advice, attorney and, of course, director of Lazarus Joshua Attorneys. It's gone 1:30. Ondela standing by with the headline news, and then we'll get into Kids Corner.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, the EFF in the Eastern Cape is calling for Premier Oscar Mabuyane to resign, and Mozambique's Consul General Isaac Matlala says there is a large number of undocumented Mozambican nationals living in South Africa, and South Africa says its policy of non-alignment should not be mistaken for neutrality. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello, friends, and happy Thursday. It's time for Kids Corner. Today we're talking about winning and losing. How do you feel when you lose a game, competition, or race? Do you think it's okay to feel sad or disappointed when you lose? What do you do to make yourself feel better after losing? What lessons can we learn from losing that can help us do better next time? How do you congratulate someone who wins even when you wanted to win too? Alright friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
My name is Durietang Ndlovu. I do not like it when I lose a game, competition, or race because it makes me feel disappointed and annoyed. Yes, I think it's okay to feel sad or disappointed when you lose because no one likes to lose. And winning feels way better than losing. To make myself feel better after losing, I'll watch a movie or series or have a nice dessert like cake or ice cream. We can always learn what to do better next time after losing, whether it's using a different strategy or improving on the one already in place. Losing can also teach us resilience and perseverance. To demonstrate good sportsmanship, you should always congratulate someone who has won by shaking their hand or giving them a hug. You can also compliment their skills.
Hello, my name is Mohammed Ahmed and I'm 12 years old. When I lose a game, competition, or race, I feel disappointed at first. I think it is okay to feel sad because it shows that I cared and tried my best. To feel better, I remind myself that losing is part of learning and improving. Losing teaches us what we can do better next time and helps us become stronger and more determined. Even when I wanted to win, I congratulate the winner by saying, "Well done!" and showing good sportsmanship.
My name is Kate. I'm not a huge fan of losing, but I'm okay with it. Like today, I don't think in our houses at school, we have houses. I don't know if my house won the Spirit Cup, and it's okay that we didn't win. So in sports competition, I don't really mind if other people win, but in things like talent shows and stuff like that, things that I'm more interested in, I find it more competitive and I'm like, I need to win this. But in sports things, I don't feel the same way. And after losing, I learned the other team's weaknesses. So I learned how to overcome them.
Good day. My name is Rafulupela Ratogwa. I live in Polokwane City. Today I'll be talking about how losing in a competition or something else makes me feel like. Losing in a competition or something else makes me feel confident that the next time I will win. So losing isn't such a big idea to me. It teaches me that things that I did wrong in that competition, to do them right next time there is a competition. I have learned that after losing, I can learn from the mistakes that I've done.
My name is Jeremiah. Losing makes me feel very sad and also angry with myself because I know I didn't try my best, and if I tried my best, I would have won. So that's why I'm angry at myself. But if I tried my best, then I'll just be sad, and I'll be very, very sad. I believe that you do learn something after losing. You learn to try harder and to never give up, so that next time when you verse those people again, you won't lose. That's why it's important to always try your best and also never give up. But losing makes me feel very sad And I wish everyone could just win, so there would be no losing and no sad people.
Losing makes me feel a little sad. I believe that after losing, you learn that you don't need to win to prove that you are better than the other team.
Losing makes me feel angry, useless, sad, worthless. Just doesn't make me feel good. I do learn something after losing. I have learned that not everything always has to be the way you want it to be, or you're not perfect.
Hi everyone, my name is Zelanda Mzobe. I am 12 years old. How do I feel when I lose a game, competition, or a race? I feel very sad, disappointed, and most of the time I blame myself. Yes, I do think it is okay to feel sad or disappointed when you lose, because you are not gonna win always. So you should tell yourself that you can do better next time. No matter how difficult it is, you can do it and never give up on your goals or dreams. What do I do to make myself feel better after losing? I sit down, calm myself down, listen to my favorite music. When I'm done listening to it, I go to Google, search for poems that can give me strength. Then I start reading them. Then I tell myself that no matter how difficult it was, next time it can be better than before. So I should never give up and focus on my dreams and goals. No matter how difficult it is, I should never give up. What lessons can we learn from losing that can help us do better next time? You should always never give up. Tell yourself you can do better next time, even if you don't trust yourself or see that it is very difficult for you. Tell yourself you can do it, and make sure you never give up or lose strength and hope. How do I congratulate someone who wins? I make sure I go to them, tell them everything about them, tell them how good they were, how happy I am for them, and make sure they feel happy, and tell them to never give up and continue the way they did. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. Most of us enjoy winning games, races, competitions, or sports matches. Winning can make us feel excited, proud, and happy. But sometimes things do not go the way we hoped. We may lose. When that happens, it is completely normal to feel disappointed, sad, frustrated, or upset. These feelings are part of being human, and there's nothing wrong with feeling that way for a little while. The important thing is how we respond when we lose. Instead of giving up or becoming angry, we can remind ourselves that losing is a part of learning and growing. Every successful athlete, musician, scientist, and leader has experienced setbacks at some point. What helped them succeed was their willingness to keep trying and learning from their mistakes. When we lose, it can help to take a deep breath, think positively, and focus on what we did well. Talking to a parent, teacher, coach, or friend can help us feel better. Sometimes simply reminding ourselves that we tried our best can make a big difference. Remember, one loss does not define who we are or what we can achieve. Losing can teach us valuable lessons. It shows us where we need to improve, help us become more patient, build resilience, and teach us the importance of hard work and perseverance. Sometimes we learn more from losing than we do from winning because it encourages us to practice, prepare better, and keep improving. Another important lesson is learning how to be a good sport. Even when we really wanted to win, we should congratulate the winner and be happy for their success. We can say things like, "Well done," "Congratulations," or "You played really well." Showing kindness and respect to others even when we're disappointed is a sign of good character and maturity. As children, we should remember that winning is wonderful, but it is not the most important thing. What matters most is doing our best, having a positive attitude, treating others with respect, and never giving up. Every game, race, or competition is an opportunity to learn something new. So if you lose today, don't be discouraged. Use it as motivation to keep trying, keep learning, and come back even stronger next time. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
This week on Expresso, we celebrate the release of Minions and Monsters, and yes, the Minions are taking over our studio.
We meet sibling dance stars Isabella and Daniel Abrams, who made history representing South Africa at the World Dance Masters in Croatia and took home top honors.
And then the Stellenbosch International Chamber Music Festival brings breathtaking performances and world-class music to the Expresso stage. So join us on Expresso weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. on S3.
Late night lockouts happen, and standing outside with keys on the wrong side of the door is never ideal. With Santam building cover, clients get access to emergency services, including locksmith assistance when it matters the most. The problem gets sorted without damage or drama. So ensure nice, not twice. Call 0860 444 444 to get a quote today. Santam, this is freedom.
Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
All right, it is a Thursday today, Momentum Thursdays, and we're catching up with Rudolph Brits, who's the chief actuary at Momentum Insure. So the risks facing consumers today are more connected than ever before. And by understanding how climate change and financial pressure and everyday behavioral choices influence and impact vulnerability, individuals can then take proactive steps to protect what matters the most. How are you doing this afternoon, Rudolph?
Good afternoon, Bridget, and thanks for having me. Thanks for allowing me to speak to your listeners.
Oh, no, listen, you come on a good day too. We're in a good mood. The whole country is in a good mood. Let's talk, firstly, let's talk about what a chief actuary does within the structure of financial services, particularly when we're talking insurance.
Yes, gladly. It's a bit of a side question,
Yeah.
but let me give it a go. So an actuary is a professional that predicts future financial risks. So we are usually involved in the calculations that determine the reserves or the solvency of insurers.
Mm-hmm.
It's focused on financial services only. So you find us in life insurers, short-term insurers, sometimes in banking, investments and those kind of things. Mm-hmm. Now, the role of a chief actuary is just to oversee the functions of all the actuarial services that happens in the business.
Yeah.
And that's where I am.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. It's always important for us to understand the context of our guests, especially when we're talking terms that are unfamiliar to us, so that we know exactly when Rudolph disseminates the information that it comes from a point of authority.
Sure, Bridget, I don't know, authority is maybe a far word to use. I always say that the real clever people work in my team. I'm not that guy.
I love it. That's the makings of a good leader. Why is being careful not always enough anymore? Because you guys say we need a little bit more.
Yes. Bridget, in insurance, risk is maybe the function of two big things, and it's your circumstances, so where you live and where you drive and what's happening around you, and then the things that you choose to do, or your own behaviors and the way you choose to show up. Now, I suppose being careful works into that choice. So what do you choose to do today? Where do you choose to go? But the circumstances are the circumstances, and you cannot do much about that. And in South Africa, when across the world, things are changing currently. We're talking about climate change. We're talking about infrastructure decay. So these things are not often in the consumer's behavior or in his hands to influence. And therefore, being careful is just not enough anymore. And you must understand where you are and what's happening around you.
Yeah. So given what you've just said, are we then as consumers underestimating just how interconnected all of that is in today's world?
I think we are. I think what's happened over a long period, things get a lot of attention. Things like climate change get a lot of attention. And then we start to think that's all that exists. And that is the entirety of the risk. And we tend then to forget that our own impact and the choices we make also play a massive role. So what then happens is we forget that I'm responsible for making sure that the tread on my tires are deep enough.
Yeah.
I'm responsible to service my vehicle or to do the necessary maintenance on the house I live in. And insurance won't necessarily cover all of that. They're there to cover unforeseen and sudden events that happen without any context.
Mm. So you mentioned, for instance, behavioral habits, climate volatilities and that ever-changing situation, infrastructural challenges, and financial pressures in the context of South Africa, right? Because affordability and household pressures are a real thing. Now, how does all of that come together to increase our exposure to risk?
Yeah, so let's tell the story. It's not always a pretty one. But if you think about the current state of affairs now, whether the Strait of Hormuz is open or closed, nobody really knows at any point. But all we know is that it's putting pressure on the distribution of oil. That's putting pressure on fuel pricing and on the cost of traveling. And we're all expecting that to knock onto inflationary pressure. So in not too long from now, consumers will be under more pressure than what they are today. That causes people then to take different decisions, or make different decisions. So they may decide to lose their insurance altogether, or you may decide not to do the maintenance that you're supposed to be doing, or not to take care of the things that you are supposed to be taking care of. And that knocks on into further trouble. So the financial pressure is real. The infrastructure decay on our roads, and the traffic lights not working, and all these things combined with that, plus then climatic or weather pressure on top of that, it's a cauldron of pot cooking here that's just not in a good state for us.
Yeah. Advice then, the role of advice in helping us move from a more reactive place maybe to a more proactive place. And also understanding what you just said now, that weirdly enough, the assurances are always the first things to go when those pressures buckle.
Yeah. So, look, we all are busy. We've got lives, and we're running at 100 kilometers an hour. So when things go wrong and you have a claim and you've made claim against your own insurer and you have a bad experience because you didn't focus on doing your maintenance or whatever the case may be, that then becomes your experience of insurance. And that's where I think an advisor can help quite a bit. An advisor is there to make you stop and pause for a moment and let's assess objectively what your circumstances are. Let's look at your properties, at your risk profile, and see what is the best thing to put together for you to make sure that you are in the best nick should things go pear-shaped.
Yeah. Advisors, and we actually say this at the top of the hour, that one should contact Momentum for, more individualized advice. So how do advisors help clients to understand their individual needs and their individual vulnerabilities, aka risks, and the immediate steps that one should be taking?
Yes, so at Momentum we believe in the power of advice. We believe that an advisor can really help you take stock of where you are. And a good advisor will help you take stock of a broad range of risks. So from where your life insurance needs are right through to short-term insurance needs and maybe investments if that's where you are. And depending on your life cycle, depending on your dependence, on your indebtedness. So all of these things get taken into account by a good advisor to craft a plan that makes sense specifically for you. It's not a one shoe fits all. It's definitely a plan crafted specifically for that individual.
Before we wrap it up, Rudolph, because, we talk a lot on this show about every South African. I think COVID taught a lot of people this, or reminded a lot of people about this, that almost everyone is 3 salaries, maybe 6 salaries at best from being in a hole, one emergency from being completely thrown off your financial plan and budgeting. Some tips and advice around how do we mitigate that, especially the one emergency away. It takes 2 tires in a pothole and then you're off track.
Maybe a few things. To think about the problems that you may face in a weather emergency. It's a good thing to have a plan, to know, and that everybody in the household knows. When there's a flood or when the heavy hail comes down, let's rather stay put and not drive somewhere. Let's know what to pick if we need to run quickly. That kind of planning could be good. You're talking about financial pressures now. it would be good to save up if you are in any position to do that, but to try and save up a little bit of money so that you have cash to fall back on, because a tire does go. A
Yeah.
pothole is a thing.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be surprised to anybody. So to have a little bit of cash there, and then lastly, to look at your insurance products carefully. Sometimes it's better to reduce a little bit of cover and to use that saving to put away for a rainy day. Sometimes it's better not to increase the cover, because it would serve you better to have increased cover, even though it may cost a little bit more.
Interesting point, that last bit, because it's the first time, and Mark will concur, it's the first time we've heard an advisor actually say that could also be a probability when we look at your cover and we look at your needs, that we say maybe pull back a little bit here and add it, to something else, like a, just savings account or whatever, a little emergency fund. Because it's about the different approaches that will work for you.
You need a bit of a holistic view.
Yeah.
And I believe a good advisor, will be able to put them in your shoes and tell you from a high level, holistically, what is the best plan for you.
Wonderful stuff. Rudolph, thank you for coming through. That was Rudolph Brits, Chief Actuary at Momentum Insure. Hopefully you got some advice there, looking at the everyday risks that are becoming increasingly interconnected and how you can better plan for all of that. Be a little bit more proactive rather than being reactive in some of your risk management and preparedness. Let's take a quick pause. We'll come back and we'll begin to wrap up the show, reflecting on the Malanga Commission and day 126.
Hi, I'm Khomotso KG Mweketi, and I believe in music's ability to connect, to heal, to remind, and to bring joy. And each week on my Saturday and Sunday show Seasons right here on SAFM, I endeavor to do just that. So join the movement of Seasons every Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's addictive. You might invite a friend. Seasons, only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide, with me, KG Mweketi. Because where words fail, music speaks.
SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation. Wherever you are in the world, SAFM 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfmRadio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAFM 104 to 107 as we bring you Commission Live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
They were more than just songs. They were the backdrop to your best days and the ones that change everything. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, brings you iconic classics and hidden gems that spoke to your heart then and still do now. Whether you're driving, relaxing, or just remembering, let the music take you right back. The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay. It's about your past, your story, and it's all right here on your favorite station, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m.
This is SAFM. Bridget Masinga, weekdays on the Full Circle.
I mean, technically, I'm still on a Bafana high. It's going to take me a moment. I'm tracking it all over social media. I tell you, did you see that cute interaction between Itumeleng Khune and our goalkeeper? I forget his name. And he saw Itumeleng, and then he went to him. He hugged him. What's his name, Dumi? Ronwin. Oh, it was such a cute interaction, man. Itumeleng was like holding back the tears. It was so beautiful to see. All right, let's reflect back on the Malanga Commission Day 126. And of course, the day started off with the legal team for controversial businessman Suleiman Karim, who's absent again from the commission. And initially, he was the witness that was supposed to take the stand today. And after that exchange between his legal team and the commissioners, the day then proceeded with businessman Tumelo Ntungu, who took the stand as they continued to unpack the events around that 2021 Ayrton cocaine bust, rather. Let's rewind back on some of those moments.
Upon getting bail, our phones were returned back around September. DPC indicated that they were done with downloads and were content with the progress of the case. Upon receiving my phones, I started getting very odd calls from DPCI members requesting to meet, and that whenever I have information, I must consider them first. On 22nd July 2022, I had agreed to meet with Captain Dale Noriki from DPCI SANEP at Moraka Police Station. I kept a record of my whereabouts when I agreed to meet and had decided to record, as I had an intuition that the case may form part of the conversation, and it was an opportunity to get to the truth regarding the games being played by the DPCI arresting team, having no regards for justice. While this was happening, I would have strange cars tailing me. Approximately on the 4th of July 2023, while busy with church-related engagements in the Meatin area and Frenaching area, I was stopped by individuals who identified themselves as members of crime intelligence. They were driving 3 unmarked vehicles fitted with blue lights, namely a BMW 3 Series, a Golf 7, and a Toyota GD6. 2 of them, the men drove in the Isuzu KB300 buggy, which I was driving in, and instructed me to sit at the back of the floor in between the seats. I was transported to an unknown residential property and questioned. I was instructed to hand over my mobile devices without being provided with any documentation or warrant. I was then asked if I had made any backups of the contents of my phone or of my mobile devices. I answered in the negative. One of the individuals made a remark that, do I think that I can send IP after the generals and get away with it? They also warned that they were watching my every move, and after several hours, I was then released. They dropped me off near the area where they found me.
Mr. Nku, before you go further, just on that paragraph, it sounds as if you were kidnapped here. Is that a fair understanding?
That's a fair understanding of what had transpired.
Did you manage to open a case against some of these guys?
I didn't open a case, and I have my reasons, because when this incident happened, it was masqueraded as an investigation or a further investigation. Mostly I was questioned on the details pertaining to the scene. But ultimately, these individuals wanted my devices.
All right, that is where we leave it for today. Your next Matlala update is coming through on the National Pulse with Ashraf. Be on the lookout for that in the final hour of the show. Just on our Momentum conversation, SAFM News is brought to you by Momentum, and those with financial advisors have a better shot at generational wealth. So speak to a Momentum accredited financial advisor for advice that meets your context. We'll see you tomorrow. We're going to be broadcasting live from my home city, Durban. So we'll see you there tomorrow. Have an incredible afternoon. The fun continues. Bafana Bafana, yay! Ondela's coming through with the 3 o'clock news.
Thank you, Bridget, and the team on the top stories. Malanga hears testimony on Ayrton drug bust intel, and Mabuyane reacts to EFF charges against him. For SAFM News, I'm Ondela Mbana, and a very good afternoon. Alleged informer Dumelongu has testified that he obtained information about drug destined for Eret in Johannesburg after gaining access to the phone of an individual allegedly involved in kidnapping activities in South Africa. Ngu, who is testifying before the Matlala Commission, claims that one of his informants had asked him to monitor the individual's communication. He further testified that after accessing the phone, he uncovered intelligence relating to illicit arms trafficking and narcotics distribution. According to Ngu, the individual appeared to be a significant underworld figure with links to a high-ranking official at logistics company Scania. Ngu responding to questions from Commission Chairperson Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga.
Maybe to read it into the record, this individual appeared to be a significant underworld figure and the close associate of a high-ranking official in the company in question.
You are not, aren't you willing to mention the company as well?
Yes, the company Scania.
Oh, thank you.
The company Scania.
The Eastern Cape Premier Oscar Mabuyane says he has noted the criminal case opened against him by the EFF. The party laid criminal charges of fraud against Mabuyane in Kukompo City today. They relate to the allegations surrounding his admission to the University of Fort Hare Master's Program. The Premier spokesperson, Sonwabo Mbananga, says Mabuyane intends to institute the appropriate legal proceedings to review and challenge the university's forensic report, which is relied upon by various parties in advancing allegations against him.
The Premier remains committed to addressing these matters through the proper legal processes and courts of law, and will therefore not be engaging in a public exchange on issues that are before the courts or are the subject of intended legal proceedings. It is noteworthy that the very report upon which these allegations are premised is itself the subject of intended legal challenge by the Premier. Premier Mabuyane remains focused on his constitutional responsibilities and his mandate of serving the people of the Eastern Cape.
Mozambique's Consul General Isaac Matlala says there is a large number of undocumented Mozambican nationals living in South Africa. Speaking at the Undocumented Foreign Nationals Summit in Durban, Matlala has said officials are compiling a database of undocumented Mozambican citizens in KwaZulu-Natal. The information will be combined with data from other provinces and submitted to authorities in Pretoria. Matlala says the Mozambican government will then use the database to develop a repatriation program for citizens who wish to return home. He says his country also battles with illegal immigration.
In Mozambique, we have illegal immigration too. And then we can't support illegal immigration in other countries. South Africa is our neighbor country. I'm from Mozambique. Mozambique is bordering to South Africa.
South Africa says its policy of non-alignment should not be mistaken for neutrality. The Department of International Relations and Cooperation was responding to recent remarks attributed to the United States Ambassador to South Africa, Brent Bozell III. Government says South Africa will not be drawn into geopolitical rivalries or pressure to take sides, stressing that its foreign policy is independent and focused on dialogue, peace and national interests. The department spokesperson Crispin Piri.
Non-alignment must not be conflated with neutrality. We refuse to be drawn into geopolitical contestations or to be pressured to take sides. Instead, we prioritize inclusive dialogue, global peace, and our own national interests. Accordingly, we reserve the right to cultivate bilateral relations across the global spectrum. We note the inherent contradiction in being publicly scrutinized for engaging the very same states with which the United States itself continues to actively interact with.
An official at India's foreign ministry has sparked a major row by saying that having an Indian passport is not proof of being a citizen. The comment has been widely condemned, with critics arguing that it will mean other countries no longer recognize the passport as evidence of nationality. However, the Indian government insists that passports have never proved citizenship and that the foreign ministry was merely clarifying existing laws. Recapping the top story, alleged informer Dumelongu has testified that he obtained information about drug destined for Eret in Johannesburg after gaining access to the phone of an individual allegedly involved in kidnapping activities in South Africa. I'm Mondela Mbana for SAFM News headlines at 3:30. In sports.
In sports this hour, Bafana Bafana shift focus to Canada. Happy Mashiane leaves Chiefs, and top players promise Wimbledon media boycott and prize money protest. More details at 3:30.
And as I get you the show, let me just remind you that Momentum is part of Momentum Group Limited, an authorized FSP and a registered credit provider.
They say the early bird catches the worm. Great advice, unless you're the worm. Generic so-called wisdom doesn't work for everyone, so I settle for a financial plan that's one size fits some. Momentum accredited financial advisors take the time to get to really know your unique situation. Advice meets your context. Momentum, your journey to success. Momentum is part of Momentum Group Limited, an authorized financial services and registered credit provider.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Well, I mean, I obviously I can't say it. Where were you? Where were you when Bafana Bafana beat South Korea at around 5 o'clock-ish, 5 to 5, yeah, about 5 to 5, and ensured that we as a country qualified for the knockout stages of the FIFA World Cup for the first time ever, and at the fourth time of asking? Where were you? I was in my bed, keeping my mouth shut, fingers crossed, just hoping these guys don't equalize in injury time. And if you watched the game, you would have seen there was a cross in injury time that, like, oh my goodness, for a second you thought it may just go past the goalkeeper. It didn't. Overall, we were convincing winners. Need I say that the team played better than I thought? I'm just thrilled. We're in the last 32. But where were you? Tell me where you were and what was your experience like. My name's Ashraf Garda. This is the National Pulse. Yeah, pulse rates racing for obviously good reasons overnight. But there's so much more to talk about today, right? We're going to talk about the future, in this case, of Vusi Musi Cat Matlala. But that's not all. There's the ongoing issues around South Africa's immigration crisis and an opinion piece, thought leader conversation, really, with Dr. Mpumelelo Kabela about, when fear becomes policy, vigilante groups are outpacing the state. Looking forward to that very important conversation. But there's also more. South Africa's foreign policy, as we continue that with our big issue and how it impacts us locally as well as globally. So all that and more coming up. You can engage, you know that. 0614104107 WhatsApp, text or voice note. 30 seconds, please, if you're sending us a voice note. To call in live, it's 086 000 2032. First things first, what about the cat?
Oh, yeah, boy. In 1976, the youth switch on, and for 50 years, the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, the courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is a pillar in 2026. SAPC 1, Mzansi for sure. The source of youth courage. My gosh.
Hey, we buy cars. How does it work if I want to sell my car?
We'll drive to your place. You can visit our pods. Even if you don't have space, then at the mall in a parking lot, we've got lots of depots all across the land. Contact We Buy Cars. You're in safe hands. Safe hands.
Wow, that's great.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Leading up to our 75th birthday in August, VW is giving you the chance to drive away in a new Polo Vivo. If you buy any new Volkswagen vehicle this month, you will automatically be entered into the competition, and South Africa's best-selling hatch could be yours. One car, one winner, one unforgettable moment. Will it be you? It's our birthday, but you get all the gifts. Visit your nearest dealer today. T's and C's apply.
The National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, so the real drama outside of football, of course, is the ongoing story of Vusi Musi Cat Matlala. So earlier today, he pleaded guilty. Yeah, you got that. He pleaded guilty to all charges against him in the Specialized Commercial Crimes Court in Pretoria. Matlala is now entering into a plea and sentencing agreement with the state, and the matter has been postponed to the 1st of July. Let's just reflect on the drama of the day. This is what the magistrate had to say. In fact, we'll get to that clip later on. Let's do this then. We'll just jump to what happens next. And I made the point about this plea and sentencing agreement. With me is the NPA's spokesperson, Kaiser Khanyago. Kaiser, appreciate you connecting with us on the National Pulse.
Thank you very much, Asraf, and to your listeners.
Thank you. Give us a context of helping us understand when we now talk about a plea or sentencing agreement. Tell us more.
I think I must take people backwards. When we were appearing in the matter of the Medicare some few months ago, to be precise, about 2 months ago, we indicated that we needed Mr. Matlala to be removed from Kokstad and brought to Mampuru so that we can have talk to him, because at that point they had already approached us that he wants to talk. And then that started the negotiations until now, when the negotiations were finalized, then there was a plea that we had to put before the magistrate court, and we did that today.
Okay, and can you give us a context of the actual plea in terms of what was put forward?
Yeah, the agreement so far is that he must be a state witness and also give us information around other people that might be involved in that tender that we might not have even gotten to. And then he, in return, we proposed to the magistrate a sanction because he had to plead guilty on all the charges. And the second thing was that we proposed a sentence of 15 years, wherein 7 will be suspended because he is cooperating with us, and then he can do an effective 8 years.
And I mean, he's agreed. His lawyers have agreed to that.
Yes, they've agreed to that. What we are now waiting for is for the magistrate to make a decision as to whether the magistrate agrees with our agreement, and then the magistrate will put the sentence. Because if the magistrate agrees, then he will then pass a sentence as we have indicated, or the magistrate can decide to reduce or increase, depending on what the circumstances are, and then we will then move forward.
Well, I mean, what would be the understanding? I mean, you mentioned, I mean, he approached you as the NPA, but the other way around, what would be the circumstances and motivation from your side, from the NPA, to actually enter into this agreement with him? Meaning that often enough, it's done when the information gathering then allows you to nail even people higher up. Many may say, in fact, he's as high as you're going to get anyway.
No, definitely. We want him. He has already indicated to us what he can offer, and which has been done. And therefore, we will have to then get other people except the ones that are already the 16 that we already have. He's offered other people, but we can't indicate who they are, and then the evidence that is attached to it. But also, you must remember, because he is accused. He was accused number one in that matter up until yesterday, when we removed him from the case, and then so that he can be tried separately. And therefore, he is the one who would know a lot of information around what really happened.
Okay, let's just go back so we understand it. I mean, for many people, the issue around Medicare is when the name Kat Matlala surfaced for the very first time. Just help us understand what happened there.
What happened with the tender?
Yeah.
No, they did a tender that was done by the police, and we have got clear information that the tender was not done correctly, and a lot of people were paid to get that tender because this company did not qualify to get the tender, and that was done anyway. And then there were people were greased, it's said colloquially out there, were given some money, and that is why all of those people, including the people in the procurement, are now charged.
And going forward, I mean, in terms of this, plea bargain or agreement of sorts, right? I mean, it's not like it's the most uncommon thing, but it's also not the most common thing. I mean, how often does this happen? And from your side, in terms of the institution that you represent, how often do you make that call to say, because it is a negotiation, I take it, to make the call to say, okay, it is in our interest, in the greater interest, to ensure that a key witness who may well be nailed will still be nailed, but we're prepared to be lenient on the sentencing for the hopes of nailing, bigger fish.
Yeah, no, we do it, especially when we've got bigger picture to look at, where there are other people that we normally would not have gotten to. Therefore, we now get an opportunity to do that. But also, we use that to have the person come and testify as a witness against those people. And therefore, we look at all of those, and we look at the interests of the public, and then we look at what is it that we get out of it, and then we can agree to it. If there's nothing to offer, you just say, let's negotiate, but there's nothing to offer, then we will not get into it.
Okay. I mean, just lastly, I mean, the rate of change and the pace of what's developing and unfolding within, South Africa and the criminal justice system and who's in and who's out is just so frantic. Let me put this to you. Is there anything else that you'd like to share that may well not be common knowledge that you think is important for us to know?
No, at the moment, nothing. We'll just wait for the July 1st, and then the ruling will be made. And then after that, we will have to then go for the other people that are not in the matter as yet, where we have information from the person who's now a state witness.
And in terms of Cat Matlala, I mean, he does remain in custody, yeah?
No, he does. And the one thing that I need to emphasize is this agreement is only in relation to this matter. It has got nothing to do with the other matters that he might be facing.
Okay, got that. Much appreciate your time. And there we are, big developments around where we're going as a country on this issue. Kaiser Khanyago, appreciate your input here on the National Pulse. Reaction from you, most welcome. You can talk about that specifically around this agreement. As you've heard, that would mean probably a jail sentence, effectively about 7 odd years roughly. If the magistrate agrees, you can give me your comments on that one, whether you think that's the way to do it, plea bargain, agree on that in the hope of catching bigger fish. Well, who would be the bigger fish that we're missing out on? Just how large is this pool or this fish tank, if I can put it that way? The other one is, where were you when Bafana Bafana beat South Korea and qualified for the World Cup knockout stages for the first time ever? Your reaction next.
We asked rugby legend Francois Steyn what he thinks of the all-new Toyota BZ4X. France, would you say the BZ4X is a rugged all-wheel drive SUV?
Yeah.
Cool. Was the acceleration and handling good?
Yeah.
All right. So you think the BZ4X can handle South Africa?
Wat dink jy?
Well, there you have it. The all-new Toyota BZ4X, an all-wheel drive battery electric SUV made to handle South Africa. The BZ4X. It just got real.
Sanmoran, this is Shugela from Amalanga Wafani.
Hi, my name is Sipho Mbele, playing the role of Mahlangu on Amalanga Wafani.
Sanmonani, hello, my name is Zazi Kunene, and I play Untando on the new season of Amalanga Wafani. Catch Amalanga Wafani on SABC 1.
Do yourself a favor, tune in
every weekday at 6:30 p.m. only on SABC 1. Mzansi for sure.
Babe, I'm getting extra cash from my insurance. I was thinking romantic getaway or a treat for the kids.
You're getting money from your insurer?
Yes, my cash back from my way. I'll get back 10% of my monthly premiums for staying claim-free for 2 years. I'm getting 5,680 Rand.
Now that's real cash.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
All right, let's get your reaction and understandably, predictably, it's all a lot about Bafana Bafana first up. So let's get that.
Ashraf Flores from a beautiful winelands. My one word for Bafana is euphoria. Let me tell you, my dogs, I've got 2 vicious dogs. They even damaged the security gate because I was screaming so loud at 4:30 when the goal was scored by Bafana Bafana that the dog thought that there was an intruder. They literally damaged my security gate just to come and check if everything was wrong. So yeah. So not only me celebrating, also my babies.
Well, there you are.
Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Well, in fact, it was an intruder. Tapelo Maseko, he actually broke the defense breach. I mean, he really succeeded. So why wouldn't the dogs be alerted by that, isn't it?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Walter, a truck driver here, Vidias Pomona. Yes, Ashraf, this morning I woke up 10 to 3 there by Pitretif truck stop in Mpumalanga, and then I watched every action of the game. Even if that boy, Maseko, he missed many chances, maybe 2 or 3. He was selfish before he can score that goal. But then congratulations to Bafana Bafana, Walter. Amen.
Okay, there was another Walter. I've heard that one Walter from a long time ago. Point taken. Although he said, like he's learned from other great strikers, you miss goals, you just carry on. It's going to happen for you. He may well have seen what's happened to Cristiano Ronaldo in the same day that he scored 2 goals. He missed some very scoreable chances, but that goal he scored was terrific.
Good afternoon, Ashraf Yanga in the Val. Yeah, Ashraf, I must say, Kate is one of the smartest guy, I was waiting for this. I was like, this guy has nothing to lose. And on the other side, you look, his colleagues, have really abandoned him. I mean, his partners in crime, So I can't wait, for that affidavit when it's trial. We will be shocked of how many, police officers, top police officers, and including people's favorite, Masemola. And I don't buy that he didn't know Kate, so I'm eagerly waiting.
Okay. Well, I think you're spot on. Like, can you just imagine what's going to happen next around that issue? Well, what about taxis on June the 30th? We'll find out next.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, so we all know about that day, June the 30th. I mean, we've got 2 significant dates to worry about. One is this week, Sunday, because Bafana plays at 9 p.m. against Canada, and not in Canada. They play away from the Canadian home in Los Angeles. The other is June 30th, which comes up a couple of days later. Now, yesterday, the South African National Taxi Council, that's SANTACO, their president, Abner Tsebe, says, well, he said taxi drivers and other members of the minibus industry will not, you got that, will not take part in the anti-immigration protests, which is set for the 30th of June. So let's find out what they really want to do. Rebecca Pala is with me, SANTACO's spokesperson. Rebecca, appreciate you engaging me on the National Pulse.
Hi, Ashraf. Good afternoon, and to your listeners.
Thank you. So help us explain. I mean, there's been this call for as many people as possible to join these protests, right? So 2 parts. One is you saying, if I understand it correctly, that SANTACO will not be part of the protest, or SANTACO drivers will not be part of the protest. What is it?
Sure. So SANTACO, the institution that is the mouthpiece of the taxi industry, is not in any way a part of any of the protest action that will take place on June 30th. However, you would know that there are individuals who are a part of the taxi industry. So let's make sure that we are not misunderstood. If a Rebecca who resides in a particular community feels in their individual capacity to be a part of that protest, they've got the freedom of association to do that. But the taxi industry will operate normally on June 30th. Drivers who aren't supposed to be at work will be working on that particular day. The institution, SANTACO itself, is in no way associated to the action. We needed to clarify that, Ashraf, because there was already speculation that perhaps the council itself would also be, in its name, be joining those particular, what's planned in terms of the demonstrations on June 30th.
Interesting. I mean, you say you needed to clarify it. So has there been a suggestion that, in fact, SANTACO are very much supportive of this protest? There has been, right?
Oh, yes. So there has been those speculative reports. A lot of people were already just fabricating stories, attesting those to SANTACO. So the council had to come out to say, look, so the council appreciates that in accordance with the Constitution, people have got the right to demonstrate. They've also got a responsibility to do that responsibly. So we've also had to come out to also say that we would want to plead with them to do it peacefully and not to disturb, to say if there's an individual who's going to need to access any other amenity, it could be a health service or anything else, they should be able to be allowed to do that. So we needed to come and dispel some of those fabricated stories.
Okay. What then about the broader issue? That means, does Santaco actually have a position regarding the issue of foreign nationals who are undocumented, and perhaps linked to that would be in terms of employing foreign nationals, documented or undocumented anyway?
Mm-hmm. So look, in terms of employment, the people who get to be employed, be it that they're drivers or for any other role, definitely have to have the relevant documentation, with drivers in particular, because also you'd remember that if, for instance, they're from an African country where they hold a driver's license from that country, they would need to have a permit that would allow them to work as a driver in this country, to ferry people in a mode of transport. So those are the issues that get to be adhered to. But in terms of the greater issues of immigration, those are issues that are dealt with by government in the greatest of sense, in terms of ensuring that people who come into the country come in legally and that they've got proper documentation. But look, we also share the sentiment to say that illegality cannot be allowed to take center stage. That's why in the statement that even the president read yesterday, he did mention to say we appreciate that the concern is genuine. The people who are protesting or are intending to protest are doing that because they've got personal experiences in the communities that they live. Hence, we're saying that, look, it is their right. They can do that. They just should be careful so that we don't have a repeat of what's happened in July in the previous years, as well as what happened in 2008, because then you find that the ripple effects after the demonstrations which wanted to highlight a serious social ill have passed, then we've got many other challenges to deal with afterwards.
I mean, interesting, it's been brought up often that, in fact, taxi drivers are very much the umbilical cord of connecting people to their work, more than probably any other form of transport in the entire country, right? So you play a critically important role. That means if there's a stay away from Santaco, there's a complete shutdown, even if people want to go to work. If you are going to use your taxis, then they actually have that opportunity. Has that put you against protest groups that are actually calling for this, call it strike or protest day?
As far as what we are seeing largely on social media, a lot of people have definitely been feeling as though it is rather unpatriotic for the council to say that operations will still proceed as normally. And so it appears to have done that to a certain extent with some of the groupings. And we would want to take this opportunity, Ashraf, to say Santaco is not opposed to people expressing their democratic right to protest. Santaco is saying that be cordial in how you do it within the confines of the law. And we're only just saying this based on what we've seen in the past, to say it is heartbreaking for an industry like ours, which enables economic activity, to lose out, to see people lose out on the opportunities to wake up and go to work because shopping malls in the past would have been completely violated. And so ours was really just to say, as a part of the greatest aspect in terms of enabling the economic participation of this country, we're cautioning to say, do that which you're doing within the confines of the law. Not necessarily to say that we are against the sentiment and or the expression that is planned to happen, but also to say, Ashraf, should it be that there are people in varied communities who will need, for instance, to access health facilities and many other amenities, they should not be barred from doing that, because then that would mean we're trampling on other people's rights, all while expressing our own. So it appears that our sentiment is largely being misunderstood, and we're hoping that with engagements such as these, that it will get to be understood to say, we're only saying, let's be responsible in how we express our rights, so that once the cleaning up is in fact done and our country is back to being occupied by people who are legally supposed to be here with proper documentation, that we still have an economy that can continue to feed our families.
Okay, just lastly, we're on to news time. You mentioned, the threats of violence. Are you genuinely concerned about it? And if so, how can Santaco create the buffer against any possible violence from anybody who may want to commit acts of violence?
Ashraf, you'd remember July 2021 when things were really difficult. It was, in fact, the taxi industry in parts of the country that went on to join civic action at the time to complement the work of law enforcement to protect malls and other public facilities where we as an industry work, but also where South Africans work through the usage of our transport services to go to and from those places. So we definitely are concerned. It's largely based off of what we've seen in the past to say, let's not wait until there's problems and then come back to say this and that could have been done differently. And so what you would have seen us doing last night with the national police leadership was to effectively say to them, please make sure to effectively echo the sentiment of every other patriotic South African who wants for things to be done in accordance with the law, to say, make sure that you have as much resource as possible so that we don't have a regrettable situation come the day after June 30th.
Okay, point made. Tie your camel, I think, is that phrase I've heard so often. Rebecca Pala, the Santaco spokesperson, much appreciate you connecting with us on the National Pulse. Let's get right up to date with what's happening around the world. Here's the news heads with Angela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, two former apartheid-era operatives, Joseph Joe Mamasela and Michael Maqitinga, have been charged with 15 counts of murder, kidnapping and arson. Alleged informer Tumelongu has testified that he obtained information about drugs destined for Erit in Johannesburg after gaining access to the phone of an individual allegedly involved in kidnapping activities in South Africa. And South Africa says its policy of non-alignment should not be mistaken for neutrality. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This is SAFM Sports with Duming Khapele.
Amazing. I'm lost for words. I honestly don't know what to say. I don't know if there's a better word than proud. I'm super proud. I'm ecstatic. Just for what this team has been through. The doubt, the doubters, the stress that we've gone through. To play at this elite level is not easy. To keep a clean sheet against such quality opposition, to perform the way we did, defend the way we did, speaks volumes of the character of this team. We won the siege, but we stayed strong. The mentality and the character in these boys. I mean, I'm scared for the future of this country. These boys are 20, 19, 21 years old playing at this level. I'm an old head already, so the experience that they are gaining will only help us as a country, but amazing. I'm just happy, so happy, proud to be a leader of this team. And there's also the...
Oh my goodness. I did say we're not that good, but I wish we get it right on the day. Thierry Henry has suggested that South Korea were not that good either. And that created that imbalance which allowed us to actually be the dominant team on the night. And the good news for those who don't know it, that one person in the whole country from 60 million who doesn't know it, Bafana Bafana are in the last 32 of the World Cup.
I think South Korea underestimated South Africa based on the results, the previous results.
Yeah.
But big ups to Bafana Bafana. A lot of people are saying, why are we celebrating as if we've won the World Cup? Guys, like, please. That first clip, it was people in gowns that have stepped out of their houses, going to the streets. I think it's in Soweto, if I'm not wrong. And they were just like celebrating out there. It's actually Wits students, these ones. Yes, right. But I think I saw another one where I think it was in Soweto, but these ones are Wits students. But for me, I'm just like, this is the moment for us, because now this is the crop of players that we are going to remember because they have made history. And one thing that Ronwen also said is that he feels that Hugo Broos deserves a statue because he's believed in them so much that they got to that point where they believe in themselves too.
Okay, well, I wouldn't go for the statue. I think win the World Cup, you can get 10 statues, or a whole team, 11, make it like You have more.
Yeah. Well, South Africa now switch focus to Sunday's game in Inglewood against Canada. On Sunday, it's going to be in LA with Talent Mbata adamant that anything can happen from here onwards. Kickoff is at 9 p.m. Meanwhile, co-host United States will bid to complete a perfect World Cup group stage campaign against Turkey today, while Germany, who are guaranteed to advance as winners of Group E, face Ecuador. Ivory Coast are on course to finish second. They face Curaçao, who remain in contention after digging in to hold Ecuador to a goalless draw. Elsewhere, SABC Sport has confirmed that Kaizer Chiefs and defender Happy Mashiane have officially parted ways with the 28-year-old, now a free agent. Mashiane spent the latter half of the last season on loan at Suelele FC, where he struggled for regular time. The Free State Club remain interested in signing him permanently. An academy graduate, Mashiane made his senior debut back in 2019. In terms of Olympics, Southern Africa or South African Sports Confederation and Olympic Committee President Barry Hendricks has chosen not to place any medal targets or performance expectations on Team South Africa for the upcoming Commonwealth Games in Glasgow, after unveiling a squad of 112 athletes for the Games, which will take place from the 23rd of July to the 2nd of August. Hendricks said that the main focus is for athletes to enjoy the experience and also perform without pressure. He believes that a happy and relaxed team is more likely to deliver strong performances and also bring home medals. In terms of golf, world number one Scottie Scheffler says that elite golf in the US is heading into the right direction. This is despite still digesting the radical PGA Tour overhaul set for 2028. The new model will feature a championship series of around 23 events, including majors, alongside a challenger series of at least 20 tournaments offering pathways to the elite tier. Scheffler welcomed the return of 120 player fields with cuts, saying that larger fields will make competition a bit tougher and victories more meaningful. Finally, in tennis, top tennis stars are set to step up their protest over revenue sharing at Wimbledon, limiting media commitments to just 15 minutes during the first week of the championship starting the 29th of June. Players argue that the figure reflects Wimbledon's payout of slightly below 15% of revenues as prize money. They've also demanded a player welfare fund and a formal player council, saying talks have stalled for over a year. I'll have more on other sports in the next hour.
We can't just let this go, right?
Yeah.
Ultimately, what do you think? What did we do between game 1, game 2, and game 3? Because there's an improvement in all 3 games.
Tactically, I think we definitely did improve. The game plan was completely different from the first game moving forward. And I was just telling the others earlier on that I actually feel like perhaps not having Tebogo Mokoena and Themba Zwane was a blessing in advance.
More fluid,
for us, because then Hugo Bruce can bring other players and just see what they have to offer. So
and now he knows.
Now he knows.
Right. We'll talk about Canada maybe in the next hour, because I think we must talk about that too.
Keep moving through 6 a.m. call times, the rain, dirt tracks, and moving through tight deadlines. Because you move with purpose, from the first stop to the final drop. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and advanced safety features tailored to your industry. The Hino 700 is built to fuel your business's progress. Hino, all the way.
Oh, yeah, Club Soweto. In 1976, the youth switch on, and for 50 years, the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is a pillar in 2026. SAPC 1, Mzansi for sure. The source of youth courage. My God.
At Specsavers, we're committed to offering affordable and professional eye care. That's why we're offering 1,500 Rand worth of savings with our winter promotion. Get a free frame up to the value of 1,500 Rand or use the 1,500 Rand on one of our leading vision enhancements, like Climate Eyes, which automatically adapts to changing light. To qualify, simply purchase a comprehensive eye examination and prescription frame and lenses. Affordable eye care, Specsavers. T's and C's apply.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Okay, let's get further reaction from you on a range of issues, and there has been reaction regarding Santaco.
Good afternoon. On Santaco, let us be mindful that when these people who are not documented come into the country, they use the taxis. They are clients of Santaco. Also, there are videos of quantums carrying people between the borderline of Swaziland. South African quantums, they go there targeting specifically the illegal people who cross the border there, and they carry them. So they make money out of them. So I'm not surprised with their stance.
I'm not surprised with their stance, okay? And there's in fact, there's another one on Santaco too.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, your team and the listeners. Wow. I'm going to ask the same question. Where were you when Santaco, the most violent organization ever, is preaching that the protest on Monday must be done lawfully? Lawfully? Santaco? Lawfully? Jeez. Yeah, where were you? Thanks, Ashraf.
Okay, so you're saying they're the most violent. Some may say, show us the receipts.
Hello, Ashraf. You're speaking to Kandi in Cape Town. Ashraf, as much as I celebrate the win, but I'm not happy with the manner in which Maseko played in the first half. We need to correct Maseko. He's a very selfish player. He nearly costed us this match. Next time he must be told to pass the ball to other players. He's not playing alone. I'm still very angry against him. Thank you, Ashraf.
All right, interesting one. You're very angry, but I mean, people who shoot at goal, it's that balance between how often do you take the chance yourself and how often do you overpass the ball. And I'm not the coach, but I certainly see that often enough. Anyway, right, let's move on and let's talk about another important issue linked to South Africa's current crisis, and the keyword around vigilantism. Let's talk about that next.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, so certainly welcome your reaction. We're getting good cross-section of different opinions on many different issues that we are touching on. But here's another story, and we want to pick it up from an opinion piece put together by Dr. Mpumelelo Mkhabela, who is a political analyst, as you're well aware of, and formerly on that SANAF board as well. Well, good to chat with you, and thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf.
Thank you for joining us. Now, you put down a piece, and I think it's key, and I'm quoting that part, because we can talk about it. When fear becomes policy, vigilante groups are outpacing the state. Now, the key reference point to that is the current crisis we find ourselves in as a country. So let me leave that to you as an open slate. Tell us more.
Yes, Ashraf. I mean, the idea around fear that I built the piece on is actually a real thing, practical thing. We can experience it. Many South Africans themselves fear of what could happen on June 30. The illegal immigrants, in fact, even the legal ones, they also fear what might happen to them. The government itself is fearful of what could happen, which is why it is alerted. It's on high alert. All security agencies are on high alert, from at the top of the security cluster, the defense force, the police. They are budgeting over 600 million on law enforcement on that day. You could see what's happening in Durban on that makeshift camp that is cramped with foreigners that volunteered themselves to be repatriated to their home countries, especially Malawi. Those people would not be in that camp, at least in those thousands of numbers, had they not been in fear they've been driven there by fear. So the whole idea, Ashraf, is that the entire response of the government by the foreign governments that are actually encouraging their citizens to go home, by those that are congregating in Durban and anywhere else, by the government that is sending security forces on the street, by everybody else who's running around trying to do something. We are all driven by fear. So there's a policy of fear that is making us act. And I'm decrying the fact that we are not driven by the rule of law. All of us should fear the law and respect the law. But instead of respecting and fearing the law, we fear for our lives. And we act on that basis.
All right, so just on that part, I mean, and again, I'm looking at your piece. You say fear is ruling the land, and then you made the point that even the government's responses are a response on fear, and the same with the embassies of foreign nationals, and how they've then hurriedly ensured a safe passage out for their citizens. So if not fear, which is very much a response, what should be happening?
What should be happening is that ordinarily we should all respect the law. And when we don't respect the law, the enforcement should come in and bite us and make us comply. And if you don't comply, the law has provisions to punish you. That's what is called the rule of law. We have got independent institutions that are supposed to deal with that. But before you even get to the point where you can be adjudicated and be found to have violated the law or not, they must first, at the early stages, first of all, people should be aware of what the law says. And then there must be an enforcement stage. Now you need a competent law enforcement agencies to bring people to book and then bring them to a fair adjudication mechanism, where you can issue punishment and all of that. But in the immigration case, it's even more than that, because you also have the question of porous borders. You can enforce the law when you find somebody to be in South Africa illegally or doing something illegal or whatever criminality. But if you cannot stop influx of immigrants, you are actually pouring water in a leaking bucket. So what you require is that the law must bite at every stage, while at the same time you encourage and incentivize people to do things properly. Because now because we have failed to do that as a country, lawlessness begets lawlessness. We are having this vigilantism now that is taking center stage, driving fear, and we're all now respecting it instead of respecting what we should be respecting, which is the law.
Okay, so having said that, and you talk about the center, therefore not holding. So here's my last point to you, and we know what's happening right now. What then should, in your opinion, be the immediate solution? There's a long-term solution, but what should happen like ASAP?
I think what should happen immediately, obviously the government is doing a bit of that in response to in a fearful way. The government is planning for the West, and I think that is good. It's better to plan for the West, put resources planning for the West, and the West doesn't happen, rather than not plan for it and then it happens. So the government, I think, so far in response to this, its plans are okay. We will see whether operationally they stand the test of time should the West arise or threaten to arise. That's the first part. The second part is that when all of this so-called June 30 deadline has passed, there is an urgent need to review all our laws and all the enforcement mechanisms that exist. And then we should actually then go all out to enforce the law. Two-edged sword for law enforcement. On the one hand, you should enforce strictly immigration laws. The other side of the sword is that you should actually punish anyone who exhibits behavior that is tantamount to vigilantism, going around threatening people and threatening violence and all of that. The leaders of March and March are saying violence is not their policy. But the problem is that people have their own interpretations of what it means to drive foreigners out. Someone might interpret it that it requires me to be violent. And the leaders of March and March are not going to go in and say, well, that's our policy. But it's the interpretation of how each one interprets the thing. So we should make sure that any vigilantism, any threats to foreigners is punished in the same way as any illegal immigration or crimes that are related to that are also punished, and then we enforce the law.
Right, let's leave it at that. I think we should have a chat a few days after June 30th and see what comes out of that. Dr. Mpumelelo Mkhabela, a political analyst, commenting on when fear becomes policy and suggesting everything we're doing right now is in response to fear.
Water bottle, check. Sunscreen, check. Binoculars, around my neck.
Is that Tembi? The same couch potato who shouts when we interrupt his soapies with
But look at her now, a professional bird watcher.
Oh, I'm shook. She's finally out here.
I love the peaceful sounds of nature. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
Oh, yeah, boy. Club Soweto. Bafana Bafana. This month is all about youth courage. Saisusa from then with 50 years of 1976. And Vandag Skimsam, we have the courage to become. Silete Kaya and stand with our community. Started with the thought. Now we have the courage to create, the courage to sound. Like the Red Bull Symphonic with Beats for My Peeps. Anything can happen, so get the courage to tell your story. Matlala, our fun. Zanzi for sure is the source. From going live at Great Town to empowering the youth with the Enoch Matebula Foundation. SAPC 1, Zanzi for sure, the source of youth courage. I got.
Right, if your streaming service subscription was becoming too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to OutSurance saved 32-year-old Parushka a whopping 729 rands on her 2020 Haval H2. Get a quote now, and if OutSurance can't save you money, ask for 500 rands or 1,500 rands if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. So why wait? SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's and further information available online.
The big issue on the National Pulse.
The big issue this week has been South Africa's foreign policy and the impact that it's had insofar as South Africa's reputation globally goes, but also in terms of our reputation at home and the impact on the lives of the citizens of our country. So with me today is Dr. Tendai Mbanje, who's the African governance expert with the Center for Human Rights. Much appreciate your time, Dr. Mbanje. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me and for having this important conversation.
Absolutely. So, we thought we'll pick your brain again about South Africa's foreign policy and ask you some key questions. First of all, what is your broad analysis of how South Africa manages its foreign policy?
I think I've been listening to the government officials. I've been listening to the minister. He keeps on reiterating position of South Africa, that South Africa has goodwill in all it's doing, particularly it's the challenges that it's facing domestically. It's managing this within the framework of law. There's emphasis of rule of law, and explaining that what South Africa is going through at the moment, it does not have bad faith within the broader community of nations. So in my analysis, is basically to, I've come to an understanding that I think there has been an attempt by South African officials to explain their position, to explain what's happening domestically in relation to their global relations. But of course, that has been met with several feelings where other officials from different nations, they have their own thoughts and perceptions regarding South Africa.
But I take it, the explanation is what comes next. That's the spin that explains why people have certain positions, right? But let's start with this then. Is it accurate to say that South Africa has different positions based upon certain moral stances they've taken that may not be consistent on a range of issues around the world? And if you say yes to that, then they would also not be unusual in that. There could be 20 other countries who may also have the same ambivalence around other issues.
Yes, I think the South Africa's position or its policy or what informs its position within the community of nations is mainly been informed by its past and its present, and also it has been informed with the future that South Africa desires. So you realize, for example, when South Africa has taken a moral stance, has taken a position, a dissenting position that other community of nations are quiet about. It has taken, for example, bold moves that most nations dare to take. And that is also came with consequences, backlash within the community of superpowers. So you realize that although they have been silent spectators, most could actually be agreeing with South Africa, but South Africa put itself put its life on the line in taking such bold decisions to specifically on specific matters.
But I mean, you know, and I think the issue of Israel is one that comes up often. I think Prince Mashele made the comment even yesterday, once again, to say South Africa is paying the price for that, right? But I mean, should and then the converse of that is the argument that say whatever happens outside of our country is none of our business. Now, in a world of interconnectivity, I mean, one can't do that, right? Because I mean, then what happens in Zimbabwe is not our business. What happens in the DRC is also not our business.
Yes. So what you realize that even South Africa can't ignore because it ends up, particularly things of regional interest, it ends up being South Africa's problem. When it comes to issue of poverty affecting neighboring countries, it ends up also being South Africa's problem because it's a big economy in the region. What happens in terms of human rights, it's South Africa's problem because it can't be silent on human rights issues because it is a contradiction of its own values. What happens when it comes to issues of governance? I mean, many nations, many neighboring communities, they look up to South Africa. But of course, when South Africa fails, it becomes also South Africa's problem because sometimes it lacks moral authority when it has to speak out on governance issues into the neighboring communities, particularly, for example, in the SADC region. So it's a very complex way to navigate that South Africa finds itself.
Yeah. I mean, if I look at, again, that point, South Africa with the Middle East, South Africa regarding its relationship with China, and I can go back to the issue of the Dalai Lama, South Africa, Ukraine, Russia, South Africa, USA, South Africa on the African continent, specifically around the DRC, and maybe even our neighboring Zimbabwe, right, in terms of what may or may not have happened at the time when there were calls for more pressure to be put on, at that time, Robert Mugabe, right? Have we got certain aspects of our foreign policy wrong?
I think yes, in the sense that there are situations where South Africa needed to take a position, a bold one, and it has failed. Zimbabwe is a good example where during around 2008, where Zimbabwe was really at a melting point, South Africa's position could have changed the democratic and governance landscape of Zimbabwe, but this quiet, this brotherhood diplomacy, it really destroyed the neighboring country from what many feel. So at some point, of course, in many instances, South Africa has gotten things right, but in instances where it has been a matter of life and death, like in that example that I've used, you realize that they could have gotten it wrong due to other considerations that were put in place.
Yeah. And just lastly, and perhaps that whole issue about Zimbabwe is another conversation in its own right? What if story, by the way. But lastly, I mean, South Africa currently run as a GNU, and there's been complaints from other parties to say the foreign policy is dictated to by the ANC. Yes, we have a local government election coming up, general still a few years down the line. But would you see shifts in our foreign policy right now based upon the fact that we are in this multi-party democracy, whether they want to call it the GNU or whatever form of coalition? Just a quick answer on that.
Yes, I think there has been a slight compromise because a GNU by its nature requires that the voices of all governing parties be considered. So the ANC voice has not been predominantly dominant voice in the space. So we have seen a consideration in terms of, if you look at the foreign policy, sometimes it has been inconsistent and so far as, for example, if you are looking at what's happening in our regional countries, for example, if you look, I'm continue using Zimbabwe as an example, ordinarily there could have been a statement to say we would like to see a Zimbabwe that respects rule of law, good governance and democracy, but you see silence in that regard. Whereas there is a perception that the neighboring countries, the governing party is compromising the constitution for its own benefit, for example. Yeah.
Well, let's leave it at that because that gets us thinking about what may happen next. Dr. Tenda Mbanje, African governance expert with the Center for Human Rights, around that issue of the big issue for the week. Let's get the news now. It's 4 o'clock. Here's Ondela Mbanya.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, former apartheid-era operatives charged with 15 counts of murder, and Matlala hears testimony on Eratin drug bust intel. For SAFM News, I'm Ondelambana, and a very good afternoon. Two former apartheid-era operatives, Joseph Joe Mamasela and Michael Matlala, have been charged with 15 counts of murder, kidnapping and arson. The two have appeared in the Benoni Regional Court and were granted bail. The charges stem from a Hawks investigation into allegations linked to 3 incidents highlighted by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission dating back 40 years. They allegedly misled young people into believing they were taking part in operations against the apartheid government before they were killed. Hawks spokesperson Katlego Mogale says Mamasela and Matlala are expected to appear in the South Gauteng High Court in Benoni in February next year.
Their bail conditions included to tender in passports, not to apply for troubled documents, stay within the Gauteng province, and inform investigating officer of any travel plans in writing, and they should report to Morocco and Benoni police stations once per month, respectively. The third accused in the case has since been deceased. By midnight tonight, this case will be 41 years old. The matter was then transferred to the South Gauteng High Court, sitting in Benoni, on the 1st of February 2027 for the duo's next appearance.
President Cyril Ramaphosa says government is prepared to respond to any potential disruption linked to calls for action against undocumented immigrants on June 30. Responding to oral questions in the National Council of Provinces, Ramaphosa sought to reassure South Africans that security agencies are on high alert and that measures are in place to ensure the day proceeds without incident. He says government expects citizens to go about their daily activities as normal.
We are ready to deal with whatever disruption, instability that could take place. So on the 30th, as people are saying, all manner of things will happen. We are taking measures to ensure that the 30th becomes a normal day where people will be able to work, to go about their business. Our security forces are ready.
Alleged informer Tumelongu has testified that he obtained information about drugs destined for Eratin in Johannesburg after gaining access to the phone of an individual allegedly involved in kidnapping activities in South Africa. Ngu, who is testifying before the Matlala Commission, claims that one of his informants had asked him to monitor the individual's communication. He further testified that after accessing the phone, he uncovered intelligence relating to illicit arms trafficking and narcotics distribution. According to Ngu, the individual appeared to be a significant underworld figure with links to a high-ranking officials at logistics company Scania. Ngu responding to questions from Commission Chairperson Justice Mbuyiseli Matlala.
Maybe to read it into the record, this individual appeared to be a significant underworld figure and a close associate of a high-ranking official in the company in question.
You are not, aren't you willing to mention the company as well?
Yes, the company Scania.
Oh, thank you.
The company Scania.
South Africa says its policy of non-alignment should not be mistaken for neutrality. The Department of International Relations and Cooperation was responding to recent remarks attributed to the United States Ambassador to South Africa, Brent Bozell III. Government says South Africa will not be drawn into geopolitical rivalries or pressured to take sides, stressing that its foreign policy is independent and focused on dialogue, peace and national interests. The department spokesperson, Crispin Piri.
Non-alignment must not be conflated with neutrality. We refuse to be drawn into geopolitical contestations or to be pressured to take sides. Instead, we prioritize inclusive dialogue, global peace, and our own national interests. Accordingly, we reserve the right to cultivate bilateral relations across the global spectrum. We note the inherent contradiction in being publicly scrutinized for engaging the very same states with which the United States itself continues to actively interact with.
Hundreds of young people have marched through Kenya's coastal city of Mombasa to honor those killed during the Gen Z anti-government protest 2 years ago. The demonstrators were dressed in black and draped in Kenyan flags. In Nairobi, police fired tear gas at crowds outside the police station. The BBC's Richard Kagowe has the details.
My morning commute, which normally takes an hour, today took just 20 minutes. Police have restricted traffic into the city centre, leaving roads deserted. Traders are not taking chances as most businesses remain closed. Many employers have told their staff to work from home. Some opposition politicians and activists joined families of those killed in the 2024 protests to lay wreaths at Parliament. More than 80 people died and dozens were injured when youth-led demonstrations against proposed tax increases grew into nationwide unrest.
Recapping the top story, two former apartheid-era operatives, Joseph Joe Mamasela and Michael Matlala, have been charged with 15 counts of murder, kidnapping and arson. I'm Mondela Mara for SAFM News. Headlines at 4:30.
In sports this hour, Chawani backs Commonwealth Games semi-final target. Mahopa and Mbata reveal Bafana's fearless approach in South Korea win, and Saskok gives Team South Africa freedom to shine at Commonwealth Games. More details at 4:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Some trouble around Joburg's Buccleuch interchange. The N3 North rams to the N1 to go through Buccleuch to Midrand or to go through Buccleuch towards Sandton. So the rams from the N3 North to N1 North or Mike 1 South are closed at Buccleuch. So heavy backlogs coming up the N3 from Limbro Park, and then a sort of divert, if you like, down towards the Ravonia off-ramp, which is really the first place you can get off the highway. So N3 coming up from Alex through to Sunning Hill, very heavy. Behind that, the N1 South through Mid-Ram, queuing through Buccleuch to get into that N1 South down towards that Ravonia exit. Catherine Street coming out of Santa towards Greyston's heavy. Also Greyston Drive and Lyndon, no traffic lights there, so that run out of Santa on Greyston towards the highway also quite slow as well. Durban, traffic lights down at Mega City in Umlazi. Traffic going in and out of Umlazi already backing up. And of course, we're only just getting into a high volume drive time. That's going to be really busy today. Looking okay between Peterboroughsburg and Durban, no major surprises for you. And if you're coming out of Cape Town, noticeably a lighter traffic volume day, although the M5 is fairly slow both ways through Maitland, queuing between Kuberg Interchange and the N2 highway. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, still to come, we've got this feature called My City, My Concern. That comes up where we get, people like yourself who raises an issue from your city, from your town, your dorpy, and we try and get the experts or the other people in charge from that town to respond to you directly. So that comes up just now, right? We'll also get a response from the Auditor General's side in terms of their report, and Salga responding around that, around the spending of municipalities and the ability or inability to maintain themselves. That comes up later on too. Reaction from you. We've had a chat with Kaiser Khanyago regarding Cat Matlala. You may want to comment on what you think about that deal that's been put on the table with him. Yes, so, and of course further, Bafana Bafana, it's okay to ask that question. Where were you? Where were you at 5 o'clock this morning when history was made? And then perhaps just share your own thoughts around that. Then that issue around South Africa's foreign policy, I think, very important conversation that you can certainly add to as well. And by the way, I mean, just earlier on today when I got to studios, I mean, on Bridget's show, she was talking about, knowing your rights when you get stopped in traffic. And I mean, just how many of us truly knows it? I found that a fascinating conversation. You can probably get it as a podcast as well if you just checked it out. Talking about knowing your rights. Well, what about the legal issues around the Matlala deal? We'll talk about that next.
Bloodbath breaks through once more.
They are relentless in their pursuit of a maiden World Cup title. They are carried by the nation, and they are unbreakable. Get behind Laura Wolfhard and her team as they compete in the 2026 ICC Women's T20 World Cup in England and Wales from 12 June to 15 July. Watch Shabneel Ismail, Marizan Cup, Ayabonga Kaka and company raise the game to new heights. Find out all you need to know at cricket.coza.
Magic.
Let's talk all things top billing presenter search. Some surprising and beautiful auditions coming through. We've seen the talk. We've heard every single thing that you've had to say about the search. But one of the most important things is that this search is different from any other search. This is our way of telling South African stories of each and every South African that comes out to show their magic to the world. So if anything, don't mind the naysayers. Go out there and show the world your magic. It's time to enter the top billing presenter search.
Catch Top Billing every Tuesday evening at 7 through the month of June. Repeat Sundays at 1 on S3 and Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAFM, let's talk.
Right, so earlier on I had a conversation with Kaiser Khanyago. If you want to catch that again and download and share with your friends, check out the podcast. Go SAfm.coza, and the podcast, you will definitely find it. Let's, however, continue that conversation. You can put these two together, of course, right? So Vusimuzi Kat Matlala, the man called the Tanderpreneur, well, he appeared before the Pretoria Specialized Commercial Crimes Court today, and pleaded guilty around the issue of Medicare 24. Pleaded guilty to all charges. So you got that, guilty to all charges of fraud, corruption and money laundering related to the Medicare SAPS 228 million rand, 228 million rand tender. Now, let's get another perspective of what seems to be an agreement that's been put in place, right? Intabiseng Dubazana is a legal expert. Thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Thank you so much for having me.
Right, you've obviously been following that story. What's your thoughts on that?
I was actually saying that the attorney who negotiated this for him was actually quite brilliant. Looking at the way the charges themselves and the minimum sentence, because remember, if you were listening to the 105A being read in, the minimum sentence is applicable to all the charges, particularly with the amounts that are involved. So the minimum sentence is nothing less than 25 years. So already the fact that the agreement was saying that he is sentenced to 15 years, half of which is suspended, that for me was actually quite brilliant from my standpoint. So apologies for that. Now, with regards to the way in which everything has happened in terms of all the charges, because remember he was there as accused 1 and then his companies were accused 2 and 3. He is technically being sentenced as an individual, but the companies are juristic persons, so they have their own charges attached to them. So, but because he's a director for these companies, he also had to plead on their behalf. So today, and also the explanation of the NPA after he had it in the 105A, the NPA attorney or prosecutor, I beg your pardon, I wanted to say counsel actually, when he explained the reason behind why the sentence is so low and why it is that the other charges, all fines are suspended, the 1 million suspended for 5 years, etc., it's because Vusimuzi is going to turn himself in, i.e. he's going to be a 204 witness, which is a state witness. That for me was like, okay, this is quite interesting. The negotiation must have been very intense because the state conceded a lot in that case.
Now, when you say the state conceded a lot, so let's then take it from their perspective, right? They clearly, and this was part of the conversation with Kaiser Khanyago from the NPA, they see this as a means to a bigger fish, to the bigger pot at the end of the rainbow. So what would that be for them?
So in what they're explaining, they're saying that he knows a lot more than what they could acquire on their own. So with his evidence, with his help, they can get more accused persons in different cases, and then he will be able to afford them more information that they, in their own investigations, most likely would not have been able to acquire. That's how they are seeing this, and that's why they're taking it as the means to the bigger end, and maybe it will work out in their favor. But if you listen to the magistrate's queries, for example, like how are you putting the burden of this particular agreement onto the adjudicator or the other prosecutors going to be handling this matter? Because we cannot guarantee that based on the merits of the upcoming matters that do involve this particular accused, that this agreement here would be binding per se, depending on the merits on those other cases. So those are things that the presiding officer is trying to balance out and make it make sense going forward.
Now, of course, if from an NPA perspective, we may say that, Kat Matlala's lawyers were brilliant in terms of what they negotiated. They may say they actually got what they want. I mean, isn't that the key issues of win-win negotiations? Everybody thinks they're winning.
100%. It's always the case. And in any event, remember the state, whether or not he was going to serve 25 years or he's going to serve 7 years, the bottom line is that they secured a conviction. That is the most important thing. So whether the kind of conviction, the sentence that follows the conviction is suspended or whatever, that person already has a previous conviction attached to them. And as we know, SAP 69s or other your previous convictions have a problem for you when you go and apply for work or whatever the case may be. So that's always their bottom line, is the NPA that we need a conviction. Now, a bonus would be what kind of conviction that we're going to get in terms of sentencing.
I mean, this case has been put before the magistrate at the magistrate's court, and we'll find out what happens. I think on July 1, right? And it may be exactly that, or there could be some sideways shifts to that deal. So we'll see what happens there. But at this point in time, then, Kat Matlala's acquaintances, his alliance partners, I mean, they must be quaking.
They must be quaking in their boots if we listen in the manner in which the 105A was drafted, especially when they went, I think it's from counts 4 to 7, wherein Mr. Van Venke, he kept mentioning him time after time when he was when the 105A was being read into record. And I'm looking back at the Madanga Commission, for example, that he did not appear because he got a panic attack. You do realize that after this 105A, and now that Vusmuzi has now become a state witness, it means that whenever he gets discharged from, the hospital that he's at, he may likely be discharged just to walk into a prison based on whatever information over and above what he said today in court, whatever else he's going to supply the state with. So it's going to be very interesting to see all these other acquaintances, how it's going to work out for them.
And therefore, just lastly, I mean, what's the one other pointer you'd be looking out for now?
I want to see if the magistrate is actually going to adhere to the agreement, because he said that he needs time to go think about it. Remember, this is an agreement between the state and the defense. It doesn't bind the magistrate at all. Yes, the state is dominant utilities. Everything should be done in that way, but the magistrate has a discretion to either increase the sentence or decrease it. So we will see, and especially with regard to the issue that he wanted clarity on with regard to the minors, because it was said that Vusi was a primary caregiver, but I think at the end he decided that the mothers are the primary caregivers. But we will see if the magistrate is going to adhere to that, or he's either going to throw it out completely and then we're going to do a fresh trial.
Okay. So just lastly, if then the magistrate extends the term in terms of what was agreed, what would then happen next? I mean, can Kat Matlala and his lawyers say, well, no deal? He's already pleaded guilty.
Yes, so in that situation, that it would mean that since you plead guilty and it has been handed over into the record, then what would happen is that if the agreement of the sentence is an issue, then they would have to do mitigating and aggravating circumstances, and then the court can make a decision based on that. But already the state, even in their aggravation, if you listen to it properly, it was actually a lot more mitigating than it was aggravating. So I don't know if it would be a wise idea on the part of the magistrate to stray too far away from the 105A.
Okay, let's leave it there. I appreciate your insights into saying Dubazana, and I think as you share your insights, the entire nation listening in and taking notes, and that's really the whole plan, to get us to have views, to hear the views, but also to learn things all of the time. So this is the National Pulse.
Wherever you are in the world, SAfm 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfmRadio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAfm 104 to 107 as we bring you Commission Live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAfm. Leading the conversation.
By the way, one of the issues around South Africa's immigration crisis is the obvious issue of the interconnectivity of other countries, isn't it? Which means that if there's stability in a country next door or neighboring to you, then in fact you benefit from that stability. If there's instability, you then are harmed because of that. One, because of potential trade or trade losses, but the other one, the obvious one, is human beings trying to then seek their fortune elsewhere, their safety elsewhere. That could well be the case with Zimbabwe. I wonder how much have you paid attention, well, to the conversation I had earlier on around South Africa's foreign policy, but then specifically around what many have talked about, South Africa's role, that soft diplomacy with Zimbabwe at the time when there was increased, allegations and concerns around the leadership of Robert Mugabe, and that soft approach, I think at the helm led by Thabo Mbeki amongst others, that it actually hasn't worked. Meaning if things were put in place a long time ago, we would not have had that situation that we experience right now. You see the domino effect. Well, let's talk about domino effects here. And here's the story. 39 of South Africa's 257 municipalities have received clean audits. That means only 39. I mean, that's crazy, isn't it? What's my maths? Like 15% or so? What about the rest? By the way, according to the Auditor General's latest report, municipalities have spent 1.6 billion rand on consultants. I mean, what would their role be to ensure that they actually deliver clean audits? Let's find out more about it from a different perspective, in this case, from the SALGA chairperson for Municipal Finance and Fiscal Policy Working Group. That's Lesesha Dikhali. I appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you very much, Asra, and good afternoon to your listeners.
Thank you. I mean, and the gist of my understanding of the Auditor General's report is, in fact, by and large, these municipalities are not working. Right? If only 15% or so have got a clean audit and others don't, I mean, there's something rotten there, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's not what the report is saying, Asra. If you listen to what she was saying yesterday, you would come to a conclusion that the plan that was started when we started this administration, the sixth administration, she had three issues that she wanted to see happening as part and parcel of building. Number one, the systems in place. Number two, creating issues of good governance. Number three, ensuring accountability. The first thing that she wanted to see happening in this system was to make sure that each and every municipality submit on time annual financial statement, which is the case now. All of them did. That is why she said, for the first time in the history of local government, municipalities has accounted. Secondly, she indicated that when you are dealing with annual financial statements, you also need to ensure that people are able to account through POEs, meaning the Auditor General must be able to make an opinion, meaning you shouldn't have a disclaimer. And if you look at the process of dealing with disclaimers, you are only left with only certain municipalities. So these two key issues put the AG in a position to say, in this administration, we have laid a proper foundation that makes sure that we are able to account. And thirdly, and most importantly, the number of municipalities that has moved from qualified to unqualified reports has increased. And that says, she is saying 61% of our municipalities are able to clearly indicate what we are doing with the money of our people. So that to us, as SALGA, says the work that we have been working in this sixth administration to lay a proper foundation for this sector of local government, we are moving in the right direction, even though there are still challenges.
Okay, point noted, and challenges, and the numbers given it comes off a very, very high base already. Anyway, right? But I mean, here's the point from the Auditor General, and I just want to quote her regarding metros. Right? On the whole, metros are regressing, not just on audit outcomes, but importantly on financial health, but also on service delivery. Unfortunately, of all the categories of municipalities, metros are going backwards. I mean, that's pretty damning, isn't it?
We must indicate as SALGA that we are very worried ourselves around the issue of metros, because those are our heartbeat of economic activities in our country, because when metros works, the countries work. So as SALGA, we are very, very worried. And it is why we took a decision as SALGA. Next week, we'll be meeting with all our speakers and mayors of our municipalities to check exactly what is the challenge around issues of good governance, financial management, and most importantly, accounting to the AG. Because we believe as SALGA, it is important that when a situation of this nature, of magnitude of this nature, where our key cities are having challenges is happening, we shouldn't waste time. So we'll be meeting with all these mayors and speakers, because we believe this matter must be attended to, because it is an emergency in terms of ensuring that local government continue to have that confidence and the ability to provide services.
And therefore, just your thoughts. I mean, if you looked at all the municipalities, well, all of them, the 257 and the general metros as well, in terms of what are the key factors for you that determines why a municipality moves from, let's call it a dirty audit, and I'm saying that intentionally, to a clean audit? What would be the factors that would have determined that shift?
What we have seen working very well, which has something that has SALGA made to make sure that it happens. Number one, we must make sure that those who are leading our municipalities there is stability there. That is why we have taken a decision that Section 56 managers must not be part-time, must be full-time, except the MM. So that says you are going to build what we call organizational memory. If you go to all municipalities that has been getting clean audits for the past 5 years, all their top management has been there for 5, 10, 15 years. So that says these people are able to understand how to manage their internal controls. They are able to manage their supply chain. They are able to manage their revenue processes. So it says they have built capacity, competence, and ability. So that is the first area that we have won, and we have taken that decision. And if you check around all municipalities now, all their senior managers are full-time, and that is going to bring stability. Because instability and vacancies in this key critical position has been the reason why municipalities were having challenges around having good governance.
Okay, I mean,
forward.
interesting. I mean, the Auditor General spoke about Joburg, but also interestingly enough, put the spotlight on Cape Town in terms of the problems that they have, right? Which I want you to answer now because we don't have time. But here's the important one, right? What she also said, and this is interesting, is little attention was paid to performance planning, monitoring and reporting and accountability of performance. Now, I mean, if I just look at the current topical sporting example of Bafana Bafana, you measure the team by whether they qualified for the next round. That means there must be a performance measurement, right? If there's little attention paid to performance planning and monitoring, I mean, that's a huge problem, isn't it?
But listen to the statement. There is concern. They are not saying there is lack of planning. There is a concern that planning is not done consistently, Ashraf. Meaning there are certain municipalities that are doing good planning. That is why you are able to continue to have cities, as you are indicating, like Cape Town, which are able to provide the level of services that you demand and expect as a citizen. So the problem is not a general matter. It's a concern that is being raised by the AG that we must strengthen, particularly our planning, so that our planning can help us to be able to execute our what we call project management processes that will then allow municipalities to implement their service delivery programs like water, street lighting, and cleaning our city and keeping it in a state where it is investable by economic investors. So that is a concern that is raising. And then we are saying, if you look at it holistically, that challenge is not widespread. There are municipalities where we are having that challenges, but there are municipalities in the whole, so I say 61% of them that are able to implement and be at a level whereby they can effectively take over and make sure that their economic
point taken. I mean, if you say 60,
responsibility is implemented.
Point taken. If you say 61, others may talk about the 39% that's not being mentioned. Appreciate your time. I think it's a point of big discussion in terms of what we said. Thank you for joining us here today on the National Pulse. And that's Lesesha Dikhala, the SALGA, local government, of course, chairperson for Municipal Finance and Fiscal Policy Working Group. I expect you to react to that. Of course you will, right? 4:30. Here's the news headlines with Ondala.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, Gauteng Finance MEC Nkululeko Dunga has emphasized that the province continues to face issues of underfunding, debt and financial mismanagement. Two former apartheid-era operatives, Joseph Joe Mamasela and Michael Matlala, have been charged with 15 counts of murder, kidnapping and arson, and the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has reassured America's Gulf allies that the Strait of Hormuz will remain toll-free. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Greg Gous.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Some very heavy backlogs into Joburg's Buccleuch interchange, and it's certainly a couple of routes worth avoiding. There's been an incident inside Buccleuch, so the N3 North ramps to either the N1 North Midrand or the Mike 1 South Sandton are currently closed. So motorists arriving there and then getting caught, unable to get off and having to push down to Ravonia Road. So effectively from about Alex, from the N3 London Road up through Limpopo Park through Buccleuch, past the incident, and then all the way down to Ravonia Road. Very heavy backlogs. Ravonia Road as you come off, no lights at Vicop, and so that's a real mess around that as well. And then the M1 South coming from Allendale into Buccleuch to join that queue down to Ravonia, quite heavily backed as well. So if you can avoid Buccleuch, you'll save a serious amount of time. There is a breakdown between Winnie Mandela and Malabongwe Drive, slowing things up. Also a crash and a couple of breakdowns on the M1 South around Rudaport. Just all of that unfolding between Gordon Road and the Main Reef Road Bridge. So the run home to Soweto under quite a bit of pressure today. Durban generally looking all right. Bit of traffic on the Esplanade going outbound in Nanda Road out through Springfield towards the N2. Looking slow. And no lights at Mega City if you're going in or out of Umalazi. Expect some delays there. Cape Town, the N2 out of town. Slow towards the R300. And we're into the fourth day this week of roadworks on the N7 North at Dunoon. And by Malabongwe, the N7 North queuing from Plattercliff roadside already. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Like to me, there's the World Cup. To me, there's the World Cup soccer and cricket on the go, but there's also the Commonwealth Games to talk about.
Yes, Proteas netball captain Khanyisa Chawani believes that the Commonwealth Games semi-final targets set by Netball South Africa's CEO Adam Brook and head coach Jenny van Dijk is both realistic and achievable. SASCOC unveiled Team South Africa for the Games in Glasgow from the 23rd of July to the 2nd of August, and Chawani said that the players have set the same goals for themselves.
Yes, definitely. I think it's not only just them, but us as well. That's what we want as players. So we've got the mandate. We're all on the same page. We've all spoken about it. So it's not going to be something that feels like pressure. It's something that we desire, and it's something that we want to achieve. So we're putting in the work because we know it's going to take a lot. But yeah, it's not pressure. It's something that we want as a team as well.
In terms of cricket, Proteas woman coach Matlala Mashimbi has cautioned his side against being complacent when taking on the Netherlands at their T20 World Cup match this evening. With Australia virtually guaranteed a place in the last four, SA know that victories against the Netherlands and Bangladesh in the final two matches will definitely see them through. Australia lead Group A on 8 points from 4 matches, followed by India, South Africa and Bangladesh, all on 4, and just separated by a net run rate. In terms of football, FIFA's disciplinary committee have dismissed SAFA's appeal against Bafana Bafana midfielder Themba Zwane's 3-match suspension. Zwane will serve his final match on the sidelines when Bafana face co-host Canada. On the other hand, Deboho returns after a 1-match suspension. Meanwhile, Bafana striker Evidence Makgopa says that the team's approach against South Korea was to impose themselves from the outset rather than sit back in their decisive FIFA World Cup Group A clash yesterday. Remember, obviously, we are celebrating that they are through in the round of 32 for the first time after that win 1-0 win over South Korea. In motorsport, this weekend's Austrian Grand Prix has been declared a heat hazard race by Formula One's governing body, by the FIA. The designation comes at any event where the temperature is forecast to exceed 31 degrees Celsius at any time the cars are on track. The ruling means that drivers can use a cooling kit that flows cooled liquids such as glycol through a system of pipes in a fireproof top worn under their overalls. Meanwhile, South African Sports Confederation and Olympic Committee President Barry Hendricks has chosen not to place any medal targets or performance expectations on Team South Africa for the upcoming Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. He says that the main focus is for athletes to enjoy the experience and perform without pressure.
The mandate, first and foremost, is to go out there and do what you've been training for all these years. To go out and compete to the best of your ability, to go and win those medals, build South Africa's pride, not only by winning, but by showing how well you compete. And then coming back, instilling the hope and passion of the people who are going to be watching them perform at those games. And that's how we develop and build our next level of champions.
Well, Ashraf, you said we should talk about Canada, which is Bafana's next game at the World Cup. What we know is that Canada is also in the knockout stages for the first time.
And I mean, am I right? They're the host nation, one of 3.
Co-host,
They play us away. They play us in Los
LA,
Angeles,
so it's
right?
A neutral
so
place.
they don't have their big support. And am I right in saying that if we could pick a team to play in the round of 32, and it's never going to be easy, this is one of the best picks we could actually pick for ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
literally. I think we need to just think it through properly, because if we beat Canada, I think we might just face Morocco
or Netherlands.
Yeah, Morocco or Netherlands.
Okay, one at a time. Listen, just a quick one. Here's a quick comment. Good afternoon, SAfm Sport. Congratulations on our heroes, Bafana Bafana. Has anyone realized that Mama Joy is our ambassador at the FIFA World Cup? First day, Sky Sports used a picture when they were still preparing for the first game, and all games she gets better coverage than the other people we send. I'm so proud of the Masigita group of companies for taking her to the World Cup. Minister, please, you were wrong. Comes from Hlanganani Mbombi from the Inkosana village. Right. But I mean, here's the bottom line. Even last night, when they scored, They first went to her
Of course.
when they were in injury time, and we were all panicking and saying, "Don't concede a goal." The focus of nervousness was Mama Joy. I mean, it's incredible.
Absolutely. I mean, she's been doing it for how many years now? She's been doing it forever. She knows the emotions that she needs to put out there. I mean, I was watching her yesterday. I was just like, oh my word, this comes so easy for her. And she knows where to sit, and she knows how to get that attention.
I mean, look,
and she's been getting it.
Quickly, I did say before that it can't be that the supporter can be bigger than the whole team, and I still stand by that, right? But having said that, you have to acknowledge she is a symbol of South Africa.
Absolutely.
You cannot take that away from her.
And the thing is she's going to be there until whenever.
Yeah.
She's not coming back the same way that other fans have been coming back. She's there.
Mama Joy.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, Makwe Masilela's got all those numbers. You got news globally, but let's start local, Makwe.
Yes, Ashraf, traders betting on a strong U.S. economy, propping up short-term interest rates and waited for a key inflation data. That's when we started the session. And yes, sure, the numbers suggested that Americans are powering through the fallout from the Iran war. And also the numbers are likely to keep pressure on the U.S. Central Bank to raise interest rates this year or keep them elevated for longer. U.S. dollar knee-jerk reaction was to turn lower, helping the rand to strengthen a little bit. And yeah, last night, the blowout of Micron Technology earnings report revived AI trade. The rebound in the high-profile group of tech firms is holding a back-to-back decline that we've been seeing. The results offered a reprieve for investors rattled by this week's sharp sell-off in growth stocks, where stretch valuations had collided with fears of higher borrowing costs under a new Fed chair. And locally, we saw our May factory prices jumping to 7.8% from April's 4.8%, the steepest since April 2023. Our Reserve Bank will face a tough decision when they make the rate decision in July. And the yellow metal turned positive after the latest U.S. inflation, but remained near a more than 7-month low touched yesterday as expectations of rate hikes weighed on the precious metal. As we are talking, gold is up 0.5% at 4,018. Platinum is up 3% at 1,598. Oil prices at pre-war levels at the back of rising Middle East supply that outweighed demand concerns, and the backlog of vessels in the Persian Gulf has been cleared, which has created a wave of supply. We see Brent crude is up 1% at $74 a barrel, and market sentiments got a boost from solid economic data, and the short-term dated bonds outperformed, with the JSE up 1% led by resources. Rand firmed to 0.4% against the US dollar, 1647, 2174 against the pound, and 1873 against the euro.
It's got all of that. Thanks for that, Sir Mark Quinn. We've got an hour of the markets coming up this evening, 6 to 7.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, so what is it that you would like to get off your chest? I wonder. Let's hear.
Good afternoon, Olile in Queenstown. One thing that we know for sure, on the 30th of June, which is in 5 days, we will be on the streets. We will be on the streets. We don't care who says what, who's supporting us or not. And those that they think being given this airtime are actually taking that as an opportunity to intimidate us. We are not intimidated. As much as they are all prepared, we are also prepared for the day, and we'll be marching on the streets. That's one thing for sure. I thank you.
Okay, but do you think you're being intimidated? I mean, I think everybody said you have an absolute right to protest. I mean, this is South Africa, right?
Ashraf, yeah, your political analyst, always biased. I don't know what he's talking about when he's talking about acts of vigilantism. Because our government, we are where we are today because of our government failed to implement those laws that he's talking about today. Failed a long time ago. I don't know what they are talking about, these people. They just waste time.
But I mean, look, he's entitled to his opinion, whether you want to call it biased or not. He represents himself. That's his opinion. On the other hand, the issue that he's picked up on vigilantism may not apply to every person, but it certainly applies to some people who have taken laws into their own hands. They have gone up to people. They have asked them for their passports or ID documents. They've asked them to verify who they are, and they've told them to go. And we've seen numerous examples of that. I mean, what do you call that?
Hi, Ashraf. I was listening to Santaco spokeslady, and she mentioned that some other people are skeptic that perhaps Santaco is no longer or is not patriotic. But can you search this or check this for me on that 600 million, which is going to be given to the private security? I doubt Santaco might have a share right there. Thank you, Moloko Mobulokwan.
And how do you come up with that conclusion? I mean, how do you fully understand this? Like, that's the reason. Someone told you, or you're just fishing on this one there. Right, let's get to Pretoria now. Tsepo, hi.
Ashraf.
Yep.
Yeah, with the March and March, I think like with the 600 that's been issued, I think maybe in about 2 years' time or a year's time, we'll be having another inquiry, a commission of inquiry about like a false security company that's linked and whatnot. But then my biggest issue with this March and March in terms of the government is that like the government is not looking at the mistakes that they're making. I feel like the government is not following the law in terms of businesses that are opened in South Africa. Like you have the spaza shops. You can't say all these spaza shops are legitimate. Now they have, like they were speaking about that how much, 500 million that was set aside for making spaza shop local. So now, like they were saying that when you want that money, you need to apply also to the municipality, and you need to apply to SARS. You need to, and I'm wondering if these spaza shops, like these Somali spaza shops in the townships, have applied those things. Because I doubt they have. They're just building and just extending and whatnot. But then when you're trying to open a business as a South African, they need all these other documents. So in a way, they're trying to block South Africans from being beneficiaries of like the government.
Well, I mean, you think it's
so
that?
I don't know,
Could it not be a case that, in fact, that just generally our system implementation has been poor across the board anyway, and then unable to implement, or inability to implement, has opened the doors for anybody, taking advantage of systems, local or foreign, whoever they may be. People do that when they want to hustle. Tsepo, thanks for that. Butana in Rosebank, hi.
Hi, good afternoon, my brother.
Yeah,
Ashraf.
good afternoon. Yeah,
10,000 people that were promised to be employed to enforce the immigration law. It's not going to happen. President Ramaphosa responded to a question today that they don't have money. And Ashraf, the framing of this protest as anti-immigrant is more of discrediting this and deflection. It's a manipulative defense mechanism. Instead of addressing legitimate core issue, enforce the laws of the country.
Okay, but let me ask you this. I mean, Butana, we've chatted so often on these issues. When you say the framing of this issue as anti-immigrant is inaccurate, I mean, who has done the framing?
It is the media, it is the government, it is the spokesperson of cabinet. When he told us that, by the way, shutdown is not going to happen, they behave like Neil Brown.
But tell me the word immigrant, the word immigrant, whether the word illegal immigrant or the words undocumented immigrant, who brought that up in the first place?
The media frame it as anti-immigrant. And the March and March says we are protesting because we don't want illegal people and people that have no proper documents.
So they didn't use the word.
The media is janking against the same March, the same as South Africans.
So March and March didn't use the word immigrant in their conversations. Okay, I mean I hear that. Okay, Butana, thank you for that. I'm sure somebody's going to call in and say yes or no, right? Khotso in Midrand, hello.
Yes, afternoon, Ashraf. How are you?
Yeah, good indeed, right? What's your point?
Look, Ashraf, what is coming here is a tsunami. Come 30 June, Tuesday, we are going to go out in numbers. No retreat, no surrender. If it happens, they want to kill, let it be so. Because we are
but who says they want to? Who says they want to kill you? But I mean,
no.
Yeah.
Let's say if you have another Marikana which is coming. I'm just giving an example.
Yeah, but we're guessing.
That
I
if
mean,
we are
look,
going to confront-
government has never said that. I mean, government has never said that at all. I mean, this is not a police state. They've never said that.
Okay, it's fine. But I'm just saying that on Tuesday, rain or shine, South Africans are going out in numbers to say we don't want to see these illegal foreigners, which is criminals. Ashraf, understand this thing. South Africans are enough about criminals.
Okay. So just to confirm, I mean, you're supportive of March on March. I mean, that's what you said. I got it right.
100%.
Why I'm asking you, because you heard the previous caller where Butana said the media is talking about illegal immigrants. I mean, you're a supporter and you're calling them illegal immigrants, right? I'm not saying, I'm just saying you're saying.
Correct.
Yeah.
No, okay. I'm telling to you, I'm assisting you and other journalists and media houses to say illegal foreigners means a criminal.
Okay.
What do you want to understand? Law is law, Ashraf.
All right. No, I hear that. I'm just responding to what was said earlier to say it's the media who's framing it as illegal foreigners or illegal immigrants. And you're saying you're doing so yourself because you're comfortable saying that, right? Yeah.
Anti-foreigners.
Okay. Got that. Khotso in Midrand. Right. There's a few more comments. I'll tell you what, there's such diverse thoughts on these issues. And I mean, bring them on because we need to hear what you're thinking.
Ashraf, I'm going to hear to your guest there. You see the same exact word that he just said with his own mouth. Let him take those words exactly, give them to those people who came to our country, broke our laws, and came in, and tell them, fear the law. Exactly like that. Not us, they're the one who started first by breaking our laws.
All right, I think it's a fair point. Why did they not fear the law? Why? It's possible they may have felt that in this country, if you come here, you can get away with it. In this country, you can come here and the doors will be open for you. And that's why they didn't go to another country. It's possible. I don't know. I'm not one of them, but that may well be. So I think your point is valid. Taken. Thanks for joining us.
Well, South Africa, the time is now. You could be joining the Queen herself, Ms. Zozibini Tunzi, or the King, Dr. Fez, right here on Top Billing. And all you have to do is to audition for our Top Billing Presenter Search. Do it now, and you could be on the big screen.
Catch Top Billing every Tuesday evening at 7 through the month of June. Repeat Sundays at 1 on S3 and Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. on SABC 1.
This week on Expresso, we celebrate the release of Minions and Monsters. And yes, the Minions are taking over our studio.
We meet sibling dance stars Isabella and Daniel Abrams, who made history representing South Africa at the World Dance Masters in Croatia and took home top honors.
And then the Stellenbosch International Chamber Music Festival brings breathtaking performances and world-class music to the Expresso stage. So join us on Expresso weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. on S3.
My City, My Concern on the National Pulse.
Well, it's one of the new features we've implemented, and it's in response to many people who see us as a conduit for solutions to their problems, as providing a voice for them when they don't have a voice or when no one listens to them, when they raise issues at their, local government level. So therefore, my city, my concern, my town, my dorpie, my village, my community, whatever it is that you want to raise it. And let's see if we can get a response from that one. So years one, right? We had a call a few weeks back from a listener in the St. Helena Bay area complaining about water issues. Now, the listener told us that the Saldanha Bay local municipality supplies their area with water. We then reached out to the municipality to get answers, and this is how they responded via email. So, in response to the email, one, confirm if the Saldanha Bay local municipality supplies water to the area. Our listener complained about that St. Helena Bay. So if you get that St. Helena Bay getting the water from the Saldanha Bay municipality, if it does, then we can continue with the rest of the questions. That was the question we put to them. And the answer was yes, Saldanha Bay municipality supplies water to St. Helena Bay. In fact, they refused to go live on radio, so therefore a Q&A via email. The next question we asked them, what are the issues causing water interruptions in the St. Helena Bay area? And the answer is water interruptions in St. Helena Bay are often caused by pipe breaks within the water distribution system. Several factors can contribute to these failures, including the age and condition of the infrastructure, material deterioration over time, ground movement, pressure fluctuations, and other operational factors. St. Helena Bay is unique in that a significant portion of the area is supplied directly from the main bulk water supply line. As a result, when a failure occurs on this bulk pipeline, a large number of consumers may be affected, either directly through loss of supply or indirectly through reduced system capacity. To improve the reliability of water supply to the area, the Saldanha Bay Municipality is currently undertaking upgrades to the bulk water supply infrastructure serving St. Helena Bay. These improvements are aimed at reducing the frequency and impact of supply interruptions and enhancing the overall resilience of the water distribution network. Right, the next question, number 3, how long do water interruptions usually last in that area? And the answer, pipe breaks on the standard distribution lines are usually repaired within 4 to 6 hours. Depending on the varying conditions, St. Helena Bay is fed by 375 in that bulk line. And a break on the bulk line could take anywhere between 4 to 8 hours to repair. Once repaired, the line is slowly put back under operating pressure to prevent any further breaks. The next question was measures put in place to ensure residents temporarily get water during these interruptions. What are they, right? And the answer, water trucks are dispatched to consumers in the affected areas to ensure that temporary water supply is available during planned and unplanned water interruptions. The next question, number 5, measures taken. What are the measures taken to notify residents about interruptions? How long will they be? And how far the municipality is sorting out the issues? And the answer there, Saldanha Bay Municipality utilizes the following methods and platforms to inform the residents about planned and unplanned water interruptions. They are the municipal website, municipal Facebook page, municipal WhatsApp channel, and the Saldanha Citizen application, which is a mobile app. More than that, there's also bulk SMSs. Ward committees are informed to distribute within the community, and ward councillors are informed to distribute within that community. And that's the response, right? It's come from Ethna Lawrence, who's the communications and the public relations officer within the Saldanha Bay local municipality. So in terms of that caller who called in, I hope this gives you some answers, whether they are satisfying and you can now rest and sleep it out and relax. I don't know, but I mean that's their official response in ink. So you've got it.
SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation. The National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, let's get to you, your responses. In fact, you may want to respond to that conversation as well from Saldanha Bay Municipality. But to calls we go, a lot of it is on really 2 big themes: immigration, Bafana Bafana. Nayo in Pretoria, hello.
Hi, Mr. Ashraf, how are you doing?
I'm good indeed. Leave the Mr. Ashraf's fine. I'll call you Nayo too, right? So go for it.
Mr. Ashraf, as part of the youth, I think the 600 million rand that will be spent on security for the 30th of June, I think it's a bit of a slap on the face for those that are unemployed, you understand? Because, I mean, if the president was smart enough, I think it would have been much better if he would have utilized that 600 million to try and create job opportunities, then try to quell the what's going to happen on the 30th of March, because I think he's making people more angry. So I think that was just a misjudgment on his side or the team.
But I mean, I hear that, right? And listen, I'm not here to speak on their behalf, but, you know, at any level, when there's a protest that takes place in South Africa, I don't know, New York, USA, in London, on the African continent, in Asia, when there's a protest, and it's a legitimate protest, so people have the right to protest, but it does mean that police officers need to man the protest. That comes at a price. They have to.
No,
so when there's a call for nationwide protest, don't you think the security service will be rather naive to say, well, it's business as usual, when there's a mass mobilization of people, as you can hear on this radio station every day?
I agree with that, but you understand, I think maybe even the minister was not supposed to take out the prices. because hence I say it's a slap on the face for those that are unemployed. And if I'm unemployed and I hear that the 600 million being spent in one day, I think that would really slap me a different way. So I think it's just quite sad that we can divert funds to other things. Maybe it's budgeted for, it's within whatever budget, but that could have created a lot of jobs.
All right, point taken. I've heard that from many people as well. I mean, did they really have a choice? Do they seriously say, let's just have the normal security? I mean, even like you have a big rugby event, there must be security at that stadium, no matter what. Even if it's peacetime, there has to be. It does come at a cost, isn't it? So what should they do?
Ashraf, this is Christina here. Oh, Ashraf, the only person they want is Masemula, that commissioner. Is Masemula. Nothing else they want. They want Masemula because of Paul Sullivan wanted Masemula. The truth is they abandoned that case of Maumela because it's Cyril Ramaphosa's nephew. Now they are jumping the gun, going after Masemula. It's nonsense. It's nonsense.
And who is this they that sets the agenda?
Hi, Ashraf. I'm gonna hear to your guest there. You see the same exact word that he just said with his own mouth. Let him take those words exactly, give them to those people who came to our country, broke our laws, and came in, and tell them, fear the law. Exactly like that. Not us, they're the one who started first by breaking our laws.
All right. In fact, I've replayed that by mistake because sometimes these things don't delete. My apology for that. Having said that, the point made is very interesting. My chat to Dr. Mkhabela earlier on, where he spoke about his opinion piece about fear. Fear is driving every decision, and we need to be beyond that. And he's suggesting, in terms of the caller, that in fact, what about those who came into the country illegitimately or illegally? What did they fear, and why didn't they not fear coming into this country? It's an interesting question. Let's get the news. It's 5 o'clock. Here's Greg House.
Thank you, Ashraf. Ramaphosa hails the work of the Matlala Commission, and US maintains the Strait of Hormuz will be toll-free. Good day to you. President Cyril Ramaphosa says the work of the Matlala Commission is already yielding results, even before its final report is delivered. He was responding to questions in the National Council of Provinces.
The Commission of Inquiry into Criminality, Political Interference and Corruption in the Criminal Justice System is expected to submit its final report at the end of August 2026. The findings and recommendations of the Commission are expected to shed light on the alleged corruption and infiltration of the South African Police Service and other organs of the state. Most importantly, we expect that the Commission findings and recommendations will bolster our efforts to strengthen our law enforcement capabilities. Now, the work of the Commission is already having a huge impact.
Meanwhile, the Matlala Commission's evidence leader, Teboho Masakidis, accused alleged informer Tumelo Nku of tailoring his evidence as proceedings unfold. This comes after he provided 3 different explanations as to why he followed police officers to Ayrton, south of Johannesburg in 2021, where a drug consignment of more than 700 kilograms was intercepted. Nku's been accused of involvement in drug trafficking by witness Jay, who testified before the Commission last week. Masakidi elaborates.
You see, that's my difficulty with your testimony all along, is that you tailor evidence as you go by. None of the witnesses who came to testify, not Chief Mashaba, said anything about you leaving. You have provided 3 statements. None of those statements mention you ever wanting to leave. It is now that you are cornered as to why you insisted on being there. You are being faced with black and white evidence as to why you insisted on being there. Now you are giving us completely new evidence that, in fact, at some stage, you wanted to be relinquished. And I put it to you, that is a typical case of tailoring evidence as you go.
The Gauteng Finance MEC Nkululeko Dunga has emphasised that the province continues to face issues of underfunding, debt and financial mismanagement. He pointed to a loss of more than 950 million rand in irregular expenditure by the Gautrain Management Agency identified in 1 month, among other concerns. The MEC addressed a budget vote media briefing.
And when you start to ask the questions in terms of how do you get to such a huge figure within a period of a month, then the automatic response is that this has been the cultural norm of this particular over expenditure, but it's not something that would obviously allow in this administration, and then as hence we've elevated and highlighted that particular matter. We have identified that there's a lot of historic debt in terms of what is referred to as accruals, particularly in the Department of Health and Education.
2 former apartheid-era operatives have been charged with 15 counts of murder, kidnapping and arson. They've appeared in the Benoni Regional Court east of Johannesburg and were granted bail. The charges stem from a Hawks probe into allegations linked to 3 incidents highlighted by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission dating back 40 years. Hawks spokesperson Katlego Mogale.
Their bail conditions included to tender in passports, not to apply for troubled documents, stay within the Gauteng province, and inform investigating officer of any travel plans in writing, and they should report to Morocco and Benoni police stations once per month, respectively. The third accused in the case has since been deceased. By midnight tonight, this case will be 41 years old. The matter was then transferred to the South Gauteng High Court, sitting in Benoni, on the 1st of February 2027 for the duo's next appearance.
The U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has reassured America's Gulf allies that the Strait of Hormuz will remain toll-free. Iran suggests that it will charge ships for transiting the key waterway, but Oman, which also borders the strait, has ruled that out. Rubio was speaking in Bahrain during a visit to the Gulf region.
I don't care if you call it a fee or a toll or a donation. It's a toll. That's how we're going to define it. That's international waterway. There isn't a nation on earth that supports having to pay money to go through the straits. And think about it this way. Let's suppose that we went crazy and lost our minds completely and decided to agree to have a tolling or a fee mechanism. How would that work? It's not doable.
The top story, President Ramaphosa says the work of the Matlala Commission is already yielding results even before the final report is delivered. That's SAFM News. I'm Greg Hoos.
In sports, the Sour Proteas women face Netherlands today. Bafana shift focus to Canada, and top players promise Wimbledon media boycott in prize money protest. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Very heavy delays around the Buccleuch interchange, top end of Joburg, and certainly worth avoiding. Now, there's been a crime scene on the N3 North, which has closed the ramps coming off the N3 at Buccleuch to the N1 Midrand and to the Mike 1 Sandton. So motorists arriving there can't get off at Buccleuch. They've got nowhere to go except down to Rivonia. So from Alex up through Limbro Park into Buccleuch and then down to Rivonia, that N3 North onto the N1 South absolute car park. Behind that, the N1 South coming from Midrand back as far as Allendale Road, and then there's no traffic lights as you come off at Rivonia Road off that M1 onto Witkoppen. Rivonia Witkoppen is out, so that's all heavily congested. Witkoppen Road, Bowling Avenue, 12th Avenue, that whole sort of area, that whole sort of northern suburban area of Joburg really under pressure because of those ramp closures inside Buccleuch interchange. Otherwise, got some trouble getting out of Sandton. Lights are offline at Grayston and Linden, and also big delays getting out of Sandton on Catherine up towards Grayston as well. Crash scene on the N1 South before you get to the Main Reef Road Bridge. That's heavy today from 14th Avenue. You'll get to Gordon Road and then you'll sit in a big queue of traffic trying to get home towards Soweto area. Durban today, the Ananda Road out through Springfield towards the N2. That stays busy. A crash at Paradise Valley on the N3 out of town. That's slow. A breakdown by Shongweni causing some delays as well out to Pietermaritzburg. So that's 2 queues to work through between Pinetown and Key Ridge this afternoon. And then Cape Town, the N7 jammed up again. Roadworks at Malabongwe Drive, so the run passing Dunoon down to a single lane and the pressure on. And the N2 outbound slow passing the airport towards the R300. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
By the way, did you see what the U.S. ambassador to South Africa tweeted about South Africa? And if you haven't, I'll try and read that out just now because there's been a response from international relations. That means our international relations. I'll do that. There's also news in Kenya where police have sealed off key roads ahead of the nationwide protests marking 2 years since the Gen Z-led anti-government demonstration, something we've certainly covered as well. But I'll tell you what, there's no question about it on the issue of whether you want to call it migrants or illegal migrants or undocumented migrants or undocumented immigrants or people in the country who are unemployed and protesting legitimately. I mean, all these different people that we're putting labels to. One thing that's very clear, it can't go away, not now. And what's also clear is that different people have very, very different perspectives. So there's no absolute ownership of the narrative in terms of that's this way, as the way I see it is the way. Now, I say that because we'll chat to Thapelo Mohapi. We're going to get to his thoughts and his concerns right after this.
Hurry! Get super-sized savings at Spar for 4 days only. Like 1 kg Danone Ultramel custard, buy 2 for 40, save 30 Rand. Or 3 kg Omo Auto Washing Powder, 2 litre Auto Liquid or 20 capsules for 99.99, save 45 Rand. Price is valid from 25 till 28 June. While stocks last, max 5 deals per product per customer. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Lava breaks through once more.
They are relentless in their pursuit of a maiden World Cup title. They are carried by the nation, and they are unbreakable. Get behind Laura Wolfhard and her team as they compete in the 2026 ICC Women's T20 World Cup in England and Wales from 12 June to 15 July. Watch Shabneel Ismail, Marizan Cup, Ayabonga Kaka and company raise the game to new heights. Find out all you need to know at cricket.coza.
Magic.
For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged, and connected a nation. SAfm, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program, evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa, to SAfm in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full-spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAfm continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Hi, I'm Khomotso KG Mweketi, and I believe in music's ability to connect, to heal, to remind, and to bring joy. And each week on my Saturday and Sunday show Seasons right here on SAfm, I endeavor to do just that. So join the movement of Seasons every Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's addictive. You might invite a friend. Seasons, only on SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide with me, KG Mweketi. Because where words fail, music speaks.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
All right, we should be chatting to Thapelo Mohapi from the Abaklali Base Mjondola movement, that is. We should be chatting to him imminently so, and as soon as we can connect, we will do just that. In the meantime, let's talk about, as part of our Global Watch series, the developments in Kenya. So, 2 years ago, there were these huge uprisings, demonstrations from young people around a whole range of protests. And as a result of that, I mean, there was turmoil in that country. So there was that. Now, 2 years later, police in Kenya have sealed off key roads leading into the central Nairobi region ahead of nationwide protests marking that 2-year anniversary. So let's understand what's happening, what's the plan, but also significantly 2 years later, what now? Daniel Ominde Okoth is a Kenyan journalist talking to us now on the National Pulse. Daniel, appreciate you engaging with me. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Right. So 2 years later, maybe let's start with that, right? What were the protests about then? What's the state of Kenya right now?
Well, today there was not really much of a protest, but the event was made to commemorate the lives that were lost during the June 25th protest in 2024, and as well as the commemorative protest that happened last year. In June 2024, we lost about 80 lives as a result of the protests that were there to demonstrate against the high cost of living at the time and the government's attempt to increase taxes at that time when the macros were not really benefiting the members of, the Kenyan citizens. Last year, so we had another commemorative event where unfortunately some 27 people were lost their lives. So when it came to this year, Kenyans from different pressure groups, including parents of those who lost their lives in the two demonstrations, wanted to go out and basically just lay flowers around Parliament, around the streets of Nairobi, where their loved ones lost their lives. But unfortunately, there's been really tension has really been high across the country over the last couple of days with politicians and also government officials, including the security sector operators, giving conflicting narratives around how the day was going to be treated. What we woke up to today, especially here in the capital in Nairobi, were barricaded roads leading to the city center. So as far back as 30 kilometers away, across major highways that are leading into the city, but also the different arteries that we have leading into the city centers were all barricaded from as early as 4 a.m. in the morning. People who are trying to go to work, people who are trying to move to different parts of the country, vehicles that were carrying goods to different parts of the country were all blocked and not allowed, to proceed any further. It was still later in the day, at around 10 a.m. or going towards 11 a.m. when now restricted movement was allowed but only for vehicles that were carrying goods to different parts of the country.
All right. So, your point about just over 350 people arrested, the majority, over half of them in Nairobi, that may not be a surprise of Nairobi, but would you say, what would be the reasons why they've been arrested this time around?
Well, it's not really clear why they have been arrested or what the police are going to charge them with. From what the information that we've just had from a presser that has just been concluded by the Minister for Internal Security and the security chiefs, they've just given us those particular statistics of people who've been arrested across the country, the different parts of the country. But we are yet to see, we'll wait to see tomorrow what they're going to be charged with. Usually, from such events, we've always seen charges about people participating in unlawful assembly. There were indications earlier from police commanders in Nairobi that the particular protests that were to be held today were not properly certified in terms of what the law requires for notification. There was a notification that was done to the Inspector General of the Police, but there was sort of like the law requires that notification to be done to the officer commanding station of the specific area where that particular protest is going to take place. So that technicality could be something they use to charge them in the courts of law tomorrow. But again, going by the past precedences, whenever we've had such protests, the people who presented before court charged regarding participation, they are more often released on very lenient bail terms. So we expect to see them in court tomorrow. And there's that expectation that, again, they will be released on lenient bail terms.
Okay. And just to recap again, at that time, 2 years ago, the protests that at that time took to the streets, they were sparked off by certain demands. So what were the demands then? And to what degree have those demands, been met or, in fact, not been met?
So the demand at that particular point was that the government dropped the 2024 finance bill, which was they deemed to be very excessive in terms of the newly introduced taxes at that particular time. What we've seen is that yes, during that time, the government actually caved in and abolished an entire revenue generation bill, which we call here the Finance Bill 2024, and the subsequent years, the finance bill for 2025, and the just recently passed finance bill for 2026, which is now a finance act in itself. There have been no new taxes that have been brought in. The approach that the government has taken since then is basically trying to see where areas where they can broaden the tax base rather than increasing taxes. They are also pushing more towards compliance, raising more revenue by bringing in encouraging compliance as opposed to imposing new taxes. We've also seen an increase in terms of servicing, not really servicing, but rather plugging the budget deficits that we have, not through new tax generations, but through debt. And some of that debt is significantly coming from domestic borrowing, from going by the recent budget statement that was just read earlier this month in Parliament.
Okay, and that's where we shall leave it. Appreciate your time and your insights here on the National Pulse. Daniel Ominde Okoth, who's a Kenyan journalist, and you may follow that story in Kenya 2 years later.
Well, South Africa, the time is now. You could be joining the Queen herself, Ms. Zozibini Tunzi, or the King, Dr. Fez, right here on Top Billing. And all you have to do is to audition for our Top Billing Presenter Search. Do it now, and you could be on the big screen.
Catch Top Billing every Tuesday evening at 7 through the month of June. Repeat Sundays at 1 on S3 and Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. on SABC 1. Keep moving through 6 a.m. call times, the rain, dirt tracks, and moving through tight deadlines. Because you move with purpose, from the first stop to the final drop. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and advanced safety features tailored to your industry. The Hino 700 is built to fuel your business's progress. Hino, all the way.
This is Global Watch on the National Pulse.
All right, so let's talk about, again, a very topical issue of immigrants, legal, illegal, as different perspectives on that issue. Now, Tapelo Mohapi is the Secretary General of the Abaklali Basem Jondolo grouping, that group around the living of the shack dwellers, predominantly in the KZN region. That's where they emanated from, but of course around the nation. But Tapelo's got some thoughts that I think is worth listening out through. Thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity as
Thank
well.
you. Now, different people, individuals, groupings have got different perspectives on what is unfolded in our country in the last few months. And at this point in time, there's a specific, deadline of June 30th, right? You, however, I think in a piece that you've put together, have alerted all of us, including myself, about the dangers of what may emanate and may unfold June 30th and beyond. Tell me more about that.
Yes, no, thank you very much. First and foremost, I want to make it very clear that Abahlali Basem Jondolo are not, in fact, for illegal immigration. We are very concerned that people can walk in and out of our country. Some who are not registered, some could be doing some criminal activities in their countries. And it is a very worrying, and that's why we encourage people in the informal settlement to know their neighbors, because we don't want to see an instance where somebody commits crime and is untraceable. However, what we are against is the inhuman treatment of immigrants that are in South Africa. We know that in the media, the groups that are actually anti-immigration are actually saying that they are anti-illegal immigrants. But on the ground, we have seen people carrying out acts that are very serious, that have led to the loss of lives and so forth. And this, of course, is very worrying I grew up in a place called Bambai in Inanda, where in the 90s it became a center of a civil war between Inkatha and the ANC. And at that time we thought it was just an ANC and Inkatha, but it became an ethnic type of groupings that were led by Amabutho. So it's very concerning when we see the marches that are taking place embracing, a certain ethnicity, undermining certain ethnic groups in this country. We have seen this in Mossel Bay, where a Tsonga person was killed because other people could not understand the language that they were speaking. And this person was attacked and killed. But he's a South African, he's not a migrant. So this kind of politics where it starts with the migrants and then it comes to other people who don't speak a certain language because that's the language they are speaking is of a minority group. We've seen this happening in Kenya, we've seen this happening in Rwanda, we've seen with the Hindus attacking the Muslim in India. So it's a very concerning issue that is happening on the ground as we see it.
Yeah. How then do you challenge that? Meaning that you already said up front that the issue and the principle of illegal migrants to this country, and we know we're not talking of 10 or 20 people, it's very clear from the example of the Malawians of last week that they are in their thousands, right? Something's gone wrong by the sheer numbers. So it's not just one person who's jumped a fence, right? How then, do you deal with that issue on the one hand, the issues of mass unemployment in our country on the other, and now clearly the mass mobilization of people who feel that they've got to take matters, I can't say in their own hands, they have to set the agenda around the issues of foreign nationals or undocumented who must leave because government has not done that for a decade, maybe even longer.
Yes, people are frustrated, people are angry. There's there's high unemployment rates, there's poverty that we have never seen before. In the informal settlement, we see the most poverty that you can see. Hunger has become the order of the day for many families. We've seen inequalities where people do not want to see shacks being built in the cities because they have, these high walls houses that they don't want to be living with the poor. So there is that inequality, and the people's anger can lead in many directions. And this is one of them. But we are saying that this anger is misdirected, misguided. And therefore, we think that as much as we want to hold government into account and we say that the government is not doing enough, and we agree in terms of protecting our borders, but at the same time, we should not do that at the expense of people losing their lives. We should not do that in the expense of a humanitarian crisis. And in Sherwood, where there are about more than 10,000 Malawians that are there, 12 children were born outside with no medical assistance. The conditions there, it's now 3 weeks, people are living outside, it's winter. These are terrible conditions. These are not conditions that were created by people who are marching. It's conditions that were created by government by allowing our borders to be free for anyone to get in and out of them. But we are saying this is not the situation to deal with it. There is other ways that we can deal with it. We should vest our anger where it's supposed to be, and the anger is the system that is actually controlling us and making us poor.
Okay, so if the anger is government or let's say capitalism, and I've seen what you've written about it, right? You would know from all strategic programs that we all have. There would always be immediate term, short term, or rather immediate term, medium term, long term. There could be long term issues to deal with, and maybe a radical overhaul of our entire system. But right now we have this immediate issue of government's entire focus is on thwarting or limiting the potential outbreak of violence around June 30th. We also have numerous groupings, right, who are hell-bent on effectively using June 30th as a date to push out foreign nationals who are undocumented. Some are actually saying foreign nationals documented or undocumented. Some are taking laws into their own hands. Some are not, right? They don't speak with one voice. So how then do we deal with the actual immediate crisis, which is right now?
Yes, I think how to deal with the crisis that we are facing at the moment is to remember where we come from. We come from a very deep and difficult history, a history that requires us not to think of violence, but also to think about what happens after violence. Some of us are left with scars as a result of the violence that we had. Seeing a body of somebody who was shot at multiple times at the age of 8 has left me with many scars, has dealt with me, something that has left me, with anger for many years. I chose not to be, and I don't blame the people that are actually angry and turning into violence, because we come from a difficult time, and I think there needs to, for us to deal with that as the government. I don't think we have not. I don't think we dealt with that. We dealt with that very well in this country, and that's the first stage. But I also think that the church and religious groups should come together so that we can talk about this and see how we can actually come up with measures to ensure that these solutions, we come up with solutions that are amicable for our people, rather than to resort into violence. That's what I'm afraid of what's going to happen.
But in doing so, you have a voice right now. Yes. And you're speaking to the entire nation through this channel, right? But have you then, because clearly your movement has got tremendous clout as far as I'm concerned.
Yes.
Have you been able to get the ear of government, number one, national and local, but also have you been able to get the ear of the various civic organizations who are protesting on the streets as well to force a rethink in trying to solve the immediate crisis?
Yes, we get the ear of the people who are protesting and not the government. The unfortunate part is that government does not see the crisis before it happens. We warned about the the July uprising in Durban in 2021. Government did not listen to us, and they only react. So we have said to our brothers and sisters who are marching, let's have a dialogue. Let's talk about this. We are not for anarchy, but also we are not for people to actually ill-treat others and remove them in this. We don't want humanity to be perished in this way. We need to live with the ideals of Nelson Mandela. We know that the crisis calls for us to actually act, but there is a different way of acting, and we must not misdirect our anger to a person who's poor like yourself. Rather, let's direct our anger to those who are in authority. And November the 4th is that day where we need to get rid of this government that has not listened to us, that has put us in this problem that we are facing, and have borders that are secure, borders that are going to ensure that people remain in their country so that they don't live in an inhuman way that they are living.
Just a short answer. We're on to news time now. You talked about anarchy. Is there a danger we may slip into anarchy? Just a quick thought. Yes, no?
Yes, as I was driving here, people were telling people to when are they going to leave so I can take over your van, where I can take over your house. These are documented migrants. So every march, every struggle will have opportunism, and there are opportunists that are actually wanting to do that.
Well, appreciate your insights. And I think it's a very, very important insight that we just heard from Thapelo Mohaped, the Secretary General of the Abaklali Basim Jondolo. And of course, that's one perspective. We've had multiple perspectives on that issue, and I welcome your reaction to that too. News headlines. Here's Greg Hurst.
In the headlines, the President says government is moving to restore stability and public confidence within the country's security cluster. Officials coordinating the repatriation of Malawian nationals from Durban say they're racing against time to get as many people home before the June 30th deadline. And several countries have pledged to help Venezuela with rescue operations after that country was hit with 2 massive earthquakes. There's a full update at the top of the hour.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Our top story, a crime scene inside the Buccleuch interchange this afternoon. It's affecting the N3 North. The ramps coming off the N3 to the N1 mid-ram or the Mike 1 Santon are all closed. So motorists on the N3 sitting in some very heavy traffic from Limpopo Park, well, from Alex, in fact, from Alexander up through Limpopo Park into Buccleuch, realising there's some trouble there. And the only place to go is the N1 South to Rivonia. You come off at Rivonia with no traffic lights at Vickoppen, and that whole area is a mess as well. So you've got the N3 under pressure, you've got Rivonia both ways, Bowling Avenue, 12th Avenue, N1 South to get off, N1 from Midrand to Allendale through Buccleuch down to Rivonia, also heavily backed up as well. It's a real mess. We've been saying avoid Buccleuch interchange, and that advice holds today. N3 South, Limpopo Park to Germiston's fairly heavy. The N1 queues down to 14th Avenue, traffic light troubles there, and then a crash and a couple of breakdowns between 14th Avenue and the N17 off-ramp to Soweto. So Soweto bound, that N1 under some pressure today. Durban, a crash heading out of town on the N3 at Paradise Valley. It looks like it's probably cleared up. That traffic is starting to move better. N3 in and outbound to Spaghetti Junction, very slow today. And if you're driving Pietermaritzburg, Ashburton, PMB, that looks fine. No major problems. Cape Town, the main road, heavy down to Lakeside this afternoon. That's as you go south through Steenberg. And those roadworks on the N7 north of Dunoon are still there. One lane open towards Malabongwe, queues back to Plattekloof Road. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sports with Domin Khapele.
All right, to me, I know it's World Cup group matches in football today, but there's also cricket on the go, right?
Yes, Proteas woman coach Matlala Mashimbi has cautioned his side against being complacent when they take on the Netherlands in the T20 World Cup match this evening. South Africa is heavily expected to win the clash in Bristol, with Dutch one of only two Group A sides yet to pick up a win at the competition. Mashimbi's team, on the other hand, comes off the back of a big 6-wicket win over India. And he implored them to bring the same intensity to this game.
The only surprise that I would be wary of is the complacency we bring as a team to this match. If we are complacent, then I'll be really surprised, because every game is important for us now. So we cannot, drop our energy, our intensity. We need to make sure that we bring the right intensity for us to actually be in a position to dominate the game.
So one of our listeners says that I need to be as excited for the Proteas women as I am for Bafana Bafana. But the other day I was praising Marizanne Cup, guys. Like I went in and in. I literally went in talking about Marizanne Cup, but I'm really proud of the Proteas women, and I'm hoping that they do well. That game gets underway at 7:30 this evening. Still staying with cricket, DP World Lions head coach Russell Domingo has credited his coaching staff for their sustained period of dominance in domestic cricket, which has earned him another nomination for the Men's Division 1 Coach of the Year at the CSA Awards. The 2025-26 season was another successful one for the Lions, having won 4 of day series having won the 4-day series and lost the final of the one-day cup to the Titans by the barest of the margins.
Yes, very pleased with the season, to have won another competition, and I've played well in that format, and then to have played really well in the 50-over competition this year and then losing narrowly in the final would definitely go down as another successful season for the Deep World Lions. Recipe for success. Look, I think we've got a great group of players, really good team culture, got an experienced coaching staff, Jimmy, Hashim Amla and Alan Donald. So we tick a lot of those boxes. The environment's really conducive to playing good, consistent cricket, and makes my life as head coach a lot easier. So it's more than just one factor. Of course, we've got a great squad of players, but in terms of administration, leadership with the CEO, facilities, coaching staff, medical staff, like really, really well run and professional sort of environment is being created.
In football, South Africa shift their focus to Sunday's game against Canada on Sunday in Los Angeles, with Talent Mbata adamant that anything can happen from here on to onwards. And Bafana, with them advancing to the last 32, they have bagged 190 million rand. Meanwhile, tonight, co-host United States will bid to complete a perfect World Cup group stage campaign against Turkey today, while Germany, who are guaranteed to advance as winners of Group E, face Ecuador. Ivory Coast are on course to finish second, while they face Curacao, who remain in contention after digging in to hold Ecuador to a goalless draw. Meanwhile, Kaizer Chiefs and defender Happy Mashiane have officially parted ways with the 28-year-old, who is now a free agent. Mashiane spent the latter half of the last season on loan at Suwelele, where he struggled for regular game time. The Free State club remain interested in signing him permanently. Then, in terms of golf, world number 1 Scott Scheffler says that elite golf in the US is heading in the right direction. This is despite still digesting the radical PGA Tour overhaul set for 2028. The new model will feature a championship series of around 23 events, including majors, alongside a challenger series of at least 20 tournaments, offering pathways to the elite tier. Scheffler welcomed the return of 120 player fields with cuts, saying that larger fields will make competition tougher and victories more meaningful. Finally, in tennis, top tennis stars are set to set up their protest over revenue sharing at Wimbledon, limiting media commitments to just 15 minutes during the first week of the championship, starting the 29th of June. Now, players argue the figure reflects Wimbledon's payout of slightly below 15% of the revenues as prize money. They've also demanded a player welfare fund and a formal player council, saying that talks have stalled for over a year. With that said, it is a wrap from my side.
Okay, so tonight, so by the way, last night I watched the Canada game, made ahead of deadline. I must sleep at 11 o'clock at night, which I did.
Yes.
Probably 11:04 p.m. Then woke up at first alarm at 2:30, then second alarm 2:45. I was up at 2:45, and then after the game, it was morning prayers for me. So then slept at about 5:35, about 5:45. Then made sure I sleep and catch my 2 hours. What's your plan today?
I'm going to get home, I'm going to sleep, and then probably I'm going to be up for there's 10, there's 1, and there's 4 a.m.
And
games.
you're watching all those games?
I'll probably do that.
Okay, look at her. Just quickly tell us what's the top you're wearing. I mean,
I'm wearing a hoodie, and it says all of us, all in Kaufela, Rebafana Kaufela, meaning all of us are Bafana Bafana.
We're all in. By the way, there's a congratulations from AfriForum on Bafana Bafana. I thought I should just tell you about it.
Let's talk all things top billing presenter search. Some surprising and beautiful auditions coming through. We've seen the talk. We've heard every single thing that you've had to say about the search. But one of the most important things is that this search is different from any other search. This is our way of telling South African stories of each and every South African that comes out to show their magic to the world. So if anything, don't mind the naysayers. Go out there and show the world your magic. It's time to enter the top billing presenter search.
Catch Top Billing every Tuesday evening at 7 through the month of June. Repeat Sundays at 1 on S3 and Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer, or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand, and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
As always, it's Jimmy Moya who brings us all those facts and figures. You know, at the moment we talk of Africa, it's about the 10 African nations of the World Cup. But you want to talk about the other part, the Africa Bank, right, Jimmy?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. Yes, African Bank gave us an update on their performance for the first 6 months. If you remember, African Bank has been on quite the turnaround drive, having gone through some hiccups earlier in the year with the sudden resignation of the Chief Executive Officer of the business. We're going to be speaking to the Interim Chief Executive Officer of the business about the first 6 months of their new financial year, ended 31 March. We're going to get a sense of how that business is faring, what it is that they are going to be focusing on into the next 6 months, and how we can see that business potentially shaping up. Remember, we were expecting that business would potentially relist on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange sometime next year. I want to get a sense of whether or not we are still on track for that, and if we aren't, what are some of the factors that are going to be potentially preventing that from happening. Then we have a conversation with the team at Living Wage South Africa Network, a non-profit organization that did quite an interesting study on what they deemed the living wage, or the livable wage, in South Africa should be. Quite an interesting amount and quite interesting insights around how they arrived at that figure. We're going to speak to the chairperson of that organization and get a sense of what went into that research and where it puts South Africans beyond just the research and the paperwork. We also have a conversation with the International Trade and Administration Commission on the wheat reference pricing. We know that Grain SA wrote to ITAC around this as well. ITAC has adjusted some of the import tariffs around that. It has been ongoing for quite some time. We're going to speak to ITAC Chief Commissioner Ayabonga Cawe around that and get a sense of where we stand at the moment on the wheat reference pricing and what it means for the South African market as well. Then we have a conversation with the team at Liberty taking a look at digital investing in the day and age that we live in. We're going to try and explore the impact of things like gamification on investing trends, particularly in light of the World Cup that is currently ongoing. We're going to see if we can make sense of how that's potentially driving what investment trends might start to look like in the future if we start to think about different types of technologies. And then, because it's Thursday, we've got a small business conversation to be had. The small business joining us in studio this week is a company called Nilotikwa. I'm going to be speaking to the company's founder and getting a sense of how that business was built, why it was built, and that founder, as I said, will be coming all the way to studio to have this conversation and tell us more about her business. Before we get to those conversations, a sense of what's been happening on the markets front. The gold price has been trying to recover throughout the day. It's up almost 0.7% at the moment. It was down below $4,000 a fine ounce throughout quite a large portion of today. We're at about $4,027 a fine ounce at the moment. The price of Brent crude still happily below $75 a barrel, and that bodes well for what we could hope to see as petrol price decreases this time next week, potentially, if not the week after that. Platinum pricing also recovering, palladium pricing recovering, silver pricing also rebounding, but still below $60 a fine ounce in that respect. Resource stocks up 2.2% on the day's trade. Industrials up almost 0.5%, financials up 0.7%. The top 40 up 1%, the all share up 1%. This is almost a complete reversal of what we saw yesterday, which bodes well if we're looking at the equity markets. Internationally, though, the Nikkei in Tokyo, the standout performer in Asian markets, 4.6% to the green. European markets, the DAX was up 1.1%. The FTSE was close behind at 0.83%. The Nasdaq's currently 0.2% down in US trade. The S&P is almost flat, down only about 2 basis points. The Rand gaining ground and recovering. Yesterday, this time we were at 16.61. We're back at 16.47 against the US dollar. 21.75 is what one British pound would set you back, and €1 would cost you R18.74 at the moment. The price of a Bitcoin below $60,000 a coin once again. In Rand terms, with that firmer Rand, 974,000 Rand. A Bitcoin is now less than R1 million once again for the second time this year. We're going to see how this unfolds and what this means potentially for the crypto world. I've got Nick Kunz of Sanlam Private Wealth joining me on markets a little later on. I want to get his thoughts around the volatility in the market and the uncertainty that persists and where investors look to at this stage. But that conversation just after the 6 p.m. news as always. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
Right, Jimmy, enjoy your show, 6 to 7. Lots to look forward to as per always.
I'm a millionaire, and yes, I am a millionaire. And then you'd be on the couch with your 6 numbers. But 7 is for heaven, or yes. But 4 is for the door, or yes. But 38 is never too late, or yes. Well, the Lotto Live draws are back. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Catch the live draw at 9 p.m. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizakai.
Oh, yeah, boy. Club Soweto. Bonjour. This month is all about youth courage. Saisusa from then with 50 years of 1976. And Vandaag Skimsam, we have the courage to become. Silete Kaya and stand with our community. Started with the thought. Now we have the courage to create, the courage to sound. Like the Red Bull Symphonic with Peace for My Peeps. Anything can happen, so get the courage to tell your story. Malanga, our fun. Zanzi for sure is the source. From going live at Great Town to empowering the youth with the Enoch Matebuna Foundation. SAPC 1, Zanzi for sure, the source of youth courage. I got
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, we're going to do the Matlala Commission wrap in just a moment, but let me just tell you this. Dr. Nasipa Moya, of course, who's the mayor of the city of Tshwane, has tweeted saying, "We've disconnected electricity and water at the Department of Basic Education head office located on Struben Street. The city has disconnected services due to a combined debt of over 104 million rands that is owed by 200 schools." So that's her tweet. There is naturally a response on that as well, and it's come from, of course, the person that matters, Sibiwe Kharube, was the Minister of Basic Education, and she says, "We call on the city of Tshwane to restore electricity and water services at the DBA head office or face legal action. I can confirm that the National Department of Basic Education's account with the city of Tshwane is not owing a single cent. There was no legal basis for the disconnection. The DBE does not run schools. This is the function of the provinces. The city knew that. This was not our debt, but disconnected us anyway. This has financial implications for the department when it should be spending all of its resources on our learners and the education system." Yeah, I'm sure you're going to talk about that over supper, right? Let's get to the Matlala wrap then. The commission today focused on the Adderton drugs investigation with Tumelo Nku taking the stand. He was led by evidence leader advocate Teboho Mosikile. Now, when the commission returned from the lunch break, the testimony shifted to Nku's travel to Durban, in which he had cash on him. First, the Commissioner Matlala questioned Tumelo Nku on travelling with large amounts of cash, and this was the response.
This is the Matlala Commission update on SAFM.
South on the day, and then it reflects on your account on the, on the 14th of July. But you yourself used your card on the 7th at the Wood Toll Plaza in Heidelberg.
In fact, what you see there, Mr. Nku, is you've got, with each toll plaza, you have travel on the 7th and on the 8th. So that's how they've been arranged. So you've got travel on the 7th and you've got travel on the 8th at the same toll plaza, which shows you were going the one direction and then the opposite direction on the next day. And the same with De Hoek and Moy and Velge.
Do you see that?
Oh, I see that, Commissioners.
Mr. Musigiri, do you want to engage Mr. Nku on that basis then?
Yes, Mr. Nku, then you must accept.
Okay, that may have just confused you. Lines have been crossed. Let's get back then to that point of Commissioner Matlala questioning Tumelo Nku.
Have someone you could have sent to go deposit the money, and I thought you said you could, or not?
But I would have had to take the money and give them before I leave.
What stopped you from doing that?
Hence I said, Chair, I took advantage
No. That's not my question. What stopped you from taking the money out of the safe, giving it to somebody to go and deposit it? What stopped you from doing that?
Nothing stopped me, Chair.
Do you accept that it's very risky to travel with lots and lots of cash?
I accept.
Anybody would accept that.
Accept.
You accept it?
Accept it, Chair.
So make me understand this advantage in the face of the risks attendant to carrying that much cash with you. Make me understand this advantage that you took. Simply doesn't make sense to me, Mr. Nku.
Chair, the advantage relates to me traveling discreetly.
Traveling?
Discreetly.
What on earth does that mean?
Chair, if I, because part of my trip was to acquire information, traveling discreetly means that along the route, I wouldn't be using my bank card.
But who had any idea about you going to source the information? Who would have cared about your use of your bank cards anywhere in the country? Who would have cared about that?
Chair, I wouldn't know because...
No. Mm-hmm. Your fears, beliefs, etc. must be based on fact. Who would have known about you going to Durban, you going to source whatever information in Durban, and therefore have been concerned about your use of your cars, or been interested in the use of your cars in Durban? Tell me something that's based on fact.
Chair, the people whose information I'm following up on have got relationships with high-ranking officials. Anyone snooping around, it definitely does. There's exposure.
But how many people go to Durban and use their bank cards? How many people?
Granted, Chair. A lot of people do go to Durban and use their bank cards.
Then answer my previous question, because that's why what your responses do not make sense.
Chair, I still maintain that when following up on information, my mindset is that be as discreet as possible.
Okay, and there's more on that. Matlala then once again questioned Chimela Nku on that issue of purpose and length of trip.
Would have been another 4 plus another 4 if it went up to 3 nights, or 5 plus another 5 if it went up to 3 nights. So why carry 65,000 rand for those 3 nights at the most and tolls?
Chair, I still reiterate and concede to this fact that...
You see, I'm not repeating the questions I asked you. Earlier, I was just querying you on the very idea of carrying 64 or 65,000 rand in general terms. Now I'm being specific as to the expected expenses. So if that was all that was to be spent, why take 64 or 65,000 rand? Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.